Chapter 1 No way, sir. UN Lushan can still accept this kind of thing, but what UN Lushan can't accept is why he, a cooking idiot, got an invitation letter from UNU. And it was delivered to me through my own mother. Looking at his own mother who looks like a teenage girl, UN Lushan has a question mark on his head. My beautiful young and forever 18-year-old mother, why did I receive this invitation? Lushan, Mom, I like your cooking the most. Please use words I can understand. As for his own mother, UN Lushan said that it was too contrived, acting and playful. Well, the last time you cooked a little porridge yourself, the commander-in-chief of Taijutsu tasted a little bit, and then it was like this. UN Lushan squinted at his own mother. My dear mother, can you tell me why the commander-in-chief UNU eats the porridge I made? UN Yaxiang said very calmly, my child, you have grown up now, so I decided to tell you how brilliant the former Genji was. You've told me this many times, so there's no need to say it. UN Lushan, who has grown up since he was a child, can't remember what happened to the Genji that his own mother told him so many times. Come on, there is still a fart Genji, and I am a mixed race. The father who burps before he was born is also a big family, but he has a fart, and his family is not a well-off family. The child has grown up and has begun to resist the mother. Looking at the non-existent tears, UN Lushan really wanted to say that you, a showman, should at least be serious and wipe some saliva. But forget it, my own mother, who is as young as a teenager, will definitely say how dirty it is to wipe saliva on her face. Okay, tell me, what's going on? Actually, UNU gave you a large sum of money to let you take the transfer exam in UNU. It doesn't matter if you pass the test or not. The important thing is that the large sum of money is enough for your mother to travel for a long time. UN Lushan's eyes jumped. So you sold your son? How come? Your fiancé is also in UNU, it's time to meet your fiancé. Looking at her son, UN Yaxiang patted UN Lushan on the shoulder. My father who has been dead for more than 10 years and his friend who didn't know what to do with him made a joke after getting drunk. You really expect the other party to fulfill it, wake up, and you didn't say that the other party was a famous, high-level clan. Are you from a big family? You have to be self-aware. We, the small family, should not worry about this. UN Lushan knew that his father in this life was gone before he was born, but it is said that he left a fiancée for UN Lushan to marry. Of course, UN Lushan was completely indifferent to this. After all, the lights go out when people die. UN Lushan doesn't think that just because of this, he can pick up a fiancée for nothing. In particular, it is said that the fiancée is still some kind of young lady, so UN Lushan doesn't count on it. To be a person, you must have self-knowledge, and to be a transmigrator, you must have self-knowledge. Don't take yourself as the protagonist, there is no system, no golden finger. UN Lushan very self-aware. All in all, your mother, I'm going to travel with this money now. You can go to UNU's transfer student test yourself. If you pass the test, you will have a place to eat and drink for free. If you don't pass the test, then you can do it yourself. Daddy. Looking at his own mother who was cheering for him, UN Lushan only felt a little tired. This is really a mother. Fortunately, UN Lushan was used to it since he was a child. Okay, then it's like this, you can do it yourself, your mother, I'm leaving, to catch the plane. After he finished speaking, he picked up the suitcase on the side and left in a hurry. UN Lushan. Far Moon. Looking at the invitation letter for the transfer student's exam, UN Lushan couldn't help but recall his past. More than 10 years ago, he used to be a young man who grew flowers, but then he inexplicably crossed into this world of the spirit of eating halberds. To be honest, if it wasn't for the popularity of food in this world, UN Lushan saw the news of those famous chefs on TV, UN Lushan really didn't realize that he had crossed into the world of the spirit of eating halberds. It's a pity that the self who has passed through has no system and no golden finger, so Mubai, who has lived for more than 10 years, deeply realizes that he may not be the protagonist. Therefore, for more than 10 years, it has been an ordinary life of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, the ordinary days were so ruined. But it's okay to look at it in the past. Maybe you can see some people that you can only see in the second dimension. Looking at the invitation letter in his hand, Yuan Lushan muttered. The other side. Yuan Yaxiang, who was already sitting in the car, picked up the phone. That child should pass by, and I will trouble you when that happens, Commander Nikari. Please rest assured, madam, your young master's cooking talent will be the redemption of the tongue of God, and I will naturally not relax. On the other end of the phone came the voice of Nikari Sentiman. Well, then I'll leave it to you. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Yaxiang said indifferently to the driver, has the turmoil in the cuisine world of the Celestial Dynasty not subsided? Yes, I'm very sorry, madam, the master has already tried his best, but the dark cooking world of Nai he came out in full force this time. The heavens and the earth came out, although the master led the people in the cooking world to resist, but... Okay, I see. That guy hasn't dealt with that group of mice for more than 10 years. Every time he peeks at his son and leaves, he is not afraid that Lu Sheng will not recognize him at that time. The driver just shut up. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Yuan Yaxiang showed a black-bellied smile. If my dear son knew that he was actually a second-generation chef plus second-generation rich plus second-generation official, what kind of expression would he look like when he didn't know? Chapter 2 Yuanzuki Sariao Culinary Institute has been the leader of the culinary industry in Neon Country for nearly 50 years. The chefs who came out from here have supported the Neon culinary industry, and even exported a lot of talents to the international culinary industry. But none of this has anything to do with Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan has never been in contact with these things. Yuan Lushan has never touched the kitchen since he was a child. The only time he cooked by himself was last month. Last month, my mother went to a party with her female classmates in college. When she came back, she was drunk and full of nonsense. The next day, Yuan Lushan cooked some porridge by himself to deal with his stomach. Yuan Lushan still remembered that his own mother looked at him with a strange expression after eating porridge. Yuan Lushan still felt strange at the time. When he ate it, it was not delicious, but it was not too bad. That's right, I just don't understand what happened to my own mother's expression. Then there is the matter of this invitation letter. Standing at the door of Yuan Yusariao Cooking Academy, looking at the security guard wearing sunglasses and a black suit, Yuan Lushan felt a little guilty. I'm not going to be thrown out later, or else, why don't I go? Yuan Lushan thought so, and he retreated. But the next moment, a voice sounded beside Yuan Lushan. Are you here to take the transfer test here too? Yuan Lushan turned his head when he heard the voice. Well? Red-haired spiky head? Medicine King? When Xin Ping Chuangzhen heard Yuan Lushan's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. Yuan Lushan also reacted. Sorry. Xin Ping Chuangzhen is not a stingy person. After hearing Yuan Lushan's apology, he said indifferently, it's okay, are you also here to participate in the transfer student assessment here? Yuan Lushan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Well, come here to participate in the assessment of transfer students. Yuan Lushan nodded, and then looked at Xin Ping Chuangzhen in front of him. Yuan Lushan did not expect that the assessment he came to participate in would be the same period as Xin Ping Chuangzhen. Then you won't go in? Xin Ping Chuangzhen asked Yuan Lushan. I suddenly remembered that the gas at home has not been turned off, so I decided to turn off the gas at home first. Yuan Lushan couldn't say that he was afraid of being thrown out at that time, so he decided to back down? Oh, it looks like this, but the exam should start soon. Xin Ping Chuangzhen looked at Yuan Lushan and said. Well, it's alright, just come again next time, you go, come on. Yuan Lushan clenched his fists, made a cheering gesture to Xin Ping Chuangzhen, and was about to run away. Although he wanted to see his second-dimensional wife, Yuan Lushan still didn't want to lose it compared to his second-dimensional wife. Face. Although I used to call those two-dimensional characters to be wives, but now that I have crossed into the two-dimensional world, I can't really call the other person to be my wife. Will be hit. Moreover, the second-dimensional wife is not necessarily so perfect when it is a three-dimensional wife. Across the dimension, you can call the other party's two-dimensional wife, and the distance produces beauty, but if you really reach the three-dimensional, that may not be the case. It's like saying Nakiri Erina, that arrogant character may be cute in the second dimension, but in the third dimension, how many people can stand it? Yuan Lushan said that he was unwilling to accept it anyway. It looks like this, so fine, by the way, my name is Koping Soma. My name is Yuan Lushan, then bye. Yuan Lushan said that he was about to run away. Suddenly a black car stopped by the side, and an old man in a kimono with a scar on the corner of his eyes came down from the car and came to Yuan Lushan's side. Well, the exam is about to start, won't you go in? Yuan Lushan glanced at this person. Although it has been more than 10 years, the memory of the world of the spirit of eating halberd is still generally remembered. This man with a scar at the corner of his eye and a mafia-like appearance is not the food devil Nakiri Sentimon? I forgot to turn off the gas at home. I'm going to go home and turn off the gas. Nakiri Sentimon showed a meaningful smile. Is it like this? Don't worry, I'll have someone turn off the gas in your house, so you can take part in the transfer student assessment this time. Yuan Lushan's eyes widened. By the way, you don't need to call Eizan to break into the house privately, your mother has already authorized it. The inexplicable Yuan Lushan felt that Nakiri Sentimon seemed to say, little thief, just give me an honest exam. My stomach hurts and I can't participate. It's okay, there is a school doctor in the school, the top one. If there is any problem, it can be delayed for a few days. Yuan Lushan is now confirmed. This gourmet devil seems to be eyeing him. Well, I have been in the kitchen once. Why did you specifically call me to participate in Yuanyu's transfer student assessment? Yuan Lushan had a showdown and asked directly. He, you have a golden mountain on your body, but you just lack the key to open the golden mountain. Nakiri Sentimon patted Yuan Lushan on the shoulder and said. Okay, let's go to the assessment, and you are Yukihira Soma, right? Let's do your best, but I'm very optimistic about you guys. Yuan Lushan said, you bad old man is very bad, I believe you a ghost. Let's go, you can't run away, you can only face the scalp. Yuan Lushan said to Xin Ping Chuangzhen. Chapter 3_. Although I don't know why, Nakiri Sentimon insisted that he participate in the assessment of Totsuki transfer students, but since he can't leave, then he will participate, just in time to see Nakiri Erina and Shinto Hishako, although Yuan Lushan hates Nakiri Erina's deadly arrogant character. But the parents are beautiful and have a good figure, and in the plot behind the spirit of eating halberds, Nakiri Erina's arrogant character has changed a lot, that is, he finally cheapened the medicine king beside him. However, this has nothing to do with Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan is still very self-aware. For more than 10 years, he has never had an unrealistic dream. If there is a golden finger or a system, Yuan Lushan feels that he can still rescue it, but it's been a few years, no system, no golden fingers, don't Toad want to eat swan meat? Take this opportunity to look at the tongue of God, and then quickly get out of the way. Yuan Lushan and Xin Ping Chuangzhen walked into Yuanyu with Xin Ping Chuangzhen after handing over the invitation letter for the transfer exam to the black suit at the security office at the entrance. It's really. Seeing the second generation of chefs everywhere, Yuan Lushan was going to sigh, but Xinping Chuangzhen on the side had already talked to a dragon set like the original plot. Yuan Lushan vaguely remembered that in the plot, it seemed that this dragon set was the same as the original plot. At first, he was very talkative, but later he changed his face immediately after learning that Kahei Soma was an ordinary family. The quintessential national quintessence face-changing stunt. Yuan Lushan didn't stop Xinping Chuangzhen in the past, but watched it with relish. Can what he sees in the animation and what he sees in reality be the same? Moreover, the memory of the animation I watched for more than 10 years has become a little blurred. Yuan Lushan is not the kind of genius who can't forget it. I just remember that the dragon set seems to be called Second Order Hall or something. Could it be called Nikieto Benimaru? Can you release thunder fists? The one on the opposite side is the heir of a national chain restaurant, and the one over there is the son of a wholesaler who controls the supply of fish in Kanto. This is where most of the descendants of the famous culinary world gather. When Xinping Chuangzhen heard this, he couldn't help but be amazed. It's amazing. What about you? Yuan Lushan immediately looked at Xinping Chuangzhen and the dragon armor with excitement. Unexpectedly, after Koping Soma said that he was the operator of the public canteen, he was kicked away immediately. Listen to me, this academy is not a place where ordinary people like you can come here. Only people in the upper-class gourmet society can study in this sacred courtyard. A commoner like you should lose the election when the written materials are reviewed. Let's get out of here now. You commoner, like your garbage like commoner's food, is not qualified to enter at all. Far Moon. Hearing the other party's devaluation of Xinping's cooking as worthless, Xinping Chuangzhen suddenly collapsed from the ground, and then grabbed the other party's collar and lifted the other party up. A guy like you who has never eaten Kohira's cuisine is not qualified to evaluate at all. Seeing that the other party's bodyguard was gradually surrounded, Yuan Lushan immediately stepped forward and grabbed Soma Kopiai. Run quickly. The other party seemed to take into account that it was Yuanyu and that he wanted to check the situation of his young master, but he didn't mean to catch up. After Yuan Lushan pulled Xinping Chuangzhen for a distance, he was relieved to find that the other party did not catch up. I said, don't you look at the situation? The other party has bodyguards. Are you sure you won't be beaten? Xinping Chuangzhen also reacted at this time, and said to Yuan Lushan, thank you, if it weren't for you, I might have been beaten. Xinping Chuangzhen also realized at this time that he was a little impulsive before. But that guy has never eaten Yukihira's food, so he has no qualifications to evaluate Yukihira. Hey, so now we should hurry up and finish the cutscene. Oh, no, it's me who finished the cutscene, and you're probably going to stay here. In this kind of place, I met that kind of person before it even started, and I don't know how stinky the censors are. Well, the censors, indeed, she should be very stinky now. The other side. Miss Erina, this is your itinerary for today, please take a look. Hishako Naito handed the itinerary to Erina Nikiri. Assessment for the exam for transfer students. I have just entered the council, and I have to deal with this kind of work. I will go over after I change my clothes. This time, Erina-san, you are the chief examiner, and the 6th Seatsuji's Higyo-senpai will also accompany you. Well. Erina Nikiri looked at Hishako Shinto. Forget it, it's a group of rabble anyway, and I don't think those rabble are qualified to enter the Far Moon. Xinping and Chuangzhen entered the examination room. Not long after, the rest of the people also walked in, and the former dragon who had been pinched by Xinping Chuangzhen also walked in, looking at Xinping Chuangzhen with a trace of unhappiness in his eyes. You bastard, how dare you do something to me? The other party came over and looked at Soma Kopiai. Luckily, Chuangzhen hasn't opened his mouth yet. The door was opened, and 2 girls in uniform walked in. Quiet. In an instant, the examination room, which was still a bit noisy, suddenly quieted down. As for Yuan Lushan, he was stunned after seeing the person who came. In this assessment, is there Ning Ning in the kingdom of Ji? With cyan braids and round glasses, this is Ning Ning, the 6th seat of the 10 heroes. Chapter 4 He carefully reviewed his memory. Although it was a little vague, Yuen Lushan vaguely remembered that this time it seemed that Hishako Shinto and Erina Nakari should be the examiners. Will appear here? Just when Jen Lushen was thinking, Nakari Erina had already walked in front of those candidates. The candidates who should be, I am Erina Nakari from the 10th seat of the Tojiki 10 Masters who is in charge of the examination for today's transfer students, and Jis Higuaning from the 6th seat of the Tajetsu 10 Masters who is accompanying me. Ning. Yuen Lushan looked at Jis Higuaning Ning. Jis Higuaning Ning put his hands together in front of him, his eyes were cold and unsmiling. Although her appearance is not as beautiful as Nakari Erina, she is also a beauty, and because it gives people a coldness like a mountain snow lotus, it will attract some special people. However, Yuen Lushan just glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. Yuen Lushan is still very self-aware. Basically, he will not have any intersection with these beauties. Just a glance is almost the same. If you stare at it, then Toad wants to eat swan meat. After all, he is not the protagonist, so there will be no protagonist treatment. Lu Shen, this girl looks so stinky. Xin Ping Chuangzhen, who was beside Yuen Lushan, said to Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan squinted at Soma Xin Ping, and then said to Chuangzhen Xin Ping, you are right, this girl is not an ordinary stinky fart. The one on the side, who was pinched by Xin Ping Chuangzhen, immediately laughed at Yuen Lushan and Xin Ping Chuangzhen when he heard the words of Yuen Lushan and Xin Ping Chuangzhen. A commoner is a commoner, and you don't even know Miss Erina. You must know that Miss Erina is the tongue of God. I'm afraid you two commoners don't even know what the tongue of God is. Erina Nakari didn't know what was going on and continued. What about the announcement from the entrance examination department? Fishako. Nakari Erina, who was beside Nakari Erina, immediately replied, I'm going to read it. First, according to the application ingredients, the students will be divided into groups of 10 for an interview, and then the 3-course cooking practice assessment will be conducted. Continuing. Well, stop talking, boring, I have an interesting idea. Nakari Erina gave a wicked smile. Go and move the cooking station here. Following Nakari Erina's order, someone immediately moved the cooking table over, and then Nakari Erina looked at the cooking table and then glanced at the students present. Then decided, this is it, the main ingredient is eggs, let's make a dish with this, only those who have made dishes that satisfy my tongue are eligible to enter Totsuki, and they are considered transfer students who have passed Totsuki Academy exam. Then now, give you a minute to think and allow you to abstain from this exam. The dragon who was planning to give Yuen Lushan and the fortune to create the tongue of the true science god suddenly turned pale when he heard Erina's words, and turned around and wanted to run, but Xin Ping Chuangzhen pulled the other party. Hey, what are you doing, didn't you take the transfer test? That's Nakari Erina, a person with the tongue of God. A newborn baby usually starts to speak at about 1 to 3 years old, but the first thing she said 3 months after birth was that the taste of breast milk was not strong enough. She showed her talent for taste immediately after birth, and she was requested by various famous shops as a taster from a small order. The leaders of the cooking world are all Nakari Erina's customers, so her evaluation will be widely spread in the industry. If she says that cooking is unpalatable, then her career as a cook will be over. Looking at the dragon set, Yuen Lushan said to Koping Soma, who was beside him, it's really scary, my legs are so frightened that my legs are weak. Xin Ping Chuangzhen looked at Yuen Lushan with a smile on his face, and directly complained, nonsense, you are not afraid at all. Xin Ping Chuangzhen looked at Yuen Lushan with a smile on his face, you told me, are you afraid? Yuen Lushan shook his head at Xin Ping Chuangzhen. You don't understand. No, I understand very well. Kopping Soma rolled his eyes and said, you must be very confident in yourself. You think too much. The reason why I'm not afraid is because I don't need to be afraid. Anyway, I don't want to be a chef, and I'm leaving too. You should do your best. CP of the King of Medicine, Kopi Ichuangzhen, who has no system. Goldfinger travelers should not even think about eating swan meat. Although he called his wife across the screen, but if he really appeared in front of him and wanted to call the other party's wife, that would be the death of the club, and he didn't know how to cook, so he had to leave quickly. Are you going? A voice sounded. Yuan Lushan thought it was Xinping Chuangzhen. Chuangzhen, come on, I won't lose this person, Yuan Lushan suddenly reacted, this voice does not seem to be the real voice of Kopping Chuangzhen. You were talking just now. Yuan Lushan looked at Xinping Chuangzhen and asked. No. I'm talking. Yuan Lushan turned his head and saw Ji's Higuo Ningning standing behind him for some unknown time. Yuan Lushan was a little embarrassed, he coughed dryly and said, I remembered that I forgot to turn off the gas at home, so I hurried back to turn off the gas, so I'll go first. Chapter 5_ Ji's Higuo Ningning actually came to talk to him. This incident surprised Yuan Lushan, but Yuan Lushan, who was very clear, didn't think it was because Ji's Higuo Ningning favored him, but instead think. When Xinping Chuangzhen heard Yuan Lushan's words, he couldn't help but say, didn't the old man with the scar on the corner of your eye just told someone to turn off the gas for you? Yuan Lushan glared at Xinping Chuangzhen, son thief, who dared to demolish my platform, this Chu Zioban has written a few times. After a few readings, Yuan Lushan said to Xinping Chuangzhen, you know a hammer, what if the other party has nothing to do with it? Or is there any other problem? When I said that a stranger went to your house, you don't worry. So it is. Luckily, he really believed it. However, Ningning of Ji's Higuo looked at Yuan Lushan, his face was still cold, but a smile flashed in his eyes, which was very interesting. Unfortunately, I have been ordered by the Commander-in-Chief. As your invigilator here, I want to watch you complete the exam for transfer students, so you cannot leave until you have completed the exam. Yuan Lushan, sure enough. Yuan Lushan guessed that it was the good thing that the bad old man did. But I have never been in the kitchen since I was a child. The only time I entered the kitchen was to throw a handful of rice, and then I added a little boiled porridge. Yuan Lushan also ate it himself. I can only say that it is exactly the same as what many people cook, but for such a cooking experience, you ask me to test Yuan Yu? I'm afraid I don't want to embarrass me, a 16-year-old transmigrator. Seeing Yuan Lushan's appearance, Ji's Higuo Ningning said to Yuan Lushan, then now, please take Yuan Yu's transfer student assessment. Well, eggs, right, I'll fry a poached egg, and I can't do anything else, okay? At will. Ji's Higuo Ningning spoke calmly. Nakari Erina on the side stared at Yuan Lushan. Sister Ji's Higuo, you said that my grandfather made you stare at this commoner? Let this commoner participate in the transfer student assessment? Yes, the Commander-in-Chief's order. Nakari Erina looked at Yuan Lushan, looking up and down. Since it's someone my grandfather specifically instructed, then I'll have a little bit of expectations for you. Well, I don't think it's necessary, because I went to the kitchen once when I was a child, and I just threw a handful of rice into the pot, and then added water to boil the porridge. I think if you have expectations, if you do, then your expectations will surely fail. Nakari Erina is stupid. What a joke. Nakari Erina was furious. All the cats and dogs came to participate in Totsuki's transfer student assessment, and her own grandfather even deliberately asked Ji's Higuo Ningning to come too, just for Yuan Lushan? Well, in terms of assessment, any kind of cooking is okay. Yuki Hirosoma asked. You also want to take the transfer student cooking assessment? Erina Nikari asked Soma Yukihira. Of course, if I leave like this without even taking the exam, I will be laughed at by my father. Chuangzhen, come on, you can do it? Yuan Lushan said to Xinping Chuangzhen. Come on, too. By the way, remember to invite me to dinner if you pass. Yuan Lushan intends to have a meal with Yaoang. Yuan Lushan, who has never eaten outside since he was a child, is very curious about how delicious the dishes made by Xinping Chuangzhen are. Growing up, Yuan Lushan's mother forbid Yuan Lushan to eat outside, not allowed to eat outside food, and did not take Yuan Lushan to eat out, saying that the child must eat the meal made by the mother, so even the even pocket money is not given to Yuan Lushan, so that Yuan Lushan has not tasted the food of this world when he came to this world. Yuan Lushan was still puzzled at first, but later Yuan Lushan gradually got used to it. Now that there is such an opportunity to be able to rub the king of medicine for a meal, Yuan Lushan naturally will not let it go. Well, otherwise, you can just make one more later. My words are all right. Then please, dinner is ready. My mother went on a trip, but no one cooks for her now. Fortunately, my mother left Yuan Lushan enough to live on before she went on a trip. Before Yuan Lushan was thinking about where to eat a big meal, now he is talking about the king of medicine. By the way, how does this work? Yuan Lushan suddenly discovered that he would not use these stoves at all. Nikari Erina felt that her thread called reason was about to break. Jis Higuo Ningning walked to Yuan Lushan and helped Yuan Lushan open the stove. Then, please cook. Yuan Lushan nodded, and then said to Jis Higuo Ningning embarrassedly, well, which ones are oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar? Nikari Erina finally couldn't bear it any longer. You, give me a little bit more. Sorry, I would like to leave if I can. After all, I am still very self-aware, but it seems that some people don't want me to leave. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Nikari Erina looked at Jis Higuo Ningning. Sister Jis Higuo, what exactly is going on here? Even if you can't tell the difference between oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, how could the other party enter Yuanyu Academy? Miss Erina, this is the Commander-in-Chief's order. If you have any doubts, please ask the Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 6 _ Nikari Erina naturally has no choice for what Jis Higuo Ningning said. After all, Nikari Sentimon is his grandfather. Even if Nikari Erina has a lot of dissatisfaction in her heart, she can only endure it in the end. With this breath, when Yuan Lushan's poached egg is ready, he will use his own divine tongue to say nothing to the other party. What is the matter with his grandfather? Let such a guy who doesn't know about oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar enter Ziwanyu Academy. Jis Higuo Ningning introduced oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar to Yuan Lushan with a calm expression. Yuan Lushan nodded, and then said to Jis Higuo Ningning, I feel that it is a little inappropriate to make poached eggs, otherwise you can just put a video of other egg dishes, and I will do the same. Jis Higuo Ningning looked at Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan felt a pressure inexplicably, and his eyes wandered a little. No, poached eggs are fine. Okay, let's talk about it first. If I don't pass the test, don't throw me out. It's a shame. Yuan Lushan muttered, put the frying pan on the fire, brushed a layer of oil, then smashed the eggs and poured them into the bowl, picked out the egg shells in the egg whites, and poured the eggs in a pan. Stab it. The egg whites hit the oil and instantly turned into egg whites due to heat. Nikari Erina looked at Yuan Lushan's appearance, a sneer flashed in her eyes, but soon Nikari Erina was stunned. A coincidence, it must be a coincidence. Yuan Lushan turned the poached egg over at the right time. If it is not for the very precise control of the heat, it is impossible to do it at all. And Yuan Lushan, a guy who can't tell the difference between oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, why does he have such heat? Jis Higuo Ningning looked at Yuan Lushan, a hint of surprise flashed in those cold eyes, and then asked Yuan Lushan, why are you turning the poached egg over at this time? Why? Yuan Lushan looked at Ji's Higuo Ningning in front of him with a strange expression, and then said as a matter of course, because it feels better to turn over at this time, so I turned over. Ji's Higuo Ningning looked at Yuan Lushan, and after a while, he withdrew his gaze. Not long after that, Yuan Lushan poured the poached egg into a dinner plate. Is one enough? Yuan Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina, blinked and asked. Nakiri Erina looked at Yuan Lushan. This guy was a little handsome, but Nahi Nakiri Erina looked at Yuan Lushan and felt disgusted no matter how he looked at it, thinking that Yuan Lushan was sullying Yuan Yu. But looking at the poached egg, Erina Nakiri couldn't help frowning. If it is luck, the luck of this guy is too good. The uniformity of the heat of this poached egg has reached perfection. Even if Nakiri Erina does it herself, it may not be able to achieve this level. If what Yuan Lushan said is true, this is the second time Yuan Lushan has entered the kitchen, then Yuan Lushan. Maybe a culinary genius. Nakiri Erina looked at Yuan Lushan, and her eyes changed a little. Ji's Higuo Ningning said to Yuan Lushan, anyway, poached eggs are not a troublesome thing. You can make one more. I also want to try it. Good. Anyway, it was just a fried poached egg. Yuan Lushan still didn't have one, and Yuan Lushan unexpectedly found that the poached egg he fried was surprisingly pretty. Soon, a poached egg with the same uniformity of heat, except for the shape, appeared in front of Nakiri Erina and Ji's Higuo Ningning. Ji's Higuo Ningning and Nakiri Erina fell into silence. Exactly the same. Shinto Hishako couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. What exactly is the same? Yuan Lushan asked Zintho Fishizi. You. It's nothing, then Erina, try this poached egg. Ji's Higuo Ningning interrupted Hishako Shinto's words and said to Erina Nakiri. Yeah. Nakiri Erina nodded, then glanced at Yuan Lushan, picked up the chopsticks and picked up the poached egg. Ji's Higuo Ningning also picked up the poached egg and put it on his lips, his teeth opened slightly, and he bit a piece of egg white slightly. Boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded, the ceiling began to crumble, and the dust was continuously shaken off. Fuck, what bean curd project, run. Yuan Lushan directly pulled Nakiri Erina and Ji's Higuo Ningning in front of him and ran out quickly towards the door. Sir Erina. Seeing Nakiri Erina being pulled away by Genla Sheng, Hishako Shinto immediately chased out. Hey, wait for me. Kopping Soma also ran out. It was only after they ran out that the house behind Yuan Lushan and the others collapsed directly. How much corruption did your Yuan Yu engineering team embezzle to create such a scumbag project? Yuan Lushan watched the house collapse and complained directly. Fortunately we ran fast, otherwise we would be buried inside. Yuan Lushan said and suddenly realized that he was still holding the arms of Nakiri Erina and Ji's Higuo Ningning. Cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. I accidentally grabbed Erina Nakiri, the arrogant young lady, by the arm, and dragged her to run away. Will there be another cement pillar under Tokyo Bay? Chapter 7 _ Without a trace, he let go of Nakiri Erina and Ji's Higuo Ningning's hands. Yuan Lushan pretended as if nothing had happened, and said to Ji's Higuo Ningning and Nakiri Erina, who built this house, it's like a tofu dregs project, and it was almost buried in it. Nakiri Erina looked at Yuan Lushan with a complicated expression, and then said to Yuan Lushan, you are qualified. Ha! Yuan Lushan was dumbfounded, looking at Nakiri Erina with an unreal feeling. No. How could a poached egg pass the examination of the tongue of God? Could it be because he saved Nakiri Erina just now, so Nakiri Erina will let him pass the assessment this time? Although very arrogant, but unexpected grievances are clear. Ji's Higuo Ningning pushed his glasses and said to Yuan Lushan on the other side, the relevant documents will be sent to you later, please come to the school on time to report. Good, but is it really necessary? Anyway, I might be expelled from school within 2 days. Higuo Ningning didn't answer this question, turned around and left. Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan's appearance, snorted coldly, and then called out to Fishizi Shinto, "Fishizi, we go." "Okay, Miss Erina." "Hey, wait a minute, what about me?" Yukihira Soma shouted to Nakiri Erina. Nakiri Erina glanced at Soma Yukihira, frowned and said, "Someone will come to test you in the future, just wait here." Luckily, he was speechless. Yuen Lushan patted Xin Ping Chuangzhen on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll wait with you. Today's meal, Yuen Lushan is set, and whoever comes can't stop Yuen Lushan." Higuo Ningning, who was leaving, took out his mobile phone and called Nakiri Sentimon. "Commander, Yuen Lushan has passed the assessment, it's just a poached egg." "Yes, and it triggered Miss Erina's teaching, causing the entire assessment classroom to collapse." Higuo Ningning hung up the phone directly after speaking. However, what Higuo Ningning reported directly caused Nakiri Sentimon on the other end of the phone to take a deep breath. The teaching that triggered Erina actually caused the entire classroom to collapse. Nakiri Sentimon couldn't believe it. But then came joy. Sure enough, he is what I am looking for, the redemption of the tongue of God. In order to redeem the tongue of God, Nakiri Sentimon started the Era of Jade plan, preparing to use a large amount of rough jade as a stepping stone for Nakiri Erina. And Yuen Lushan is an accident, and it is also a treasure bestowed by God on the tongue of God. On the other side, after Nakiri Erina left Jen Lisheng's sight, her legs went soft. Shinto Hishako quickly supported Nakiri Erina. "Miss Erina, what's the matter with you?" Nakiri Erina's eyes became watery, and her cheeks were flushed red. That look made Hisako Shinto feel that there were lilies blooming in front of her. "Fishizi, I'm fine, it's just that the impact was a little big just now." Nakiri Erina remembered the poached egg, and suddenly felt powerless for a while. "That nasty guy is really nasty," Nakiri Erina said with a hint of shyness in her eyes. "In this way, I won't promise you." Shinto Fishako was stunned. "What's going on with my own Erina-san, why does she look like she's in love?" Having discovered this, Hishako Shinto suddenly felt her heart break. On the other side, Yuen Lushan waited for a full 2 hours, and finally ate the cooking made by Soma Kahei, and turned into egg bibimbap. "Damn, bastard Yukihira, I thought you were a good guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but you turned out to be clumsy, not a human being." Although Yuen Lushan's transformed egg bibimbap was delicious, it was completely not what Yuen Lushan expected. The only thing Yuen Lushan can think of is that the thick-eyed and big-eyed guy, copying Soma, hides his strength. Copying Chuangzhen, who was stared at by Yuen Lushan, was stunned. "Thanks for the hospitality. To be honest, Yuen Lusheng's transformation into egg bibimbap this time feels pretty good, but it's only good, and it's still far from Yuen Lusheng's expectations. Usually, what my own mother makes is better than Xin Ping Chuangzhen. Good to eat?" Yuen Lushan naturally didn't think his own mother would be a chef, so the only conclusion Yuen Lushan came to was that the big-eyed grand thief copying Chuangzhen did it on purpose. Did not come up with real skills. Chapter 8 Lying in the bathtub with warm water flowing over his body, Nakiri Erina has no way of forgetting what happened today in her mind. If Nakiri Erina hadn't met this time in person, Nakiri Erina would never have believed it. It seems that there are people in this world who were born to cook. How could Nakiri Erina not be able to see that this guy Yuen Lushan is really a culinary novice, but the uniformity of the poached eggs made by the other side shocked Nakiri Erina. It is good for the control of the heat. Is this something that a cooking novice can master? And the other party actually replied that it was a feeling. In other words, the other party is cooking entirely by instinct. It's really an enviable talent, and that's why, Erina Nakiri understands why his grandfather let the other party enter the far moon. If the other party's poached egg was not made by luck, then the other party is just to stand. A genius born at the top of a chef. But a poached egg can be luck, but two identical poached eggs, can it still be luck? The basic skills of chefs in the red case, knife skills, heat, and seasoning, Yuan Lushan has shown an unparalleled talent for heat. If the other party enters the far moon to hone well, maybe the future will be a shining celebrity chef. Perhaps in anticipation of Yuan Lushan's future, Erina Nikari decided to taste the poached egg made by the other party. But at the moment when the poached egg entered, Nikari Erina was engulfed by the full heart of the poached egg. The food fantasy composed of mind directly made Nikari Erina sink into the food fantasy. Nikari Erina sees a boy who loves her from a third perspective, but because of her status, she doesn't dare to confess to herself, so she can only confess to herself with this poached egg, which means cooking. The intention in it is actually the intention of confessing to Erina Nikari. Then, before Nikari Erina could continue to take a second bite, Nikari Erina's ability was triggered. Just one bite, the thought contained in the poached egg made Nikari Erina trigger the third stage of the Nikari family's ability teaching, causing the entire building to collapse. Recalling the thoughts contained in that poached egg, Erina Nikari couldn't help but blushed for a while. The pervert, confessed in this way. The kind of implicit love, the kind of love that is willing to give everything for the other party, the kind of resolute love. Thinking back on that thought, Nikari Erina's face flushed with fascination. But then there was some remorse. I just took a bite of the egg whites to trigger the teaching, so what about the egg yolks? The yolk of the poached egg is the essence. That runny egg. The tongue of the god started to saliva involuntarily, and wanted to continue eating. And that guy, if the other party learns cooking well and can catch up with me, it is not impossible for this lady to take the other party as her valet. Nikari Erina couldn't help but think arrogantly. Suddenly, the voice of Shinto Hishako came from outside the bathroom. Miss Erina, are you all right? It's not good to soak in the bath for too long. Erina Nikari remembered after hearing the voice of Hishako Naito. Well, okay, I'll come out now. After walking out of the bathroom, Erina Nikari sat in front of the dresser, while behind Erina Nikari, Hishako Naito was blowing her hair with an electric fan. Fishizi, where is Yuan Lushan's accommodation arrangement today? This is arranged by the Academic Affairs Office. If you need Miss Erina, I can ask the Academic Affairs Office. Forget it. Erina Nikari didn't say much, but Hiyazako Shinto was a little suspicious. Fishako, do you think there will be people in this world who were born to stand at the top of the chef profession? Yes, it must be Miss Erina. Listening to Hiyashako Shinto's words, Erina Nikari didn't say anything, but involuntarily thought of Yuan Lushan in his mind. If someone was really born to stand on the top of the chef, then it must be Yuan Lushan. I don't know why Nikari Erina has such a feeling. Nikari Erina believed in her talent, but Nikari Erina was unwilling to face Yuan Lushan, because Nikari Erina knew that there was a talent gap between herself and Yuan Lushan. It's really blinding his talent. If he has learned cooking since he was a child, then I am afraid that he is now qualified to be a super chef. Even me, I still have a long way to go. Erina Nikari felt pity for Genji. If Yuan Lushan had studied cooking since he was a child, where would he be able to go with his talent now? It's decided, let Yuan Lushan become my valet, and then let me train the other party's cooking skills well. What a great teacher Erina. Female teacher, Erina.Avi. Hishako Naito looked at Erina Nikari, and for some reason, Hishako Naito remembered a song. I have an agreement with the grassland, green 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 green. Chapter 9 After packing up the salute, Yuan Lushan was ready to go directly to Yuan Yu. When Yuan Lushan came back yesterday, he went to the high school he went to apply for the transfer of his school status, but when Yuan Lushan went, he realized that his original school status had already been transferred to Yuan Yu. The moment Yuan Yu sent Yuan Lushan an invitation letter, Yuan Yu had already transferred Yuan Lushan's student status, which is simply Yuen Lushan didn't know what Nakarizayan was looking for in him, but he was so worried that he didn't go to Totsuki and transferred his student status in advance. Student status cannot be reissued. That is to say, if Yuenlo students do not go to Yuenyu, then Yuenlo students will not be able to enroll in other schools. In this country, you can only find a better one if you have an education. Work, otherwise, it can only be doing odd jobs in a convenience store or the like. The country of Neon has long been completely controlled by capital, and all industries have been divided up cleanly, so most Neon people can only work for others throughout their lives. Unless there is an emerging industry, it is impossible for any new capital to appear. And student status is a very important thing. Student status represents academic qualifications, and those big companies recruit people based on academic qualifications. Without student status, Yuenlo students cannot enroll in other schools. Therefore, Nakarizayan directly transferred Yuen Lushan's student status, which directly cut off Yuen Lushan's back path. Unless Yuen Lushan did not want to be a student, otherwise, Yuen Lushan could only enter Far Moon. But in fact, Yuen Lushan did not have much resistance to going to Yuenyu. This country is already under the control of capital. Among the few ways out, the chef is exactly one. It's like saying that it was Shinomiya Kojiro, whose background is not much better than Yuen Lushan, but now he is already a world-renowned cook with an annual income. Even if I can't become a world-renowned chef like Shinomiya Kojiro, but I learn a little thing in the Far Moon, I should have no problem opening a small restaurant by myself. Don't ask Yuen Lushan why he is not a copywriter like other fan novels, you just can't remember it. Over the past 10 years, if it wasn't for Yuen Lushan who often recalled the animation content of The Spirit of Halberd Eater, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to remember the general content of The Spirit of Halberd Eater at all. Even if it is like this, Yuen Lushan has forgotten most of the plot of The Spirit of Eating Halberds. Only have some memories of some characters. Therefore, it is said to be a copywriter. Yuen Lushan said that he has no system and no golden finger. How can he be a copywriter? Is it true that everyone remembers it? It's been 16 years, so I don't think much about system gold fingers. I still think of a way out for the future. I don't want to be a social animal for those capitals. The good news is still reserved for those in need. After muttering, Yuen Lushan mentioned his salute. Looking at his home where he had lived for 16 years, he was really reluctant to leave the house for the first time. However, Yuen Lushan is not a hypocritical person. He closed the door and left with his suitcase. Lushan, are you going out? The neighbors of Yuen Lushan's family asked when they saw Yuen Lushan going out. Well, Uncle Jizuo, I was admitted to Yuenyu and went to Yuenyu to study for a period of time, but I think there is a high probability that I will be expelled from school soon, but I have been in Yuenyu for a while. Even if I am expelled from school, I will be able to open in the future. A small restaurant should not socialize animals, no need, and 007. Hearing Yuen Lushan's words, Jizuo of Yuen Lushan's neighbor laughed. Uncle, I believe that Lushan, you will definitely shine. Haha, uncle, you have praised me, so I won't say more. Let's go. Be careful on the road. Hi. Looking at Yuen Lushan who was leaving, Uncle Jozaku took out his mobile phone and made a call. Madam, the young master has already set off for Yuenyu. Okay, I see. Yuen Lushan didn't know what happened after he left. With a dream, Yuen Lushan brought Yuenyu's dormitory to himself. Well, Jixing Liao. Standing at the gate of Jixing Liao, if you want to stay in Jixing Liao, you can only pass the accommodation assessment. Otherwise, you can only live in tents outside Jixing Liao. It is said that Tiansuo we stayed in Jixing Liao for 2 months. I just passed the accommodation assessment, and I guess I have to live until I drop out of school. Miserable. Tajetsu is not without other places to live, however. Money is a critical issue. Yuan Lushan's mother left Yuan Lushan a living allowance of 200,000 yuan before he went on a trip, which seems to be a lot, and the white-collar workers in a month are about the same level, but Tajetsu is a noble school. Noble school, understand? The expression of aristocratic schools is on the word precious. Apart from Jixing Liao, Yuanyu's other dormitories start at 500,000 a month, so I can't live in love. Yuan Lushan couldn't even pay half of the 200,000 yuan, so he could only choose Jixing Liao. No reason, just because Jixing Liao is cheap, as long as you pass the assessment, the accommodation is free. Hello, are you going to stay in Jixing Liao? Well. Yuan Lushan turned his head and looked at the girl behind him. The memory that had been gradually blurred in his mind gradually emerged, and he remembered the girl's name. Sakeki Ryoko. Chapter 10 _ Yuan Lushan touched his nose, and then nodded to Sakeki Ryoko. Sakeki Ryoko looked at the tent that Yuan Lushan was carrying, and the corner of his lips couldn't help but raise a smile. You are. Seeing Ryoko Sakeki looking at the tent he brought, Yuan Lushan had an embarrassed expression on his face. It's not that I heard that Jixing Liao needs an accommodation test. I can only live outside without the test, so I brought my own tent. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Sakeki Ryoko couldn't help but chuckle. Then please come in with me. Aunt Wangsu should be cleaning up Jixing Liao's room at this time. Well, good. By the way, my name is Sakeki Ryoko, and I'm also a member of Jixing Liao. I'm Yuan Lushan, but I think I shouldn't have a way to enter Jixing Liao, and it may even be very likely that I will be expelled from school soon. Sakeki Ryoko was stunned. Is this boy so unconfident? Seeing Sakeki Ryoko's appearance, how could Yuan Lushan not know what the other party was thinking? He sighed and said, to be honest, I have been in the kitchen once since I was a child, and the second time was the previous transfer student assessment. Sakeki Ryoko was stupid, looked at Yuan Lushan and said incredulously, how is it possible? How could a person who has only been in the kitchen once pass the assessment of Yuanyu's transfer student? Is Yuanyu's transfer student assessment so easy now? Actually, it's like this. The previous transfer student was assessed by Nakiri Erina. Nakiri Erina? God's tongue? God's tongue actually let you pass the test? Sakeki Ryoko interrupted Yuan Lushan in surprise before he could finish speaking. Listen to me. Sakeki Ryoko's face turned slightly red, a little embarrassed, and it was rude to interrupt others. She was so surprised just now that she actually forgot about it. Actually, it's not like that. Yuan Lushan collapsed the bean curd project in the classroom during the exam, and then he saved Nakiri Erina, and then Nakiri Erina probably wanted to repay her kindness, so she passed the assessment and entered Totsuki. So, I have a high probability that I will be expelled from school soon. Yuan Lu said with a long sigh. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan with a strange look. You actually passed the test of the tongue of God with a poached egg. I think you are probably the only one in history. Yuan Lushan looked embarrassed, which was obviously not something to be proud of. Then let's go. If you don't pass Aunt Wangsu's assessment, then I'll find a way to help you when I get there. Sakeki Ryoko said to Yuan Lushan. What's so funny about that? Although he said that he was embarrassed, Yuan Lushan's eyes were looking at Sakeki Ryoko, as if you must help me. He and Sakeki Ryoko walked into the Jixing Liao, and after a while, Yuan Lushan met the dormitory manager of the Jixing Liao, Damidang Wangsu. Hello, I'm Yuan Lushan, and I'm here for the cooking assessment. Wangsu Damidang, hearing Yuan Lushan's words, looked at Yuan Lushan up and down and said, then did you bring the ingredients yourself? Yuan Lushan smiled, and then took out an egg. Fumio Daimato frowned. Yuan Lushan reluctantly repeated what he said to Sakeki Ryoko before. I don't know how to cook difficult things, so I'll just do the easiest one. Although it shouldn't pass, but if you deal with it, maybe a miracle will happen. Those who believe in light will definitely cause miracles. Yuan Lushan, who knows his life very well, knows what he is capable of, so let's forget about cooking other dishes, just make a poached egg to deal with it, since he has come to try it, he will not get pregnant. In case there is a miracle, right? Yuan Lushan said that as a man who believes in light, he can really turn into light if he doesn't specify, no, it's a miracle. The previous self was able to pass the Nakiri Erina assessment miraculously, so what if he passed the accommodation assessment by chance? Ultraman is fake, there is no Ultraman in this world. Sakeki Ryoko complained. Yuan Lushan looked at Ryoko Sakeki with an expression that you can't deceive me, I don't believe it, you lied to me, there are Ultramans in this world. Looking at Yuan Lushan, Domito Wengsu's forehead jumped with blue veins. Humph, let's go, although you kid definitely don't want to come in, but I won't break the rules, even if you kid can't know anything, but I will taste the cooking you make, but if you dare to cook it for me dark cuisine, I will kill you. Domito Wengsu threatens Yuan Lushan. Hey, how could a fried poached egg turn into a dark dish? Yuan Lushan was speechless. Although he said that he had never cooked, Yuan Lushan would never cook a poached egg and make it into a dark dish. So, when Yuan Lushan put the poached egg in front of De Midane Wengsu couldn't help but snorted coldly when he looked at Yuan Lushan. This poached egg is quite good. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan in surprise and said. If it's just the appearance, don't think I'll let you pass, but what you said before is true. Damidang Wengsu looked at Mubai strangely. Chapter 11 _ Although Domito Fumio is not a cook, but Domito Fumio is a discerning taster. The golden generation of Jixing Liu at the beginning, all these people grew up under her eyelids. Therefore, Domito Wengsu naturally saw that Yuan Lusheng's poached eggs were different. Yuan Lushan put the fried poached egg in front of Domito Wengsu. You can add some soy sauce if you like. Domito Wengsu ignored Yuan Lushan, picked up the chopsticks and picked up the poached egg, and then looked at the runny egg yolk, swallowing saliva involuntarily in his throat. Hiss. Fumio Omido couldn't restrain the appetite in his heart, and put the poached egg in his mouth. Yuan Lushan looked at Fumio Damidang, without blinking. There are Ultramans in the world, I believe in the existence of light, so miracles should happen. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan and quietly walked to Yuan Lushan's side. What about mine? Ah! Yuan Lushan was stunned, but Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan. If you don't pass, you want me to plead for you, so shouldn't you give me a little favor? Or you ask for help and don't give me a favor? Oh, okay, no problem, but do you really want it? It's just an ordinary poached egg. Looking at Sakeki Ryoko in front of him, Yuan Lushan asked with some doubts. Sakeki Ryoko poked Yuan Lushan with her finger. If you give it or not, tell me. I'm fine, just a poached egg. Yuan Lushan said, and turned his head to make poached eggs again. Therefore, Yuan Lushan did not realize that Fumio Damidang, who was on the side, was completely caught up in the environment constructed by food. Gradually, a little teardrop fell from the corner of Fumio Omido's eyes. In the fantasy world composed of delicious food and strong feelings, Domito Fumio, as a third party, saw what Yuan Lushan wanted to express, and wanted to confess to the girl he loved, but due to various considerations, he could only hide this peace of mind. The feeling of loving the other person but not daring to say it, and being able to silently protect the other person made Fumio Omido feel a little sad. This stinky boy actually made me eat such a mouthful of dog food. Domito Wengsu looked at Yuan Lushan, his tone was fierce, but his eyes were full of kindness. This bastard, he is so reserved at a young age, just say it outright if he likes it, Aunt Wengsu, I might even help you. Thinking about taking a look at Ryoko Sakeki, the eyes of Damito Wengsu are full of elders kind of pampering. Fumio Omido laughed, then looked at Ryoko Sakeki and said, "Ryoko, you have to do your best." Ryoko Sakeki was stunned, looking at Fumio Omido with a puzzled expression on his face. Hee. Damito Fumio didn't speak, but continued to taste the poached eggs that he called dog food. Yuen Lushan fried another poached egg in no time. "Here, this is yours. If you want soy sauce, you can mix it yourself." Sakeki Ryoko looked at the poached egg made by Yuen Lushan, and couldn't wait to pick up the poached egg. Without eating the white part first, Sakeki Ryoko picked up the plate, then slightly punctured the runny egg yolk, and then sucked the runny egg yolk to the mouth. Woo! Sakeki Ryoko let out a groan involuntarily when the egg yolk entered. The blushing eyes became blurred, and he was completely immersed in the kingdom built by delicious food and strong intentions. Similarly, from the perspective of a third party, Sakeki Ryoko saw a boy fell in love with a girl and silently guarded the girl, but Sakeki Ryoko clearly saw that the girl was clearly himself, and the boy naturally it is the source of life. This poached egg is a confession. After a long time, Sakeki Ryoko slowly replied, looking at Yuen Lushan with bright eyes. "Idiot." Yuen Lushan was stupid. Wang Defa. Why was he suddenly called an idiot? Also, is it really okay to be called by Jun? Are we so familiar? After tasting Yuen Lushan's poached egg, Damidang Wengsu said to Yuen Lushan, "You kid. I'll be fed a mouthful of dog food by you when I'm old. But for Liang's sake, I'll allow you to enter Jixing Liao." Yuen Lushan widened his eyes, then said in surprise, "Really? It doesn't matter if you want a tent outside?" No, I can live in a house. Whoever lives in a tent, I just didn't expect that I would actually be able to pass. Sure enough, if I believe in light, there will be miracles." Sakeki Ryoko rolled his eyes at Yuen Lushan, but his eyes were a little tender. Yuen Lushan didn't find out, and now he is still happy that he doesn't have to live in a tent. "However, have you really never entered the kitchen?" "Of course, I'm sure of that." Patting his chest, Yuen Lushan said with certainty. "Then you kid, maybe you were born to be a cook." Glancing at Yuen Lushan, Damito Wengsu handed over a key to Yuen Lushan after speaking, and said to Yuen Lushan, "This is your key, and the room is next to Ryoko." Damito Wengsu gave Yuen Lushan a meaningful look. Good." Yuen Lushan didn't realize anything, but Sakeki Ryoko on the side was already blushing. "Aunt Wengsu. Liangzi, do your best, this kid's future is not easy. If you don't hurry up now, you will have many more enemies in the future." After Damito Wengsu finished speaking, he waved his hand and left Jixing Liao, creating an opportunity for Sakeki Ryoko and Yuen Lushan to be alone, while Sakeki Ryoko gave Yuen Lushan a blank look when he saw Yuen Lushan who was still silly. "Lu Shen, then come with me now, and I'll take you to your room." "Huh? Okay, I'll trouble you, Sakeki-san." Sakeki Ryoko paused, and then her face turned cold. "What do you call me?" "Sakeki-san." Yuen Lushan replied subconsciously, and Sakeki Ryoko's face became even colder. "Well, Yuen Lushan is stupid. If I don't call you classmate Sakura, what should I call you?" "I call you Lu Shen, do you call me Sakeki-san?" Looking at Yuen Lushan, Sakeki Ryoko smiled, but the smile was a little cold. Chapter 12 I call you Lu Shen, do you call me Sakeki-san? Looking at Yuen Lushan in front of him, Sakeki Ryoko had a faint smile on his face, but that smile made Yuen Lushan feel a little dangerous, as if a knife was on his neck. "Dangerous, dangerous. Then what should I call you?" Yuen Lushan sneered and asked. "Ryoko. It wouldn't be nice to call you by name, after all, we've only just met." Yuen Lushan said more and more quietly, and finally looked at Sakeki Ryoko with a smiling expression on his face. Yuan Lushan shouted to Sakeki Ryoko in front of him sincerely. Liangzi. Sakeki Ryoko showed a gentle smile again, and pointedly said to Yuan Lushan, Lushan, if you want to say something, just say it directly. Yuan Lushan was stunned and stupid. No. I thought that Sakeki Ryoko was just saying that she had some dissatisfaction in her heart, and Yuan Lushan directly admitted it. Seeing Yuan Lushan like this, Sakeki Ryoko rolled his eyes at Yuan Lushan. Idiot. After finishing speaking, Sakeki Ryoko stopped talking to Yuan Lushan, took Yuan Lushan upstairs, and led Yuan Lushan to the front of an empty room. This is your room. Yuan Lushan opened the room with the key, and the room was spotless. It could be seen that the dormitory administrator, Damidang Wengsu, had been cleaning frequently. I'll help you tidy up your room. Well, thank you then. Why does Yuan Lushan feel that Sakeki Ryoko is a little weird, but Yuan Lushan didn't ask much. After all, he doesn't know Sakeki Ryoko, maybe it's just that Sakeki Ryoko is more enthusiastic. Yuan Lushan, who was thinking like this, didn't think much about why Sakeki Ryoko was so enthusiastic. Maybe people are so enthusiastic, you still don't allow them to be enthusiastic? After a lot of effort, Yuan Lushan placed some of his daily necessities and clothes, and then looked at Sakeki Ryoko and said a little embarrassedly, Excuse me, Ryoko. Sakeki Ryoko glanced at Yuan Lushan lightly, It's just some small things, don't worry about it. Okay, then you go take a shower first. Sakeki Ryoko glanced at Yuan Lushan, although there was not much physical work, Yuan Lushan was still sweating a little. Well, Liangzi, why don't you go first? It's not the time for girls to take a bath, you go first. Okay, I see. Holding the clothes, Yuan Lushan came to the bathroom. Without the slightest preparation, Yuan Lushan opened the door and watched a little blue-haired girl in the misty water washing the foam on her body. The screen is completely frozen. 3 seconds later, Yuan Lushan closed the bathroom door directly. Ah! A cry suddenly resounded through Jixing Liu. Ryoko Sakeki immediately ran downstairs and looked at Yuan Lushan standing at the door of the bathroom with an embarrassed look. The voice Ryoko Sakeki was very familiar with, and Ryoko Sakeki immediately realized what had happened. I didn't mean to. Seeing Sakeki Ryoko's gaze, Yuan Lushan was very wronged. Glancing at Yuan Lushan, Sakeki Ryoko ignored Yuan Lushan, looked at Yuan Lushan and said, You leave first, I'll take a look. Yuan Lushan was like being granted amnesty, so hurry up and leave. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan, who was a little embarrassed, and smiled helplessly, then walked to the bathroom door and knocked on the door. Zaiwai, it's me, Ryoko, I'm in. The display said a word, and then he opened the door and entered. Walking into the bathroom, seeing Tiansuowi, who was crouching on the ground, holding her tears in the corners of her eyes, Ryoko Sakeki had a headache. Zaiwai, why did you come back early? Today's Jixing Liao has a group activity, and Ryoko Sakeki didn't go to some things, but Tiansuowi actually came back early. This is what caused the situation just now. Liangzi, I can't get married. Sakeki Ryoko walked to Tiansuowi's side, looked up, and Tiansuowi, who looked at her with tears in her eyes, comforted her. Tiansuowi also knew that Yuan Lushan could not be blamed for this matter. Yuan Lushan did not know Tiansuowi was there, and it was Ryoko Sakeki who called Yuan Lushan, but Tiansuowi was the one who suffered in the end. Sakeki Ryoko naturally threw the pot on Yuan Lushan. After some comfort, Ryoko Sakeki comforted Tiansuowi. When Tiansuowi and Sakeki Ryoko came out, looking at Yuan Lushan who was a little nervous in the lobby, Sakeki Ryoko rolled his eyes at Yuan Lushan and said, I'll talk about this later, you go take a shower. Yuan Lushan glanced at Tiansuowi, immediately transferred Kaiwan Lushan, then smiled awkwardly, and left quickly. Tianzuo looked at Yuan Lushan's back, and his eyes were red again. Sakaki Ryoko had a headache, and began to comfort Tianzuo again. Yuan Lushan hurriedly rinsed himself and came out. Sakaki Ryoko said to Yuan Lushan, "Apologize to Zayawai well." Saying that, he glanced at Yuan Lushan, and then walked into the bathroom. It was also now that Tianzuo's mood had stabilized, and Sakaki Ryoko allowed Yuan Lushan and Tianzuo to solve the misunderstanding by themselves. "Well, sorry, I didn't know you would be in there, and it didn't lock the door." Tianzuo's face was also a little red. "It was my own fault." Tianzuo also realized his mistake. If he locked the door, nothing would happen. As a result, Tianzuo did not lock the door carelessly, and this happened. Chapter 13 _ The misunderstanding between Yuan Lushan and Tianzuo was finally solved. However, Yuan Lushan looked at Tianzuo with a little bit of guilt in his heart. Then, "Classmate Yuan, I'll go back first." Tianzuo obviously didn't come out so quickly, so he said a word to Yuan Lushan and left quickly. Watching Tianzuo leave, Yuan Lushan smiled wryly. Fortunately, he was not treated as a satyr, otherwise, he would not be able to wash himself if he jumped into the Yellow River. Not long after, Sakaki Ryoko came out of the bathroom, her hair still a little wet. "Where's Zayawai?" Student Tianzuo has already gone back to his room. Sakaki Ryoko wiped her hair with a towel, looked at Yuan Lushan and said, "Lushan, although this is not your fault, it is Zayawai who suffers in the end, so do you have a good apology to Zayawai?" "Yes, I have sincerely apologized to Tianzuo classmates." Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Ryoko Sakaki nodded. "That's good, Zayawai is an introverted and shy girl, and you shouldn't think too much about this, understand?" Yuan Lushan heard Sakaki Ryoko's warning, smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry, Ryoko, I am still very self-aware. As a poor student who might be expelled in 2 days, I will not be expelled because of this time. I thought something would happen to a cute girl like Tianzuo classmate. Don't underestimate yourself. If you study cooking seriously, I believe you will catch up soon. This looks good, let me teach you some basic skills." Sakaki Ryoko said to Yuan Lushan. Sakaki Ryoko also realized that what he just said seemed a little hurtful, although Sakaki Ryoko didn't mean that, but Yuan Lushan was probably misunderstood, and Sakaki Ryoko didn't know how to explain it, so he simply changed the subject. "It is just right to teach some basic skills of Lushan." Good. Yuan Lushan also really wanted to learn. Even if he was expelled from school in the future, at least he could find a way to survive without having to be a social animal in Neon Capital. In the upstairs room, Tianzuo buried his head in the quilt. Tianzuo's current mind is full of the scene where Yuan Lushan had seen him before. "Wow, Mom, Zayawai can't marry again." Tianzuo was teary-eyed, but soon Tianzuo thought of one thing. "I can't marry myself, but I can marry Yuan Lushan." It is Yuan Lushan who sees himself lightly, so it is only natural for Yuan Lushan to take responsibility. Tianzuo's head seemed to light up like a light bulb, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There is no way out of the mountains and rivers, and there is another village in the dark and bright. But then Tianzuo hesitated again. "It was only the first time I met classmate Yuan. I didn't know what kind of person classmate Yuan was. Isn't it kind of sloppy to look like this?" A look of hesitation appeared on Tianzuo's face. "Otherwise, let's take a good look at classmate Yuan. If classmate Yuan has no bad hobbies, then let Yuan learn to take responsibility." Yuan Lushan, who was being taught by Sakaki Ryoko in the kitchen, sneezed suddenly. Rubbed his nose. "I always feel that someone is cursing me behind my back. Could it be Tianzuo's classmate?" Sakaki Ryoko patted Yuan Lushan's arm and said to Yuan Lushan, "Don't talk nonsense, Zai won't be the kind of girl who curses others behind her back. Well, I'll just talk about it later. Yuan Lushan said with an embarrassed smile. When chopping vegetables, you need to hold the handle of the knife tightly, and use your thumb and index finger to hold the sides of the kitchen knife. This way of holding the knife can make it easier to push the knife forward or pull it back, and cut the ingredients more neatly. If the fingers are forward unfolding without bending, not only the action of cutting vegetables will not be natural enough, but also unable to keep up with the rhythm when cutting vegetables, and it is very easy to cut. You are a beginner, you can slow down. Sakaki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan's mouth and couldn't go on. Why does it feel like the kitchen knife in Yuan Lushan's hand is like an extension of his arm? It's really your first time holding a knife. Sakaki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan and couldn't help asking. It was the first time I held a knife, but it felt very familiar. It was like an extension of my hand. I could control it freely. It was a magical feeling. Sakaki Ryoko was hit hard. Is it true that someone was born to become a cook? Then you try to cut these ingredients. Sakaki Ryoko peeled a potato and handed it to Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan took the potato confidently, and then the knife was not clenched tightly, and he used his left hand as a potato to cut a wound. Fortunately, it was only a skin injury, and he didn't cut his fingers out of complacency. Looking at his wound, Yuan Lushan sighed. Sure enough, he is not the protagonist and has no golden finger. Yuan Lushan just now thought that he had finally discovered his golden finger, and he was happy in the end. After Sakaki Ryoko helped Yuan Lushan wrap up, he said, "Don't worry, come little by little." Yuan Lushan nodded, not realizing what kind of talent he was, and began to cut potatoes bit by bit under the guidance of Ryoko Sakaki. Slice the potatoes first, then julienne. Although the action is slow, it is very regular, and the cut potato chips are exactly 1 mm thick. Chapter 14 In the evening, the group of Jixing Liu who went out finally came back. After knowing that Jixing Liu had a newcomer and passed the assessment, Jixing Liu's leader, Eizan, immediately suggested, "I suggest, let's come. Let's have a welcome banquet. There should be another transfer student at Jixing Liu tomorrow, or let's celebrate together tomorrow." Yuan Lushan asked. Is there another transfer student? Ise did not expect that there would be another transfer student, but then Ise said to Yuan Lushan, "It's okay, wait for another transfer student to come, and celebrate once." Naturally, Yuan Lushan will not refuse this. After all, he can mix food and drink. There is no reason for Yuan Lushan to refuse. It seems that he can only eat dry hair, which is a bit embarrassing. Then I have no opinion. Then let's go wash it up, and then let's start the banquet. Oh. After the rest of the people left, Yuan Lushan asked Sakaki Ryoko quietly, "I said, if you are having a banquet, you won't ask me to cook, I won't." Sakaki Ryoko chuckled. "Okay, don't worry, I'll explain it to Isahiki-senpai later, you can just wait and eat." "That's fine." Yuan Lushan said a little embarrassedly. Everyone started and waited to eat. Yuan Lushan was not so cheeky. If you feel embarrassed, then study hard. In this way, when you get started, you will reward everyone. Soon a group of people rinsed off. Then there is the preparation of various ingredients. It has to be said that the foundation laid by Jixing Liu in the Golden Age is really rich. Cultivated land, farms, smokehouses, and various bases. When Yuan Lushan knew about it, he couldn't help but want to scold Yuan Yu, the big dog. The territory of this country is small, and it can be said that an inch of land is an inch of gold, but Yuan Yu is the king of mountains. How much does it cost? Don't look at these facilities, but to put it bluntly, isn't it Yuan Yu's? Isahiki contributed the vegetables she planted, Yoshino Yuki contributed the livestock she raised, Sakeki Ryoko contributed the so-called rice juice brewed by herself, and then Ibuzaki Jun of Jixing Liao contributed a lot of smoked products. Daigo Aoki makes sushi, Shoji Sato supplies his own farmed aquatic products, and Zenji Marui helps to cook. A group of people with only UN Lushan alone can do nothing. However, everyone also heard about UN Lushan from Sakeki Ryoko, so everyone had no complaints about UN Lushan only eating and not doing it, but said that after UN Lushan started, he would have to eat it hard and come back. It's just that UN Lushan always felt that Yi Shiwi's eyes were a little weird when he looked at him, which made UN Lushan a little tight. Izakiki, this guy, don't have any bad habits. When UN Lushan thought about Sakeki Ryoko asking this question, Sakeki Ryoko smiled mysteriously at UN Lushan. Just wait, don't be surprised and lose your eyes. Because too much time has passed, although UN Lushan still remembers some plots, UN Lushan really can't remember what is in Jixing Liao's Yishiwai. However, when Ishiki Hui appeared wearing only an apron, UN Lushan felt that his three views were severely impacted. Seeing UN Lushan's face turning green, Sakeki Ryoko explained to UN Lushan. Senior Ishiki is usually like this in Jixing Liao. You'll get used to it. Apart from some minor flaws, Senior Ishiki is quite reliable. UN Lushan nodded with a stiff expression. The X-body apron of this color is still a little too big for UN Lushan. He let out a long sigh and looked at Yi Siwi in front of him. UN Lushan just glanced at it decisively and averted his eyes. These are really hot eyes. Student Lu Sheng, I'm looking forward to you after listening to Sakeki. Otherwise, how about you make a poached egg? Hearing Ishiki's suggestion, Yoshino Yuki, who was on the side, immediately came over. I can provide eggs. I want one too. Ibuzaki Jun stepped in. Yes, but won't it be a little off the table? It doesn't matter, we are all looking forward to your poached egg, classmate Yuan Lusheng, that can be recognized by the tongue of God and Aunt Wengsu. Yuan Lushan really didn't know what to say. You don't mind, I'm fine. Then the first one is for me to taste. Issei Hui was the first to speak. Then I'll be the second. Yoshino Yuki also spoke quickly. Third. Ibuzaki Jun opened his mouth. Afterwards, the rest of the Jixing Liao also said in a row. A poached egg, it doesn't take much work, just wait. In any case, you don't have to eat and drink for free, you can count yourself as a reward. Stab. The egg whites and yolks squeaked over the oiled pan. 7 seconds later, UN Lushan turned the poached egg over with a shovel, and then another poached egg was released after another 7 seconds. Okay, you can go with soy sauce. UN Lushan handed the poached egg to Yaisui. Then I'm welcome. Ishiki was rude, and she directly bit half of the poached egg in one bite. The rich fragrance of the yolk immediately made Ishiki seem to be swimming in the world of the yolk. The strong emotion contained in the poached egg directly impacted Ishiwi's brain, directly constructing a food fantasy. Chapter 15 _ The whole person fell into a food fantasy, and after a full 10 seconds, Ishiwi regained consciousness. Sakeki-san, can you give me some of the soy sauce you made? No problem. Ryoko Sakeki took out the soy sauce that had been prepared earlier and handed it to Ishiki, using a small saucer to drizzle the soy sauce on top of the poached egg, and Ishiki swallowed the remaining half of the poached egg in one bite. The rich aroma of the runny egg yolk, coupled with the soy sauce brewed by Ryoko Sakeki, completely immersed Ishiki in it. I believe Lu Sheng will become an excellent cook in the future. Looking at UN Lushan, there was envy in Yi Siwi's eyes. The strong emotions contained in the poached eggs, Ishiki knew very well that the cooks below the super chef could not make the same poached eggs as Yuan Lushan. This is a dish that only a super chef can make. Moreover, this poached egg is also very perfect in controlling the heat. Both sides are heated evenly, and the protein does not lose its flexible Q-elastic taste due to being heated for too long. Although poached eggs are simple, it is not easy to make perfect poached eggs. At least Ise can't do it easily. Not only the strong emotions contained in the poached eggs, but also the control of the heat. Other cooks can control the heat by virtue of experience, but Yuen Lushan is completely dependent on talent, relying on the so-called feeling to control the heat. Okay, the second one. Yuen Lushan handed another poached egg to Yoshino Yuji. Hey, it's my turn. Pushing Ishiki away at once, Yoshino Yuki took the poached egg and drizzled it with soy sauce. Biting the poached egg in half in one bite. Soft egg whites, the thick and hearty egg yolk, and the fresh and salty soy sauce played a trio in Yoshino Yuki's mouth. At the same time, the strong emotions contained in the poached egg also instantly impacted Yuki Yoshino's brain. The illusion constructed from the delicious taste in the mouth instantly shattered Yuki Yoshino's thinking. Yuen Lushan looked at Yoshino Yuki's happy face. Is it that delicious? After Yuen Lushan decided to make a poached egg, is it really that delicious? Then Yuen Lushan handed a poached egg to the rest of Jixing Liu, but at the end of Tiansuowi, Yuen Lushan added another one. Student Tiansuowi, this is for you, it is an apology for what happened before. Tiansuowi looked at her double poached egg and felt a little joy in her heart for some unknown reason. Yeah. Nodding, Tiansuowi also drizzled a little soy sauce on top of the poached egg. Then began to taste the poached eggs. Yuen Lushan turned his head and prepared to fry 2 poached eggs for himself. Are poached eggs made by yourself really that delicious? Yuen Lushan doubted that his poached eggs were really that delicious. Yuen Lushan was eating poached eggs, but he didn't find anything good about making his own poached eggs, which was no different from ordinary poached eggs. But looking at the reminiscent expressions on the faces of the students in Jixing Liu, Yuen Lushan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. These guys are all good people. Because I take care of my face, I deliberately show that this poached egg looks delicious. Everyone, you don't have to express how delicious poached eggs are because you are estimating my face. Kindness. Looking at Yuen Lushan's appearance, the group of people in Jixing Liu suddenly froze. Student Yuen, your poached eggs are obviously delicious, and they also contain strong emotions. Marui Zenji pushed his eyes, looked at Yuen Lushan and said. Huh. Yuen Lushan said, and took another bite of the poached egg. No, it's obviously not that delicious. Yuen Lushan looked at the people in Jixing Liu suspiciously. In the end, Yuen Lushan was determined, and the group of people in Jixing Liu were actually taking care of their own face, which is why they showed such a delicious look. Everyone, you really don't have to take my face into account. I still know what I am capable of. I am very grateful that you can take care of my emotions, but you don't have to worry. I am the most self-aware person. Looking at Yuen Lushan's appearance, everyone in Jixing Liu looked stunned. Is this Yuen Lushan classmate in Versailles? But looking at Yuen Lushan's appearance, everyone knew that this was not in Versailles. Yuen Lushan really didn't know how delicious his food was. More likely, Yuen Lushan's mouth was raised. Thinking of this, Ishiki squinted her eyes immediately. This unparalleled talent, coupled with this raised mouth, and then this surname, shouldn't be. Yi Siwi looked at Yuen Lushan with a flash of thought in her eyes. If this is true, then this Lu Sheng classmate is incredible. Looking at Yuen Lushan, Yi Siwi thought in her heart, but she said to Yuen Lushan on her face, okay, let's not talk about this, now it's time for us to do it. Everyone, eat Lu Sheng's poached eggs, but give 100% of your energy. Don't worry, Senior Ishiki, we know that we must let Lu Sheng see our greatness. Yoshino Yuki said energetically. Then let's begin. Ishiki said, looking at Yoshino Yuki with a smile in her eyes. We can't be left behind either. Ibuzaki Jun also said to Marui Zenji, Sato Shoji, and Aoki Daigo. Chapter 16 _ Yuan Lushan said that he wanted to retract his previous remarks that these people were good people. These people are good people. They are all thieves and thieves. The original Yuan Lushan thought he could have a big meal, but in the end Yuan Lushan found out that these people are completely bad guys. The dishes made one by one are not as delicious as Yuan Lushan imagined. Sakeki Ryoko was not very interested in seeing Yuan Lushan, and asked Yuan Lushan curiously. "What's wrong? What happened?" Yuan Lushan glanced at Sakeki Ryoko, and then had a sad expression on his face. The original Yuan Lushan thought that the woman with thick eyebrows and big eyes was a good woman, but the current Yuan Lushan didn't want to say anything. No. Looking at Yuan Lushan, if nothing happens, Sakeki Ryoko's eyes can be directly gouged out, so Sakeki Ryoko said to Yuan Lushan again, "Come on, what's going on?" As he said that, his fingers were still on Yuan Lushan's waist, making a pinching motion. Yuan Lushan was taken aback. "Am I so familiar with you?" Yuan Lushan's Sakeki Ryoko's actions were a little too intimate, and slightly opened the distance between himself and Sakeki Ryoko. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan, his eyes full of anger. "This idiot. Hurry up and be honest about what's going on." Yuan Lushan glanced at Ryoko Sakeki. "It's nothing, I thought I could have a big meal, but I was a little disappointed." Sakeki Ryoko frowned. Yuan Lushan's words were saying that their cooking was not good. "Sakeki-san, let me explain to Lushan-jun." Ishiki came out and said to Ryoko Sakeki. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Ishiki and wanted to say something, but Ishiki was the first to speak. "Lushan-jun just misunderstood. Lushan-jun, you said you were a little disappointed because the dishes we cooked did not meet your expectations." Looking at Yisiwi, Yuan Lushan nodded. "I just feel that my expectations have failed. I originally thought that you would show your real skills, or at least a little bit, but I didn't expect that what you did would not be as good as what my mother did." Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan in astonishment. They have clearly shown their strengths, even if they didn't perform exceptionally, but at least they used more than 80% of their strength to cook, but Yuan Lushan actually said that he was not as good as his mother. "Maid. Lushan-jun, is your mother a professional cook?" "No, just an ordinary housewife." Although she is a housewife, Yuan Lushan's mother is as young and beautiful as a teenage girl. This is because Yuan Lushan has grown up from birth, and his own mother's face has hardly changed. Moreover, his mother Yuan Yaxiang never went out to work at all. Every day she was either eating snacks or watching dramas or gathering with her former best friends, so Yuan Lushan would think that his own mother was a housewife. "Then Lushan-jun, have you ever thought that maybe your mother is a very good cook?" Yuan Lushan was stunned. "Impossible. The things that my own mother made," Yuan Lushan grew up eating and growing up, and he didn't feel anything at all. "And many more." Yuan Lushan carries the memories of his previous life, so it is natural to have a contrast to whether the food is delicious or not. "Since childhood, I don't remember the specifics, but vaguely, Yuan Lushan remembers that every once in a while, the food made by his own mother will become more delicious, and then boiled frogs in warm water." Yuan Lushan was taken aback by his own thoughts. "Could it be that your own mother was really a cook, and then your own mother raised her mouth little by little? Have you really shown your strength?" Yuan Lushan looked at Ryoko Sakeki and Hui Ishiki suspiciously. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan angrily. "I have used 100% of my strength to respond to you with cooking." Yuan Lushan fell silent. If what Sakeki Ryoko said is true, then the case has been solved, and her own mother may really be a cook, and she is still very powerful. Then, by boiling the frog with warm water, he fed his tongue little by little. Now, apart from the dishes made by his own mother, the rest of Yuan Lushan's dishes are generally not very appetizing. Yuan Lushan's expression suddenly turned black. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call immediately. The phone just rang once, and the voice of Yuen Lushan's mother came from the other end of the phone immediately. "Little Lushan, do you miss your mother?" That young voice made both Sakeki Ryoko and Ishikike listen carefully. Ishihue guessed the identity of Yuen Lushan's mother, and Sakeki Ryoko. It was the first time I heard the voice of my future mother-in-law, so I became serious subconsciously. "I have a question for you, are you a cook, or a very good cook?" Yuen Yaxiang on the other end of the phone seemed to have known about Yuen Lushan's problem from the beginning. "I been found out, there's nothing I can do about it." "That's right, your mother and I are super good cooks." "So, you raised my mouth a little bit by boiling a frog in warm water." "Mom is for your own good, Xiao Lushan is so cute, but he is so greedy, so mother, I can only use this method to make Xiao Lushan you will not be deceived by bad women in the future." Yuen Lushan didn't know what to say. Chapter 17 _ The case was solved, and it was really a good thing that Yuen Lushan's mother did. Yuen Lushan is about to vomit blood now. Is it okay for his own mother to treat him like this? This looks bad. It's too much, I'm your son, dear. The reason for doing this is all for Lu Sheng, you are so cute, and you have no other shortcomings except for being greedy, in order to prevent Lu Sheng from being eaten by girls in the future. I cheated away casually, so Mom and I have spent a lot of time, just a little bit to let you adapt to Lu Sheng. Yuen Lushan really wanted that brick to be slapped on his forehead, and my food journey that has not been realized is already dead. Of course, Lu Sheng, if you want to taste delicious food, then you must have a chef with a special level or above to make delicious dishes that make you feel delicious, but the price of a special chef is very expensive, that is to say, Lu Sheng, if you want to taste delicious food, then there is only one way, study hard to cook, do it yourself, and have enough food and clothing. Yuen Lushan took a deep breath. You know, these lies can't fool me at all. I want to know the truth. Yuen Lushan is not a 3-year-old child. He has been nearly 40 in his 2 lifetimes. How could Yuen Lushan believe Yuen Yaxiang's statement? Well, sure enough, such an excuse can't deceive you at all. Anyway, if you want to know the truth, then learn to cook well. When you become a super chef, then you are qualified. Got it? After finishing speaking, Yuen Yaxiang said to Yuen Lushan again, when you are a super chef, then you can know who your father is. Yuen Lushan was stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously asked, I still have a father? Ishikihue and Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuen Lushan with strange eyes. You don't know if you have a father? What nonsense, if you don't have a father, where did you come from? Yuen Lushan looked embarrassed. No, I mean, I thought my father, who I hadn't seen since I was a kid, was dead. Tisk, I just said my son must think you're dead. Yuen Yaxiang seemed to be talking to the people around her. Your father is by my side now, your father is Chinese, and now I am also in, just like this, you can't know what's next, if you want to know, just go and explore for yourself. Yuen Lushan only felt that the thunder was rolling, and now Yuen Lushan felt that he seemed to be treated by the protagonist. If it weren't for the protagonist of this bloody plot, Yuen Lusheng's head would be given to you. Shampoo upside down. Originally, Yuen Lushan wanted to say that his head would be chopped off for you to kick as a ball, but think about the insurance, don't put the flag on it, what if you are really not the protagonist? By the way, the burgundy-haired one next to you is Ryoko Sakeki, right, and the one wearing an apron is a child from Ishike's family. Let's get along well, Mom, I'm really looking forward to your growth. Yuen Lushan felt his hands and feet were cold. How can my own mother know the people around her? Are you under surveillance? Don't worry, it's just to protect your safety. The person who protects you will withdraw after today. I know you have a lot of questions, but you are not qualified to know these until you are a super chef. Now you have to do it. The most important thing is to study cooking skills well, then it's like this, there is something to do here, hang up. Listen to the blind tone on the phone. Yuan Lushan's eyes were confused. After living for 16 years, my own mother told me that I seem to have a great background. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? Yuan Lushan said that he could not accept it now. Lu Sheng, are you okay? Sakaki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan and asked. It's nothing, let me be alone now, I want to be quiet. Ryoko Sakaki wanted to say something else, but K's Heike on the side pulled Ryoko Sakaki. Let Lu Shenjun be alone for a while. The next morning, Ryoko Sakaki knocked on the door of Lu Sheng's room early, but there was no one in the room, and Ryoko Sakaki couldn't help but feel a little panic in her heart. Fortunately, Sakaki Ryoko went downstairs and found Yuan Lushan in the kitchen. Lu Sheng. Sakaki Ryoko shouted to Yuan Lushan in the kitchen. Well? Ryoko, you're awake, and the rice porridge should be ready soon. Sakaki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan in the kitchen and asked Yuan Lushan, are you alright? What's the matter with me? If you're talking about the phone call last night, then don't worry, I won't be stumped by this kind of thing. Since my mother said that when I'm a super chef, I'll be eligible to know, then I just need to study hard to cook, and I don't need to think about the rest. Sakaki Ryoko heard Yuan Lushan's words, and there was a relieved expression on his face. By the way, my porridge should be ready. Would you like to try it? Yuan Lushan said to Sakaki Ryoko. Okay. When Sakaki Ryoko came down, it happened that Yuan Lusheng's porridge was almost ready. After chatting with Sakaki Ryoko for a while, Yuan Lusheng's porridge was cooked just right. Yuan Lushan gave Sakaki Ryoko a bowl of porridge. Sugar and salt, you can add as you like. Although it is possible to make poached eggs as a side dish, Yuan Lushenju always thinks that a poached egg is a bit embarrassing, so I simply choose sugar and salt as a match. Chapter 18 _ Sakaki Ryoko glanced at Yuan Lushan and said, Lushan, do you like to eat porridge with salt and sugar? It's mainly because I didn't make side dishes, so it's simple. If you like sweet, just add some sugar and stir in the porridge, and if you like salty, add some salt. Sakaki Ryoko glanced at Yuan Lushan. Then I'll put in some sugar. Sakaki Ryoko said, added a little sugar to the porridge, then stirred it well, and then tasted it. The faint sweetness made Sakaki Ryoko feel a sense of happiness. Liangzi, what are you eating? The rest of the people in the arms gradually came down, and Yoshino Yuki, who was the first to come down, saw what Ryoko Sakaki was eating at first glance. Lu Sheng cooked some porridge. Hearing Yuan Lushan's cooking, Yoshino Yuki suddenly looked at Yuan Lushan. There's still a casserole in the kitchen if you want to eat it. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, Yoshino Yuji rushed directly into the kitchen, followed by his Heike, then Tiansuowi, and several people came down one after another. Although there are no side dishes, Lu Shenjun, the porridge you cooked is very delicious. Is it that exaggerated? Yuan Lushan murmured and took a sip, but still didn't feel anything. Because of emotional reasons, to be honest, I envy you, Lu Shenjun. There are strong emotions in cooking. This is something that only a super chef can do, and Lu Shenjun, you are talented. Is Heike sighed a little. Only special chefs can integrate their emotions into their own cooking, and this kind of thing is mysterious, and it belongs to the kind that cannot be taught by words and deeds. Speaking of which, I don't understand anything about emotion. I don't even know what emotion is in what I do. Yuan Lushan complained. For the materialist Yuan Lushan really said that he couldn't understand this kind of idealism. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You will understand when your cooking skills become stronger in the future, Lu Shenjun, but Lu Shenjun's talent is really enviable. I think it's because of heredity. For others, The threshold of a super chef may not be crossed in a lifetime, but Yuan Lushan was born without a threshold. Even Ishioi would feel a little envious and jealous of this talent. Don't talk about these things, I have a headache when I talk about it, and I have been kept in the dark for more than 10 years. The source land grows and sighs. As a traverser, he ended up being played by his own mother for more than 10 years, which actually made Yuan Lushan, a traverser, think that he was an ordinary person with no background. Vomiting blood. Hee. Yishiwai smiled and looked at Yuan Lushan. She had heard of Yuan Lushan's mother, but Yishiwai didn't dare to talk nonsense, so silence is golden. The other boys upstairs also came downstairs, but when they got to the kitchen, they saw an empty casserole. You guys actually ate all of it and didn't leave it to us. Marui Zenji shouted with a little breakdown. Cough, it's you who woke up too late. Yoshino Yuji said embarrassedly, among these people, Yoshino Yuji eats the most. Damn. Marui Zenji looked at Yuan Lushan, his eyes seemed to be saying to Yuan Lushan, cook a little more. I haven't eaten it myself. Yuan Lushan rolled his eyes, Yuan Lushan hadn't eaten yet. This time, Yoshino Yuki, Sakeki Ryoko, Tianshuoi, and Ishaiki were embarrassed. Yuan Lushan didn't even eat it, and the four of them ate it all. Lu Shenjun, next time, cook more, so who's in charge of breakfast today? Ishaiki smartly changed the subject. It's me. Tianshuoi raised his hand. Then I'll trouble you next time, Zaiwai. Tianshuoi nodded. After eating the breakfast made by Tianshuoi, Sakeki Ryoko said to Yuan Lushan, Lushan, today I will take you around the school to get to know the road. Okay, Ryoko, if you don't mind the trouble, I'll be happy. Let's go then. When other people in Jixing-Liu saw this scene, their eyes suddenly became ambiguous. Tianshuoi looked at Yuan Lushan and Sakeki Ryoko, a little hesitant to say anything, but in the end he didn't say much. However, before Sakeki Ryoko and Yuan Lushan could go out, an unexpected person appeared in Jixing-Liu. Nakiri Erina. Yuan Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina who appeared in Jixing-Liu, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Yuan Lushan, I have something to tell you. Come out with me. Nakiri Erina looked at Yuan Lushan and said. Yuan Lushan was a little puzzled about what the young lady had come to do for him, but he nodded and walked out with Nakiri Erina. Walking out of the Jixing-Liu, Yuan Lushan asked Nakiri Erina, okay, now you can tell me what's going on. Nakiri Erina stared at Genji. Are you coming to be my valet? Nakiri Erina's words directly made Yuan Lushan stupid. Nakiri Erina is asking Yuan Lushan to be his valet. Can I ask, why? Looking at Nakiri Erina, Yuan Lushan asked suspiciously. Miss Ben sees that you are very talented, so I want to keep you by my side to cultivate, otherwise, you will be expelled from school in a short time with your strength. Yuan Lushan is very talented, but Yuan Lushan can't even tell the difference between oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, so Nakiri Erina knows that if Yuan Lushan learns slowly by himself, I'm afraid it won't be long before he will be arrested. Drop out. This. Seeing that Yuan Lushan was still hesitating, Nakiri Erina was suddenly unhappy. What's the matter with your appearance? I don't know how many people want to be a follower for this lady, but you are still hesitating. Seeing the appearance of Yuan Lushan, Nakiri Erina said suddenly with anger. The most important thing is that you have already confessed to yourself with that portion of the food, and this lady asked you to stay by your side as a servant, but you are not grateful for Dade's acceptance, and you still look hesitant. Yuan Lushan didn't know what the so-called emotion of cooking brought him. Chapter 19 _ In the end, Yuan Lushan still shook his head. Yuan Lushan can bow his head in order to survive, but before he breaks his blood, Yuan Lushan is unwilling to bow his head to others after all. Seeing Yuan Lushan actually refused, Nakiri Erina's eyebrows stood upright. Why? Nakiri Erina, who folded her arms and her face turned cold, stared at Yuen Lushan. No reason, it's just because I don't want to be subservient to others. Maybe after a bloodbath, I'll bow my head in order to survive, but forgive me now. When Nakiri Erina heard Yuen Lushan's words, she secretly felt sullen in her heart. This guy has already confessed to me with cooking, but he didn't want to follow me for this reason. But in the end, Nakiri Erina's arrogant young lady will not speak again. If you don't want to, then forget it. After speaking, Nakiri Erina turned and left. Watching Nakiri Erina leave, Yuen Lushan sighed. If I agree just now, then I'm afraid that the relationship with Nakiri Erina will develop indefinitely, but I will be rejected by myself. Even so, Yuen Lushan didn't feel any regret. It's true that Nakiri Erina is beautiful, but Yuen Lushan is not greedy for the other's body, so even if he rejects Nakiri Erina, Yuen Lushan doesn't take it to heart. Back in Jixing Liu, Yuen Lushan was immediately questioned. What's wrong with Miss Erina Nakiri coming to you? It's nothing, I wanted to be a follower and teach me how to cook, but I refused. Hearing Yuen Lushan's words, the others looked at Yuen Lushan one by one, with a trace of astonishment in their eyes. Why didn't you agree to this good opportunity? Looking at Yuen Lushan in front of him, Sakeki Ryoko asked with some doubts. I just don't want people to work as errands. Yuen Lushan dealt with it, and then said, okay, Liangzi, didn't you say you want to take me to get to know Yuen Yu? Glancing at Yuen Lushan, the people from Sakeki Ryoko and Jixing Liu were not asking questions. Let's go then. On the way back in the car, Erina Nakiri's face was gloomy, and Hishako Shinto asked cautiously to Erina Nakiri, Lord Erina, what happened? Erina Nakiri's expression became even more ugly when she heard Hishako Naito's words. Hishako Shinto immediately thought that she had made Erina Nakiri angry. Fishizi, find someone to force Yuen Lushan, I want Yuen Lushan to be unable to move in the distant moon, and the last one can only beg me. Didn't he say that he won't bow his head if he doesn't touch his head and bleed? Let him drive to a dead end, and then let him take the initiative to ask me to accept him as a follower. Hearing Erina Nakiri's words, Hishako Shinto breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately, Lord Erina wasn't mad at him. It seemed that the guy from Yuen Lushan had angered Lord Erina. Yes, I understand Erina-sama. After I go back, I will immediately ask Yuen Lushan to target Yuen Lushan and make sure that Yuen Lushan will drop out of school from the far moon. Erina Nakiri looked at Hishako Naito. It's not that he dropped out of school, but that he had to take the initiative to come to me and beg me to accept him as a follower. Well, I see. Shinto Hishako felt that her hair seemed to have turned green a little from the sunlight outside the car window. Was it her own illusion? How big is Far Moon? Anyway, if you only rely on walking in the school, it is impossible to travel all over the moon in one day. Fortunately, before Yuen Lushan came out, Sakeki Ryoko asked Yuen Lushan to rent a bicycle at the school. Otherwise, Yuen Lushan would not want to travel far and wide in a short period of time. Really rich. Yuen Lushan pushed his bicycle and looked at the teaching buildings. As a leader in supporting the neon cuisine industry, Totsuki naturally won't be short of money. Ryoko Sakeki jumped off the back seat of the bicycle and pulled her stray hair behind her ear. This is the teaching building. If you are in class, you can go to your own classroom according to the class schedule. Ryoko Sakeki pointed to the numerous screens on the first floor of the teaching building. If you are in class, those screens will display the name and classroom of each student, and you can go to the corresponding classroom according to your name at that time. Totsuki's way of going to school is really different. Yuen Lushan complained. The main reason is that each student chooses different majors, some choose to major in French cuisine, some choose to major in Chinese cuisine, so each student's course school will be arranged according to the student's course. By the way, you can also choose to join the Cooking Research Association. If you are interested, You can choose one to join. Hearing this, Yuan Lushan lost interest and shook his head. No, I don't have any interest. With my level, I won't be ashamed. Hearing Yuan Lushan say this, Sakaki Ryoko chuckled lightly. I believe that you will soon be able to catch up with us or even surpass us. Sakaki Ryoko is so confident in herself? This is something Yuan Lushan did not expect. Then let's go to the next place next. Yuan Lushan pushed the bicycle and said to Ryoko Sakaki. Okay. With a gentle smile on Sakaki Ryoko's face, Yuan Lushan rode on the bicycle. Sakaki Ryoko got on the back seat of the bicycle, and Sakaki Ryoko wrapped one hand around Yuan Lushan's waist to fix himself. In the eyes of others, it is a beautiful scene, but in the eyes of some people, this picture almost makes people bite their teeth. I said why he didn't want to be my follower, it was because he had a new love. Nakiri Erina's body was full of black air, and she watched Yuan Lushan and Sakaki Ryoko gnashing their teeth as they left on a bicycle. Chapter 20 _ Yuan Lushan, who was riding a bicycle, sneezed fiercely. What's the matter? Did you catch a cold last night? Ryoko Sakaki asked Yuan Lushan in the back seat. No, it just feels as though someone is trying to trick me. Yuan Lushan rubbed his nose and said, just now Yuan Lushan felt a cold air from the tailbone reaching the sky, and there was a chilly feeling in his neck. However, Yuan Lushan did not take this matter to heart. Afterwards, Yuan Lushanju and Sakaki Ryoko visited some famous places in Taijutsu, such as Between the Moon and the Sky, a place that only the 10 heroes eat halberds will be open. Yuan Lushan and Sakaki Ryoko naturally did not enter, but just glanced at it from a distance. After Yuan Lushan and Sakaki Ryoko walked around for a long time, it was already noon. For more than 4 hours, Yuan Lushan hadn't finished visiting the entire Yuanyu, but one could imagine how big Yuanyu was. Yuanyu is a big dog. Yuan Lushan had a trace of envy in his heart. If Yuan Lushan had Yuanyu's family property, he would definitely eat and wait to die. It's a pity that although it seems that my life experience is not ordinary, I still work hard on my own. The bicycle was returned to the school, and then Yuan Lushan and Sakaki Ryoko returned to Jixinjiao. After Yuan Lushan and Sakaki Ryoko returned to Jixingliao, Yuan Lushan heard some bad news. Nakiri Erina is making someone target me. The news of Yisui made Yuan Lushan dumbfounded. Well, Lushan-jun, did you offend Nakiri Erina? Ishigaki asked suspiciously. If Nakiri Erina came to recruit me as a follower this morning and was rejected by me, it would be an offense, then I think it should be. Yuan Lushan sighed, getting along with these plot characters. Yuan Lushan also gradually remembered some of the characteristics of the plot missions. It's like talking about Nakiri Erina's bad character. Yes, that's right, the current source Lushan already remembered the rather bad character of Nakiri Erina. Is it against me because I rejected her? Yuan Lushan rubbed his temples. Although he said that he had already been prepared to drop out of school, it was only one day later that he could be dropped out of school. But now Nakiri Erina has released words to target herself, and those filial sons and grandsons of Nakiri Erina are afraid that they will kill him. The real direct descendant of Nakiri Erina has only one new family, Hishako, but the filial sons and grandsons of Nakiri Erina are not unusual. Erina in Nakiri released words to target Yuan Lushan, those filial sons and grandsons, who can endure one by one. One by one, they eagerly stepped on Zhen Lisheng's foot, and then performed fiercely in front of Nakiri Erina. Looks like, Lushan-jun, your future school life will be very exciting. It's too much, didn't I just reject Erina Nakiri, and didn't serve her as a sidekick? Did she treat me like this? Yuan Lushan said that he had saved Nakiri Erina's life, even though Nakiri Erina allowed himself to pass the review and entered Totsuki, which is considered to be repaying the love, but there is such a kindness anyway. Nakiri, how could Eri be forced to do so? Don't worry, we will all help you. Sakeki Ryoko subconsciously wanted to say that I would also help you, but suddenly realized that if she said that, it was too obvious, so she immediately replaced us. Yes, don't worry, Lu Shenjun, everyone in our Jixing Liao will help you. Well, we will help you to practice the basic skills as soon as possible. This is considered to be sharpening the knife, is it not fast enough? Yuan Lushan complained about himself. Mama, it is useful in the end, and Lu Shenjun, your talent, as long as you practice a little, there will be no problem. Sakeki Ryoko also said on the side, do you not think you have made great progress in your previous practice of swordsmanship? Is there? Yuan Lushan's Versailles words made Sakeki Ryoko speechless. Anyway, trust me, you're making rapid progress. The affirmation of Sakeki Ryoko and his hiki gave Yuan Lushan a little bit of awareness of his talent. Like this, I understand, I will work hard, and I don't want to be dropped out of school so early. Lord Erina, I have already released the news that you are going to target Yuan Lushan. I believe that soon, Lord Erina, your followers will target Yuan Lushan fiercely for Lord Erina. Yuan Lushan in the middle of the moon is absolutely impossible to move. Hiyashako Naito reported to Nikari Erina with a look of compliment. Well, Fishizi, you are going to ask those people to pay attention. It's okay to target Yuan Lushan, but definitely don't let Yuan Lushan drop out of school. I want that guy to honestly ask me to accept him as a follower, Thinking of the intimacy between Yuan Lushan and Sakeki Ryoko, Nikari Erina felt angry. She had already confessed to herself, but in the end, this guy actually dared to play tricks outside without giving him a lesson. How could her Nikari Erina breathe out of her heart? Hiyashako Naito heard Nikari Erina's words and couldn't help but ask. Miss Erina, aren't you planning to drop that guy from school? Of course, it's not cheap for that guy to drop out of school like this. I want him to beg me to accept him as a follower, and then torture him severely. I want him to know what cruelty is. Hishako Naito looked at Erina Nikari. Erina-sama, how did you know that the other party is a philandering man? Shinto Hishako looked confused. Chapter 21 Yuan Lushan originally thought that even if he was going to be targeted, at least it should be after we started school, but as a result, Yuan Lushan found that he underestimated these filial sons and grandsons of Erina. Nikari Erina's filial sons and grandsons knew that Erina was going to target Yuan Lushan, and they couldn't wait to do it. Even outside Jixingliu, many people were already staring at Yuan Lushan. When Lu Sheng left Jixingliu, he was probably going to be sacked. Nikari Erina, her character is really unbearable. To tell the truth, as a victim, Yuan Lushan originally had a slight liking for Nikari Erina to let him enter Yuanyu, but now if Yuan Lushan was given a chance, Yuan Lushan would definitely slap Nikari Erina in the face. Superior. Give you a face? Didn't he just reject the other party, didn't he serve as a follower to Erina Nikari? For this reason, Nikari Erina actually started targeting herself. Now those people outside are waiting for you to go out one by one. In Jixingliu, everyone looked at Yuan Lushan with ridicule in their eyes, and those people outside were not in the eyes of Jixingliu at all. Except for Tianzuowi, who has no self-confidence, everyone in Jixingliu is quite confident. Even Marui Zenji, a guy who always said he was going to die, was actually quite confident. Aoki, Sato, you two go out and send those guys away. If you keep them here, it will disturb Lu Shenjun's study. Don't worry, leave it to me. Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji rushed out excitedly. Even if they were at the bottom of the Jixingliu, they were much stronger than those outside. The students of Jixingliu gathered most of the outstanding students of this school. Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji can still easily deal with those people outside. Okay, Lu Shenjun, you can study with Sakeki for a while, and leave the outside affairs to us to deal with, so that no one else will disturb your study. Yuan Lushan said a little embarrassedly, Trouble you all. They are all roommates in Jixing Liu, we won't watch the roommates being bullied. Ishigami said with a smile. Sakeki Ryoko also said to Yuen Lushan, I believe that soon you will be able to improve your own achievements, and then you will be able to defeat those people with your own halberds. A trace of anger flashed in Yuen Lushan's eyes. Nakiri Erina and those filial sons and grandsons of Nakiri Erina, Yuen Lushan remembered this time. Yuen Lushan's personality is very easygoing, or rather Buddhist. But being so targeted by Nakiri Erina, Yuen Lushan is also very angry, not to mention that all those filial sons are chasing after Jixing Liu. If Yuen Lushan still swallows his anger, then it is really a waste. It's just that Yuen Lushan has no ability now. If he has the ability, Yuen Lushan must make Nakiri Erina look good. In a small villa in the far moon, Erina is targeting a certain student. Nakiri Alice, Nakiri Erina's cousin, a certain girl who regards Nakiri Erina as her lifelong enemy, was also a little stunned when she heard that Nakiri Erina was targeting a certain student. Just that arrogant guy Erina would even target others. Looks like I'm going to investigate this person properly. Nakiri Alice, who regards Nakiri Erina as her lifelong enemy, can say that as long as Nakiri Erina notices, she will definitely notice it. Then Nakiri Alice shouted to Kurakaiba Ryo on the side, Ryo-kun, hurry up and investigate the person named Yuen Lushan for me, and find out why he was targeted by Erina. Alright, Miss Alice. In Jixing Liu, Yuen Lushan sneezed suddenly. Who is plotting against me behind my back? The last time Yuen Lushan felt a chill in his tailbone reaching the sky, and then Nakiri Erina aimed at him. Now I feel that someone is thinking about him again. Yuen Lushan always felt that it was impossible to be Nakiri again. Rina. He barely looked at the kitchen knife in his hand. Yuen Lushan subconsciously cut the shredded potatoes on the cutting board. Sakeki Ryoko on the side had the urge to strangle Yuen Lushan when she saw this scene. Yuen Lushan has only held the knife for less than 2 days, and he is already able to catch up with the people who have held the knife for several years. Tuck tuck tuck. The blade of the knife cut the potato chips on the cutting board into perfect shreds. Such an enviable talent. Sakeki Ryoko felt that if it was replaced by another person, he would definitely strangle the other person to death in minutes. The other party's existence in this world is a mockery of all the rest of the cooks. Yuen Lushan also gradually recovered, and the potato chips on the cutting board were all shredded by Yuen Lushan. Liangzi, it's cut. Sakeki Ryoko gave Yuen Lushan a fierce look. I know, soak the shredded potatoes with water first to reduce the starch in the potatoes, so that the fried potatoes will be more crispy. Sakeki Ryoko instructed Yuen Lushan to cook step by step. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Yuen Lushan was quickly absorbing Sakeki Ryoko's teachings. Finally, under the guidance of Sakeki Ryoko, Yuen Lushan made the first vinegared potato shreds that can be called a dish. Fortunately, I can still eat. Yuen Lushan breathed a sigh of relief. If the first time cooking is dark cooking, it will hit Yuen Lushan's self-confidence. The strong intention makes the ordinary vinegar and shredded potatoes become delicious. Sakeki Ryoko made a fair evaluation. Unlike the previous poached eggs and porridge, vinegar and shredded potatoes require vinegar and other seasonings. Simple heat can't show the taste of vinegar and shredded potatoes. But overall, this shredded potato can score 60 points. Sakeki Ryoko said to Yuen Lushan. So under the guidance of teacher Ryoko Sakeki, Yuen Lushan spent an afternoon like this. Chapter 22_. After taking a shower in the evening, Yuen Lushan came out and saw that the shredded potatoes he made in the afternoon were now all shared by the people in Jixing Liu. It's not a delicious dish, what about each of you? Yuen Lushan said that he can't understand the situation of the group of people in Jixing Liu now. Lu Shenjun, you don't understand. For a cook, knife skills, heat, and seasoning can be improved through experience and exercise, but the only thing that can be improved is the cook's mind, which cannot be improved through exercise. The only what helps a little is eating this kind of food that has a lot of heart in it. Yishawai explained to Yuan Lushan. Before we met Lu Shenjun, there was only one way we wanted to eat the food we wanted, and that was the special chef's food, but the special chef's food is not so rare, the price alone is overwhelming. Some people, after all, not everyone has a special chef elder in their family. Therefore, although Yuan Lushan said that the cooking is not very delicious, the dishes with strong intentions are completely comparable to special chefs. Very helpful for their cooks. Well, I really don't understand what you mean. After decades of materialism, you suddenly made me believe in idealism. How can you make me believe in it? Let's put it this way, Lu Shenjun, did you think about anything when you were cooking? What are you thinking about? That's true. When I made these shredded potatoes, I was very grateful to Ryoko. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Ishiki Hui said with a smile, that's it, this is the intention contained in cooking. According to what you say, isn't anyone capable of doing it? Issei's smile stiffened on her face. The rest of the people in Jixing Liu also had stiff expressions. A good one with hands will do, it turns out that we are all disabled with both hands. Lu Shenjun, although it's like this, it's useless to just think about it. What's more important is how to incorporate the intention into the cooking. Okay, but how do I eat? I don't have the slightest sense of what you're talking about. Because Lu Shengjun, you have been eating very high-end dishes since you were a child, or dishes with huge intentions. For example, Lu Shengjun, when you were a child, did you feel that the dishes you ate seemed to be particularly warm? Yuan Lushan, who was reminded by his Hiwi, thought for a while, and then found that it really seemed like this. When I was a child, I ate the food made by my mother, and when I ate it, I felt a warm feeling in my heart, as if I was hugged in Wan Nuan's arms and hummed this lullaby. At that time, Yuan Lushan didn't think much about it. Later, as he grew up, Yuan Lushan didn't feel that feeling even here. Is this the mind? Yuan Lushan whispered softly. The memories that had been forgotten in the first place are now slowly emerging. After a while, Yuan Lushan came back to his senses, looked at Yi Siwi and said, okay, let's not talk about this for now, shouldn't you be cooking now? Yi Siwi smiled and replied, aren't we waiting for the transfer student Lu Shenjun you said? Well? Hasn't Yukihira come yet? Yuan Lushan was stupid. Sinping Soma? It's the name of another transfer student. It seems that the other party will not come today. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, so if you want to come, the other party should come after the opening ceremony tomorrow. Said, looked at Yuan Lushan and asked, by the way, Lu Shenjun, did you go to pick up the school uniform today? Yuan Lu was stunned. An embarrassed expression appeared on Sakeki Ryoko's face. I forgot to take Lu Sheng today. I'm taking Lu Sheng to pick up the school uniform tomorrow morning. Hearing Sakeki Ryoko's words, Ishaiki said with a smile, then leave it to Sakeki-san. After dinner, everyone left. And in Nakiri Alice's cottage. It turns out that this guy actually refused to be Erina's sidekick, so he was targeted. I didn't expect that there would be people who would refuse Erina. Kurikai Barayo didn't know what means to use, but he actually found out that the reason why Yuan Lushan was targeted was because Yuan Lushan refused to be a follower for Nakiri Erina, so he was targeted by Nakiri Erina. What a miserable baby. Nakiri Alice complained, but then Nakiri Alice's eyes lit up. Since Yuan Lushan rejected Erina, then if I recruit Yuan Lushan, Erina will definitely jump in anger. As long as Erina is not happy, she is happy, this is what Nakiri Alice really thinks in her heart. For Erina, the enemy of her life, Alice doesn't mind making Erina even more unhappy. Well, go to recruit this Yuan Lushan tomorrow, let Yuan Lushan bow down under this lady's skirt, and see if Erina can continue to be a proud queen. Nakari Alice's teeth itch with hatred when she thinks of Nakari Erina's look of a queen who doesn't put everything in her eyes. Ryo Kurakaiba on the side looked at Nakari Alice and said, "Miss Alice, if you want to take this Yuan Lushan as your sidekick, then I don't need to be your sidekick." Nakari Alice suddenly stared at Kurakaiba Ryo. "Liang Jun, you don't want to be Miss Ben's attendant." "Well, Miss Alice always asks me to do some boring things, and she also wastes time on things other than cooking. Now, Miss Alice has never beat me in the competition of cooking skills." Nakari Alice's anger shot straight to the sky. "Liang Jun, I want to eat a halberd with you. If you lose, I will ask you to learn how to bark, Liang Jun." "Then what are you going to do, Miss Alice, if I win?" "If you win, you won't have to be Miss Ben's sidekick." Alice waved her hand. "Yoshi, come on then." Taking off the hood from his wrist, Ryo Kurakaiba, who was tied to his head, turned into a berserker. "Today, I want to let Liang Jun you know that I usually just let you know." Result: Nakari Alice fails miserably. Chapter 23 _ Early the next morning, Ryoko Sakeke brought Yuan Lushan to Yuanyu's logistics office to receive Yuan Lushan's school uniform, but that's all. Yuanyu really deserves to be an aristocratic school. 2 sets of school uniforms cost me 180,000 yuan. Yuan Lushan's whole person is not well, and all his living expenses are only enough to change 2 sets of clothes. In other words, Yuan Lushan is now bankrupt. The 200,000 living expenses that his own mother gave him, now only 2 sets of school uniforms directly hollowed out Yuan Lushan. Sakeke Ryoko didn't know what to say, but then Sakeke Ryoko said to Yuan Lushan, "It's good to get used to it, the prices in Yuanyu are actually quite good, although it is a bit more expensive than outside, but it is still acceptable." What else can Yuan Lushan say? Aristocratic schools are naturally expensive. Forget it, let's not talk about that, Ryoko, let's go to the entrance ceremony. Although it is said that I have been emptied of my living expenses, the accommodation in Jixing Liu is free. As for the food, Yuan Lushan can also eat and drink, so even if there is no food fee, Yuan Lushan does not need it. Worried that I would starve to death. But it is a pity that the originally expected deliciousness is due to the reason of my own mother since I was a child. Yuan Lushan's tongue has no feeling for these ordinary dishes. After Yuan Lushan and Sakeke Ryoko came to the venue of the entrance ceremony, there were people from Tajetsu looking for Yuan Lushan. Speaking on behalf of the transfer student, Yuan Lushan thought for a while, and then rejected the other party. Now Nakari Erina's filial sons are waiting to charge Yuan Lushan one by one, and Yuan Lushan will naturally not ask for hardships. So Yuan Lushan didn't plan to show up. After Yuan Lushan refused, Yuanyu's staff left. Yuan Lushan was not the only choice. There was another transfer student, Lucky Pingchuanzhen, and either of the two of them could be regarded as the representative of the transfer student. Although it was said that those filial sons and grandsons of Nakari Erina wanted to rush to Yuan Lushan, but those people didn't know what Yuan Lushan looked like, so Yuan Lushan was easily mixed into the team. After lining up, the female teacher of the Academic Affairs Office on the stage began to award Nakari Erina with honors. Enrolling in the first place in the junior high school, and also the youngest top 10 of Tajetsu, Erina Nakari undoubtedly broke the record in Tajetsu's history. Erina-sama is also beautiful today. Erina-sama, who has a beauty like a flower, and who has become a top 10 since he was a first-year student, is simply perfect. If I could date Erina-sama for a day, I would live 10 years less. Yuan Lushan was on the side, the corners of his mouth twitched. These filial sons are really whimsical, and they don't even look at whether they are worthy of themselves. Wouldn't it be better for me to learn more? Live more clearly and stop daydreaming. However, if you just look at Nakari Erina's appearance and figure, it is not incomprehensible that some people will say this, but when she thinks of Nakari Erina's character, Yuan Lushan said that he does not hate Nakiri Erina now. Rina is fine. Do you want to die? Believe it or not, you'll be sacked and beaten when you leave here. The boy who said that he was going to date Nakiri Erina was immediately reminded. What's this? I like Lord Erina. I want to be stepped on by Lord Erina. As long as I think about it, I can't help myself. Yuan Lushan looked disgusted, and hurriedly left that guy. Sure enough, Nakiri Erina's filial sons, one by one, are things whose filial piety has deteriorated. One by one is actually greedy Nakiri Erina's body, one by one scumbag. Suddenly, Yuan Lushan felt that Nakiri Erina, who was on the stage, was looking at him. Fortunately, what Yuan Lushan was worried about did not happen. Nakiri Erina on the stage just glanced at Yuan Lushan, and then turned his eyes away. On stage, Nakiri Erina saw that Yuan Lushan was not standing with Sakeki Ryoko, and her expression became a little better. Then Aogiao snorted coldly and walked off the stage. Master Erina is looking at me, Master Erina is definitely looking at me. Beside Yuan Lushan, Nakiri Erina's filial sons and grandsons seemed to be taking stimulants one by one, arguing about who Nakiri Erina was looking at just now. Yuan Lushan stared at the dead fish, seeing that these people no longer knew what to say. One by one can only look at the skin, but cannot see the old skin of the soul through the beautiful skin. Seeing those who were arguing about who Nakiri Erina was looking at just now, the filial son Erina was about to fight, and a word from the MC on the stage immediately made these people quiet, and then one by one, they were like good babies, standing quietly, as if it wasn't them who showed their ugly face just now. Next, I will invite Mr. Nakiri Sentimon, the headmaster of Taijutsu Academy, to give a speech on stage. Looking at the old man with the scar at the corner of his eyes, Yuan Lushan did not have the same awe as others, but just looked at Nakiri Sentimon on the stage, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. In other words, the plot of the spirit of eating halberds was born by gods. Seems to be. Turn everyone into a stepping stone for Nakiri Erina? So, Nakiri Sentimon let him enter Taijutsu Academy. Doesn't it mean that his real purpose is to turn himself into a stepping stone for Nakiri Erina? I lost it? Nakiri Erina's small unconscionable kindness and revenge can be ignored, and the old guy Nakiri Sentimon's heart is even more black. Congratulations on your promotion to the high school. With the opening remarks of Nakiri Sentimon, Yuan Lushan's memory slowly emerged. It seems that I have some impressions. The next thing should be the theory that the 99% of Nakiri Sentimon's students are just stepping stones for the 1% of students. With the reappearance of the scene, some memories of Yuan Lushan about the spirit of eating halberd slowly emerged. Chapter 24 As in Yuan Lushan's memory, the next Nakiri Sentimon made relevant remarks. It is clear that 99% of the people present are abandoned stones to hone the 1% rough jade. Along with Nakiri Sentimon's words, Yuan Lushan's heart was filled with anger. Yuan Lushan couldn't tell if it was anger or something else, but Yuan Lushan knew that he wanted to tell Naginata now. Kiri Sentimon, he is not the abandoned stone in his mouth. Don't argue for the steamed bread, even if Yuan Lushan is more Buddhist, but being said that, there is a thought of competing with the heroes in his heart. But thinking of his current strength, Yuan Lushan honestly chose to remain silent. There is only one thing to do now, hone yourself, and when you have enough strength, slap Nakiri Sentimon in the face. Yuan Lushan seemed to notice it, and Nakiri Sentimon glanced at him. But it was only a momentary thing. Yuan Lushan felt that he might have felt wrong. Next, the representative of the transfer students will come to the stage to speak. Here, the king of medicine is here, and he walked onto the stage with a very arrogant expression. Transfer students. Maybe it's the Yuan Lu student that Miss Erina is targeting. Yuan Lushan was speechless, but all of this has nothing to do with himself. The person on stage is Xin Ping Chuangzhen, and it has nothing to do with me Yuan Lushan. You have to rush and rush freely. Fortunately, it is not like him. Xin Ping Chuangjin's strength, basically as long as the top 10 talents don't take action, most people have no way to take Xin Ping Chuangjin, and fortunately Ping Chuangjin attracts firepower to themselves, then Yuan Lushan can rest assured behind Xin Ping Chuangjin slowly developed. Xin Ping Chuangjin did not disappoint Yuan Lushan. Sure enough, Xin Ping Chuangjin was just like Yuan Lushan expected, and he provoked the students in the school according to the original plot. Unexpectedly, Soma Kahei walked off the stage among the students' mineral water bottles and shoes. Soma Kahei, the representative of the transfer student, finished his speech, and the entrance ceremony also ended naturally. Yuan Lushan was planning to leave with the others, but he was stopped by Xintho Faishizi before he could go far. Miss Erina has something for you. Yuan Lushan looked at Xintho Faishizi, hesitated for a moment, and decided to follow. Yuan Lushan wanted to know what exactly Nakiri Erina had to do with him. At the same time, Yuan Lushan also asked clearly why Nakiri Erina was targeting herself. If it was really because he refused to be a servant to Nakiri Erina, and Nakiri Erina targeted himself, then Yuan Lushan would definitely find an opportunity to retaliate against Nakiri Erina. Lu Sheng. When Ryoko Sakeka saw Yuan Lushan, she came over immediately, and at the same time watched Shinto Hishako vigilantly. It's nothing, Nakiri Erina came to me, and I also want to go over and inquire, so I went with her. If Nakiri Erina wants to target me, she won't use this method. Hearing Yuan Lushan say this, Sakeki Ryoko naturally didn't say anything more. Then how careful you are. Don't worry. Yuan Lushan and Shinto Hishako came to the backstage where Nakiri Erina was. However, when Yuan Lushan arrived, Nakiri Erina had already had some conflicts with Yukio Soma. Seeing Yuan Lushan appearing, Erina Nakiri lost interest in Soma Kahei immediately, and then Erina Nakiri said to Soma Kahei, "You ordinary people can leave. If you still use that kind of common people cooking, then you'll be kicked out of Far Moon before long." Then Nakiri Erina said to Yuan Lushan, "Today is your first class, if you beg me, I can be merciful and form a team with you at that time. I am here, I want to take you, it's a breeze to get through." Nakiri Erina said to Yuan Lushan. It's just that Yuan Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina. The person on your side is targeting me, but on the other side, you want to form a team with me. For a while, I really don't understand what you want to do. Didn't you say you won't bow your head unless your head is broken and bloodied? Then I will beat your head with blood, and then make you bow your head, and this is a lesson for you. Fancy heart. Yuan Lushan was suddenly shocked. Miss Nakiri Erina, you can eat rice, but you can't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence that I am bothering? I don't even have a girlfriend, why am I bothering? After 16 years of travel, no matter whether Yuan Lushan's own Buddhist system, or Yuan Lushan's life is understood, Yuan Lushan has never had any intimate relationship with any girl. It may be possible to say that the source of the land is anything else, but to say that the source of the land is flowery, Nakiri Erina, isn't this a filthy person who is empty-mouthed and white-toothed? Why do you say that a filthy person with white teeth is innocent, saying that I bothered you to come up with evidence? How dare you say that you are not a fanatic? Did you ride a bicycle with a girl behind it yesterday morning? Seeing Yuan Lushan's sophistry, Nakiri Erina said angrily. Yesterday? Ryoko. That was my roommate in a dormitory. She took me in Yuanyu to find out what's wrong. Yuanyu is so big. If you don't rent a bicycle, do you still need to walk on your legs? Do you think everyone has a special car waiting for you to come in and out like you? Well, then you don't need to hold your waist with your hands. Nakiri Erina's voice couldn't help weakening. The bike is bumpy, don't fix it, what if it falls off? Nakiri Erina saw Yuan Lushan's righteous appearance, and couldn't help but feel more and more in his heart, did he misunderstand Yuan Lushan? Just because I don't serve you as a valet, so you are being aggressive, Are you still reasonable? And even if you really have something with me, Ryoko, it's a normal relationship. I'm a single aristocrat who doesn't have a girlfriend. Why bother? Chapter 25 _ Nakiri Erina was still very guilty at first, but after hearing the words of UN Lushan, her anger suddenly rekindled in her heart. How dare you say that you're not a fan? Do you like that girl? Nakiri Erina looked at UN Lushan, her eyes were red. UN Lushan had already confessed to himself, but now he turned his head and fell in love with other girls, scumbag. Nakiri Erina said that she has never suffered such grievances. UN Lushan is also angry. Let's not say whether I like Sakaki Ryoko or not, what does it have to do with you? However, looking at Nakiri Erina's eyes, UN Lushan, who has been in his 40s in 2 lifetimes, didn't intend to care about this little girl. He took a deep breath to calm down his mood and said to Nakiri Erina, for example, Ryoko and I are just roommates. Roommate? It's just a roommate, why are you so close? Nakiri Erina questioned Genji. UN Lushan's tone suddenly stagnates. Generally speaking, unless a man calls a woman's name by a very good male friend or relative, it is quite disrespectful for a man to call a woman's name directly. Nakiri classmate, I said, Ryoko and I are just roommates, but Ryoko is a warm-hearted girl, I have a good relationship with her, there is no such bad thing as you think, and I still have self-knowledge. Yes, a beautiful and hard-working girl like Ryoko is not what I deserve, and I have never thought about these things. I only came here to ask why you are targeting me. Now that you have said it, then Nakiri classmates, can you quiet your licking dogs? There was also a hint of anger in UN Lushan's tone, and the tone of his speech also changed a little bit. Originally, he was almost 40 in his 2 lives. UN Lushan should not have been so easily angry, but Nakiri Erina's attitude really made UN Lushan angry. Said that the source land was born with flower heart? UN Lushan thinks that he is very self-aware, and never imagined that there will be some super friendship with these girls. He has never had a girlfriend since he was a child, and others started hooking up with little girls in kindergarten, elementary school. She already has a girlfriend, and she graduated with virginity when she was in middle school. And UN Lushan has never had a girlfriend in his 2 lifetimes, and now he is actually said to be distracted. Is there any reason for heaven? Just relying on your Nakiri Erina's tongue, so you can say that I'm crazy when your upper lip and lower lip touch? And even if it's my heart, what does it have to do with you? You are not my wife? Wife? Well, wait. UN Lushan suddenly sounded, his cheap dad seemed to have ordered a baby to be kissed by him, and his own mother had told him that his fiancée was in Yuanyu, so it shouldn't be. UN Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina in front of him, his eyes gradually became weird. Nakiri Erina was stared at and got goosebumps all over his body. UN Lushan suddenly said to Nakiri Erina, the reason why I say that I have a heart is because of my relationship with Ryoko, so don't you? Looking at Nakiri Erina, UN Lushan means that you are my fiancé. On the other hand, Nakiri Erina treated him as UN Lushan, which was saying that he was jealous. Immediately, Nakiri Erina's face was flushed, looking at UN Lushan's loud denial. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Denied 3. Good guy. UN Lushan was shocked, and said you weren't. What's the difference between this and Chang Wei? You dare to say that you don't know martial arts? Looking at UN Lushan's stunned expression, Nakiri Erina's eyes were filled with a hint of embarrassment. Look at what? UN Lushan glanced at Nakiri Erina. The original anger in my heart also subsided, looked at Nakiri Erina and said, Nakiri-san, all this has been made clear, so can you keep your followers from targeting me? Nakiri Erina glanced at UN Lushan in front of him and snorted, those guys, you can find a way to solve them yourself. If you can't solve even these little bastards, then what qualifications do you have? All in all, this is my test for you. What else can Yuan Lushan say? Looking at Nakari Erina, Zhen Lisheng sighed. Am I being treated as a protagonist? Do I look like a protagonist? With a murmur in his heart, Yuan Lushan looked at Nakari Erina and said, Nakari classmate, then if there is nothing else, I will go first. Erina. Suddenly Nakari Erina spoke to Yuan Lushan. Well. Yuan Lushan looked at Nakari Erina suspiciously. Call me Erina, you already call that girl's name, and you still call me Nakari-san. Facing Nakari Erina's death stare, Yuan Lushan felt more and more that he was being treated by the protagonist, but Yuan Lushan didn't think much about it. Self-confidence is fine, but narcissism is bad. Yuan Lushan he hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I understand, Erina. Nakari Erina was satisfied and said to Yuan Lushan, okay, you can go to class. Yuan Lushan left, although he said that this time he did not let Nakari Erina lift his target against him, but he also figured out why Nakari Erina would target him. However, what Yuan Lushan didn't know was that both he and Nakari Erina had misunderstood. Coming to the teaching building where Ryoko Sakeke brought Yuan Lushan before, Yuan Lushan glanced at the hanging display screen. Soon Yuan Lushan found his classroom. Yuan Lushan reported Chinese cuisine, so he didn't share a class with Sakeke Ryoko and the others. Yuan Lushan, you have to cheer up alone. Sakeke Ryoko, Yoshino Yuki, and Tianchuo looked at Yuan Lushan and said. Well, don't worry, the big deal is an E. Anyway, you won't be immediately expelled from school. Yuan Lushan smiled, Yuan Yu dropping out does not mean that one E will be expelled, but only after a certain amount is accumulated, and then this will be expelled, so Yuan Lushan does not need to worry about dropping out for the time being. Chapter 26_. According to the prompt, Yuan Lushan came to his classroom. Entering the classroom, Yuan Lushan found an empty seat at will. He was waiting for the arrival of the lecturer, but suddenly Yuan Lushan saw a girl walking in outside, and he was stunned. How could Nakari Erina also come to this class? If Yuan Lushan remembers correctly, Nakari Erina should choose French cuisine. After all, French cuisine looks fancy, and it is not incomprehensible that Nakari Erina chose this cuisine as her major. But this class is a Chinese cooking class. However, Yuan Lushan soon discovered that Nakari Erina came to him. See what? The 10 masters can choose the courses they want to take at will, and they don't have to follow the courses assigned by the school. Nakari Erina rolled her eyes at Yuan Lushan. I didn't say anything. It's written on your face, do you need to say anything? Nakari Erina looked at Yuan Lushan. If you ask sincerely, then it is not impossible for Miss Ben to be merciful and help you. Nakari Erina said to Yuan Lushan arrogantly. Even the blind could hear the meaning of Nakari Erina's words. It was nothing more than wanting to help Yuan Lushan through this difficulty, but he didn't want to take the initiative on his own. Open your mouth, don't put your face down. Then ask Nakari-san to help me. Nakari Erina's face suddenly turned cold. No help. Yuan Lushan was suddenly dumbfounded. This Nakari Erina was not right. He clearly looked like he wanted to help himself, but after he opened his mouth, he refused to help. What the hell is this? Yuan Lushan looked at Nakari Erina in front of him with a headache. Looking at Nakari Erina, who was facing her with a cold face, Yuan Lu was numb. Seeing Yuan Lushan's wooden figure, Nakari Erina looked at Yuan Lushan coldly and said, How do you call me? Yuan Lushan was reminded like this, and he immediately understood. Erina. Nakari Erina folded her arms around her chest and responded. Yuan Lushan complained in his heart, Tsundere is trouble. Then Erina, can you help me? For the sake of your sincere request, I'll help you out with great compassion. Hearing this sentence, Yuan Lushan breathed a sigh of relief. Even if you get an E, you won't be expelled immediately, but it's naturally the best to be able to get an E. Seeing Yuan Lushan being so savvy, Nakari Erina pouted, If Yuen Lushan was so savvy as a follower for himself, then there would not be so many things. The other students on the side were shocked when they heard the words of Yuen Lushan and Nakiri Erina. What is the relationship between Erina-san and this guy? But Nakiri Erina doesn't care what others think. A lecturer with a mustache walked in. Chinese cuisine is said to be Chinese cuisine, but it is divided into countless types. There are already countless dishes in the 8 major cuisines, not to mention there are many other small cuisines outside the 8 major cuisines, but we get to the bottom of it. Chinese cuisine focuses on basic skills, and among the basic skills, it can be said that most Chinese cooks need to hone their skills for a lifetime to achieve success. The lecturer of the mustache first gave the students a knowledge class. After all, in a school as big as Taijutsu, it is impossible for a lecturer to write a recipe in class, and then let someone make it like this, right? Impossible. Yuen Lushan listened very seriously, while Erina looked at the serious Yuen Lushan in a dazed trance. This guy looks really handsome when he is serious. Nakiri Erina thought so, and her thoughts gradually diverged. After the 20-minute knowledge class was over, the mustache lecturer said to the rest of the classroom, "This class will test the control of the heat." The mustache lecturer glanced at it, and then said, "It can be any form of cooking, as long as it can reflect the control of the heat. I will give a corresponding evaluation based on your control of the heat. And this time it's a single exam." Yuen Lushan was a little regretful to hear that it was a single-person exam, but Yuen Lushan had nothing to worry about when it was just about the heat. According to Sakeki Ryoko and the others, Yuen Lushan seemed to have a detached talent for the heat. Yuen Lushan didn't know if it was a talent or not, but Yuen Lushan really did nothing wrong in doing it according to his own feeling, so I believe this feeling should be enough. Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan. "Don't worry, I will remind you." "Well, when it comes to the heat, I have some confidence. I heard from my roommates that I seem to have a special talent for controlling the heat." Hearing this, Erina Nakiri recalled the uniformity of the poached egg, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Almost forgot that this guy really relies on talent to eat. Geez, this kind of person is the most annoying. Nakiri Erina has always been the envy of others, but once upon a time, now Nakiri Erina has begun to envy Yuen Lushan's ability. The god's tongue can easily find out the shortcomings of one's own cooking, so that it can be improved according to its own shortcomings, but the god's tongue is not easy to use at all. The more cooking god tongue eats, the easier it is to run wild, and in the end, he will even lose interest in cooking completely, so compared to Yuen Lushan's talent, Erina Nakiri's own god tongue is really can be directly lost. Shopping is worth throwing away. Then do your best, and if there is any problem, I will remind you. Nakiri Erina said something and ignored Jen Lasheng. Yuen Lushan was suddenly dumbfounded. Is this woman sick? It was fine just now, why did your attitude suddenly change? Chapter 27 _ In Yuen Lushan's memory, what can best reflect the heat? Needless to say, barbecue, of course. However, the barbecue needs to be seasoned, so it is very troublesome, so Yuen Lushan chose another option. There's nothing one poached egg can't fix, and if there is, then two. Anyway, the lecturer didn't have any rules about what to cook, so I just made the simplest poached egg. If you want to season it, let the other party add a little soy sauce by themselves. Therefore, when Yuen Lushan took 2 poached eggs and came in front of the mustache lecturer in less than 2 minutes, the entire cooking classroom was eerily quiet. Poached eggs will do? A group of people looked at the mustache lecturer. The corners of the mustache lecturer's mouth also twitched. For the student Yuen Lushan, the mustache lecturer completely did not know what he should say. You are faulty, and very faulty. The mustache lecturer really wanted to say this, but looking at Yuen Lushan in front of him, the mustache lecturer thought of what he said, so he could only shut up. Although I said anything can be cooked, but if you can't satisfy me with 2 poached eggs, Then the mustache lecturer glared at UN Lushan and said, "Ahaha, there should be no problem." UN Lushan said awkwardly. The mustache lecturer ignored UN Lushan, picked up the poached egg and started to eat it. Picking up the poached egg, the mustache lecturer looked at UN Lushan and said, "It looks really good, but if it's just appearance, it's not enough." The character who lecturer who glared at UN Lushan. UN Lushan didn't speak. The mustache lecturer took a bite of the poached egg, and the next moment the mustache lecturer turned his head to look at UN Lushan. Then, in disbelief, he took another bite of another poached egg. "How did you do it? The uniformity of the heat, the heating conditions of the two poached eggs are exactly the same, and the taste is exactly the same, as if it were a copied dish." The mustache lecturer looked at UN Lushan in disbelief and asked, "That's how it was done?" UN Lushan's answer made the mustache lecturer's face darken. However, he still said to UN Lushan, "But I want to watch you making a poached egg." "No problem. Decisively agree." "Just kidding, making a poached egg is a no-brainer." "I want to," Nakari Erina said to Jen Lasheng on the side. "And I'm going to super double." "No problem." Anyway, the poached egg didn't cost much, so UN Lushan agreed directly. Back in front of his conditioning table, UN Lushan was under the gaze of the mustache lecturer. UN Lushan smashed an egg, and then started to fry poached eggs. But in just 10 seconds, a poached egg was ready. "Okay, here it is." UN Lushan handed the poached egg to the mustache lecturer, and then started to make poached eggs for Nakari Erina. "Super double, that's 4. Glancing at Nakari Erina, 4 poached eggs were placed on a plate within 2 minutes and handed to Nakari Erina by UN Lushan. "Give." Nakari Erina looked at the poached egg, remembering that she only took a small bite of the poached egg when she was in the Jen Lasheng transfer student assessment, and the tongue of God couldn't help spitting out saliva. Just thinking of what happened last time, Nakari Erina held back again. The entire exam venue collapsed last time. This time, there are so many people here. If something happens, it will be troublesome. Erina Nakari picked up the mobile phone and sent them to the insulation box, and put the poached eggs in the insulation box. "In the middle, I will go back to taste after the end." And the rest of the classroom saw that UN Lushan was able to pass the assessment with a poached egg, and the rest of them followed suit, but those who learn from me live, and those who resemble me die. Over 99% were directly rated E by the mustache lecturer, and the remaining few were rated C occasionally. As for Nakari Erina, there is no need to say more, the same is A. After the get out of class was over, the mustache lecturer immediately reported the incident to Nakari Sentimon. It's just that Nakari Sentimon just replied that he knows, that is, let the mustache lecturer know that UN Lushan is probably already on the list of Nakari Sentimon. It's a pity, a big bonus. Nakari Sentimon once announced to all the lecturers that as long as he finds the rough jade that has not been excavated, he will get a bonus. After taking a bite of the third poached egg made by UN Lushan, the mustache lecturer sighed again. It's the same again. If I were to make this poached egg, I'm afraid I can't do better than him. Are all the young people now such monsters? On the other side, Erina Nakari hurried back to her villa, went to the garden and took out the insulation box. Looking at the 4 poached eggs that were still warm, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The last time I didn't taste the most delicious egg yolk, this time it can be satisfied. Even in order not to affect the teaching, Nakari Erina also came to the garden to ensure that there would be no problems. Just the next moment. No, it's empty. Where is the mind? Where is UN Lushan's mind? After eating the 4 poached eggs, Erina Nakari's eyes widened. No, this poached egg does not contain the same intention as before. Nakari Erina, who felt that she had been tricked, took out her mobile phone angrily, but after taking out her mobile phone, she suddenly realized that she did not have Yuan Lushan's contact information. Yuan Lushan, you bastard, you wait for Miss Ben will never let you go. Seemingly feeling Nakari Erina's resentment, Yuan Lushan sneezed fiercely in front of a white-haired girl in front of him. Chapter 28 _ Looking at the white-haired girl in front of him, Yuan Lushan said to the white-haired girl in front of him, "Are you here to recruit me?" "Yes, I know that you are being bullied by that bad girl Erina, so Miss Alice has appeared like a hero in a fairy tale." Hearing the words of the white-haired girl in front of him, Nakari Alice, Yuan Lushan had a funny feeling for some reason. "If you guessed correctly, you definitely didn't come to recruit me to help me, but I felt that you actually came to me to be angry with Nakari Erina, and I rejected Nakari Erina, but was recruited by you. Then you can show off to Nakari Erina in an open and fair manner, and then the final result is that Nakari Erina is even more hostile to me, but you will have nothing." Nakari Alice didn't expect Yuan Lushan to see his true intentions, but Nakari Alice said to Yuan Lushan, "As long as I'm here, Erina will not be able to continue targeting you. So as long as you become Miss Ben's attendant, Miss Ben will cover you." "No, refuse, and I even refused Erina." "Nakari, why do you think that you will choose to follow you? Who gave you this courage, Miss Liang?" Yuan Lushan complained frantically, looking at this Nakari Alice in front of him. Yuan Lushan always felt that the other party was not very smart. Nakari Alice's expression was a little unsightly, and she looked at Yuan Lushan with a trace of unhappiness in her eyes. "Miss Ben has lost her former servant because of you. If you dare to refuse to be Miss Ben's servant, Miss Ben will never let you go." Yuan Lushan was shocked. "What does this have to do with yourself? Did you let the other party lose his followers?" "Unreasonable." Yuan Lushan glanced at Nakari Alice, but his mature psychology made Yuan Lushan not care about the threat of Nakari Alice, a little girl. "Whatever you are, I'm going to return to the dormitory now. Bye-bye." Having said that, Yuan Lushan bypassed Nakari Alice to prepare to return to Jixing Liu, but just took 2 steps, and Yuan Lushan found a hand holding his clothes hem. Turning his head, he looked at the girl behind him who was pulling her clothes and her eyes were red. "Don't act like I bullied you completely." Looking at Alice in front of him, Yuan Lushan said speechlessly. Alice looked at Yuan Lushan, "You are bullying me, because of you, Liang Jun is not a follower." Looking at Nakari Alice who fell down while talking about Jin Daodu, Yuan Lushan was dumbfounded. "Hey, girl, don't make it seem like it's my fault, I didn't do anything right." Yuan Lushan felt really wronged, and he took this black pot so vaguely. Looking at Alice Nakari who was crying more and more sad, Yuan Lushan had a headache. "Don't cry. If you promise to be my sidekick, I won't cry." "Eyes," Yuan Lushan said to Nakari Alice, "then you should continue to cry." "What a joke, what does it have to do with me whether you cry or not, why should I promise you?" She glanced at Nakari Alice with contempt. Yuan Lushan looked at Nakari Alice grabbing the hem of his clothes again. "You let go." "No, unless you're my sidekick. If you don't let go, I'll take you with me." Yuan Lushan threatened. "I don't." Seeing that Nakari Alice, who was determined to not let go, turned around and left, Nakari Alice pulled the hem of Yuan Lushan's clothes without letting go, so she could only be caught by Yuan Lushan. "Take it with you." It looked like a couple in conflict. Jixing Liu, Yishawai, who heard Yuan Lushan explain the ins and outs, looked at Yuan Lushan and laughed. "It turned out to be like this, I thought Lu Shenjun you were outside." Hey, what's wrong with me outside, please clarify." "Lu Shenjun, boys can't be bothered." "Hit you, bastard, although this girl is very beautiful, she is like a princess from a fairy tale, but I still have self-awareness. This kind of daughter of the Nakari family is not something I can achieve." Although Yuan Lushan said that knowing his own background is not easy, he did not think that his own background was great. Most of all, his own mother might be a high-level cook, but in Yuen Lushan's concept, high-end cooks are obviously inferior to chaebols. According to Yuen Lushan's concept, even a high-level cook is like a state banquet-level cook. To put it bluntly, is it still a cook who can compare to a trillionaire? It's like saying that the chef of a state banquet in the world of Yuen Lu's previous life can compare to two horses. There is no doubt that anyone who comes here will definitely not think that the chef of the state banquet can compare with a rich man like Zhuangma. So Yuen Lushan didn't have the status of a high-level cook as his mother. Lu Shenjun, this. Yi Shui smiled bitterly, looking at Yuen Lushan and not knowing what to say. Gao Pan? If you really want to talk about being high, then it's just other girls who are high on you. Ise Hui doesn't know who Yuen Lushan's father is, but Yuen Lushan's mother Ise Hui is clear, Genji. Even if it is no longer ancient and does not pay attention to his background, Genji is still a big family, and more importantly, Yuen Lushan's mother is a very powerful woman. She can affect Neon's economy with a single word. However, Yuen Lushan didn't seem to know, and Yi Siwi didn't dare to say anything. But don't say it, this Nikari Alice is really cute, and her personality is like a child's innocence, but I don't have that kind of thoughts about her, you can rest assured. Also, I'll ask Senior Ishaiki to help me get rid of this girl. I'm going to practice cooking. Yuen Lushan decisively threw the pot to Yisui. Chapter 29 2 generations of people, Yuen Lushan is almost in his 40s, and he has already seen things about love and love. For things like love, Yuen Lushan basically has no embrace. What to expect? Although Nikari Alice is really in line with Yuen Lushan's aesthetic, but Nikari Alice is too small in Yuen Lushan's view. My mental age is 40, and Nikari Alice is only in her teens. Yuen Lushan has a feeling when facing these young girls, as if he is facing his daughter. If you want to find a girlfriend, find someone who is the same age as this body. Yuen Lushan subconsciously treats the other party as a daughter, and finds someone who is the same age as himself. What is the use? Yuen Lushan is a man who remembers swordsmanship, and women have delicious food. There is no woman in the heart, and the sword is drawn naturally. On the first page of the sword score, forget your sweetheart. On the second page of the sword score, self-destruction of the soul of infatuation. On the third page of the sword manual, knife cuts arrows. On the fourth page of the sword manual, raise your hand to destroy the red dust. On the fifth page of the sword manual, an ex-lover beheaded in anger. The sixth page of the sword score, not a lover. On the seventh page of Jianpuo, close the door of the heart. After silently reciting the sword manual, Yuen Lushan said that now he is completely heart-stopping. How can a mere woman have the joy of learning cooking? In the future, if you can be like some chefs in Zonghua Ichiban, isn't that better than love? So Yuen Lushan decisively threw the trouble of Nikari Alice to Yoshiki, and then he himself fell into the study of cooking. On the other side, Nikari Alice, who was brought down by Yuen Lushan, was suddenly angry when she found out that she had been released by Yuen Lushan as a pigeon. Asshole! Looking at Ishaiki who was standing in front of her, Nikari Alice said to Ishaiki, I'm looking for Yuen Lushan. Lu Shenjun is practicing cooking now, so I can't let you disturb Lu Shenjun, just give up. So angry. Nikari Alice didn't care about this, glanced at Ishiki and said, if you don't let me go, I'll have people demolish this place. Even the young lady of the Nikari family can't demolish this place. The Jixing Liao is outside the management of the independent Totsuki. Yi Shui smiled, with the feeling of a smiling tiger. Miss Alice, please come back. Lu Shenjun needs to have good contact skills now, so please don't disturb Lu Shenjun. Ishaiki also doesn't want Nikari Alice to disturb Yuen Lushan. After all, it is considered Yuen Lushan's kindness, and it is no problem for Yishui to help Yuen Lushan solve these little troubles. Ishishui said that she definitely did not want Yuen Lushan to cook more food that contained her heart tonight. Nakari Alice felt the humiliation and looked at Ishiki. I want to go in and find UN Lushan, and I want to hear UN Lushan tell me personally. Nakari Alice is like this, but Ishiki Hui thinks it is a bit strange. How to do it seems like UN Lushan has always been messed up and abandoned. Miss Alice, as I said, Lu Shenjun wants to study, so please come back. Since Ishiki was asked by UN Lushan, it is natural to be responsible to the end. Nakari Alice was naturally unwilling and wanted to forcibly break in, but at this time the rest of the Jixing Liao also returned. Sakeki Ryoko and Yoshino Yuki looked at Ishiki Hui and Nakari Alice, their faces a suspicious look appeared. Senior Ishiki, is this a newcomer from Jixing Liao? No. Ishiki looked at Nakari Alice, and then explained Nakari Alice's purpose. After she figured it out, Sakeki Ryoko looked at Nakari Alice with a less friendly look. Are all the ladies of the Nakari family like this? Because they weren't Nakari Erina's sidekick, they were targeted, and you came here after you. Sakeki Ryoko's gentle character was a little angry. What the two young ladies of the Nakari family have done is truly disgusting. Nakari Erina didn't ask UN Lushan to promise to be a follower, so he made people target UN Lushan, and now Nakari Alice is even more stalking. Nakari Alice was a little speechless. At this moment, Nakari Alice didn't know what to say. Nakari Alice looked at the eyes of the people in Jixing Liao, and she felt aggrieved. She just wanted UN Lushan to be his sidekick, and he was his own sidekick. With Nakari Alice covering, Yuan Lu born in the far moon, nothing will happen, even if Nakari Erina is targeted, but Nakari Alice is also a member of the Nakari family, who is afraid of who. Therefore, it is also beneficial to Yuan Lushan, and because of this reason, Nakari Alice's original follower, Kurikai Barayo, is no longer the follower of Nakari Alice. Soldier. Immediately, I felt wronged in my heart, and then my small mouth was deflated. Wow. A group of people in Jixing Liao watched Nakari Alice cry directly, and suddenly panicked. Such a big person actually cried directly. UN Lushan also walked downstairs, and Nakari Alice's cry UN Lushan was heard upstairs. UN Lushan, who came downstairs, looked at Alice Nakari who was crying, helpless. Getting along with the characters of these original plots, UN Lushan also slowly recovered some memories of the tasks of these original plots. UN Lushan is also somewhat familiar with Nakari Alice's character. She is a girl with no bad intentions, and her only obsession is probably to surpass Nakari Erina. That's why she wanted to make herself a sidekick to prove that she could do what Nakari Erina couldn't do. Okay, don't cry, darling. UN Lushan walked to Nakari Alice's side and gently touched Nakari Alice's head. Sakeki Ryoko and the people from Jixing Liao watched this scene, and for some reason, they suddenly felt like a father was comforting his crying daughter. Nakari Alice looked at Yuan Lushan who appeared, and then waved her hands, beating Yuan Lushan's chest. Bad, 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 I just want you to be my sidekick. It's not bad for you to be my class. With me covering you, no one dares to do anything to you in the far moon. You actually bullied Miss Ben, brought me to this haunted house, and let others murder me. UN Lushan looked at Yi Siwi and the others in astonishment. How can this be explained that they are not bullying? But it is also really not bullied, but... UN Lushan probably understood. Okay, my fault, then I'll make it up to you, okay. Chapter 30_. Now, here it is. UN Lushan put a portion of the egg in sugar water in front of Nakari Alice. UN Lushan looked at the rest of the Jixing Liao and said, if you want to eat, there is still in the kitchen. After UN Lushan said these words, the next moment, a group of people from Jixing Liao rushed into the kitchen. Is this so delicious? Nakari Alice looked at UN Lushan suspiciously. Try it. Looking at Nakari Alice, UN Lushan said to Nakari Alice. I won't forgive you if it doesn't taste good. Nakari Alice puffed up her face and looked at UN Lushan. For Yuen Lushan's previous behavior, Nakari Alice was quite angry. Okay, let's have a taste. Nakari Alice looked at Yuen Lushan suspiciously. Then I'll have a taste. I want an egg. In an instant, Nakari Alice's thinking was defeated by the intention contained in the egg, and the food fantasy created by the strong intention directly caused Nakari Alice to fall into the food fantasy. Nakari Alice looked at everything in that gourmet fantasy with the eyes of a third party. In the food fantasy, Nakari Alice saw that Yuen Lushan launched a strong pursuit of himself in the food fantasy, and changed countless ways to confess to himself. Even if she was just watching as a third party, Nakari Alice could still feel the strong love contained in Yuen Lushan's heart. For a while, Nakari Alice actually became a little flustered, and then suddenly she got out of the food fantasy. Then Nakari Alice, who regained consciousness, looked at Yuen Lushan's face, and her face suddenly turned red. Looking at Yuen Lushan's face, Nakari Alice couldn't help but think of everything she had seen in the food fantasy. This person likes herself? It was the first time someone confessed, but Alice Nakari never imagined that she would receive such a confession. Hey. Yuen Lushan looked at Nakari Alice in front of him with some doubts. What happened to this girl? On the other hand, Ryoko Sakeki in the kitchen was very unhappy. Green. I feel green. Sakeki Ryoko felt the meaning of Yuen Lushan in the sugar-sweetened eggs. It should have been a sweet sugar-sweetened egg, but at this moment in Sakeki Ryoko, it was so bitter. Ryoko. The rest of the Jixing Lyo looked at Ryoko Sakeki, not knowing how to comfort Ryoko in front of him. Lu Shenjun is really... Ise didn't know what to say. However, Ishaiki felt something was wrong. Yuen Lushan's previous appearance obviously didn't look like he liked Nakari Alice, but the intention in this dish could not be deceitful. Could it be that, in fact, Yuen Lushan is a boring person? I think, I can actually ask Lu Shenjun about this matter. What do you think? Hearing Yisui's words, the others nodded slightly. On the contrary, Yuen Lushan also has to ask clearly. Then after Miss Alice leaves, let's ask Lu Shenjun. Isashiwi looked at him and smiled, but there was some worry in her heart. If Yuen Lushan's answer is not good, then maybe things will be completely different. I have a headache. The good atmosphere of Jixing Lyo should not be destroyed because of this incident. Yuen Lushan looked at Nakari Alice, who fled in a panic, and felt strange in his heart. Why is this girl's face turning red all of a sudden? When she looks at herself, she can't even speak, stammering, and I didn't add any computer accessories to the sugar-sweetened eggs. What? But Nakari Alice just left, and Yuen Lushan was stopped by Ishaiki. Lu Shenjun, there is something I want to ask you, you have to answer me honestly. Well, Senior Ishaiki, tell me. Yisui's expression was a little dignified, and Yuen Lushan couldn't help but become serious. Do you like that Miss Alice? Yuen Lushan was stunned by the direct question of Issei Hui's words. Ishiki-senpai, what are you talking about? How could I like Nakari Alice? What I say to Nakari Alice is more like a father looking at his daughter. You see, Nakari Alice that with the character of a child, crying when you cry is like a child. Yishui breathed a sigh of relief. And the group of people who were hiding and eavesdropping on the side were also relieved. Then what's with the mind in this sugar-sweetened egg? Mind. Yuen Lushan scratched his head. Please, I really don't understand what you are saying, but when I was cooking eggs in sugar water, I was thinking about Nakari Alice, but I was only thinking about Nakari Alice. Lovely, a daughter who looks like this should be very happy. Yuen Lushan, a guy who is an uncle at heart, really thinks like this. If he hadn't traveled through it, Yuen Lushan should already have children of his own. Ishaiki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I thought you fell in love with Miss Alice. If you look like this, Sakeki-san will. Wait a minute, what does this have to do with Ryoko? UN Lushan's words made Yi Siwi look at UN Lushan. You don't like Sakeka-san? UN Lushan looked at Yi Sihui strangely. Although Ryoko is very gentle and caring, she will definitely be a good wife in the future, but naturally I won't have any ideas for such an excellent girl, and I can't delay others, so I never thought about this kind of thing. You wouldn't have misunderstood because Ryoko was eager to help me. Yi Siwi was silent, and the group of people who were eavesdropping were also silent. Lushan-jun, do you have a girl you like? No, why do you suddenly ask such a question? My situation is rather special. Love or something should be considered a luxury for me. An uncle in his 40s falls in love with a teenage girl. UN Lushan said that he could not pass the test in his heart. Looking for a New Year's UN Lushan and can't accept other people's eyes, so long live single. And do women have a culinary scent? Chapter 31 Heard UN Lushan's reason and asked curiously, why do you think that love is a luxury, Lushan-jun? Yi Siwi said that he couldn't understand it, why UN Lushan would say that love is a luxury for him. It's hard to tell you about this, but as long as you know, Ishaiki-senpai, I probably won't be able to fall in love. Yi Siwi looked at UN Lushan, thoughtfully, but didn't say anything. And the group of people who were eavesdropping saw that there was nothing else to hear, and left quietly. The explanation is also explained clearly, Senior Ishaiki, I will continue to practice cooking. Yi Siwi nodded with a smile. Then call me if you have anything, Lushan-jun. Hearing Izui say this, UN Lushan naturally wouldn't be polite to Izui. No problem, when I have any problems, I will come to ask Senior Ishaiki. Well. When UN Lushan went to practice cooking, the rest of Jixing Liu gathered together. What do you think? Ishaiki looked at Sakeki Ryoko, although she said she was asking the others, but in fact Ishaiki was testing Sakeki Ryoko's attitude. Senior Ishaiki, do you think what Lushang said is true? Looking at Ishaiki, Ryoko Sakeki asked instead. Ishaiki glanced at Sakeki Ryoko, and then said with certainty, Lushan-jun was definitely not lying before, so I can be sure that Lushan-jun must have something to hide. Ishaiki's answer made Sakeki Ryoko believe her feelings even more. Sakeki Ryoko also believes that UN Lushan is definitely not the kind of person who is jealous. Then the question is, what exactly is Lushan-jun's mind? UN Lushan's mind, what is going on? UN Lushan confessed to Ryoko Sakeki because of the confession contained in cooking, but later confessed to Nikiri Alice. You said, can Lushan-jun actually be unable to control his mind at all? I mean Lushan-jun. Maybe Lushan-jun is not confessing to a girl, but Lushan-jun wants to fall in love, so any girl can be the one who confessed? Ishaiki knew a lot about things like mind, so she made her guess. Lushan-jun couldn't fall in love for some reason, so Lushan-jun actually longed to be able to confess and communicate with girls like ordinary people, but because he couldn't do it, he subconsciously incorporated this kind of intention into his cooking. Everyone in Jixing Liu felt that this reason was the most explainable. But, what is the reason that Lushan-jun feels that love is a luxury? Yoshino Yuki asked. Ishaiki glanced at the others, and then said a possibility that she had already guessed in her heart. Maybe it's a marriage contract. The group of people in Jixing Liu suddenly widened their eyes. You mean, Lushan-jun may already have a marriage contract? Ishaiki nodded with a serious expression. If I'm not mistaken, Lushan-jun has a marriage contract on his body. The expressions of everyone changed slightly. Okay, now that you know this is a misunderstanding, let's stop here, Sakeki-san. Although Lushan-jun's intention may be a misunderstanding, what kind of person do you think Lushan-jun is? If you like it, don't miss it. Issei said, pulling the others away, leaving the space to Sakeki Ryoko alone, and letting Sakeki Ryoko think hard. After everyone left, Sakeki Ryoko's originally embarrassed mood eased a little. Like it? Ryoko Sakeka was thinking about the thoughts contained in Yuan Lushan's cooking. Through Yuan Lushan's cooking, Sakeka Ryoko knew what kind of person Yuan Lushan was. Is a very gentle boy. It just seems a little bit old. Lushan, if that's true, that's fine. Sakeka Ryoko admitted that he was moved by Yuan Lushan's thoughts before, so he tried to respond to Yuan Lushan, but now Sakeka Ryoko found out that Yuan Lushan's thoughts were not Yuan Lushan's real thoughts. Am I being a little self-indulgent? Sakeka Ryoko is also in distress, and she is a little self-indulgent. But then Sakeka Ryoko confirmed one thing, that is, she doesn't hate Yuan Lushan, and the gentle love contained in Yuan Lushan's cooking moved Sakeka Ryoko. So why not make yourself that girl? Anyway, Yuan Lushan doesn't really like someone. Since that's the case, let the girl who Yuan Lushan wanted to express in his heart truly become himself. Yuan Lushan didn't know that his own thoughts had caused so many misunderstandings. Now Yuan Lushan still doesn't understand what his mind is. At dusk, Yuan Lushan was dumbfounded when he saw Xinping Chuangzhen, who had not come to report yet. Has the plot changed? However, when the sun was about to completely sink, Yuan Lushan finally saw Xinping Chuangzhen. Just looking at the scars on Xinping Chuangzhen, Yuan Lushan couldn't help looking at Xinping Chuangzhen. What's the matter with you? Got into a fight with someone? Xinping Chuangzhen now has a black eye socket, and at the same time, the corner of his mouth is also scratched, and there are many bruises on his body that have been beaten, and his clothes are also damaged in many places. It's okay. Xinping Chuangzhen saw Yuan Lushan and said casually. Yuan Lushan looked at Xinping Chuangzhen with a heavy expression. Xinping Chuangzhen saw Yuan Lushan's gaze, and felt a pressure passed from Yuan Lushan's body. Chuangzhen, we are friends. Xinping Chuangzhen saw Yuan Lushan's appearance, with a stiff smile, and then said, forget it, it's okay, I will avenge this revenge myself. So, what the hell is going on? Looking at Xinping Chuangzhen, Yuan Lushan spoke again, and this time Xinping Chuangzhen felt even more pressure. Yukihira, I don't want to ask repeated words. Xinping Chuangzhen felt the pressure on Yuan Lushan and spoke helplessly. Chapter 32 Yuan Lushan's expression became ugly after hearing about Xinping Chuangzhen. Yuan Lushan did not expect Xinping Chuangzhen to be attacked by that group of filial sons. And there are some reasons why Xinping Chuangzhen was implicated by Yuan Lushan. Kahei Soma was dissatisfied with many people because of his remarks at the entrance ceremony. In addition, Kahei Soma was a transfer student like Yuan Lushan, and Nakiri Erina had already stated that he would target Yuan Lushan before. Transfer students. Those filial sons couldn't find Yuan Lushan, so they stopped copying Chuangzhen. Even if copying Chuangzhen resisted, but the opponents were numerous and fortunately failed to resist, and then he was beaten. Looking at Yuan Lushan with a sullen face, the group of people in Jixing-Liu who heard the news could feel how bad Yuan Lushan was at this moment. Lushan-jun. Yaisui looked at Yuan Lushan and shouted. Yuan Lu let out a long sigh and ignored Ishiwi, looked at Kohira Soma and said, okay, you go take a shower first, this matter won't be over. By the way, there will be an accommodation assessment later. If you don't get the approval of the accommodation manager, you won't be able to live here. Is there any problem with your current state? Hearing the question about cooking, Sophia Kahei said decisively, no problem, there are only some skin injuries on the body, and it has no effect on the cooking. Well, then you go take a bath first, I have something to go out and come back soon. Lushan-jun. Yi Shihui frowned at Yuan Lushan, worried that Yuan Lushan would do something stupid under his impulse. Don't worry Ishiiki-senpai, I'm past the age where I feel impulsive because of anger. If Yuan Lushan was really a teenager, then maybe he would be so impulsive that he wanted to give an eye for an eye, but Yuan Lushan, who was already in his 40s, wouldn't do it like this. Okay, don't worry about me, I'm measured. Yuan Lushan said and walked out of Jixing Liao. Seeing Yuan Lushan leaving Jixing Liao alone, Sakeki Ryoko said to Ishaiki with some worry, Senior Ishaiki, will Lu Sheng? Don't worry, Lu Shenjun is very rational. Ishaiki sighed in her heart that she was indeed a descendant of Genji, but if it was someone else at this age, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so calm. Now Yuan Lushan can be calm like this, and let Ishiwi know that Yuan Lushan will not do anything impulsive. Then Chuang Zhenjun, although it's time for girls to take a bath, but the others came back earlier today, and they've already finished their baths. You can go and wash them. Afterwards, if you pass the assessment of Mrs. Wengsu, then you are Jixing Liao. I'm one of the members, but from the looks of you, you probably didn't bring your own ingredients, but as Lu Shenjun's friend, I can lend you some. After Yuan Lushan left the Jixing Liao, he went to find Nakiri Sentimon. As the commander-in-chief of Taijutsu Academy, Nakiri Sentimon naturally needs to be dealt with in this matter, even though Yuan Lushan didn't want Nakiri Sentimon's explanation. Where in the security office, Yuan Lushan contacted Nakiri Sentimon. Over the phone, Nakiri Sentimon listened to Yuan Lushan's narration, and then asked Yuan Lushan, then do you want me to deal with it? Of course not. After all, I'm not the kind of good student who calls out to the teacher if he loses a fight. What do you mean? I hope you can give me the list of those who started today, the head coach, that's all. I think this shouldn't be difficult for the head coach. Hearing this sentence, Nakiri Sentimon on the other end of the phone obviously understood what Yuan Lushan meant. Yuan Lushan intends to take revenge himself. Okay, I'll have someone send this list to your phone tomorrow, so what else? No, then don't disturb the commander-in-chief. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he hung up the phone, but Nakiri Sentimon on the other end of the phone was kept for several minutes. Actually hung up my phone first, this kid. Nakiri Sentimon said, picked up the phone and called the security office. List all the people who started today, and then send it to Yuan Lushan's mobile phone, remember to not miss one. Yes. Nakiri Sentimon then thought about his granddaughter. Nakiri Erina's affairs with Zhen Lisheng are not only the students of the school, but the teachers of the school and Nakiri Sentimon are now aware of it. If it weren't for Nakiri Sentimon, then the current teachers, including those teachers, would target Zhen Lisheng. Those teachers wouldn't mind targeting a student to please God's tongue, or even the future owner of the Nakiri family. So this is what happens. Erina needs to pay attention, remind Erina to be careful, otherwise, if Yuan Lushan completely hates Erina, it will be troublesome. Why did Nakiri Sentimon shamelessly bring Yuan Lushan to Totsuki? Is it because Yuan Lushan will become the redemption of the tongue of God? So if Zhen Lisheng and God's tongue broke up, everything that Nakiri Sentimon did would be in vain. But Nakiri Sentimon couldn't directly remind Nakiri Erina. After a while, Nakiri Sentimon gave up, whatever happened, no matter what. Looking at the relationship between Nakiri Erina and Yuan Lushan now, it is not necessary for Nakiri Sentimon to intervene for the time being. On the other hand, Yuan Lushan returned to Jixinjiao after negotiating with Nakiri Sentimon. However, when Yuan Lushan came back, he happened to see the scene where Domito Fumio was holding onto Yuki Hirasoma and wanted to kiss him. Immediately Yuan Lushan felt that his three views were severely impacted. Looking at Yuki Hirasoma and Omido Fumio, he hesitated for a while before asking, "Twilight love?" "It's not." Yuki Hirasoma hurriedly explained. If he didn't explain it quickly, he would doubt that he would die socially. Chapter 33 _ After an explanation, Xinping Chuangzhen was convinced by Yuan Lushan that it was not because he had a twilight love with Wengsu Damidang, and the rest of the people then asked Yuan Lushan what he was doing out. Seeing the appearance of these people, Yuan Lushan thought for a while and said, "This time I went out to contact the headmaster of the academy. After all, people were beaten, so I need an explanation, but I didn't want to let them go." When the school came forward, I just asked for the list of beatings this time. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Yi Shihui looked at Yuan Lushan meaningfully, and the rest of Jixing Liu also watched Yuan Lushan react. Lu Shenjun, do you want it? Ibuzaki Jun has some doubts about the list of people Yuan Lushan wants to come here, but more of it is a kind of understanding, but it is still uncertain. Yuan Lushan naturally answered truthfully to Ibuzaki Jun's question. Since the other party has taken action, then we naturally want to take revenge. I am very cautious. Since the other party dares to take action against Zhuangzhen, then I will use my means to take revenge. Isn't there a method of eating halberds in the far moon? If so, I will use this method to take revenge on the other side in an upright manner. After finishing speaking, Yuan Lushan looked at Xinping Zhuangzhen. I think you think so too, Zhuangzhen. Koping Soma, whose face was beaten into a pig's head, heard Yuan Lushan's words and showed an expression that was exactly what I wanted. That's right. But Lu Shen, are you planning to get involved? Sakaki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan and asked. Of course, it's just not now. I'm still very self-aware. Right now, I'm just delivering food to the other party, but as long as you give me some time, I don't believe that I can't deal with them. Although Yuan Lushan said that he had the intention to take revenge on all those people now, Yuan Lushan also knew very well that it was not time for him to take revenge, and he had to wait. I'll do it myself. Xinping Chuang really didn't want Yuan Lushan to be involved, so he planned to carry it by himself. Don't be stupid, this time it's not just about you alone, the other party is coming for me, you're just implicated. Of course your previous remarks at the entrance ceremony were too arrogant, so being beaten up for an excuse, you deserve it. Yukihiro was really embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Was the previous remarks arrogant? Luckily, he was not conscious at all. Then let's rest early tonight, and we will continue the class tomorrow. When the list is available, I also plan to use the people on the list to practice my skills. Does anyone in our school have better news? When the time comes, let the other party help us rank the strength of the people on this list, and take revenge from those weak people first. Leave this matter to me, I happen to have someone who knows this aspect. Ishigami said with a smile. Then please, Ishaiki-senpai. The next morning, Yuan Lushan received an email on his mobile phone. The emails were filled with the names of the people who had done this time with Kahei Soma. After forwarding this email to Yishui, Yuan Lushan believed that since Yishui agreed, he would definitely be able to get it done. Ishaiki received the email, smiled and changed her formal clothes to go out. In a peaceful building not long after, Jizhiguo Ningning looked at Ishiwi who came to ask for help and said coldly, "Why should I help you?" Jizhiguo Ningning said to Yisiwi with a cold face. Jizhiguo Ningning obviously had no interest in being asked for help by Yishui. There is no reason to help Ishihui, you must know that Ishihui is the guy that Jizhiguo Ningning hates, and it would be good if he didn't directly drive this guy away. This is not helping me, but helping Lu Shenjun. Jizhiguo Ningning was practicing the tea ceremony, and with a slight movement, the tea soup was immediately sprinkled on the tatami. So, like this, are you willing to help? Yisiwi was sure that Jizhiguo Ningning would definitely help with this, because it was Yuan Lushan's favor. Ningning of Jizhiguo may not help Yisiwi, but Ningning of Jizhiguo will definitely help Yuan Lushan. Not unexpectedly, Jizhiguo Ningning said silently, "List." Yishui smiled and sent the list to Jizhiguo Ningning's phone. Glancing at the list, Jizhiguo Ningning picked up the phone and called someone. "Give you a list, and then list the strength of each person on the list, and I want detailed information." "Yes." Jizhiguo Ningning hung up the phone and looked at Yisiwi. "What do you know?" Jizhiguo Ningning doubted whether Yishui knew something. "I know, it is because I know that I came here to find you." Jizhiguo Ningning's face flashed a trace of anger. But I also have one thing to tell you. Regarding Lu Shenjun's intentions, you also ate Lu Shenjun's poached eggs during the assessment, right? So have you felt Lu Shenjun's intentions? Ji's Higuo Ningning was expressionless. It's none of your business. If I said that Lu Shenjun's intention in cooking was actually a misunderstanding, what would you think? They were childhood sweethearts Izui and Ji's Higuo Ningning. Ji's Higuo Ningning was hostile to Izui, but Izui really cared about Ji's Higuo Ningning, just like her own sister next door. So after knowing Yuan Lushan's intentions, Yi Siwi wanted to tell Ji's Higuo Ningning about this to avoid any misunderstanding. After telling Ji's Higuo Ningning her guesses about Yuan Lushan's intentions, Yi Shiwi said to Ji's Higuo Ningning, you should think about some things, and after the list is finished, send the list to its fine in my mailbox, and now I'll take my leave, and you shouldn't want to see me if you want to come. Is Heike still understands why she is being hostile to herself? Wait a minute. Ji's Higuo Ningning stopped Yisui. So, if what you're saying is true, how does he feel about me? I don't know, but it seems that there should be quite a few people who like Lu Shenjun. Thinking about Ryoko Sakeki and Jixing Liao, and Tiansuo Wei who peeked at Yuan Lushan from time to time, Is Heike felt that the peach blossoms after Yuan Lushan should be very prosperous. Chapter 34 After Yuan Lushan sent the list to Yisui, he went to class. After all, he was not a top 10. It didn't matter whether he attended the class or not. When he entered the classroom, Yuan Lushan felt a piercing coolness. Looking at the two girls facing each other in the classroom, Yuan Lushan subconsciously wanted to reclose the open door, but when Nehi Yuan Lushan came in, the people in the classroom were already staring at each other. Yuan Lushan is watching. The two girls who were fighting against each other also looked at Yuan Lushan as soon as Yuan Lushan opened the door. Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice saw that Yuan Lushan was about to close the door again, and immediately shouted at Yuan Lushan, "Come back." Yuan Lushan made a move and then silently looked at Nakiri Alice and Nakiri Erina in the classroom. Helplessly walking into the classroom, Yuan Lushan asked the two sisters, "What are you doing?" Nakiri Erina snorted coldly, thinking that there was no intention in Yuan Lushan's poached egg yesterday. She snorted and did not explain. Nakiri Alice on the side said to Yuan Lushan, "Today is a team class, so who do you want to choose as your teammate?" Yuan Lushan got a big head when he heard this question. It's basically a question of whose wife and mother fell into the river. Who do you save first? Yuan Lushan was a little speechless. This question is fundamentally a fatal question. Is wrong. I choose to die in place. Yuan Lushan stared at the godless eyes and said, "No, even if you want to die, then you have to make a choice to die." Nakiri Erina said angrily. From Nakiri Erina's point of view, what is there to choose from? Which green onion Nakiri Alice is it important to have a finger from Miss Ben? In Nakiri Alice's view, Yuan Lushan will definitely choose himself. After all, Yuan Lushan only confessed to himself yesterday, so today's is to step on Erina's face. Yuan Lushan looked at the two sisters and looked up at the ceiling. I have done something wrong to be tortured by this pair of sisters. Compared to this matter, I have something to ask you about. Looking at Nakiri Erina with a serious look. It's okay if you want people to target me, but I want you to restrain those people. Another transfer student yesterday was beaten up by your admirers. Nakiri Erina's complexion changed slightly, looking at Yuan Lushan and subconsciously asking, "Then are you all right?" "I'm fine, it's just that the other transfer student was beaten a little bit badly yesterday, and the good thing is that there isn't much of a problem, so Erina, I hope you can restrain your admirers, if you can target me, but don't implicate others, and if you want to do it, you can just find me." A trace of anger appeared on Nakiri Erina's face. "I didn't know they would do this kind of thing. I'll take care of those people and give you an account." "No, as long as you restrain them, I will ask for it myself." Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan in astonishment, and then seemed to understand something. While Nakiri Alice heard the conversation between Nakiri Erina and Jen Lashen, she couldn't help but said to Nakiri Erina, "Erina, you are really despicable, you are using this method behind your back, but you have the nerve to call yourself a chef. I didn't let them do it, and I will punish those people well." Yuen Lushan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he succeeded in changing the topic, and the problem of forming a team is now. Also, who are you going to choose to be your team member? Nakiri Erina will also change the topic. In order not to continue this embarrassing topic, Nakiri Erina also chose to change the topic and threw the topic back to Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan, I choose to die in place. Yuen Lushan no longer knew what he should say. What kind of sins did I do in my last life, so that now I actually have to do this kind of multiple choice question? Moreover, Yuen Lushan always felt that if he made the wrong choice, the consequences would be very serious. The inexplicable Yuen Lushan felt a chill in his neck. Come on, choose who to team up with. Nakiri Erina was a little impatient, looked at Yuen Lushan in front of him and said, and Nakiri Alice on the side was the same, there is no reason to hesitate, Erina has bullied you so much, you naturally should be with you. I team up together. The two of you team up together, I'll do it alone. Yuen Lushan decisively refused. You. Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice glared at Jen Lushan. What's the meaning? This person. Yuen Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice and said, I plan to rely on my own efforts. Yuen Lushan said expressionlessly. But Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice on one side saw through Yuen Lushan at a glance. Give me a reason why you didn't choose me. Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan with cold eyes. Nakiri Alice also looked at Yuen Lushan, her eyes seemed to be looking at a heartless man. I only confessed to myself yesterday, has Yuen Lushan already forgotten this thing today? The rest of the men in the class looked at Yuen Lushan with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn, Miss Erina dared to refuse to invite her to form a team. And Miss Alice, too, Miss Alice is so cute. Nakiri Alice and Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan. I'll give you one last chance, choose who you want to be your teammate. Everyone in the entire classroom was watching Yuen Lushan, and suddenly Yuen Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice. Did you invite me to form a team because you like me? Yuen Lushan's words immediately caused Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice into chaos. What nonsense, how could I possibly like you? How could Nakiri Erina admit that she likes Jen Lashen? So Nakiri Erina decisively denied it. Yuen Lushan looked at Nakiri Alice. Miss Ben's vision is very high, and you don't meet it? Yuen Lushan replied immediately after hearing it, since you don't like me, why do you still invite me to form a team? Jen Lashen's eyes looked directly at Nakiri Alice and Nakiri Erina. The two subconsciously avoided Yuen Lushan's gaze, and then Nakiri Erina snorted coldly, I just don't want you to be expelled from school so soon, so I can't torture you, but since you don't know what's good or bad, Miss Ben is too lazy to take care of you. As long as Erina wants me, I'll grab it, I'm not interested in you. Chapter 35_. Finally, Yuen Lushan escaped. Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice were unwilling to admit it because of Yuen Lushan's words, so they did not continue to ask Yuen Lushan to form a team with them, but the two looking at Yuen Lushan's eyes, it is obvious that there is a pair of quickly choosing me as a teammate. However, how could Yuen Lushan seek his own death, so he directly ignored Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Alice. Not long after the class bell rang, two people walked in from outside the door. One is a lecturer and the other is a teaching assistant. It's actually lecturer Roland Chappelle. It's over. This time I'm definitely failing. Exclamations rang out in the classroom. Roland Chappelle? Hearing this name, Yuen Lushan felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember the relevant plot. Seems that Roland Chappelle should also be a supporting role in The Spirit of Eating Halberds. Roland Chapelle walked in and was a little surprised to see Erina Nikari, but she was even more surprised when she saw Alice Nikari. How could these two sisters meet in a class? However, although he was curious, Roland Chapelle didn't say much, and began to teach these students. After the knowledge class was over, Roland Chapelle asked the assistant to write the recipe on the blackboard. French vegetable jelly, this is the practical topic of your class. You can make it according to the recipe I gave, or you can make it according to your own ideas. I only have one request, which is to satisfy me. After speaking, Roland Chapelle said, this time it's a three-man team, so you can team up freely. Team of three? Yuen Lushan was suddenly dumbfounded. That Roland Chapelle doesn't understand the truth of what I want. Yuen Lushan complained wildly in his heart, but looking at Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice, he found that both Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice were holding their arms and sneering at Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan was so fucked up in his heart, why didn't he think of having all of them before? But now, Yuen Lushan decided to put his face down. Miss Erina, Miss Alice, do you have the honor to invite you to form a team together? Hee hee. Nikari Erina sneered and looked at Yuen Lushan with her arms crossed. Nikari Alice even snorted coldly and turned her head away completely. Gee. So, these girls are trouble. It looks like I'm out of luck, so just find someone to form a team when you're done. Yuen Lushan said and began to look for the rest of the candidates in the classroom, but Yuen Lushan soon discovered that in addition to himself, Nikari Erina, and Nikari Alice, everyone else in the classroom was already team up. This. Looking at the two eldest ladies in front of him, Yuen Lushan really felt tired. One rub is tired, and now another one. In the end, the only request from Yuen Lushan was Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina, who reluctantly teamed up with Yuen Lushan. However, the two sisters quarreled about who was the captain. In the end, Yuen Lushan made a strong attack and won the captain's position. After that, Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice quarreled again over the recipe. Yuen Lushan could only helplessly let the two of them make their own recipes, and make them according to Teacher Chapelle's recipe. After making it, whoever tastes the most delicious, then send it to Teacher Chapelle. All in all, Lu Shenji's own life was reduced by at least several years in this lesson. The rest of the people looked at Yuen Lushan with schadenfreude. Let you team up with two young ladies of the Nikari family, now it's alright, you'll be punished. After Yuen Lushan dealt with Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina, he began to cook according to Roland Chapelle's recipe. To be honest, for a novice like Yuen Lushan, cooking French vegetable jelly, which is not a simple dish, is really a torment. Fortunately, Yuen Lushan's talent for cooking seems to be more than limited to the control of the heat and the quick familiarity with the knife skills. Yuen Lushan is also in the process of cooking French vegetable jelly, and slowly mastering this recipe. Of course, it only means that Yuen Lushan can draw gourds according to the scoop, but it does not mean that Yuen Lushan can be out of the blue. Looking at the French vegetable jelly he completed, Yuen Lushan's face showed sincere joy. This kind of self-made results, whether it is delicious or not, after making it at that time, at least I want to have a sense of accomplishment. Nikari Erina was cooking while observing the source of life. Seeing that Yuen Lushan was unfamiliar at the beginning, and then slowly became familiar with it, he mastered the French vegetable freezing in a short period of time, and his eyes could not help showing a kind of jealousy. This guy's culinary talent is so good that Erina Nikari is jealous. Nikari Alice is also observing, but she only thinks Yuen Lushan is clumsy. Nikari Alice doesn't know the specific details of Yuen Lushan, but according to Yuen Lushan's sugar water eggs, Yuen Lushan's cooking skills shouldn't be bad. After all, there is no reason for poor cooking skills to be able to cook dishes that contain hearts. However, Nikari Alice happened to meet Yuen Lushan, a freak, who has 10 skills in cooking and 9 skills, but a guy who doesn't know a thing, but it's a light-hearted, wrong, it should be said that he was born in the super class behind the chef's gate. Many cooks cannot become super chefs because they cannot integrate their minds into cooking, but Yuan Lushan is born with the ability to integrate their minds into cooking. So this is equivalent to a full level tuba, all skills are maxed and then re-leveled. Yuan Lushan looked at Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina and said, "Would you like to try it, although it may not be delicious, but this is the first French vegetable jelly I have made, and it is very meaningful." Jen Lasheng asked Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina. "Eat." The two said in unison. Yuan Lushan divided the frozen French vegetables into 3 points, and suddenly a voice sounded in Yuan Lushan's ear. "Get me one too." Yuan Lushan turned his head to look at Roland Chapelle who was talking. "The French vegetable jelly from our group will be presented by Erina and Alice, and my share. This dish will not be included in the evaluation." At Roland Chapelle's words. "Then it's all right." Yuan Lushan divided the French vegetable jelly he made into 4 parts, and then gave them to Alice Nakari, Erina Nakari, and Roland Chapelle, and kept one for himself. Chapter 36 _ 4 servings of French vegetable jelly. Yuan Lushan didn't have any special feeling when he ate his portion, but after eating it, Yuan Lushan's own mood seemed to have unexpectedly changed. Okay. Yuan Lushan was quite satisfied with the French vegetable jelly that he made for the first time, at least not so bad that he wanted to vomit. But after the other 3 people ate it, it was different. Roland Chapelle closed his eyes and slowly savored it. Sky, sunshine, warm wind, flowers. It was as if the mind had been tranquil in an instant, but Roland Chapelle's serious and old-fashioned face could not help but gently and quietly provoked an arc. Laughing, actually laughing, Mr. Roland Chapelle laughed. Those students suddenly shouted after seeing Roland Chapelle actually smiling. Roland Chapelle is serious and old-fashioned, and most of the time he has a straight face. Therefore, the students in the school have gradually discovered one thing, that is, only Roland Chapelle can eat delicious food. It's time to smile. And now Roland Chapelle is smiling. Does this mean that Roland Chapelle has already eaten food that satisfied him? Thinking of this, those students looked at Yuan Lushan and couldn't help swallowing saliva. Is this guy so strong? On the other side, Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina also felt Yuan Lushan's heart from the dishes. It's as if I want to lie on the endless ground, the sun in the sky is warm, and the wind with the scent of grass is blowing, the whole person seems to be sublimated, Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice. The two seemed to have purified their minds, and the irritability and depression in their hearts suddenly disappeared. He unconsciously put the French vegetable jelly into his mouth, and the 3 Roland Chapelle didn't open their eyes until they had tasted all the French vegetable jelly. Just when he opened his eyes, there was a trace of regret in Roland Chapelle's eyes. Looking at the empty plate, Roland Chapelle said to Yuan Lushan, "You are the most talented student I have ever seen." Roland Chapelle's affirmative words directly caused the rest of the students in the classroom to widen their eyes. Roland Chapelle actually said that Yuan Lushan was the most talented student he had ever seen. Does this mean that Yuan Lushan's talent surpassed any previous student from UNU? You must know that Roland Chapelle has been teaching Taijutsu students for a long time. Even the golden generation of Taijutsu, that is, the era of Dojimajin and Kobo Seikiro, was also taught by Roland Chapelle. But now Roland Chapelle is saying that Yuan Lushan's talent is far beyond them. Thank you for the compliment from the lecturer. You guys are qualified. Roland Chapelle finished speaking, he said to his assistant, "The next assessment will be handed over to you. Today, I don't want other food to spoil the lingering taste in my mouth." Yes. Those people in the classroom even widened their eyes, looking at Yuan Lushan with jealousy in their eyes. And Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice looked at the French vegetable jelly they made, with unhappy expressions on their faces. Nakari Alice even looked at Yuan Lushan and complained fiercely. "Monster!" Yuan Lushan looked at Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice's French vegetable jelly and said, "Since Roland Chapelle said we are qualified, let's eat it by ourselves." If you want to give it to you, I won't eat it. Nakari Erina said that Yuan Lushan's hearty dishes still had the residual taste, and Nakari Erina didn't want it to be destroyed like this. I don't eat either. The same goes for Nakari Alice. I didn't think of it before, but now Nakari Alice is naturally unwilling to let this rare heart food be destroyed like this. Then if you don't eat it, I will. Yuan Lushan was not polite, and started eating with the dishes of Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice. Not long after, Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice's French vegetable jelly was eaten clean by Yuan Lushan. This is not how much appetite Yuan Lushan has, but portions are small. Seriously, French cuisine, as far as Yuan Lushan knows, basically the amount of each dish is really not much, and the price is very expensive. It is purely to eat a good-looking one. How is it? Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice looked at Yuan Lushan, and then Nakari Erina seemed to ask casually. Is it delicious? So. Seriously, Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice's French vegetable jelly, Yuan Lushan really didn't taste anything special. The taste blockade that Yuan Lushan's mother spent 16 years on Yuan Lushan is not something Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice can break through. Yuan Lushan just wanted to say one thing about this, as expected of my own mother, this is what people do? I'm your own son, and you're cheating on me like this. Hearing Yuan Lushan's evaluation, Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina couldn't help but look at Yuan Lushan's eyes and became unhappy. General. Although it is said that it is not the cooking that they cook with all their strength, but they are said to be ordinary, Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice said that they cannot stand this grievance. You don't have to be angry. To be precise, the cooking of the two of you did not break through the taste blockade set by my mother, so it can only be said to be average. Taste blockade. Nakari Erina looked at Yuan Lushan and raised an eyebrow. Well, my mother spent 16 years blocking my sense of taste, so that I feel normal to any food I eat now. Yuan Lushan felt very angry. He came to the world of gourmet food, but as a result, he couldn't eat delicious food. This is really annoying. But who is his own mother? Nakari Erina frowned and looked at Yuan Lushan and asked, What's your mother's name? Speaking of which, Nakari Erina really forgot that Yuan Lushan had such a culinary talent, so how could Yuan Lushan's parents be simple people? So Nakari Erina began to ask the name of the mother who originated from the land. Nakari Alice also pricked up her ears. Chapter 37_. For Nakari Erina's inquiry, Yuan Lushan did not hesitate, and directly told Nakari Erina, Yakari, have you heard of it? If Nakari Erina knew, Yuan Lushan would not mind asking Nakari Erina what his own mother was doing. My own mother didn't realize it before, but now it seems that Yuan Lushan really felt that his own mother was too weird. Yuan Yaxiang. Nakari Erina heard the name, and some of it sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember where she heard it, so Nakari Erina glanced at Yuan Lushan, and then said to Yuan Lushan, I'll go back. Find someone else to ask about it later. Yuan Lushan nodded. It seems that his own mother should not be a very famous person, and he has never heard of God Tongue, so it can only show that his own mother is not a famous public figure. Yuan Lushan also used a search engine to search for the name Yuan Yaxiang with the other party, but the search result was no, or the answer was wrong. By the way, Lecturer Chappelle, can we go first? Yuan Lushan asked Roland Chappelle. Yuan Lushan just wanted to go back to look for Yi Siwi now and ask the other party how the matter was done. Yes. For Yuan Lushan, the most talented student he had ever seen, Roland Chappelle directly nodded in agreement. Then I'll take my leave. Yuan Lushan bowed slightly to Roland Chappelle, then said something to Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice, and left first. After Yuan Lushan and the others left, Roland Chappelle walked out of the classroom and took out his mobile phone to call Nakari Sentimon. Commander, as you expected, that child is a genius. I am quite sure that even the former Kobo and Dojima are not as talented as that child. On the other end of the phone, Nikari Sentimon let out a cheerful laugh. Being able to make you give such a high evaluation, then you should have encountered something that surprised you, right? Then it took less than 20 minutes for the child to learn cooking and finally master it. According to the recipe I gave, after only 20 minutes, the other party mastered the recipe, although the cooking technique still very young, but from nothing, only 20 minutes. That child will be the redemption of the tongue of God. Of the tongue of God, a solemn expression appeared on Roland Chapelle's face. Managa's child, if she doesn't find a cook who can satisfy her soon, then she. Few people know that Roland Chapelle and the Nikari family are related by marriage, that Roland Chapelle's sister is the wife of Nikari Sentimon, and that Nikari Erina's blonde hair is inherited from Roland Chapelle's sister. This child of Yuen Lushan will be the redemption of the tongue of God. Hearing this sentence, Roland Chapelle had doubts before, but now Roland Chapelle no longer has the slightest doubt. Yuen Lushan is definitely the redemption of the tongue of God. A man who was born to be a super chef, where is his future apex? Roland Chapelle said with emotion. 100 years ago, there was a chef god in the cooking world, so there can't be another one after 100 years. Hearing what Nikari Sentimon had already pointed out, Roland Chapelle seemed a little shocked by Nikari Sentimon's emphasis on Zhen Lisheng. But thinking of Yuen Lushan's monster-like talent, Roland Chapelle had to admit that it would be a good life to see a monster like Yuen Lushan in his life. Back at Jixing Liu, Yuen Lushan didn't see Izui, so he took out his mobile phone and dialed Izui's number. The phone just rang and was answered. Lu Shenjun. Senior Ishaiki, what happened to that thing? It's done, now I'll send you all the information. Okay, thank you very much. After Ishiwi hung up the phone, she sent a document to Yuen Lushan's mailbox. There are a total of 127 people, and there are no more than 20 capable people, and the rest are just a few scumbags. Yuen Lushan quickly read the mailbox to get the information. Just after reading the information in the mailbox, Yuen Lushan began to think, how to retaliate against these people. It is impossible to fight back by hand, the most is to make the other party hurt. Yuen Lushan does not intend to let these people go easily. After more than 10 years, Yuen Lushan was angry for the first time. Even if the character is more Buddhist, it does not mean that Yuen Lushan will not be angry. The actions of these people violated Yuen Lushan's bottom line. Yuen Lushan suddenly thought of a way to look at the one who was rated the weakest among the 127 people. This person, if he uses a little tricks, should be able to eat the halberd and win. Yuen Lushan looked at the person at the bottom of the list. Koichi Nagata. Nagata Koichi, the heir of the Japanese-style restaurant chain, but the other party entered Totsuki as a pure mess. The reason why Totsuki has not been dropped from school is just because the other party is worse than an E-evaluation will be expelled. Like Tiansuowi, he stepped on the edge of the cliff, but unlike Tiansuowi was too timid to show his strength, and this Nagata Koichi really had no strength. Then let's discuss with Senior Ishaiki first. Maybe Senior Ishaiki can give me some advice. There was a hint of sharpness in Yuen Lushan's eyes. Yuen Lushan doesn't like troublesome things, but that doesn't mean that Yuen Lushan is afraid of trouble. Chapter 38 _ After Izui came back, Yuen Lushan shared his thoughts with Izui, and after hearing it, Izui fell into silence. Then Lu Shenjun, what do you mean is that you are going to take action from this Nagata Guang? Yes, I plan to have a secret halberd with the other party. I won't announce the halberd this time. If the other party wins and announces it or not, then the other party's plan is free. Then Lu Shenjun, if you win, what do you want the other party to do? It's very simple. If the other party wins, then I will drop out of school. If the other party loses, then the other party will drop out of school. Of course, I will give the other party another choice. After all, I'm not a devil. People eat halberds, and then as long as you win 2 people, you don't have to drop out. But if the other 2 people who lost the halberd want to be expelled from the school, they must find the other 2 people on the list to eat the halberd, and so on and so forth. Cold sweat broke out on Ishaiwi's forehead. If UN Lushan does it like this, then this time may eventually turn into a turmoil in the entire UNU, and the forces behind these people will also fight against each other. UN Lushan is going to kill people. Thinking of this, Ishaiwi couldn't help looking at UN Lushan and said, "You're the culprit in the uncertain UNU chaos when you do it like this." Facing Yishiwi's gaze, UN Lushan said firmly, "I don't care what kind of chaos the UNU Sariao Cooking Academy will turn into, I only know that if I get angry, the consequences will be serious. Normally I don't get angry, but if I do, I'm not responsible for what happens." Looking at UN Lushan's appearance, Yishiwi suddenly laughed. "Don't worry, I'm not trying to stop you. After all, the current Chuang Zhenjun is also a member of Jixing Liao. Jixing Liao's companions have been bullied. As a senior, I naturally want to help." Hearing Yishiwi's words, UN Lushan couldn't help laughing. "Then thank you very much, Ishaiki-senpai." Looking at Yishiwi in front of him, UN Lushan raised his hand with a smile and said, "You're welcome. Then I need to use your energy, Senior Ishaiki, please help me, Senior Ishaiki, and force the other party to eat the halberd with me. In return, I will make a separate copy for Senior Ishaiki tonight. I will learn it today. French vegetable jelly, how about it? Deal." Issei directly agreed. For UN Lushan's request, Yishiwi would not refuse at all. In other words, UN Lushan, who is so wise and eager, asks himself to help. Friendship is like this, you help me, and I help you. Ishaiwi, who already knew UN Lushan's identity, was very happy to befriend UN Lushan. Even if there is no relationship with UN Lushan's identity, UN Lushan's talent alone is worth befriending UN Lushan. Then Lushenjun, just wait a moment, there will be results soon. In that peaceful building, Jizhiguo Ningning was wearing a kimono and was playing with a vase with some flower branches on the side. Jizhiguo Ningning is arranging flowers. Suddenly, Jizhiguo Ningning's cell phone rang next to him, and the next moment Jizhiguo Ningning looked at the caller ID on the phone, her pupils shrunk slightly. After picking up the phone, Jizhiguo Ningning sat up straight and answered the phone nervously. "Mrs. Yuan Yaxiang's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ningning Zhang, I said that I want to call my mother. After all, you will be Lu Sheng's wife in the future." Jizhiguo's Ningning's face flushed slightly, and then he said with some embarrassment, "I have no objection to this marriage, but there seems to be some resistance from His Highness Lu Sheng." "Resistance? That's a problem, but don't worry, I'll take care of that kid." "Yes." Jizhiguo Ningning's answer made Yuan Yaxiang on the other end of the phone helpless. "By the way, I heard that some interesting things happened in the school. It seems that someone made Lu Sheng angry? For this young and precocious child, I have never seen him angry. It's like this." Jizhiguo Ningning told what he had investigated. After finishing speaking, Jizhiguo Ningning heard Yuan Yaxiang's slightly excited voice on the phone. "Is it like this? That's really interesting. I didn't expect that when Lu Sheng, a child, had such passion. You must know that Lu Sheng was always very mature before, so I, a mother, didn't realize that mother's happiness, but now I'm in the middle of my friends. It seems that Lu Sheng has really changed. It seems that the decision to let Lu Sheng come to Yuanyu is right. Ah, it seems that Lu Sheng has made a good friend. Although the intelligence says that he has a mediocre talent, he is Lu Sheng's child's friend after all." Jizhiguo Ningning didn't speak, but just silently listened to Yuan Yaxiang's family chat. In this island country, the only people who could listen to Yuan Yaxiang's family chatter seemed to be Jizhiguo Ningning and Yuan Lushan. The rest of the people want to be talked about by Yuan Yaxiang like this, it is really unworthy. Ji's Higuo Ningning suddenly thought of some of the news she had heard, hesitated for a while, and then said to Yuan Yaxiang on the other end of the phone, "Madam, I heard something, I don't know if you already know it. Is it about Lu Sheng?" "Yes, it's about His Royal Highness Lu Sheng, the Commander-in-Chief's granddaughters Miss Erina and Miss Alice, and the roommates in the dormitory of His Highness Lu Sheng seem to be interested in His Highness Lu Sheng, which may cause all this. It's because of His Royal Highness Lu Sheng's will." Yuan Yaxiang suddenly laughed when she heard Ji's Higuo Ningning's words. "Ningning, do you think Lu Sheng is resisting the engagement for this reason?" "This. Actually, Lu Sheng, this idiot, has absolutely no understanding of his own thoughts. That is to say, his thoughts are actually the thoughts that are hidden in the deepest part of his heart, but the thoughts that he is not even aware of. Doesn't that mean? You said that Lu Sheng confessed to you that he wanted a love? No, it's just that he's just a little girl and likes pretty girls he's seen before, but he didn't realize it himself." Ji's Higuo Ningning didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a while. Ji's Higuo Ningning did not doubt Yuan Yaxiang's words. After all, Yuan Yaxiang was a world-renowned cook, so how could he possibly misunderstand Yuan Lushen's intentions? Chapter 39 Seeming to remember something, Yuan Yaxiang suddenly said to Ji's Higuo Ningning, "You know, this kid Lu Sheng made me porridge for the first time. What did I get out of this kid's porridge? Can you tell me?" "Naturally, it is possible. At that time, I ate a grateful heart from Lu Sheng's porridge. It started to conceive in my stomach, until I gave birth to Lu Sheng, and then in the process of raising Lu Sheng, that bowl of porridge contains Lu Sheng's more than 10 years of life and gratitude for my upbringing." 10 years of life? Ji's Higuo Ningning couldn't help widening her eyes. As a famous young lady, Ji's Higuo Ningning knew the mind of the chef. The most important thing for the chef is to construct a special scene, and it is impossible to form a complete process. The result is that the current Yuan Yaxiang actually said that Yuan Lushen built his life for more than 10 years with a bowl of porridge. It's incredible, right? I was shocked at the time. This kid was born to stand on the top of the cook, because expressing the whole life with cooking is something that only the level above the super chef can do. Get. That kid thanked me for giving him life and for raising him up with a bowl of porridge. Ji's Higuo Ningning's cell phone didn't hold fast, it fell on his lap, and then he reacted and quickly picked up the phone again. It's shocking, but it's not incomprehensible. After all, this child is the child of my father, and Lu Sheng has inherited the cooking talents of the two of us. Described to the point. Ningning, as a mother, I hope that my child can get the best of everything, so although this request is excessive, I hope you can treat Lu Sheng with tolerance." Ji's Higuo Ningning was silent for a while, and then said, "Don't worry ma'am about this, I have already prepared. Even if I haven't seen this kind of thing in the outer room, I have heard a lot. That's good, I like you very much, so I pre-ordered you to be Lu Sheng's wife when you were young, because I knew you would be a good wife, and I hope to give the best to my children, and it was the first gift I picked for my kids." Although Yuan Yaxiang's words completely ignored Ji's Higuo Ningning's feelings, Ji's Higuo Ningning was completely without any anger. "I understand, you taught me to cook, and you also gave me part of the inheritance of Genji. I am very grateful, so I am also willing to use my life in return, and I will take good care of His Royal Highness Lu Sheng," Ji's Higuo Ningning said seriously. Ji's Higuo Ningning did not object to this arranged marriage, because Ji's Higuo Ningning had already obtained a lot from this arranged marriage. Yuan Yaxiang's teachings, and some of the inheritance of the Genji, these are things that even rich people can't get. The Genji lineage can be traced back to thousands of years ago. How huge is the inheritance passed down by the 1,000-year-old family? Ji's Higuo Ningning couldn't imagine, but at least which part of Ji's Higuo Ningning's inheritance was far more than the inheritance of Ji's Higuo's own family. In other words, the inheritance of Jis Higuo's own family is simply scum in the face of the inheritance of the part of the Genji that Jis Higuo Ning got. If you want to get something, you have to give something. Jis Higuo Ning is not the kind of person who is unwilling to give. Therefore, Jis Higuo Ning was not disgusted that his future was assigned to Yuan Lushan. After tasting Yuan Lusheng's cuisine, Jis Higuo Ning had already fully accepted his future life after he knew that he would not trust in humans. Then in the academy, Lusheng will leave it to you. You don't need to hide anything. If you want, you can have a direct showdown with Lusheng at any time. I will tell His Royal Highness Lusheng at a suitable time, just as for your business. Don't tell Lusheng about my affairs for the time being. When Lusheng becomes a super chef, I will tell Lusheng myself. Super chef? Madam, even Her Royal Highness Lusheng, I'm afraid it's impossible to become a super chef in a short time. 1 year, at most 1 year, this kid will become a super chef. I have arranged everything for Lusheng. The foundation I have laid for Lusheng over the past 16 years will make Lusheng completely subvert the world. Jis Higuo Ning didn't say anything more. Yes, I understand, ma'am. Back in his villa, Erina Nakiri couldn't remember where she heard the name Genyaka, so Erina Nakiri picked up her mobile phone and called her grandfather. Phone. Is something wrong? Erina. Grandpa, I want to ask if you know the name Yuan Yaxiang. Why I heard it, but I can't remember exactly when and where I heard it. Is Yuan Yaxiang? You got the name from Yuan Lushan, right? Yes. The reason why you don't remember that is because you were young at the time. How old were you at that time? Do you remember the last cook you invited before your mother left the house? Nakiri Erina's eyes suddenly widened. Grandpa, you mean? That's right, that one, Yuan Yaxiang, the first chef of Neon, the 12th chef in the world, and the governor of the 1,000-year-old family of Genji. Nakiri Sentimon's words directly gave Nakiri Erina almost a myocardial infarction. Didn't Yuan Lushan say? As you think, Yuan Lushan is the only son of Yuan Yaxiang. Nakiri Erina fell silent for a moment. But don't worry, Yuan Lushan doesn't know his identity, he just thought he was just an ordinary person. Nakiri Erina suddenly thought about what kind of expression would be on Yuan Lushan's face if he knew his own background. It's good for you to know this matter, don't tell Yuan Lushan, and don't treat Yuan Lushan differently. I understand, Grandpa. Chapter 40_. Where is this place? Yuan Lushan looked at the environment he was in, and his mind was confused. Why was he here? But suddenly there was a special fluctuation calling Yuan Lushan. Dong dong dong. It was like the sound of a heart beating. Following the guidance of the voice, Yuan Lushan passed through the dense forest, and then saw a temple. Yuan Lushan walked into the entrance of the temple subconsciously. When Yuan Lushan walked into the temple and reached the end, Yuan Lushan was dumbfounded. Walter. Looking at the thing in front of him, Yuan Lushan felt bad. Wings of stone. Following Yuan Lushan's call, light slowly appeared on the stone wing. Afterwards, Yuan Lushan felt that he turned into a ball of light and completely integrated into the stone wing. The next moment Yuan Lushan suddenly woke up. I actually dreamed that I became the adept of Ultraman Nexus, isn't that kidding me? Yuan Lushan said, getting up and preparing to pour himself a glass of water, but the next moment, Yuan Lushan suddenly touched something hard beside him. Looking down, Yuan Lushan's expression suddenly stiffened. This stuff. Evolution Thruster. Following Yuan Lushan's voice, the Evolution Thruster seemed to respond, and an emerald above the red V-shaped light lit up like a breathing lamp. So, I was chosen by the light. Looking at the Evolution Thruster in his hand, Yuan Lushan couldn't help thinking. As long as you believe in the light, sooner or later, I will become the light too, so now I'm going to shine. Just a bond, just a bond. But then again, there won't be any monsters in this world, but don't be true, I can't think of fighting little monsters. Although he thought so, Yuan Lushan was already thinking about whether he should learn fighting or something. It would be a shame to find out after scraping a monster. But suddenly, there was a piece of news from the evolution trustee, which was to tell Yuan Lushan that there were no monsters in this world. You are still conscious? Yuan Lushan looked at the evolution trustee in his hand and smiled, then put the evolution trustee under the pillow and continued to sleep. Since there are no monsters, it is the best, although I don't know why I will become the adapter of Nexus, but this does not prevent the origin from becoming light. Hey, Lu Shenjun, you today. Looking at Yuan Lushan, Yishuai, who was wearing a loincloth, carried his head, and saw Yuan Lushan's face showing doubts. What's wrong? Yuan Lushan looked at Ise Hui and asked. No, it's nothing, I just feel that Lu Shenjun, you have changed very differently today, but you can't tell why you have changed. Hearing this sentence, Yuan Lushan smiled and looked at Yi Siwei, perhaps he has become more handsome. If you look closely, Lu Shenjun has indeed become more handsome. Yi Siwei's words made Yuan Lushan laugh. Senior is Heike, then I'll leave that to you. Looking at Yuan Lushan who was leaving, a trace of doubt flashed in Is Hiwei's eyes, and Yuan Lushan's body had a faint aura that made Is Hiwei very comfortable. I didn't feel this way yesterday. It should have just appeared today, so it should have been last night. What did Lu Shenjun do last night? Yi Shiwei fell into deep thought. Yuan Lushan obviously didn't know that Yi Shiwei was aware of the change in himself at this moment. In other words, Yuan Lushan himself was completely unaware of the changes in himself. After becoming the adapter of Ultraman Nexus, Yuan Lushan can almost be said to have become the incarnation of light, so even the human body Yuan Lushan will have some of the characteristics of the incarnation of light. The most intuitive manifestation is that it can make people more trustworthy. At the same time it gives a warm feeling. Also, it can make it easy for people to show goodwill towards Yuan Lushan. Unless they have some deep hatred with Yuan Lushan, they will never think of hurting Yuan Lushan at the first sight of Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan felt that it was strange along the way. With this thought in mind, Yuan Lushan came to today's classroom and walked into the classroom. Yuan Lushan looked at a person in the classroom with surprise. I didn't expect that today would be our classroom. Xinping Chuangzhen also raised his hand to say hello to Yuan Lushan. Yes, this time Xinping Chuangzhen and Yuan Lushan were in the same classroom. Yuan Lushan walked over and looked at Xinping Chuangzhen and said, "It's a pity that we couldn't know in advance, otherwise we would have left together this morning." Xinping Chuangzhen also said hello. It was indeed a bit of an accident. I didn't expect that we would be in the same class today. On the first day before, Ziyawai and I were in a class. I didn't expect that I would later become a roommate in the same dormitory. You are the second dormitory roommate I met in class. Xinping Chuangzhen said to Yuan Lushan. Don't look at the number of people in Jixing Liu, but each person's courses are different. Basically, the chances of wanting to rank in the same place are very small. Then let's form a team today and let me hold my thighs to pass the test. No problem. Luckily, Sa Xin will naturally not refuse. But at this time, someone walked in outside the classroom. Nakiri Erina frowned slightly as she watched Yuan Lushan and Kahei Soma chatting hotly. To actually have a lively chat with that commoner, really, but that's right, Yuan Lushan, who doesn't know his true identity, probably thinks he is also a commoner. Walking over, Nakiri Erina said to Yuan Lushan, "Don't be with these nonsense people. Being with these common people will only lower your style." Yuan Lushan and Kahei Soma were suddenly dumbfounded, and Erina Nakiri came up with a diss. Yuan Lushan glanced at Xinping Chuangzhen and then suddenly realized, did you offend her? Looking at Nakiri Erina in front of him, Sophia Yukaipi thought about it for a while and then replied to the source, there was a little conflict at the entrance ceremony before. Chapter 41 _ Hearing the conflict between Yuki Hirosoma and Nakari Erina, Yuen Lushan recalled some of the plots, but he didn't recall too much of the specifics, and Yuen Lushan remembered Nakari in the spirit of eating halberds. The reason why Rina and Soma Kahei had a conflict in the early stage was because Erina Nakari looked down on the common people's cooking made by Soma Kahei, who came from a commoner. Thinking of this, Yuen Lushan looked at Yuki Hirosoma and Nakari Erina. His expressions were a bit complicated. He patted Kahei Soma on the shoulder and didn't say anything more. Don't bother with this eldest lady, she is the eldest daughter of the daughter, we are just ordinary people, and it's normal for people to look down on ordinary people's cooking. Nakari Erina stared at Yuen Lushan. What kind of bastard is Yuen Lushan talking about? What is it that someone is a daughter, so it's normal to look down on ordinary people's cooking? Feeling that there was something in Yuen Lushan's words, Nakari Erina stared at Yuen Lushan with his eyes. That's right, what do I do with this eldest lady? After thinking about it for a while, Yukihira nodded indifferently. Oops, as soon as I came, I heard that Erina, you've been disliked. A smile appeared on Nakari Alice's face, and Nakari Erina's expression darkened immediately. Waiting fiercely for Yuen Lushan, if it weren't for Yuen Lushan, she would not be teased by Nakari Alice. Yuen Lushan, let's form a team together today. Alice sent an invitation to Yuen Lushan, and the French vegetable jelly yesterday made Nakari Alice quite aftertaste. Today, I already have Chuang Zhen as a teammate, but Erina, and you too, why is it so coincidental? They are separated with me again? Erina is the top 10, I can understand that this is the right of the top 10, but you miss Alice Nakari. Nakari Alice heard Yuen Lushan's name, and said with some dissatisfaction, why is Erina Erina, and I am Miss Nakari Alice? I always feel that I lost to Erina. No, you two call me Alice. Yuen Lushan was a little speechless about Nakari Alice's request. However, Yuen Lushan still agreed to Nakari Alice's request. The reason why I am divided into one is because I changed the cooking I chose to major in. Because I am not a top 10, I can't use power like Erina, but I just need to change my cooking major to become Chinese cuisine, then naturally it can be assigned to Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan looked at Nakari Alice. You shouldn't be studying Chinese cuisine, right? No, what I'm studying is molecular cuisine. Molecular cuisine is also known as molecular gastronomy. It is a culinary art that uses scientific methods to explain all cooking techniques and results and precisely control them with numbers. Speaking of molecular cooking, Alice Nakari couldn't help but excitedly said, the theory of molecular cooking studies the relationship between the temperature rise and fall of food and the cooking time during the cooking process, and then adds different substances to make the food produce different effects. This kind of physical and chemical changes can be deconstructed, reorganized, and applied after fully mastered to create a cooking method that subverts traditional cooking techniques and food appearance. It can make potatoes appear foamy, lychees become caviar-like, and have it has the taste of caviar, the taste of lychee. Listening to Alice Nakari's description of molecular cooking, Erina Nakari snorted coldly and said, it's completely evil. The so-called molecular cooking is simply evil, and what is made by machines is nothing but cold food, and it is absolutely impossible to contain anything. The mind of a cook simply cannot step into the threshold of a super chef. Hearing Nakari Erina's words, Nakari Alice was immediately dissatisfied. What? Not convinced? Then I ask you, is there a molecular cook at the super chef level? Nakari Alice was speechless for a while, but she still said stubbornly, that's just because molecular cooking has just developed, and there will be super chef level molecular cooks soon. Really? Then this is really interesting. I remember that molecular cuisine has been around for decades. For decades, a molecular cuisine at the level of a super chef has not been born. How long do you think it will take? A molecular cook who gave birth to a super chef? Since others can't do it, let me do it, and I will become the first super chef of molecular cuisine. Nakari Alice said with some resentment. UN Lushan saw Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina about to quarrel, and immediately came out to act as a peacemaker. Okay, stop arguing between the two of you, and prove these things with facts when the time comes. Nakari Erina heard the words and said angrily, you know what, Alice has gone astray. If Alice doesn't correct her wrongs as soon as possible, she may not be able to enter the threshold of a super chef for the rest of her life. Hearing this sentence, UN Lushan was speechless. Shut up Erina, I will definitely become a super chef of molecular cuisine. In order to defeat you, I went to Northern Europe to learn the latest cooking techniques, that is, relying on molecular cuisine to defeat you. I think you are fascinated by molecular gastronomy. You are reluctant to bear your title of the son of the god of molecular gastronomy. Isn't it amazing to have obtained 45 patents when you were young, and signed contracts with as many as 20 restaurants and recipe research associations? Molecular gastronomy is a wasteland with no future in sight. Nakari Erina was a little furious. In Nakari Erina's view, molecular cooking is fundamentally evil, and there is not even a super chef. With Alice Nakari's talent, she can definitely become a super chef with orthodox cooking. Pursuing molecular cooking is simply a matter of seeking distance. So Nakari Erina is completely unwilling to Nakari Alice going astray. Erina, UN Lushan's sudden hand comforted Nakari Alice, who was like a fried cat. Alice, Erina is caring about you, so even if you don't accept it, you can't be angry. Nakari Alice was stunned for a moment. Who cares about this guy Alice? Chapter 42 _ Nakari Alice's originally angry mood was instantly calmed down by UN Lushan's words. Looking at Nakari Erina in front of her, Nakari Alice thought, could it be that Erina really cares? UN Lushan touched Nakari Alice's white hair, and said to Nakari Alice, Erina should be afraid that if you really go all the way to the dark, you may waste your own money. Talent. The rise of molecular cuisine is only a few decades, and a super chef has never been born. That is to say, your future path completely needs to be found by yourself, and as long as you follow the traditional path, thousands of years of countless ancestors have already found the way, you can become a super chef as long as you follow the path of your ancestors. UN Lushan glanced at Nakari Erina, and then said, got it, as long as you learn orthodox cooking techniques, with Totsuki's heritage and strength, plus your own talent, you can definitely become a super chef, but if you have to follow the emerging cooking technology, then you can only re-explore the unknown road, so Erina is caring about you. Listening to UN Lushan's words, Nakari Alice rolled her eyes at UN Lushan, and then said to UN Lushan, I am the elder sister, and Erina is a stinky little sister. UN Lushan's expression was so embarrassing. The original UN Lushan thought Erina Nakari was the elder sister, but in the end, whoever wanted Nakari Alice was the elder sister. What does this result say? Let UN Lushan be a little surprised. Is it like this? Ahaha, I know, and I won't admit my mistake in the future. UN Lushan was embarrassed. He didn't expect that the childish Alice was actually the elder sister, and the more mature Erina was the younger sister. This really made UN Lushan couldn't help but sigh. Nakari Alice looked at Nakari Erina. Nakari Alice was quite happy with Nakari Erina's concern, but Nakari Erina was a little embarrassed. Although Nakari Erina was indeed the intention is right, but this does not mean that Erina Nakari will admit it. That's not what I meant. It doesn't matter what you think. Nakari Erina naturally knew about her cousin, so Nakari Alice naturally confirmed Nakari Erina's true intentions. Although I am happy about Nakari Erina's concern, I don't like Nakari Erina's arrogant character at all. Erina, just say it if you care, who can tell you look like this? Looking at Nakari Erina, Nakari Alice complained, and then said to UN Lushan, you can see Erina's mind all at once, it's really amazing. It's nothing, because after all, you are relatives, blood is thicker than water, and the other party will definitely care about you. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina were immediately moved. My dear, blood is thicker than water. Nakari Erina subconsciously looked at Nakari Alice. Nakari Alice also subconsciously looked at Nakari Erina. Then, for today's team, it's up to the two of you to form a team. Yuan Lushan looked at Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina and said, for your sake, I'll reluctantly team up with Alice. Even though she was touched, Nakari Erina still looked arrogant. Humph, I am. Nakari Alice made a grimace at Nakari Erina, while Yuan Lushan turned his head and made a hidden V-hand at Soma Yukihira. Today's Mr. Yuan Lushan is still smart to solve the problem of the Shuro field. Although the smart Mr. Yuan Lushan himself did not realize this. Yuan Lushan originally thought that Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice would get along well under his influence, but Yuan Lushan soon found out that he was wrong, and it was outrageous. Nakari Erina is a piece of ice, strangers should not enter. Nakari Alice is a fire. The attributes of the two did not deal with each other, coupled with Nakari Erina's arrogant personality, it didn't take long for the two to completely break up with Nakari Alice. Looking at Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice who were arguing, it was probably impossible for the two of them to live in harmony. I really owe it in my life. Looking at Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice, Yuan Lushan also expressed that he was helpless, but Yuan Lushan did not continue to interfere. Yuan Lushan could feel it, although Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice's eye is still noisy, but maybe that's how the two of them get along. In this class, the lecturer asked people to make mapo tofu. Yuan Lushan spent some time to copy the mapo tofu in the recipe. Although the appearance is not good, there are some tofu. It's broken, but the taste is still edible. The first time I came into contact with danguo, Yuan Lushan didn't control it well. Later, even if he slowly mastered the skills, he failed to master the previous danguo skills and crushed some tofu. Speaking of mapo tofu, Yuan Lushan thought of the magical mapo tofu in China, but in this world of the spirit of eating halberds, the sixth flavor of crisp has long been discovered, and besides the crisp, there are also more fresh and lively flavors, which makes Yuan Lushan's direct pretense fail. To be honest with China, Yuan Lushan also remembers two dishes, magic mapo tofu and golden egg fried rice, and the rest. I really can't remember. Seeing the three pairs of eyes staring at him, Yuan Lushan couldn't help being startled. This plate of mapo tofu will be ready for us. Nakari Alice said, reaching for the mapo tofu. Wait a minute, this plate of mapo tofu is made by Lu Shen, so naturally we should eat it ourselves. Xin Ping Chuangzhen is not stupid. The mapo tofu made by Yuan Lushan definitely contains a lot of intentions, so how can it be easily handed over to others? Mapo tofu is still to be enjoyed by yourself. Erina Nakari stared at Soma Yukihira. You commoner. When Yuan Lushan saw something bad, he immediately said, okay, don't make a fuss, the four of us should share this plate of mapo tofu equally, but you have to wait for Chuangzhen to ask the teacher to give us an evaluation first. No problem, leave it to me. Yukihira Soma took his mapo tofu to the lecturer of this class. Unsurprisingly, Yuan Lushan followed Xin Ping Chuangzhen with an A evaluation. Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice also mixed up an A evaluation. Nakari Erina held a plate of mapo tofu with a hint of joy on her face. This is the dish she was looking forward to. Nakari Alice also smiled. As long as she eats Yuan Lushan's dishes a few more times, Nakari Alice believes that she will definitely be able to understand the chef's mind. Chapter 43 _ On the way back to Jixing Liu, Yuan Lushan told Xin Ping Chuangzhen his plan. Use halberds to force those who do it to drop out of school. If those people don't want to drop out, they have to do it to other people. Therefore, under the model like this virus infection, Yuan Lushan dares to be sure that it will not take long. Those students who do it will be expelled one by one, or they will take action on others. Yuan Lushan will not restrict those who have been successfully resurrected from being eaten by halberds. And those who failed to eat the halberd are not allowed to be eaten. Yuan Lushan can almost predict what will happen next. Those people will definitely use every means in order not to be dropped out of school. Totsuki will also be a mess because of them. But all this has nothing to do with Yuan Lushan. There is only one thing Yuan Lushan has to do, and that is to kick those who do it into hell. After listening to it, Xinping Chuangzhen directly agreed with the opinion put forward by Yuan Lushan. Xinping Chuangzhen completely did not think about it, what would be the result of doing it like this. Yuan Lushan also did not intend to discuss with Xinping Chuangzhen in detail. The main thing is that Yuan Lushan didn't want Xinping Chuangzhen to regard him as a villain who played tricks and tricks. Moreover, this time, Yuan Lushan, as the mastermind, will be hated by Yuan Lushan, not Soma Kopai. Basically, there is no need to tell Soma Kopira about this. Xinping Chuangzhen and Yuan Lushan returned to Jixing Liu. After that, Yuan Lushan did not go to Iskai immediately. After all, it takes a little time to do things. After Izui is finished, they will naturally contact them. Originated. He walked into the kitchen lightly, and then Yuan Lushan found some sand from the outside and began to practice the skill of flipping the pot. Koping Soma looked at Yuan Lushan and asked, "Have you really never learned cooking before?" "Of course, I have never learned cooking before." Hearing Yuan Lushan's answer, Xinping Chuangzhen couldn't help but feel a little envious. If this is the case, then your talent is really too strong. Xinping Chuang really knows very well that if Yuan Lushan had not studied cooking before, then Yuan Lushan's progress now is the same day by day. Xinping Chuang was really suspicious. According to the situation, Yuan Lushan might be able to catch up with him in just a month or two. "Lu Shenjun, Chuang Zhenjun, you are back." Tiansuowi, who had also returned after seeing Yukihira Soma and Yuan Lushan, shouted to the two of them. "Well, it's Zaiwai, it looks like you passed the test again." A small smile appeared on Tiansuowi's face. "Well, according to the method you told me, Lu Shenjun, I won't be nervous anymore." Because Tiansuowi was nervous, it caused him to be unable to exert his full strength on the course, so Yuan Lushan gave Tiansuowi a trick. Since tension is an emotion, let Tiansuowi use other emotions to soothe it. Yuan Lushan told Tiansuowi that when Tiansuowi was nervous, he thought about his happy or angry things in his heart, and diverted his attention, so that he could relieve his tension. "I knew that Zaiwai, your strength is not a problem. It's just because you are nervous that you can't show your strength. Now Zaiwai, you can show your strength, so you don't have to worry about being dropped out of school." Tiansuowi had a smile on his face when he heard Yuan Lushan's words, but was a little shy in his heart. Because Tiansuowi was not thinking of anything happy. Instead, I thought of what Yuan Lushan accidentally saw last time. As long as I think of this every time, Tiansuowi will be shy and completely forget the tension. But the good thing is that after being shy, Tiansuowi will display his strength normally, and then gradually Tiansuowi is no longer under any pressure and can display his strength normally. "Lu Shenjun, are you practicing flipping the pot?" Seeing Yuan Lushan holding a Chinese wok with a lot of sand in it, Tiansuowi immediately understood. "Well, today's class is mapo tofu, a classic dish in Chinese cuisine and Sichuan cuisine. Because of the poor flipping, some of the mapo tofu was crushed, so I have to practice the skill of flipping the pot." Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Tiansuowi said to Yuan Lushan, "In this case, then let me make some food. It takes a lot of energy to practice the skill of flipping the pot. You can eat directly to supplement your physical strength." Yuan Lushan showed a hearty smile when he heard Tiansuowi's words. "Zaiwai will definitely be a good wife in the future. Anyone who marries you, Zaiwai, will definitely be very happy." Tiansuowi's face turned red all of a sudden, and Soma Kahei on the side also said, "Well, that's right, Zai will definitely be a good wife in the future. Tianzuowi's face turned a little red. I don't know what I should say. Good wife or something. His eyes secretly looked at Yuan Lushan on the side. Even Soma Kahei, who was on one side, noticed some problems, but Soma Sophia was not really stupid, so he looked at Yuan Lushan after sensing Tianzuowi's gaze. Yukihira Soma really knew that Sakeki Ryoko also liked Yuan Lushan, so if he said it like this, wouldn't it mean that Sakeki Ryoko and Tianzuowi were both? For a while, Yukihira Soma suddenly felt that the future Jixing Liu would not fall apart because of this reason. If this is really the case, then it will be troublesome at that time. Xinping Chuangzhen still likes these roommates in Jixingdian, and it seems that he will have a good chat with Senior Ishaiki. It is impossible for Sakeki Ryoko and Tianzuowi to have any conflicts because of this reason. But looking at Yuan Lushan, Xinping Chuangzhen really wanted to complain, why Yuan Lushan is the same as the male protagonist of the TV series he watched. Handsome, and his culinary talent is simply a monster, and now he is attracted to girls, and he is simply a winner in life. Chapter 44 Eating the rice balls made by Tianzuowi and accompanied by tea, Yuan Lushan had a comfortable feeling. Although it was said that the rice balls tasted normal in Yuan Lushan, the relaxation after exhaustion made Yuan Lushan a little more comfortable. Is your hand okay? Xinping Chuangzhen looked at Yuan Lushan and asked. Yuan Lushan, this monster, practiced for 3 hours, and the result is still the same as a normal person. Koping Soma said that if this is replaced by himself, it is estimated that the hand is no longer his own. Well? It's okay, don't worry, my body is still very strong. Perhaps it was because he became an adapter of Nexus, and Yuan Lushan's body was strengthened, so after 3 hours in a row, Yuan Lushan only felt a little tired, but he didn't feel much of fatigue. What a monster! Xinping Chuangzhen really complained about it this time. Is the body of Yuan Lushan really a human? In one hand, I practiced the skill of flipping the pot with the iron pan and sand that I said was 20 to 30 kilograms less, but the result was nothing at all. Lu Shenjun, although it is a good thing that you want to improve your strength, you should also pay attention to the combination of work and rest, and the transitional training is likely to cause certain damage to the body. Tianzuowi said to Yuan Lushan with some worry. Don't worry, Zai, I'm measured, I won't let myself get hurt. Hearing Tianzuowi's concern, Yuan Lushan said with a smile. Woo! Tianzuowi didn't know what to say. But since Yuan Lushan said it was okay, it should be really okay. After all, Yuan Lushan has always given them a stable image. If it wasn't for his appearance, he would have thought he was a middle-aged uncle. Coincidentally, the rest of the people came back one after another at this time, watching Yuan Lushan in the living room. Are you having dinner together? Ibuzaki-jun asked Yuan Lushan in front of him. No, it's not, it's just that after my training, Zai gently made me some food to replenish my strength. You would never have thought, what kind of monster-like thing did this guy, Lu Shen, just do? Well. Hearing this sentence, Ibuzaki-jun became curious. What monster-like thing? This guy has been in contact with the pot for 3 hours. The iron pot is added with sand, and there are 20 to 30 pounds of you. Now the iron pot and the fool are still in the kitchen. For 3 hours, there is absolutely nothing. Any breaks, uninterrupted contact for 3 hours. Hearing this sentence, Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan. Lu Sheng. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. If my body really can't support it, then I will stop. When Sakeki Ryoko heard Yuan Lushan say this, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Okay, let's stop talking about it, I'll go take a shower. Yuan Lushan said and stood up. By the way, it's your turn for dinner tonight, Lu Shenjun. Well, is it my turn? But haven't I been doing it all the time? Cough cough cough. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, a group of people hurriedly coughed. We did it before. Yuan Lushan laughed. Okay, wait for me to take a shower, and then I'll start cooking. Let's make mapo tofu today. You guys make some other side dishes. The main dish is rice, just in time to revisit the pot skills. A group of people looked at Yuan Lushan speechlessly. Afterwards, Soma Kopia looked to the side. Why is Yuan Lushan so obsessed with the skill of flipping the pot? Well, probably because of the mapo tofu made today. Some of Lusheng's tofu was crushed at the beginning, so I'm very concerned about it. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Is this a perfectionist? After Yuan Lushan came out of the bath, he started to make mapo tofu. When the meal was about to start, Is He Hui also came back. Looks like it's just in time for me to come back. Yuan Lushan looked at Yi Siwi. Looks like Senior Is Heike, you have done that, right? Seeing the smile on Yi Shiwi's face, Yuan Lushan had already realized that Yi Shiwi had already accomplished that thing. Well, after a little intimidation, the other party agreed. Yi Shiwi smiled. This look made the people on the side feel a strange feeling. The current Senior Ishiki looks strange. Senior Ishiki, what exactly do you and Lu Shenjun have behind our backs? Oh, nothing. Yuan Lushan glanced at Yi Shiwi who was on the side and said plainly, I just plan to eat halberds with people. Eat halberd. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the Jixing Liao. Yuan Lushan actually planned to eat halberds with people. Isn't this a joke? Lu Shenjun, how long have you been learning cooking? Why do you suddenly want to eat halberds? Don't worry, it's just a small roll. Senior Is Heike confirmed that I can easily crush the opponent. A happy smile appeared on Yuan Lushan's face. Yi Shiwi smiled. The subject matter is not limited, each of them will come up with the dishes they are best at. But why is Lu Shenjun going to eat halberds with people now? Isn't this a bit too sloppy? Yi Siwi glanced at Yuan Lushan. Don't worry, what do you think about this mapo tofu? How about mapo tofu? The rest of Jixing Liao obviously couldn't think that their cooking could surpass this mapo tofu. If you use this mapo tofu to eat halberds, I don't think even the first place of the 10 heroes should be able to win. Yoshino Yuki said. No, I'm afraid this won't work. If the guy Si Yingshi, who is the first of the 10 heroes, wants to win the opponent, he can't rely on the current strength of Lu Shenjun. Although Lu Shen has made great progress, he is still too immature. Yi Siwi's words made everyone stunned for a moment. Has Si Yingshi already understood his mind? Hearing this question, Is Heike shook her head. That's not the case. Si Yingshi is very special. In short, the current Lu Shenjun is not the opponent of Si Yingshi. Yuan Lushan didn't care too much about this, he only learned how to cook for a few days. Just want to surpass the top 10 first place? Although I feel that I am being treated like a protagonist now, Yuan Lushan was not carried away. Nagata Koichi, let's start with him. Chuang-zhen, this opponent is mine, you don't want to grab it? Seeing Ping Chuang-zhen who was eager to try, Yuan Lushan said directly. Chapter 45 Mu Bai's first game was a secret halberd meal, so not many people knew about it this time, but the judges invited this time were Roland Chappelle, a well-known teacher, and the mustache Chinese cooking lecturer and other judges. Ningning, a country of Ji's Higuo, one of the top 10 heroes in the distant moon. Yuan Lushan did not expect that he would meet Ji's Higuo Ningning again under such circumstances. Nagata Koichi, hello, welcome to hell. Yuan Lushan said softly to Nagata Koichi. It's just a commoner. Do you think you can win me? Just wait, you will be expelled from school. Even if it is fierce in the mouth, in the end it is only to use cooking to decide the outcome, although I have only learned cooking for a few days, but to be honest, I really don't feel any difficulty for you at all. Hearing this sentence, Nagata Koichi's face instantly turned ugly. "Goddamn bastard! I'll make you regret it." Nagata Guanji looked at Yuan Lushan with anger in his eyes, but Yuan Lushan didn't care. Yuan Lushan has prepared hell for Nagata Koichi. As long as Nagata Koichi doesn't want to drop out of school, he must take the initiative to enter the hell that Yuan Lushan prepared for him. Jis Higuo Ningning looked at Yuan Lushan. Ningning of Jis Higuo knew all these things that ye see we did, so Ningning of Jis Higuo appeared here. "Then let's start eating halberds." Roland Chapelle looked at Yuan Lushan and Nagata Koichi and said. That serious and old-fashioned face was unsmiling. No one cared about Nagata Koichi, but Roland Chapelle, Jis Higuo Ningning, and the Chinese cooking instructor with a mustache were looking at Yuan Lushan. They didn't have any expectations for Nagata Koichi. The three judges present knew very well that the winner of this halberd meal would only be Yuan Lushan. It depends on how Yuan Lushan wants to win. Mapo tofu. After seeing what Yuan Lushan was going to do, the faces of several people showed expectant expressions. As for Nagata Koichi, who cares? Huh. Soon, Yuan Lushan's skill of flipping the pot aroused everyone's curiosity. It's impossible to have this kind of proficiency without a few years of work on this skill. The Chinese cooking instructor with a mustache exclaimed in a low voice, but a smile flashed under Jis Higuo Ningning's round glasses. Roland Chapelle glanced at Jis Higuo Ningning and frowned slightly. What is she here for? The original last judge was not Jis Higuo Ningning, but Jis Higuo Ningning used the authority of the top 10 to make herself the third judge. Roland Chapelle couldn't see through the kingdom of Ji Ningning. Most Chinese cuisines have a characteristic. That is fast. Chinese food can be served in no time. So after the halberd eating started, in less than 10 minutes, Yuan Lusheng had already brought up the mapo tofu. At this time, should I say please use it? Yuan Lushan looked at the three judges in front of him and asked with a smile. If your cooking is good enough, then you can allow a little blemish. Roland Chapelle's answer made Mu Bai smile. Then I don't think you will be disappointed. Although the cooking techniques are very immature, I think there should be some special differences. The three of them ate their first bite of mapo tofu at the same time. Scorching hot, as if in hell. Roland Chapelle, who ate mapo tofu, felt as if he was in hell. This is the hell I've prepared for you. It was as if a voice was speaking in Roland Chapelle's ear. Roland Chapelle searched all around and couldn't find where the voice of the sentence came from. Roland Chapelle realized that he was now caught in Yuan Lushan's mind. No. Roland Chapelle suddenly widened his eyes. This is not intention. At the moment he noticed it, Roland Chapelle forcibly broke free, and his forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. Roland Chapelle looked at Yuan Lushan in front of him with an indelible shock in his eyes. Roland Chapelle wanted to wake up the two people beside him, but found that Jis Higuo Ningning had actually broken free. A shock flashed through his pupils once again, and Roland Chapelle had an incredible thought in his heart, which should not be the kingdom of Ji Ningning. But Roland Chapelle couldn't bear to think. Roland Chapelle hurriedly woke up the mustache Chinese cuisine lecturer beside him. I saw that the Chinese cooking instructor with the mustache had a painful expression on his face, and his eyes remained confused for a while after he was awakened. Then his eyes turned a little horrified. Just. Roland Chapelle shook his head and stopped the other party from continuing to speak. This meal of yours is not for us. Roland Chapelle asked Yuan Lushan. Well. Yuan Lushan froze for a moment, then shook his head. Lecturer Chapelle, how do you say this? Roland Chapelle said to Nagata Koichi on the side, Enough, Nagata Koichi, come here. Nagata Koichi came over suspiciously. This one, mapo tofu, if you think you can win after eating it, then continue to eat the halberd, otherwise, there is no need to waste time. Facing Roland Chapelle, Nagata Mitsuichi didn't have the qualification to refuse at all. He hesitated for a while, Then Nagata Mitsuichi took a clean spoon and looked at the red mapo tofu. Nagata Mitsuichi didn't know why, suddenly there is a feeling of facing the abyss. Fear instantly filled Nagata Koichi's heart. What's wrong? Roland Chappelle asked Nagata Koichi. I. If you don't even dare to eat, then there is no need for you to continue eating halberds. Under the pressure of these words, Nagata Koichi put mapo tofu into his mouth. Dang! The spoon fell to the ground. Nagata Hikaru's legs were weak, and he fell to the ground, his eyes lost focus. What happened to him? Yuen Lushan looked at Nagata Guang, who was lying on the ground, and asked in a puzzled way. Down in hell? Jis Higuo Ningning said to Yuen Lushan calmly. Well. Yuen Lushan was stupid. What were you thinking about when you were cooking? Just thinking that a despicable guy like him should go to hell. Yuen Lushan answered truthfully. Chapter 46 _ Hearing Yuen Lushan's words, Jis Higuo Ningning looked at Yuen Lushan and said, This time as you wish, this guy will fall into hell. Yuen Lushan was a little unclear, so Jis Higuo Ningning didn't explain it. I don't think I need to say the winner this time. Jis Higuo Ningning looked at Roland Chappelle and which other mustache lecturer said. Naturally, the mustache lecturer would not object. In fact, after eating the mapo tofu from Yuen Lushan, the mustache lecturer already knew that this time, unless Nagata Koichi bought all three of the judges yes, otherwise, you can't win at all. But will the three of them be bought off? It was obviously impossible, and looking at the guy who was on the ground as if he had lost his soul, Roland Chappelle shook his head and said, He is already dead, although I don't know the grievance between you two, but this completely destroys a person, let's do this kind of thing less in the future. Yuen Lushan looked at Roland Chappelle dumbfounded. He could understand every word Yuen Lushan said, but when these words were combined, Yuen Lushan couldn't understand Roland Chappelle at all. What are you talking about? Why don't you understand it at all? Jis Higuo Ningning said to Yuen Lushan, Congratulations, you won. Yuen Lushan nodded, but the whole person was still a little confused. What the hell is this? Why does Yuen Lushan feel very strange, and what is the situation? Jis Higuo Ningning glanced at Yuen Lushan and couldn't help showing a slight smile when he saw Yuen Lushan's appearance. Yuen Lushan, who happened to see the smile, was slightly stunned. Although she looks ordinary, if you look closely, she is also a very beautiful girl. The mysterious Yuen Lushan said to Jis Higuo Ningning, If you have long hair and replace your glasses with square frames, you will look much better. Jis Higuo Ningning nodded and said to remember Yuen Lushan's words. I remember, then I'll say goodbye first, see you next time. Jis Higuo Ningning left without giving Yuen Lushan a chance to react, and left immediately. Yuen Lushan looked at the back of the other party leaving, and his last gaze turned to Nagata Koichi on the ground. Hey, did you hear what I said? Yuen Lushan tapped Nagata Koichi with his toes, but Nagata Koichi seemed to be demented, the whole person just fell to the ground, and even Yuen Lushan didn't know what to say. Why does this person seem to be eating something wrong after taking a mouthful of mapo tofu? Roland Chappelle looked at Yuen Lushan and said, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't think of putting the other party in hell in the future dishes, because people who are not determined enough to eat this kind of dishes will was greatly affected. Roland Chappelle saw that Yuen Lushan's mind was uncontrollable, so he didn't blame Yuen Lushan for such thoughts, but as a teacher, Roland Chappelle still had to warn Yuen Lushan. Okay, I see. Yuen Lushan understood, what kind of intention did this make, and his own intention seemed to turn this Nagata Koichi into an idiot. Yuen Lushan groaned in his heart, looked at Roland Chappelle and said, Lecturer Chappelle, he won't be a problem like this, right? Don't worry, it will recover after a period of time, but it will also leave a shadow completely, so it is equivalent to saying that his life is over. Yuen Lushan's expression changed slightly, and then he was relieved. Have revenge. Although the other party only beat Ping to create a real meal, Yuan Lushan ruined the other party. It seems that Yuan Lushan has done too much, but Yuan Lushan is safe and I don't think so. When Yuan Lushan regards the other party as an enemy, then Yuan Lushan and Fang Fang can be enemies. When dealing with the enemy, being able to cut the weeds and eradicate the roots naturally means cutting the weeds and eradicating the roots. Even if Yuan Lushan was given a chance, Yuan Lushan would make the same choice. Just look at each other. Yuan Lushan's opponent should have dropped out of school. The problem is that it is time to choose a new person. Once Nagata Hikaru is useless and can't be the fuse, Yuan Lushan can only choose others again. Mr. Chappelle, I understand, if there is nothing to do, then I will go first. Yuan Lushan looked at Roland Chappelle and said. Go ahead. Yes. After Yuan Lushan left, the mustache teacher couldn't help but feel the excitement in his heart, and said to Roland Chappelle, Lecturer Chappelle, in the forehead of the student just now, there is something in it. I'm afraid it's the heart of the cook. The kitchen heart, that is the existence above the mind. Roland Chappelle nodded. Yes, it's the kitchen heart. Hiss. Although the mustache lecturer had already guessed it in his heart, he took a deep breath after getting Roland Chappelle's confirmation. Chef. It's really a chef, Yuan Lushan is so big. Roland Chappelle seemed to have thought of something, looked at the mustache lecturer in front of him and said, this one thing, you'd better rot in your stomach, understand? The mustache lecturer stiffened, then nodded. Yes, I see, Lecturer Chappelle. Hearing the other party's promise, Roland Chappelle nodded, and then said in a calm voice, what is his surname? Think about it carefully, if you offend them, you won't be able to keep you. The 8-character who lecturer was stunned for a moment, and then his face suddenly turned aside, he remembered Yuan Lushan's surname. Source. Genji. The body shuddered suddenly, and the teeth began to chatter involuntarily. Lecturer Chappelle, is that student buried in your stomach, understand? Yes. The mustache lecturer didn't dare to say anything more, and immediately responded respectfully. He knew that the secret he knew today would rot in his stomach all the time. Roland Chappelle then shook his head and left. This matter must be reported to Nakiri Sentimon as soon as possible. What Roland Chappelle didn't know was that in a certain corner, a little light flashed in the darkness. Chapter 47 _ Eating Halberds and its adaptation of the animation of the same name. He wears glasses, has blue hair in braids, and has red eyes. Manga. The words appeared again, the third-year student of Tajetsu Academy's high school, the 9th seat of Tajetsu. Put on thick-rimmed square glasses and shawl hair. The second year of the high school of Yuanyu Academy, student in the 91st class, the former 6th seat of the 10 heroes of Yuanyu, and the 9th seat of the 10 heroes of Yuanyu, comic number 1, talk. Born in Kanda Soba, it is a super first-class shop that has passed down the Edo Soba genre to this day and has continued to develop. It has been instilled and accepted the essence of Japanese cuisine including tea ceremony and kaiseki cuisine from a sensible age. Kazuya and Isahiki are young taming dais, and their family is a famous family in the Japanese cuisine world with the titles of the country of the East and the Isahiki of the West. She seems to be a very quiet student girl who specializes in soba noodles. Strength is still unknown. In the review of launching the new commander of Totsuki Academy, he voted in favor of the reform and election of the new commander. In the first game of the first round of the United Shiji, he faced off against Soma Kahei, and the theme was buckwheat. Ningning Ji's Higuo, who was born in a buckwheat family, made soba noodles with a fragrant and elegant taste. However, because he was too confident in the high-quality buckwheat making skills he had learned since childhood, he ignored the disadvantage that the cold place made the buckwheat flavor extremely difficult to spread, and the flavor of the buckwheat produced was far inferior to usual. Therefore, he was defeated by Soma Kahei, who was keenly aware of the characteristics of the venue and acted accordingly. After eating the halbird, the alliance was promoted to the 3rd grade and resumed the seat of the 10 masters of Yuanyu, serving as the 9th seat. Chapter 48 _ Far across the ocean. A black-haired man with a strand of bleached and dyed white hair on his forehead looked at Shiji in the video with a frenzied look in his eyes. Found it, finally found it. Nakiri thistle, no, maybe it should be called Nakamura thistle. At this moment, Nakamura thistle has been kicked out of Nakiri's house, and the surname Nakiri thistle is not allowed to be used, so the original surname Nakamura is restored. Then Nakamura thistle looked at a boy beside him. Do you think you can beat him? That, like Nakiri thistle, exudes this gloomy aura. Of course, I will never lose. Kobo Chaoyang, a talented cook, a boy trained by Kobo Siakiro. Only after Kobo Siakiro left, Kobo Chaoyang became gloomy. Today, Nakamura-ji and Kobo Chaoyang are mixed together. I have to say that this fate is a bit strange. Chaoyang, he may become the real redemption of the tongue of God, so I want to ask you one thing. What? Kobo Chaoyang looked at Nakamura thistle. To stimulate him and let him grow up, Yuanyu is too gentle, his growth is too slow, so I need him to grow up faster. Hearing this sentence, Kobo Chaoyang said to Nakamura-ji, aren't you afraid that he will completely destroy him because of the pressure? I know, but now I have no choice. He must grow up as soon as possible. The tongue of God is running out of time. Kobo Chaoyang looked at Nakamura thistle, and then fell silent. I get it, but when I'm provoking the other side, I'll also solve my business. Okay. Of course, I have no objection to you doing it, and after a while, I will also start implementing my plan. Then I'll set off now to put pressure on him and let him grow under pressure. Kobo Chaoyang's words made Nakamura thistle smile slightly. Sure enough, as expected of a cook trained by Kobo senpai, then I'll leave it to you. Kobo Chaoyang looked at Nakamura thistle, didn't say anything, just nodded and left. After Kobo Chaoyang left, Nakamura-ji said in a low voice, I will definitely save you, Nagi. If I can't do it, then I will create a cook who can save you. The face of the girl who helped him out of the darkness came to Nakiri Kiku's mind. For her, he can do anything crazy. In order to save her, he did not hesitate to push his daughter into hell. Because of this, he was kicked out of the Nakiri family. But Nakiri Thistle doesn't care. As long as he can save the one who brought him light from the darkness. Mainland China. In a courtyard in the land of abundance. A gentleman with a strong bookish air on his body said to Yuan Yaxiang, our child, this talent is not even comparable to us. Of course you are not, this is my child. Even the generation from 100 years ago, I am afraid that there is no talent that can compare with my son. Hearing Yuan Yaxiang's words, the man chuckled lightly. You are still so proud. What, do you have an opinion? Looking at the man in front of her, Yuan Yaxiang suddenly sneered. How come? For Yuan Yaxiang, this man obviously has no choice. I am afraid that the dark side will target this child Lu Sheng. If this child goes astray, then the cooking world will be completely finished. Yuan Yaxiang is most aware of how talented her children are. If Yuan Lushan falls into darkness, it will be a disaster for the entire cooking world, and even the entire world. The food culture in this world is very developed, and most chaebol are related to food, so the status of the chef has become very important. A good chef can create a chaebol. Don't worry, our boy, I'm sure he will never fall into the darkness. The man comforted softly, but Yuan Yaxiang did not relax because of this, but said, I am very worried. Well. The man looked at his wife in confusion, not understanding what his wife was worried about. This child Lu Sheng has been like a little adult since he was a child. We don't need to worry about anything, but you know what? Gone astray. That child seems to be out of tune with this world, like a god, who will only sit on the high throne forever, looking down at all the living beings below, forever watching only as a third party, so I'm worried. I worry about what the child of that day will be like if he falls into the mundane world. There was also a worried look on the man's face because of his wife's words. Didn't you arrange a fiancé for him? Then let that girl see Lu Sheng, we will solve it as soon as possible, and then we will take it out. I also want to have a real relationship with myself. Children meet, not every distant meeting. For the safety of the child, for the past 16 years, I have only watched the child from a distance, worried that if I show any emotions, I will be noticed, so I can only hide it. There was a hint of disappointment in the man's tone. Looking at her husband, Yuan Yaxiang said comfortingly, Lu Sheng is a good boy and will understand. The man smiled bitterly and said nothing. Let Lu Sheng enter Yuan Yu, let Lu Sheng contact those people, and I don't know if it is a good thing for Lu Sheng. Yuan Yaxiang sighed. The gods in the past fell into the human world because they came into contact with people, so the gods are still gods, or have they fallen into demons? Chapter 49_. Back in Jixing Liu, the rest were waiting for Yuan Lushan to return. Seeing Yuan Lushan returning, he looked at Yuan Lushan one by one. Don't worry, I won the halberd, but I have to choose another one to be the opponent of the halberd. That Nagata Koichi was broken. Yuan Lushan's words made the rest of the people puzzled. Broken? What does this wolf word mean? Yuan Lushan didn't say much. He took a look at the list, and finally said to Ishaiki, Senior Ishaiki, I'm going to trouble you again, this time against Masaji Hirota. No problem. Although Hirota Masaji's strength is slightly stronger than Nagata Koichi, I believe you should have any problem with Lu Sheng. Ishaiki's answer made Ryoko Sakeki a little worried. Wait a minute. Xinping Chuangzhen shouted to Yuan Lushan. Well, what's the truth? I'll come here for the halberd this time. After all, this matter has something to do with me. Yuan Lushan looked at Xinping Chuangzhen. You have to know that this time things are not easy, maybe you will be banned by the entire neon cooking world. Yuan Lushan knew very well how serious the consequences of doing so this time would be. Those unpredictable people will join forces to block Yuan Lushan, and if Xinping Chuangzhen intervenes, he will have to catch one at that time. This matter itself has something to do with me. Since this is the case, how can I stand by and watch, and the previous one was given to you, so the current one should be given to me. Xinping Chuang really said very seriously, this time, Xinping Chuang will definitely not let Yuan Lushan fight alone. This time, the incident itself was that Koping Soma was beaten, but now it turned into Yuan Lushan to give himself a head start. How could Koping Soma be indifferent? If it's like this, then I want to be with you too. Ryoko Sakeki stepped forward. Why are you joining in the fun? Yuan Lushan didn't expect that even Sakeki Ryoko would come in. Yuan Lushan really didn't know what he should say. As a member of Jixing Liu, I naturally can't watch you two being bullied, so I naturally want to help you. The rest of the Jixing Liu people followed suit. Liangzi is right, beat him up. Yoshino Yuki is very wild. Yes, actually dare to bully our Jixing Liu person and beat him up. Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji also said that those who bullied our Jixing Liu, you are afraid that you have not been beaten. I agree with that statement. Marui Zenji pushed up his glasses and agreed with what the others said. I said, are you too hot-blooded? Yuan Lushan said helplessly. Young people are not hot-blooded, so are they still called young people? Ibuzaki Jun's words made Yuan Lushan speechless, and Yuan Lushan really had no way to refute it. These young people can be hot-blooded, but although Yuan Lushan looks young, in fact, Yuan Lushan is no longer a young man. Yuan Lushan is not worried, that's because the big deal Yuan Lushan cannot do the cooking industry, and Yuan Lushan can leave the neon directly if he can't. But what about the rest of Jixing Liu? No. Yuan Lushan shook his head and refused. I will resolve this matter, and none of you will interfere. Yuan Lushan refused again. I'm afraid you won't be able to make Lu Sheng get your wish this time. This time, I will also stand on the side of everyone in Jixing Liao. This matter is not yours alone. Everyone in Jixing Liao is eligible to participate. What happened this time, and I also have the list in my hand, even if it is Lu Sheng, you won't let everyone in Jixing Liao participate, but I will give the list to everyone in Jixing Liao. Everyone will still go to those people to eat the halberd. Yuan Lushan looked at Yi Siwi with a headache. I originally thought that Is Heike would be more mature, but who knew it was the same as the others in Jixing Liao. Senior Is Heike, this is related to the future of everyone in Jixing Liao. You are irresponsible for their future. I think everyone will understand me. Isa Shui said this. It was obvious that Wang Ba was already determined to eat the scales. I really lost to you. Yuan Lushan said with a helpless sigh. These people are really stupid, but the inexplicable Yuan Lushan's heart also has a kind of blood that starts to burn. Really, let my middle-aged uncle's heart be mobilized along with it. Yuan Lushan thought to himself. If that's the case, then let's go together. No matter the mountains and the seas of fire, we will fight together when the time comes. Yuan Lushan looked at the group of people in Jixing Liao and said. Is this the right way? They are all friends of Jixing Liao. If they are too outlandish, they don't consider Jixing Liao's partners as friends. Listening to the noisy voices of a group of people in Jixing Liao, Yuan Lushan was completely unknowingly noisy, but unexpectedly had a warm feeling. Suddenly, Yuan Lushan felt that the evolution thruster in his uniform, which was attached to his heart, made a sound like a heartbeat. But it just disappeared for a while. Yuan Lushan put his hand on his heart. Are you happy for me too? Yuan Lushan said softly. What? Yi Shui saw Yuan Lushan speak, but did not hear what Yuan Lushan was saying. No, nothing. Yuan Lushan smiled, put his hand down, and then looked at Isa Shui and said, then this is the way it is, since you guys are going to take action, then I won't intervene, and the previous lecturer Chapelle has also I was warned, originally there was no one else, but now that you have taken action, then I will be more honest, if I don't give lecturer Chapelle face, it will be troublesome if I wear small shoes next time. Well, by the way, I almost forgot, what happened to you today, Lu Shenjun, what happened to that Nagata Koichi? Chapter 50_. It's that temple again. Yuan Lushan stood in front of Stone Wing, watching Stone Wing open his hands, and then turned into a light into Stone Wing. The next moment, Yuan Lushan appeared in a special space, and in front of Yuan Lushan was a silver Ultraman with a V-shaped red energy core on his chest. There are black lines within the silver exterior, and there are visible muscle mass on the surface of the body. There is a pair of wings on the back with the tips upside down. The upper part of the head has a small raised part. Noah. Yuan Lushan is a little unbelievable, he is not the human body of Nexus, but the human body of Noah. But why did Noah choose himself? And there are no monsters in this world, why did Noah choose himself as a human body? There are too many questions in Yuan Lushan's heart. However, Ultraman Noah did not give Yuan Lushan any explanation. Ultraman Noah radiated light. The light was not dazzling, but made Yuan Lushan feel as if he had returned to his mother. It is the same as being conceived again in the womb. Gradually, Yuan Lushan's consciousness slowly fell into chaos, while Noah looked at Yuan Lushan who had fallen asleep in the light, and then his body also turned into light and slowly disappeared. And in the real world room, Yuan Lushan's body also emitted a faint white light. The good thing is that no one has discovered Yuan Lushan now, otherwise, the current Yuan Lushan will definitely be pulled to dissect. After Yuan Lushan woke up the next day, he recalled the things in his dream. The evolution thruster was taken out from under the pillow. Why did Noah choose me? Yuan Lushan was very puzzled, but in the end Yuan Lushan could not get the answer. After putting away the evolution trustees, Yuen Lushan then walked out of the room, and Sakeki Ryoko, who happened to be in the room opposite Yuen Lushan, also walked out. Good morning Ryoko. Good morning, Sakeki Ryoko also said hello, and then Sakeki Ryoko was suddenly stunned, looking at Yuen Lushan in front of him, and looked at Yuen Lushan so directly. What's wrong? Sakeki Ryoko was asked by Yuen Lushan, and he immediately reacted, looking at Yuen Lushan in front of him, his eyes dodged a little. Lushan, I thought of something. After speaking, Sakeki Ryoko immediately turned around and slammed the door shut. Yuen Lushan was dumbfounded when he watched Sakeki Ryoko hurriedly close the door. He looked at his clothes. No problem. Then Yuen Lushan walked into the bedroom and looked at his face in the mirror, but also found nothing wrong. It's strange, why did Ryoko run away when she saw me? Yuen Lushan said that he was stupid. On the other side, Sakeki Ryoko, who had closed the door, leaned against the door and covered her cheeks with both hands, which was really embarrassing. I don't know why, just after Sakeki Ryoko saw Yuen Lushan's first glance, he actually had a feeling of wanting to get close to each other. The original feelings for Yuen Lushan in his heart were like a volcano erupting. The same. If Yuen Lushan just shouted a second or two later, then Sakeki Ryoko would have hugged Yuen Lushan. Why do you feel that way? Sakeki Ryoko covered her face with her hands, and now Sakeki Ryoko is sure that her face is very red. Yuen Lushan went downstairs, and then... What's the matter with you? Looking at the group of people who seemed to have been petrified, Yuen Lushan frowned. Is there something wrong with him? Why do these people look at themselves one by one, as if they were petrified? It's strange, why I see Lu Sheng as if I saw my father. Xinping Chuangzhen scratched his head and said to Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan heard the words with a little playfulness, and said to Xinping Chuangzhen, then you can also call me Dad, I recognize your son. The rest of the people on the side couldn't help laughing. Xinping Chuangzhen rolled his eyes at Yuen Lushan fiercely. It just feels like you seem to be very close to me in number 1 middle school. Where did you go? Yuen Lushan smiled, but didn't say anything more, and said to Soma Kopira, I'm going to rest today, I'm going to go out for a walk, what are your plans? Us? Stay at Jixing Liao. Yukihira Soma said. Our words are also spent in Jixing Liao. Ibuzaki Jun replied. Looks like this, then I'll go first and say goodbye to my past classmates. This time, I was suddenly transferred to UNU, and I haven't said goodbye to my past classmates yet. Looks like this, then Lu Sheng, let's go. Well, call me if you have anything. Yuen Lushan left such a sentence, and then walked out of Jixing Liao. I don't know if it was a coincidence, Yuen Lushan just walked to the side of the road, a car just drove by, and then the next car stopped. Erina Nakiri got out of the car. Erina, good morning. Where are you going? Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan in plain clothes and asked, but Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan with a hint of intimacy in his eyes. I'm saying goodbye to my classmates and friends from the school in the past. This time, I was suddenly brought to UNU, and those friends from the past didn't know about it. Nakiri Erina glanced at Jen Lushan. Get in the car and I'll take you there. Well, no trouble. Do you want to come up? Seeing Nakiri Erina's appearance, Yuen Lushan said decisively, come on. After getting in the car, Yuen Lushan discovered that the little secretary was actually there. Good morning, Miss Shinto. Yuen Lushan and Zintho Faishizi only had a relationship once. They met once during the review and assessment before, so they just smiled and said hello and stopped talking. Where are you going, Erina? Just try it out at a restaurant. Yuen Lushan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the opportunity to eat and drink for free has come. Cough, what is that? When Nakiri Erina saw Yuen Lushan's appearance, who could not know what Yuen Lushan wanted to say. You want to go with me? A dry cough. I just want to meet the world. Chapter 51 Facing Nakiri Erina's coveting eyes, Yuen Lushan could only honestly confess. Can you comprehend the idea of a person who has been locked away for 16 years wanting to eat a delicious meal? After Yuen Lushan said this, Nakiri Erina just remembered one thing, that is, Yuen Lushan, the unfortunate child, spent 16 years by his own mother to build a sense of taste closure. Thinking about Yuen Yaxiang's strength, Nakiri Erina's Yuen Lushan probably won't even think about being able to eat delicious dishes that make him feel in his life. Erina does not know why the world's top cook spent 16 years building a taste barrier for Jen Lisheng. But Nakiri Erina is very confident in Jenyaka's strength. Moreover, the taste barrier constructed by Yuen Yaxiang only hinders Yuen Lushan's own taste for food, but it does not have any bad effect on Yuen Lushan. Like anorexia or something. If the tongue of God. When I think of anorexia Nakiri Erina, I can't help but think of the tongue of God. I can imagine. Then Nakiri Erina looked at Yuen Lushan again. You today. Well. Looking at Yuen Lushan, Nakiri Erina finally didn't say it. What's the matter? Me today? Nothing. Nakiri Erina turned her head, and suddenly found that her little secretary was secretly watching Yuen Lushan. Fishizi. Naito Hisako was called out by Nakiri Erina, and then she reacted, and her face immediately turned red. Is something wrong, Erina-sama? Nothing. Nakiri Erina said, and glared at Yuen Lushan again. Yuen Lushan was stupid. What are you staring at me for? Jen Lisheng and Nakiri Erina stopped at a restaurant. Taki Amarillos. Looking at the restaurant's signboard, Yuen Lushan asked Nakiri Erina, is this the place? Well, get out of the car. Yuen Lushan got off the car, and then Nakiri Erina and Hishako Shinto and the two also got out of the car. Taki Amarillo is a restaurant opened by our senior, Totsuki's senior sister Kakurazaki Taki. Soon after, Kato Zakitaki Senpai will start a one-star restaurant selection, so please invite me to try it. One-star restaurant. Don't you know? How long did I learn to cook? How could I know? Even the chef I only know a super chef, how do I know the rest? It's superficial, but if you beg me properly, I'll reluctantly teach you. Hearing this sentence, Yuen Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina. Erina, you really have some good teachers. You. Nakiri Erina gave Yuen Lushan a fierce look, and then walked over from Yuen Lushan's side. Follow up quickly, otherwise you won't come in. Nakiri Erina's voice came. Hi. Kato Zakitaki? Yuen Lushan seems to have some impressions, but he can't remember specific things. Follow Nakiri Erina into the restaurant. The people in the restaurant had been waiting for Nakiri Erina's arrival. After seeing the arrival of Nakiri Erina, the other party stepped forward to greet him. Miss Erina, I've been waiting for a long time, now I will go to the chef. Not long after, a woman with a very sad figure came out. Erina, please, come and give me an evaluation this time. Kato Zakitaki, the second seat of Totsuki's 88th Totsuki Top 10 Heroes. It's nothing, Kanozaka-senpai, then please start serving. Erina Nakiri did it and said to Kakuga Zakitaki. Please wait a moment. Kato Zakitaki said that he walked into the kitchen and then started to play. This is the first time for Yuen Lushan to come to this kind of restaurant. What are you looking at? Looking at Yuen Lushan looking around, Nakiri Erina asked Yuen Lushan. It's nothing, I'm just curious. It's the first time I came to this kind of high-end restaurant. Well, no, it should be said that the first time I came to the restaurant to eat out, I was a little curious. I don't know happiness when I live in happiness. Looking at Yuen Lushan in front of him, Nakiri Erina murmured in his heart, except for this guy, Yuen Lushan, who can eat the food of the 12th chef in the world for 16 years. However, the same Nakari Erina also felt that this guy, UN Lushan, was really pitiful. He met a mother who had blocked his sense of taste for 16 years. Kaidozaki Taki quickly served his meal. What about the rest of the dishes except for one risotto? It is no different from what UN Lushan did himself. The Spanish risotto in that dish gave UN Lushan a little taste, but it was only a little bit, and it did not break through UN Lushan's taste blockade. The risotto in that one seemed to be a little heavier, not bland like the others. Looking at UN Lushan's appearance, Erina said to UN Lushan, "Unless you are a particularly advanced cook, otherwise your taste blockade can hardly be broken." Yeah. UN Lushan was a little disappointed, but he was also expected. Then Erina, "I'll go first." After the meal was over, UN Lushan was naturally ready to leave. "Are you ready to go?" Nakari Erina saw through UN Lushan, a white-eyed wolf, who was about to run away after eating. Cough cough, "I still have something to do today. I want to say goodbye to my past classmates, so I'm really sorry. If you have time next time, let's go for a walk together." "Go, go." After UN Lushan left, Kaidozaki Taki walked out of the kitchen. "Erina, how are you?" Nakari Erina looked at Keikuzaki Taki and frowned slightly. "Kaidozaki-senpai wants to pass the one-star restaurant assessment. I'm afraid it will be difficult." Kaidozaki Taki's expression changed slightly. "Is there a problem?" "Erina, with all due respect, Kaidozaki-senpai has a big problem with your cooking. If you want to meet the standards of the restaurant, you are a super chef, but you obviously haven't achieved it yet, even if it's very close, but it's always the same." "Not a super chef." Kaidozaki Taki suddenly fell silent. Chapter 52 The standard of a one-star restaurant is a super chef, and only a super chef can support the evaluation of a one-star restaurant by UGO. Erina Nakari looked at Kaidozaki Taki. "If I'm not mistaken, Kaidozaki-senpai, you should have been stuck on the threshold of a 9-star cook for a long time." Kaidozaki Taki smiled wryly. "My cooking skills haven't improved since I came out of the far moon, or in other words, I haven't improved since I reached a 9-star cook." "Kaidozaki-senpai, you are too anxious, although you are rated as comparable to high-level cooks, but you are still a long way from high-level cooks. Although this sentence is not good, but Kaidozaki-senpai used to it helped me a lot, so I said it anyway." Kaidozaki Taki expressed that he received Nakari Erina's concern. "I received your concern, but Erina, is there really no hope at all?" "I'm sorry, the super chef is a must. If a one-star restaurant does not have a super chef, it is impossible to be rated as a one-star restaurant. You should know better than me about this, Kaidozaki-senpai." Kaidozaki Taki knew of natural things, but Kaidozaki Taki not reconciled. After preparing for so long, but the result fell on this reason, how could Taki, Keikuzaki be willing? "Now, Kaidozaki-senpai, the only way for your restaurant to become a one-star restaurant is for you to become a super chef, or invite a super chef to come to your restaurant, Kaidozaki-senpai, Taki-senpai." Kaidozaki Taki smiled bitterly, looked at Erina Nakari and said, "How can a super chef have such good achievements? Totsuki has only produced 3 super chefs up to now, Dojimajin and Saiba Siakairo, and then the others. There is that man." When talking about that man, Nakari Erina's eyes narrowed slightly. Super chef is a threshold. This threshold has stopped many people. Many people can't cross this threshold in their entire lives, and I may be one of these mortals. Kaidozaki Taki was a little disappointed, but Nakari Erina had no other choice. The premise of a one-star restaurant was a super chef. A one-star restaurant simply cannot be awarded a rating without a super chef. Perhaps there is another way. Nakari Erina thought of the free-spirited guy just now and said involuntarily. UN Lushan's mind is too huge. It's not that Nikari Erina has never eaten special dishes, but he has never eaten something like the dishes that UN Lushan made. It contains such a huge mind. Therefore, it may be possible to use UN Lushan to let Keikuzaki Taki find a breakthrough. In what way? Looking at Nikari Erina, Keitozaki Taki suddenly asked excitedly. The person who left just now, Senpai, have you seen it? Keitozaki Taki nodded. That's Erina yours. Blinking her glasses at Nikari Erina, her eyes were full of ambiguity. If it was someone else, Keikuzaki Taki would not be like this, but for UN Lushan, Keikuzaki Taki had such a natural affection in his heart. At the first sight of UN Lushan, Keitozaki Taki couldn't hate people like this. Don't talk nonsense, how could I possibly fall in love with him? I just saw his talent is good, so I brought him to meet the world. Kakuazaka-senpai, don't misunderstand. Hearing Nikari Erina's words, Kakurazaki Taki let out a wicked smile. I understand, I understand. Looking at Taki's clothes, he seemed to understand, as if he knew something about gossip. Do you still want to listen to the solution? Hey, I was wrong, Miss Erina, please tell me mercifully how I can pass this review. Keitozaki Taki put away his smile and said to UN Lushan with a serious face. That guy is a monster. If he can be evaluated as a monster by the tongue of the Nikari family, then that boy is probably a monster at the monster level. He has something that you don't have. What you don't have? You mean, mind. Yes, that bastard, you can't tell the difference between oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, but he is able to contain a huge heart in his own cooking. What does Kanozaki Taki say? Inexplicably a little unhappy in my heart, this guy, let's kill it, a person who can't tell the difference between oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, but the result is that he can have his heart. Flowers 0. Next time, I will have the opportunity to let you, Kakozaki-senpai, have a good taste of that guy's dishes. Although the taste is only mouth-watering, the heart of that guy's dishes is not comparable to that of many special chefs. Then I'll leave it to you, the other party should not have gone far, Erina, you understand. Keitozaki Taki obviously didn't expect such a thing to happen, but since Nikari Erina has said so, then Keitozaki Taki won't have any doubts. Keitozaki Taki still believes in Nikari Erina. That guy. Thinking of UN Lushan, Nikari Erina's expression also became a little embarrassed. Kadozaka-senpai, wait a minute and I'll call that guy and ask. Since the last poached egg, Erina was so angry that she wanted to call UN Lushan for a meal, but she didn't even have a phone call, so Nikari Erina specifically asked the other party for a phone call. Not long after leaving, Jen Lasheng, who had just boarded the train, received a call from Erina Nikari. Erina, why did I call just after I left? UN Lushan asked on the phone. Where are you now? I have something I want your help with. Things. Help? What else do you need my help with? Erina Nikari said impatiently, I need you to cook for Kadozaka-senpai. This. Is there a problem? There is no problem. It's okay to help friends. Since you have spoken, then it's okay for me to promise you. Even though I asked you to help, it's not completely useless. Let's let Ms. Chiaozaki cook you delicious food every day, and Ms. Chiaozaki can also give you a salary. Wait, did you just say salary? UN Lushan suddenly remembered that he was a poor ghost now, and he had used all his living expenses to buy uniforms. The most he had left was less than 10,000 yuan, that is, Jixing Liu did not need food and money. Accommodation fee. Well, yes, what's wrong? No problem, money is tight, it just happens to be a part-time job, but I have to wait for tomorrow, I have something to do today. Chapter 53 _ In Chiyoda district, UN Lushan looked at a certain girl who was looking at him with dissatisfaction. You must know that I was here to meet you, but I came early, and you have wasted so much of my time, making me a girl wait for you here for so long. I said that you have a good time. Are you introspecting? Looking at Yuan Lushan in front of him, this girl clasped her chest with her arms and kept shaking her legs, but Yuan Lushan didn't care at all when she heard what the other party said. We agreed on a time, right, and I didn't come late, which means that I didn't come too late. You came too early, Xiu of Xia's Haikyuu. In front of Yuan Lushan, this girl is very beautiful, with a white headband, wearing a blue coat, a sea blue one-piece skirt, and round legs wrapped in black color pantyhose. The rate of return is definitely 100% of that kind. Xia's Haikyuu Xiu's face darkened when he heard Yuan Lushan's words. Don't you know that boys who make girls wait are the worst? Sorry, I came just in time and wasn't late, and we don't seem to be in a relationship, right? It's just a simple partnership. I provide you with ideas, and you provide me with rewards. The girl in front of her is called Xia's Haikyuu Xiu, a senior who Yuan Lushan knew, a grade higher than Yuan Lushan. The relationship between Yuan Lushan and the other party is also very simple, that is, Yuan Lushan provides the other party with ideas for writing novels, and the other party provides Yuan Lushan with remuneration. You have to know that I'm a super popular writer. You actually made me, a super popular and beautiful girl writer, wait for you here for half an hour. I didn't ask you to wait, thank you, and you called me to ask me out. If you have anything, please tell me quickly. Although it is said that the other party is a super beautiful girl, but to Yuan Lushan, it is just a pink skeleton. Xia's Haikyuu Xiu covered her forehead. The little boy in front of him was really a straight man of steel, and if he changed to another man, he might become her faithful dog in minutes, but this little boy. Okay, if you have something to say, if you have nothing to do, I have to go back. I have something to do. Is it good for women to practice cooking with me? There is no woman in the heart, and the sword is naturally God. Forget it, I'm too lazy to tell you these things. Xia's Haikyuu Xiu took out an envelope and put it in front of Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan opened the envelope in front of Xia's Haikyuu Xiu. It's a share of the ideas you offer this time around. After opening the envelope, Yuan Lushan found that there was only one check in the envelope. 1.2 million. Yuan Lushan was slightly headless. I remember it was more than that. Kazuma Jayaka Xiu turned her head in embarrassment, playing with her fingers to make her feverish. For some reason, that book was cut in half. Yuan Lushan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiu of Xia's Haikyuu. Tell me what's going on. There are too many sunspots, and then I pointed out sang and scolded Hawaii in the book, but I didn't expect to be reported, and then the book was cut in half. That group of Sima trolls. Yuan Lushan looked at Xiu of the hill of Xia in front of him. Xia's Haikyuu Xiu was a little embarrassed, but then he coughed dryly and said to Yuan Lushan, also, our cooperation relationship ends here. I want to try to write some novels that I want to write. In the future, I will also redebut under a pseudonym. Yuan Lushan glanced at the envelope in his hand, and then said calmly, since you have decided, let it be like this. I wish you a bright future in the future. Yuan Lushan picked up the envelope and was about to leave, but before Yuan Lushan got up, Xia's Haikyuu said to Yuan Lushan, wait a minute, although I plan to write a novel myself and the partnership is terminated, but we can be considered friends too, right? No, the relationship between me and you is just a traitor, and with the end of the deal between you and me, you and I are just strangers. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he stood up and left. Wait a minute, are you angry? Yuan Lushan turned his head to look at Xiu of Xia's Haikyuu. Do you think I will? Xia's Haikyuu Xiu was inexplicably unwilling to look at Yuan Lushan and said, you man, you have no heart. Rolling his eyes, Yuan Lushan didn't intend to continue to pay attention to the other party. Do you care about this woman? Yuan Lushan and Xiu of the hill of Xia are just money transactions. Seeing Yuan Lushan unmoved, Shiu's palm suddenly slapped on the table, and the rest of the people were immediately attracted by Shiu. Yuan Lushan, do you really understand what I mean? Don't you really understand? Yuan Lushan stopped. It was you, Shiu of Shiu, who said that you wanted to terminate the relationship, and now you are telling me what exactly you want to do. Don't make it seem like I kicked you away after I became famous. Strictly speaking, you betrayed me. One by one, the others pricked up their ears and looked at Yuan Lushan and Shiu in front of them. I didn't see that this little girl was so ruthless. After she became famous, she kicked the man away. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she is. I don't know if there is a big boss behind this girl. Rich second generation or something. The voices of other people's discussions entered the ears of Shiu. Shiu's chest rose and fell rapidly with anger. Yuan Lushan is this idiot. Yuan Lushan, you bastard. Yuan Lushan rolled his eyes and didn't want to pay attention to Shiu. If he hadn't looked at Shiu cried so pitifully, Yuan Lushan would not find Shiu to cooperate with others. As a result, Shiu kicked himself away after earning enough money. Not bad. What else does this Shiu of Kazumajayaka want? Probably 2 years ago, Yuan Lushan met Shiu of Shiu at that time, but Shiu of Shiu at that time was just a girl who was rejected because of the submission of the novel she wrote and would only hide and cry. Yuan Lushan saw that the other party was pitiful, so he cooperated with the other party, and Yuan Lushan provided the novel ideas of the novels he had read, and then Shiu of Shiu did the writing. Shiu 7, Origin and Land 3. Chapter 54_. I have no opinion on this split into Yuan Lushan. After all, I just gave an idea, so I think that only 30% of Yuan Lushan is enough. Today, Yuan Lushan thought that Shiu of the Hill of Xia needed new ideas, but who knew that he was going to kick himself away? Yuan Lushan didn't have any big ideas about this. Since Shiu wanted to kick himself away, then kick him away. Now Yuan Lushan doesn't necessarily need to use this method to make money, so it's nothing to be able to terminate the relationship peacefully. Although it seems that Shiu of Shiu betrayed Yuan Lushan doesn't care. It's just that the current Shiu seems to make Yuan Lushan seem to be a heartless man, which makes Yuan Lushan a little dissatisfied. Although Shiu is a beautiful girl, this is not the case. It doesn't mean that Shiu of the Hill of Xia can do whatever he wants. I just don't want to be a gunman anymore, I want to write my own novel. Then what? Didn't I bless you? Don't you have anything to say to me? What am I going to say? And I wish you a bright future too, don't I? You. Shiu of the Hill of Xia is very energetic, this guy is born on land. However, Shiu watched Yuan Lushan and finally suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said to Yuan Lushan, when the novel I wrote at that time is published, I will give it to you, I hope you can take a look at it. Yuan Lushan scratched his head, what exactly is Shiu of Shiu trying to express? As you please. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he left. Shiu watched Yuan Lushan leave, and after he could no longer see Yuan Lushan, Shiu slapped the table angrily. Yuan Lushan, you bastard, you man has no heart. The rest of the people looked at Shiu of the Hill of Xia one by one. The next time was a moment of anger. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen beautiful women? Haven't you seen the damn straight man of steel? A group of people looked back. Yuan Lushan, who left, didn't think too much about it. How could Shiu of Shiu think that it had nothing to do with Yuan Lushan, and he would not take it to heart? Without Shiu of Shiu, it would be a big deal to find another gunner. For Yuan Lushan, Shiu of the Hill of Xia is just a tool of his own years ago, and there is no other relationship. At the bank, the 1.2 million check was deposited into a special account. Subsequent Yuan Lushan looked at the balance above the account, and 8, Digit balance starting from 3. More than 30 million, it's alright. It's not bad to earn so much in 2 years. The job that Erina introduced to me should not be too small, at least it should be enough for my living expenses. Forget it, I don't want so much anymore, it's better to go back. Originally, Yuan Lushan planned to keep this money for urgent use in the future. His own mother was a little unreliable, so Yuan Lushan planned to leave a sum of money that he might use in an emergency, but it looks like now it doesn't seem to work. But even so, Yuan Lushan did not intend to use this money. Suddenly, the phone in Yuan Lushan's pocket rang again. Taking out the phone, Yuan Lushan looked at the display on the phone. Erina. Yuan Lushan decided on the phone, and then asked Erina Nakiri on the other end of the phone, "What's the matter? How long has it been since you called me again? Where are you now?" There was a hint of anxiety in the other's tone. Although Yuan Lushan is very strange, what is going on? "Okay, I'm in this place now and you have someone come and pick me up." He quickly explained the location to Nakiri Erina, and Nakiri Erina appeared in front of him less than 10 minutes later. "Get in the car!" Nakiri Erina shouted at Jen Lasheng. "Open the door and get in the car," and the car starts immediately. What happened? About Kaitozaki Taki Senpai, a difficult guest suddenly came to Kaitozaki Taki Senpai's side, "So I need your help." Walter. Yuan Lushan understood for a moment what Nakiri Erina wanted to do at this moment. "Are you asking me to entertain guests for Kaitozaki Taki?" "That's right." Nakiri Erina's answer made Yuan Lushan couldn't help but want to complain. "No, I'm going to entertain guests, aren't you afraid of me? The signboard will be smashed." "Even if you don't go, the signboard is about to be smashed." Hearing this, Yuan Lushan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then asked in surprise, "There are still people who dare to smash Yuanyu's signboard, aren't they afraid of being turned into a concrete pillar and thrown into Tokyo Bay?" Nakiri Erina gave Yuan Lushan a stern look, "We are not a mafia, we are just chefs." "Gourmet mafia, I know someone who looks like this and calls it that in private." Glancing at the nonsense Yuan Lushan, Nakiri Erina explained it to Yuan Lushan. "There is not only a gourmet academy like Yuanyu in the world. In the end, Yuanyu is only the stronger side of Neon. Above the international level, there are several other schools that are the same except Yuanyu. That is to say, this time I will smash Yuanyu's signboard." "Is it someone from another school?" "That's right, it's someone from another school, the Conservatoire de France." "Since Kaitozaki Taki is useless, is it useful for me to go up? Although your cooking level is a little worse, your cooking has a strong will, so at this time, it's only you. Although I don't quite understand what you're talking about, I'll give a good explanation later. I'll help with this one." Hearing Yuan Lushan say this, Nakiri Erina showed a slight smile. "Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. As long as the matter can be resolved this time, Kaitozaki Taki Senpai will give you 10 million as a reward, and Tajetsu will also reward you. I can only say that I will try my best, but I can't guarantee whether it will be successful or not." "No problem. No problem." When Jen Lasheng and Nakiri Erina came to Kaitozaki Taki's restaurant, a girl with golden braids was being entertained in Kaitozaki Taki's restaurant. "Isn't that girl the one who came to smash the signboard you said?" "That's right, the guy, the head of the Académie de France, Joan of Arc, 23 years old, but 3 years ago was already a monster who became a super chef." Chapter 55_. Yuan Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina next to him. "Don't you want me and the other party to eat the halberd? You don't mean that you want me to give away the head?" The corners of Yuan Lushan's eyes twitched. If Nakiri Erina really planned to let Yuan Lushan eat halberds with the other party, then Yuan Lushan now has to turn around and leave in minutes. What a joke. As a super chef, Yuan Lushan is very clear about his weight. Yuan Lushan doesn't think he can beat a super chef at all. Although he says he has a heart, does it mean that there are no super chefs? So when it comes to what you have, I also have it? In the end, it's not about whose cooking tastes better. Yoon Lushan, a person who has only learned to cook for 2 days, should compare with a super chef? Don't worry about dying. Seemingly aware of Yoon Lushan's gaze, Joan of Arc turned her head. The moment she saw Yoon Lushan, Joan of Arc's pupils shrank. Lord! Subconsciously called out, and then Joan of Arc responded immediately. What's wrong? Why did I feel like I saw the Lord the moment I saw each other? Joan of Arc's heart involuntarily began to ask herself, could it be that her faith in the Lord has been shaken? This was a blasphemy against the Lord, and Joan of Arc was filled with guilt for a while. Miss Joan of Arc, our cook is here, so can we let him cook now? Of course there's no problem, but if I'm not mistaken, he should still be a student, right? Are you sure you don't want to look for those top 10 graduates? No need. Nakari Erina said decisively. Find the top 10 with a hammer. Except for Dojimajin, Kobo Siakairo, and that man, the other top 10 masters did not have a special chef. That's it, play with a hammer. It's a shame to come to them, it's better to let Yoon Lushan come. With Yoon Lushan's intentions, he should be able to get through this time. Then let's cook. Nakari Erina said, pushing Yoon Lushan into the kitchen. Yoon Lushan glanced at Nakari Erina and was pushed into the kitchen helplessly. After entering the kitchen, Nakari Erina said to Yoon Lushan, do your best, whatever you want, as long as it contains your heart. Heart. Yoon Lushan told the truth, he didn't know exactly what that mind was, but according to Yoon Lushan's understanding, mind was what he thought about when he was cooking. In this case, when he was cooking, he thought about it? Anything will do. Joan of Arc. Got it? Yoon Lushan showed a wicked smile. Looking at the smirk on Yoon Lushan's face, Nakari Erina looked at Yoon Lushan and said, what are you smirking, why don't you hurry up? Hey, the problem is that I don't know what to do. Is it possible to have French vegetable jelly? Okay, hurry up. Nakari Erina urged the source to live. Okay. In the restaurant, Joan of Arc was very concerned about Yoon Lushan, and looked at Kato Zakitaki and asked, who is that boy just now? Can you tell me about that boy? Kato Zakitaki shook his head. Sorry, if you want to know, you can only ask yourself. I can't answer your question. Okay, I see. For some unknown reason, Joan of Arc felt very concerned about the boy Yoon Lushan. French vegetable jelly, served lightly. Erina Nakari served as a waiter once. Joan of Arc looked at the French vegetable jelly in front of her. Well, the techniques are still a little immature, but they are all on the qualified line, giving me a weird feeling, like a novice cooking. Is it because I have never done French cuisine? Seriously speaking, I cut a piece of French vegetable jelly and put it in my mouth. The next moment Joan of Arc glowed, bah, it was Joan of Arc who felt that she had been surrounded by light. Light, endless light. The whole world seemed as if only light was left. In that light, where is a silver giant standing? Sacred. The moment she saw the silver giant, Joan of Arc was robbed of all her senses by the silver giant. My lord. Holy, sublime, majestic. My God, we will worship you. My God, we will give you all the glory. You are the Holy Lamb sitting on the throne, and you are worthy of our worship. My God, we will worship you. You are the supreme, great, holy, and holy God. You are the only ruler between heaven and earth. You are the King of kings, the Lord of lords, and the God of gods. You are worthy of our worship. Pray in the name of the Lord, Amen. Joan of Arc prayed to the great, sacred, and lofty figure, and finally the figure slowly and gradually turned into a human being, and that human being was exactly what Joan of Arc had seen before. Origin and land. After seeing Yuan Lushan, Joan of Arc finally understood why she cared so much about Yuan Lushan. It turned out that the reason for all this was because Yuan Lushan was the child of the Lord she believed in, and that was God. Son, the savior of mankind. As the French vegetable jelly was eliminated at a very fast speed, after waiting for the empty plate, everything gradually disappeared, and Joan of Arc put down the knife and fork in her hand. Looking at Erina in front of him, he said, "Can you tell me the name of that boy?" Erina was stunned, looking at Joan of Arc in front of her. "What do you want to do?" "Zhao zhao zhao, don't worry, I won't hurt him." Before Joan of Arc could finish speaking, Yuan Lushan came out of the kitchen. Seeing Yuan Lushan, Joan of Arc ignored Erina. "Can you tell me your name?" Original life. Although he didn't understand what the other party wanted to do, Yuan Lushan still told the other party his name. After hearing Yuan Lushan's name, Joan of Arc said to Yuan Lushan, "Please come back to France with me." Yuan Lushan was taken aback. "Well, you are. Please come back to France with me. In France, you can get the best resources, and there will be the best teachers to teach you. We will do our best to make you grow up as soon as possible." "I don't understand what you're talking about. This woman has cat cake, failure." Chapter 56 _ Joan of Arc still has something to say, but Erina on the side is stopped between Yuan Lushan and Joan of Arc. "What do you want to do? Yuan Lushan is our Yuanyu student." "Yuanyu?" With all due respect, letting this man stay in the small place of Neon, and letting this lord stay in this small place of Yuanyu, is simply a blasphemy for this person. A pressure emanated from Joan of Arc, and Erina's face turned pale. Yuan Lushan looked at Joan of Arc in front of him. "Sorry, I'm not interested in leaving with you, and if you are satisfied with this French vegetable jelly, then you can leave now." Yuan Lushan, whose face was cold, changed the expression of Joan of Arc slightly. "Sorry." Glancing at Erina, Joan of Arc apologized directly. "I am very satisfied with the cooking this time, so please allow me to retire temporarily." Facing Yuan Lushan in front of him, he tapped his right hand on his heart, bowed slightly to Yuan Lushan, and then Joan of Arc walked out of Kato-Zaki Taki's store. After leaving the store, Joan of Arc got into a waiting vehicle. After getting into the car, Joan of Arc faced a man beside her. A woman said, "Contact the dean for me." In Kato-Zaki Taki's store, Erina looked at Jen Lisheng in front of him, and there was still a deep doubt in his eyes. "What happened to Yuan Lushan? And what happened to that saint? What have you done?" Hey, I didn't do anything, maybe the other party just wanted to dig a foothold because of my talent." Yuan Lushan's explanation made Erina a little recognized. "If it is this monster, it is indeed possible." Then Erina said to Yuan Lushan again, "Everyone has come, so please prepare lunch." "Wait, am I ready? Is there a problem? Shouldn't it be you who thanked me and then prepared lunch?" Yuan Lushan said that he was very confused. "I helped you solve a problem. Anyway, you should prepare lunch for me. You eat the same thing, so it's better for you to do it." Yuan Lushan held back for a long time, watching Erina highlighted a word, "gan." Half an hour later, Taki's face was full of shock. This woman couldn't believe what kind of food she had just eaten. This mind. Kato-Zaki Taki really wants to say, "This is too much." Looking at Yuan Lushan, Kato-Zaki Taki's eyes were somewhat embarrassed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Facing Yuan Lushan's question, Kato-Zaki Taki answered angrily. "People are different," and Yuan Lushan told Kato-Zaki Taki in front of him with his actions. And Yuan Lushan has only one sentence to say now, "These people are too much." Although the previous one said that Yuan Lushan had eaten it when he tried it, these people did not know how to be grateful at all. However, considering the 10 million yuan given by Kato-Zaki Taki, Yuan Lushan reluctantly forgave the other party. As for seeing Yuan Lushan holding money happily, Nakari Erina complained. Even if Yuan Yaxiang didn't tell Yuan Lushan's true identity, he wouldn't be too harsh on Yuan Lushan. How could Yuan Lushan be the same as having never seen money, only 10 million? Listening to Nakari Erina's words, Yuan Lushan said speechlessly, "You are rich, so naturally you don't care. Although I say that I am not poor, I am not rich. I used to think that my mother was not rich. It's reliable, so I started saving money slowly to ensure that I will need it in the future. This 10 million is 1/3 of the total wealth I have saved for 2 years. Then if it's alright, we can go back." Yuan Lushan asked Nakari Erina. "Yes." Erina Nakari said, looking at Kakurazaki Taki said, "Then next week, I'm bringing this guy over. Yuan Lushan will come to Jiaozaki Taki's side to cook a dish every weekend after that. For each dish, Jiaozaki Taki will pay Yuan Lushan a reward of 500,000 yuan. Although Nakari Erina thinks this price is a bit low, after all, the price of a special chef's dish, any dish that contains his heart, is more than 1 million yuan, and Kakugazaki Taki only gave 500,000 yuan. However, because Katozaki Taki has only graduated for 2 years, it is estimated that there is not much money after opening the restaurant, and Yuan Lushan only has his mind, and his skills are still much worse. In addition, Yuan Lushan himself doesn't care, so this is the order. Such a price. I'm back." Yuan Lushan walked into Jixing Liu, but found no one. "Ah! Mrs. Wengsu, where are the others?" Following Yuan Lushan's shout, the voice of Domito Fumio came from upstairs. "That group of little devils all went to eat halberds. So fast." Yuan Lushan was shocked. "Okay, he ate the halberd so quickly. Well, don't know when they'll be back." Yuan Lushan said and went upstairs. However, Yuan Lushan, who suddenly thought of something, walked into the kitchen. The previous Yuan Lushan wanted to rectify that Joan of Arc, so Yuan Lushan deliberately thought of Ultraman Noah when he was cooking. Just after finishing the cooking, Yuan Lushan always felt that he seemed to have something more. So this time Yuan Lushan plans to do it again. Go into the kitchen. Perhaps because of the origin of the land, the kitchen is now filled almost every day, and all kinds of ingredients are completely unlimited. Anyway, as long as Yuan Lushan made it, everyone in Jixing Liu could eat it up. The food that contains the heart, others can't eat outside if they want to eat it, but everyone in Jixing Liu can eat it every day. Look at the French vegetable jelly made by yourself. Yuan Lushan just stared at it. Nothing strange, I didn't feel anything about it. But why do I always feel like there is something more? Forget it, let's eat and watch. Yuan Lushan said, and cut the French vegetable jelly into small pieces. No. For a moment, Yuan Lushan's eyes widened. The taste blockade that Yuan Yaxiang built with 16 years has been broken through. Yuan Lushan really tasted the taste of this French vegetable jelly. Although it's not too delicious, at least it tastes better than the usual Yuan Lusheng's dishes. Try again. Yuan Lushan finished the French vegetable jelly on the plate and started making it again. It was just that he had just finished cooking and had not had time to eat, but Yuan Lushan felt dizzy for a while, and then fell unconscious. Chapter 57_. When Yuan Lushan woke up again, it was noon on the second day. After waking up, Yuan Lushan found Ryoko Sakeke lying asleep on the edge of his bed. Yuan Lushan, who got up, recalled what happened yesterday and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. What happened to him yesterday? I just remember that I seemed to pass out after I finished making that French vegetable jelly. And with Yuan Lushan's actions, Sakeke Ryoko also woke up from her sleep. After seeing Yuan Lushan wake up, Sakeke Ryoko finally showed a relieved expression on his face. Lusheng, you are awake. Yuan Lushan nodded and said to Sakeke Ryoko, I'm sorry, Sorry to trouble you, what happened yesterday? When we came back yesterday, we found you collapsed in the kitchen, and then we urgently called the doctor to come and check, and found that you were just overworked and mentally exhausted, so you passed out. Overworked? Excessive mental exhaustion? Yuan Lushan repeated what Ryoko Sakeka said. Lu Shen, your body is important. Even if you want to improve your strength, you have to take care of your body. Sakeka Ryoko said to Yuan Lushan. The worried expression in his eyes warmed Yuan Lushan's heart a little, and this feeling of being cared for made Yuan Lushan feel a little warm. It shouldn't be overworked. Yesterday I was pretty sure that I didn't feel overworked, but rather, I fell into a coma after making that French vegetable jelly. Yuan Lushan felt that it was the French vegetable jelly that made him fall into a coma. By the way, did you see that French vegetable jelly I made yesterday? That word is in the refrigerator now, do you need me to fetch it for you? Sakeka Ryoko asked Yuan Lushan. No need, I'll just go over by myself. Ryoko, come with you too. If my guess is correct, then the French vegetable jelly that Yuan Lushan made before is very likely not as simple as before. That kind of mindful food, if you make 100 or 80 servings casually, will not feel anything, but the French vegetable jelly only made it 3 times, and then he passed out. So the only problem is definitely on this French vegetable jelly. Yuan Lushan got up from the bed, and Sakeka Ryoko also stood up, but maybe Sakeka Ryoko, whose legs were sore and numb because he had been lying on the bed for too long, didn't stand still, and fell directly. Yuan Lushan hugged quickly with his eyes and hands. Sakeka Ryoko lived, and then with a bang, Yuan Lushan and Sakeka Ryoko fell to the ground. To be precise, Yuan Lushan fell to the ground, and Sakeka Ryoko was lying on Yuan Lushan's body. And because of this sound, it also attracted the attention of others in Jixing Liu. Ryoko, get up first. Yuan Lushan said to the Sakeka Ryoko. Sakeka Ryoko blushed and nodded and stood up, but before Sakeka Ryoko could stand firm, Sakeka Ryoko forgot that her leg was still numb, and suddenly she did not stand still and directly moved towards Yuan Lushan rushed over, and at this time, other people also came over and opened the door, and then they happened to see Sakeka Ryoko pounce towards Yuan Lushan. Another bang, Yuan Lushan's smashed chest was a little tight, and after coughing, Yuan Lushan said to the group of people who were still standing at the door, come here to help Liangzi. Liangzi's legs are numb and can't stand still. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, the others immediately reacted. Then he quickly stepped forward to help Ryoko Sakeka. Her face flushed red, and the embarrassing scene just now was seen by everyone, which made Ryoko Sakeka feel a sense of social death. Fortunately, Yuan Lushan's explanation made other people not mention the embarrassing thing just now, otherwise, Ryoko Sakeka probably wouldn't be able to meet anyone today. Yuan Lushan was helped by Aoki Dao from the ground, rubbed his chest and coughed twice. Is the French vegetable jelly I made yesterday still in the refrigerator? Yishawai nodded after hearing Yuan Lushan's question. It's in the refrigerator now, Lu Shen, I can get it for you if you need it. No, I'll go over by myself, and you all come together. I don't know if there has been any change after such a long time. If there is no change, then this French vegetable jelly may be a pretty good dish for you. Flowers 0. Speaking of on the road, the doctor before what you did yesterday said that you were like moving bricks on the construction site all day and night. Yuan Lushan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he said this, and then said to the others, I made that French vegetable jelly yesterday, and then passed out. Passed out from cooking. I was in good spirits yesterday, but then I only made French vegetable jelly 3 times, and then I fainted. I don't know what happened, but if it's right, it must be the one I made. French veggies can't get away with it. When a group of people heard Yuan Lushan say this, their curiosity was suddenly seduced. He just made a French vegetable jelly and then he fainted? How does this sound unscientific? Senior Ishiki, What are you talking about? Asking Ishiki in case of indecision, everyone in Jixing Liao is now looking at their senior Ishiwi. I don't know about this, but let's take a look at Lu Sheng's cooking, maybe it will give us some inspiration. It can only be like this. Everyone went downstairs and came to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator, and took out the French vegetable jelly made by Yuan Lushan. This is French vegetable jelly. Looking at the French vegetable jelly made by Yuan Lushan, Tiansuowi was a little strange. Because the French vegetable jelly made by Yuan Lushan is a little different from the normal French vegetable jelly. Probably because the ingredients I use are different. Normally, the ingredients I use are cabbage, asparagus, zucchini, okra, cucumber, carrots, thin bamboo shoots, cauliflower, and chicken feet stewed with gelatinous chicken soup. This is made with other veggies, so it might be a little bit different, but let's try it out anyway. I used this French vegetable jelly yesterday to break through the palate my mother gave me blockade. Force. Chapter 58 _ Listening to Yuan Lushan's words, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, and Yoshino Yuki couldn't wait to say, so hurry up, I can't wait to taste what this French vegetable jelly is. Different. Yuan Lushan smiled, and then divided the French vegetable jelly into equal portions. Jixing Liao has a total of Yuki Hirasoma, Tianchuowi, Sakeki Ryoko, Yoshino Yuji, Marui Zenji, Ibuzaki Jun, and Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji plus Ishiki Hui and the administrator Domito Fumio, plus the source Lu Sheng himself has a total of 11 people. A small French jelly is indeed divided into 11 servings, and almost everyone can only taste a small bite. However, this small sip made everyone present seem to be in the sky, and the look on his face was so cool that he was about to ascend to the sky. Love makes Yuan Lushan feel a little chilly. However, Yuan Lushan waited for a while, and these people still had expressions on their faces about to ascend to the sky, which made Yuan Lushan a little worried, and stepped forward to wake them up one by one. After Lu Sheng woke them up, they all glared at Yuan Lushan, and it took a while for them to react. Sorry Lu Sheng, we just... The people in Jixing Liao looked at Yuan Lushan and apologized, and they obviously realized what they had done just now. It doesn't matter, it's just what happened to you. The expression on your face makes me wonder if you are going to die on the spot. Hearing Yuan Lushan's question, everyone glanced at them and said to Yuan Lushan, that dish of yours just now made us feel as if we had seen a god. No, it's not as if it's true, that silver giant, holy and sublime, he is God. Marui Zenji said with certainty, but Yuan Lushan opened his mouth wide, and then Yuan Lushan said to them after a long while, don't you recognize who that silver giant is? If you click on Yuan Lushan, a group of people in Jixing Liao couldn't help but look at Yuan Lushan. Although I don't know what you saw, that silver giant, if you read it right, is an Ultraman with a positional red energy core on his chest and a pair of wings on his back. Ultraman, you guys. Hearing Yuan Lushan's reminder, everyone had a confused expression. Ultraman Noah, sorry we really haven't heard of it. We know that Ultraman is a special drama, but is there Ultraman Noah among Ultraman? We haven't heard of it. Past. Yuan Lushan is stupid, is there no Ultraman Noah in this world? Wait a minute. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started to browse the internet, but Yuan Lushan finally confirmed that there is really no Ultraman Noah in this world. Yuan Lushan took back his mobile phone and said to the crowd, cough, what, maybe I remembered it wrong, but you don't realize that pressing a silver giant is like Ultraman. After hearing Yuan Lushan say this, Xinping Chuangzhen touched his chin and said, it's really like this. No wonder I saw that silver giant before and felt a little familiar, so it is. Fumio Damato is not like other people who have no knowledge, but Fumio Damato is not sure whether the food contained in Yuan Lushan's food is that thing. That is definitely the existence above the mind. That's something that even a super chef can't touch. The original Golden Generation Kobo Siakiro became a super chef at the age of 18, but he fell into confusion after that. The reason is because Kobo Siakiro can't get in touch with the one above his heart, which is probably now Yuan Lushan cuisine. What is contained in it? Although it felt like Yuan Lushan was fooling them, everyone had their own secrets, and they didn't continue to chase and ask what Ultraman Noah was. This French vegetable jelly makes me feel as if my whole body has been sublimated and purified. Looking at Yuan Lushan in front of him, Tiansuo said this to Yuan Lushan. I even feel that there is infinite courage in my heart now. Even if I no longer use the method you gave me, I can still exert my strength normally. The other people also expressed to Yuan Lushan how they felt after eating the French vegetable jelly, as if the whole person was sublimated. I really envy you. I have so many feelings to be able to eat food, but for me, my French vegetable jelly dish just makes my blocked sense of taste break through a little bit, making me feel a little bit better. It feels a little better than usual. Listening to Yuan Lushan's old Versailles words, a group of people in Jixing couldn't help rolling their eyes. If Yuan Lushan's behavior was replaced by other people, they would have been beaten to death. However, eating people is soft-mouthed, and these individuals can only look at Yuan Lushan with resentment. Yuan Lushan coughed dryly and didn't say much. He always felt that if he continued to speak, he would probably be beaten, so Yuan Lushan honestly stopped talking now. However, I really didn't understand why. After I made this dish, people fainted. To be reasonable, Yuan Lushan made 2 French vegetable jelly and then stopped the vegetables himself. Is this normal? Yi Siwei looked at Yuan Lushan and suggested to Yuan Lushan, Lu Sheng, if you don't understand anything, you might as well call and ask your mother may be able to give you a little bit's answer. Yuan Lushan's eyes lit up and then said to Yi Siwei, thank you for reminding Yi Shi Sr., I will call now. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he hurried back upstairs to get his mobile phone. Looking at Yuan Lushan who was leaving, Yi Siwei said to the others, okay, Lu Sheng is awake now, what should you do? Go. Yuan Lushan, who came to the room, picked up his mobile phone and started making calls. The phone just rang and was answered. Lu Sheng, what's the matter with me? Yuan Yaxiang knew that if she had nothing to do with her child, she would never bother her. I have something I want to ask you about cooking. Chapter 59 School of the Saintess of France. Joan of Arc, who returned by private jet overnight, hurried to the principal's office of the French Saintess College. Joan of Arc, who pushed open the door, looked at the principal in the principal's room and said directly, what's the result? The headmaster of the French College of Saintess is also a cardinal of the church. After hearing the words of Joan of Arc, the other party said to Joan of Arc, the Holy See needs to confirm whether what you said is true. If what you said is if it is true, then the Holy See side will send cardinals and paladins to baptize the son you mentioned and welcome the son into the Holy See. Are you doubting me? Red-clothed Archbishop smiled and waved his hand to Joan of Arc, of course not, neither I nor the Holy See trust you very much. You who inherited the name of Joan of Arc have the most devout faith, but this you should be able to understand how big the relationship is. If the other party is really the Holy Son, then it is the future of the Holy See. We must bring the Holy Son back to the Holy See. The bright kitchen heart has been out of the world for hundreds of years. If the Holy See gets the bright kitchen heart again, then the Holy See will return to its peak again and once again spread the glory of God to the world, so it is natural to be cautious. I can be sure that His Royal Highness has absolutely mastered the light cooking heart, and through the cooking made by His Highness, I have also mastered a little light cooking heart, although it is said that it cannot be compared to His Royal Highness, but this is enough to prove even His Royal Highness has a bright cooking heart. You should know that in the records of the Holy See, everyone with a bright cooking heart can pass the light to other people through cooking. This time, the red-clothed Archbishop stood up in shock, looked at the Joan of Arc and said, is what you said true? In the name of Joan of Arc, and in the name of the Lord, I solemnly declare that every word I say will never lie. Now I want to see your bright cooking heart. If it is true, then I will report this matter to His Majesty the Pope. Wait a minute. Soon Joan of Arc left, and an hour later, Joan of Arc and the Cardinal quickly went to the Holy See headquarters in the Vatican, and they had to report this matter to the Pope as soon as possible. On the plane, the red-clothed Archbishop Lorne asked Joan of Arc, "Joan of Arc, please tell me all the information about His Highness the Sun. I just know that His Highness the Holy Son's name is Yuen Lushan. As for the other things, I don't know, but I have asked people to investigate the relationship of His Highness the Holy Child, and there should be news reports soon." Before leaving, Joan of Arc directly asked the Holy See personnel on Neon's side to investigate everything about Yuen Lushan, and I believe there should be results soon. However, what Joan of Arc doesn't know is that those individuals in the church have already been noticed when they investigate Yuen Lushan. After all, Yuen Lushan's identity is not ordinary. People were naturally aware of it by Yuen Yaxiang, who stayed in Neon to protect Yuen Lushan. This matter was reported to Yuen Yaxiang for the first time. Not long after Yuen Yaxiang received the report on this matter, she received a call from Yuen Lushan. In the Jixing Liao, Yuen Lushan stood on the balcony with a phone and told Yuen Yaxiang what happened to him. After listening to it, Yuen Yaxiang was stunned. The husband next to him saw his wife's appearance, he couldn't help shaking his hand in front of his wife, and then he brought Yuen Yaxiang back to his senses. What happened? The husband asked his wife like this, but Yuen Yaxiang ignored her husband's inquiry and confirmed to Yuen Lushan on the phone, "Lu Sheng, what are you saying is true? If you are joking with me about this kind of thing, then my mother is not. Would be very angry. Yuen Lushan, why am I lying to you? After I made a French vegetable jelly for that Joan of Arc, I felt like there was something more in my body, and then I returned to Jixing Liao. After that, I started to try to replicate the French vegetable jelly again. After making the French vegetable jelly for the first time, there was nothing, but after eating it, I found that it broke through a little bit of the taste blockade you set, but wait until I am there. One time, when I finished making the French vegetable jelly, I suddenly fell into a coma without knowing why." Listening to Yuen Lushan's narration, Yuen Yaxiang fell into a long silence, and then Yuen Yaxiang said to Yuen Lushan, "Don't cook this kind of food again in the future, you can only cook it twice a month at most. After the third time, you will fall into a coma, and once this happens too many times, it will have very bad consequences for you, understand?" Yuen Yaxiang warned Yuen Lushan, but Yuen Lushan was obviously not satisfied with this kind of result, or that Yuen Lushan was not able to get the result he wanted. But Yuen Yaxiang didn't tell Yuen Lushan, and Yuen Lushan also had no way to take Yuen Yaxiang. "Yuen Yaxiang, these things are not what you should know now when it comes to Taoism. When you become a super chef, my mother will tell you everything, okay?" Naturally, it is impossible to be angry with his mother, who was born in the land. Yuen Lushan, "Okay, I understand, I will find a way to become a super chef as soon as possible." Yuen Yaxiang, "Then go for it, Mom, I will visit you in a while." After chatting for 2 more words, he hung up the phone. After hanging up, Yuen Yaxiang looked at her husband. It's very possible that Lu Sheng has realized the bright kitchen heart. With a snap, the blue and white porcelain teacup in the man's hand suddenly fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. After the man looked at his wife for nearly a minute, he asked incredulously, "What did you say?" "Lu Sheng, our children have learned the art of bright cooking." The expression on the man's face suddenly became complicated. "Before Lu Sheng called me, the person I stayed at Neon told me that someone was secretly investigating Lu Sheng. According to their investigation, it was someone from the Holy See who was investigating Lu Sheng, which means that Lu Sheng had a bright kitchen heart. The matter was discovered by the Holy See." Chapter 60_. Yuen Lushan, who hung up the phone, was a little helpless. Although Yuan Lushan wanted to ask what happened to him, his mother didn't want to say that Yuan Lushan didn't want to ask more to make the other party embarrassed. Yuan Lushan, who hung up the phone, walked downstairs, but this time Yuan Lushan didn't see anyone else, only Yi Siwi was still downstairs. Senior Ishiki, what about the others? Apart from Ryoko going back to rest, everyone else has their own things to do. Yuan Lushan nodded. This time it's really troublesome for everyone. You welcome, everyone is a member of Jixing Liu and it is only natural for them to help each other. Yuan Lushan still shook his head and said, tonight, I will cook all the dishes I have learned as a thank you for what you have done today. Although Yuan Lushan said this, in fact, there are only a few recipes that Yuan Lushan has mastered. One is mapo tofu, the other is French vegetable jelly, and then a poached egg is added to the previous self-blindness. Apart from these 4 eggs, Yuan Lushan has not mastered any other recipes. Therefore, although Yuan Lushan said that he had to cook all the dishes he knew, in fact, there were not many, only 4 dishes. After hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Yi Shui was stunned and said, that French vegetable jelly. Don't worry, I will think about other things at that time, and the mind of cooking like that should change. When Yoshiki heard this, she nodded and said to Yuan Lushan, if that's the case, then I'll trouble you, Lushan. If you need any ingredients, feel free to speak. On the one hand, Ishiki Hui and others in Jixing Liu expressed absolute satisfaction with Yuan Lushan. It's still the same, mapo tofu, poached eggs, eggs in sugar water and French vegetable jelly. By the way, let's make a scrambled egg with tomatoes, or scrambled eggs with chives. Yisui's mouth twitched, but Yisui still said to Yuan Lushan, it's fine if you do need 4 dishes, we'll do the rest. Yuan Luchang sighed, it's a pity that I don't feel good about anything I eat. Seeing Yuan Lushan's appearance, Yi Shui couldn't help but stretched out her hand and patted Yuan Lushan's shoulder. This unfortunate child really had nothing to say, and was pitted by her own mother into such a state. Then Yuan Lushan looked at the Siwi question again, by the way, yesterday you went to eat halberds, what was the result? I didn't end, but everyone in Jixing Liu defeated their opponents. If nothing else happens, Yuanyu will be in chaos. Yuan Lushan didn't care whether Yuanyu was chaotic or not. Yuan Lushan, who came up with a halberd, was going to cause chaos in the world. Yuan Lusheng just made this matter earlier. Speaking of which, the commander-in-chief of Yuanyu is also faulty. What is wrong with eating halberds, and now Yuanyu's chaos is also their own problem. Isashui glanced at Yuan Lushan and then said, Shiji was not the first creation of Yuanyu, it was a decision made by the world's major cooking organizations together. What? Yuan Lushan was stunned, but then Yuan Lushan immediately realized one thing, that is, this is not the world of the spirit of eating halberds that he knows, or that the world of spirits of eating halberds that he knows is not comprehensive. After all, he is in a living world, not just some content shown in a comic. So some of my cognitive errors should be understandable. I see, but Ishiki Senpai can tell me about the decisions made by the world's major cooking organizations. Speaking of Yuan Lushan, I am still very curious, what kind of cooking organization is in this world? They are the Imperial Kitchen on the Chinese mainland, the Holy See Vatican, the French Saintesse College, the Knights of the Round Table, Ugo and Igo, and then the Neon Totsuki Seriao Cooking School and other organizations discussed and decided together. If there is any contradiction, it can be solved by eating halberds. This way, it can be regarded as solving most of the wars in the world today. After all, starting a war may destroy this planet at any time, so the world today, if there is any dispute, it will be solved by eating halberds. After Yuan Lushan listened to it, he subconsciously asked, is it still possible to be like this? Looks like Lusheng, you don't surf the internet very much, otherwise you would definitely know the relevant news. Yuan Lushan's mouth twitched. Yuan Lushan did read relevant news when he was online before, but the problem was that Yuan Lushan didn't read the relevant news at all. After all, it was only news about some chefs. The world he was in was the spirit of eating halberds. So Yuan Lushan didn't watch those things at all. Now that I think about it, I really picked sesame and lost the watermelon. Now being reminded by his highway, Yuan Lushan had to admit that he really didn't care about the news in the cooking world before, and some of them made his current self fall behind. I'll pay more attention in the future. Yuan Lushan said embarrassedly that Yisui did not worry too much about this issue, and said to Yuan Lushan, "Then Lushan, you should rest a little longer, and prepare for my words. I will also have it tonight." "Great show. Well, then I look forward to it." Although Yuan Lushan felt that he couldn't taste how delicious Yisui's, Zhaoqian's, dishes were, he still had a little expectation, in case there were surprises. Still looking forward to it a little bit. Yisui went to prepare, and now only Yuan Lushan was left to browse the web page with his mobile phone board, and suddenly Yuan Lushan found a piece of news on the web page. The super popular author Twitter announces that it will be closed from now on. Seeing this piece of news, Yuan Lushan just glanced at it and skipped it. Yuan Lushan naturally knew who the so-called super popular writer was, but it had nothing to do with Yuan Lushan. From the moment he ended the cooperative relationship with Xiu of Xia's Haikyuu, Yuan Lushan had no relationship with the other party anymore, and what happened to the other party in the future had nothing to do with Yuan Lushan. Afterwards, Yuan Lushan began to browse other news in the cooking world, and he was shocked when he didn't understand it. Chapter 61_. Yuan Lushan never imagined that the status of a cook in this world would be so high, and even if he became a world-class cook, even the head of a country would treat him politely after seeing it. In Yuan Lushan's imagination, there is no such thing as a cook who is inferior to a wealthy businessman. I lost it? Yuan Lushan suddenly had the urge to smash the wall. If he had seen these news earlier, if he had learned cooking earlier, would he be able to become a super chef now? So angry, if you can travel through time, you must travel back to beat yourself a few years ago, make money, write novels, you can go directly to learn cooking, and then you only need to become a super chef casually. A dish starts with $1 million, and even a higher level cook is an exorbitant price. My heart hurts. Yuan Lushan, covering his heart, said expressionlessly. Although Yuan Lushan was a little annoyed, he actually didn't have much regret. In the evening, Ryoko Sakeke walked downstairs. I saw Yuan Lushan, who was swiping his phone in the hall. Lushan, other big what about home? Yuan Lushan glanced at Sakeke Ryoko and then said, everyone is doing their own thing, getting ready to have a good meal at night. Saying that, Yuan Lushan suddenly remembered that Sakeke Ryoko used to take care of himself in a coma before his bed, and he didn't apologize properly. Thank you for not taking care of me when I was in a coma. Sakeke Ryoko smiled and pulled the hair from her ear behind her ear. Nothing, not just watching. Yuan Lushan smiled and said, I will make you a special version of eggs in sugar water later. Can you? Of course, I don't think anyone else would have an opinion. Yuan Lushan said with a smile. Sakeke Ryoko insisted and did not refuse. By the way, since I'm going to have a big meal tonight, I'll go and prepare it too. Speaking of which, I also have dishes that I want to prepare. Sakeke Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan with a hint of firmness in his eyes, and sooner or later, Sakeke Ryoko would also convey his thoughts to Yuan Lushan through cooking. It doesn't really matter, Ryoko, yesterday they have taken care of me for so long, it doesn't matter if I take a break today, I think other people will be able to understand. No need. Okay, then come on. Ryoko Sakeke has already made a decision, and Yuan Lushan does not intend to interfere. By the way, Lushan, what are you going to cook tonight? Just do everything I can, mapo tofu, eggs in sugar water, French jelly, and a poached egg. Sakeke Ryoko suddenly laughed when she saw Yuan Lushan. You are the first person in history to pass Yuanyu's assessment with a poached egg. Don't talk about how long it has been passed down by Totsuki, but I learned that Totsuki's establishment is only more than 80 years old, and it is because of the current commander-in-chief that it has truly become a world-class cooking school. Yes, let's not talk about that. I'm going to prepare the dishes for tonight, so look forward to my cooking. Sakeki Ryoko said to Yuen Lushan. No problem, I'll look forward to it. Holy See Vatican. The current Pope and all the 12 cardinals are gathered here. It has been confirmed that our Lord once again brought his beloved Son to the earth, leading us to show the glory of God to the world once again. A red-clothed archbishop's eyes and tone are full of madness. Joan of Arc, haven't the investigators reported the investigation data? The Pope looked at Jean and asked. Accordingly speaking, the data should have been reported, but now the data has not been reported. I am afraid there is something wrong. The other party is a student of Yuanyu Academy. It is very likely that Yuanyu that on the one hand, it intervened. It's only a month away, His Majesty the Pope, please allow me to lead the monks and paladins to the Neon to welcome the Son back to the Vatican. One is the red-clothed archbishop stood up and said. As long as you can bring back His Highness the Holy Son, even if it is a war with the whole world, the Holy See will not hesitate. Your Majesty, this is the time for our Holy See to spread the glory of God. Please do not hesitate. Pope Peter XVI glanced at the red-clothed archbishop present, and then said lightly, I will go to Neon in person. The red-clothed archbishop froze for a moment, and then looked at Pope Peter XVI with frantic eyes. Allow us to follow. Peter XVI was about to speak when suddenly a phone rang. Peter XVI frowned slightly and tried to see who was calling. At this critical moment, the phone was not turned off. But soon Peter XVI discovered that the ringtone of the mobile phone came from the Pope's hall. At the next moment, a projection appeared in front of Peter XVI. What's your business with me? Looking at this projection, Peter XVI asked calmly. I have something to say to you. Yuen Lushan is my son. If the people of your Holy See want to touch him, they will force me to go to war with you. Peter XVI frowned suddenly, and the other red-clothed archbishops and Joan of Arc also frowned. The man in front of him is a powerful figure in the Chinese cuisine world, and there is a great god standing behind the other party, and the Vatican is not willing to offend him easily. Yuen Lushan is actually the son of the other party, and the Holy See really cannot do it if he wants to bring Yuen Lushan back. It's just that Yuen Lushan has a bright kitchen heart and is the holy son of the Holy See. The Holy See cannot let Yuen Lushan be outside. Therefore, if the Holy See wants to take Yuen Lushan away, it must go to war with the other party. Peter XVI looked at the man in front of him and said solemnly, you should know how important the owner of the bright kitchen heart is to our Holy See, that is God's agent in the world, the incarnation of the Lord. He stepped on the earth once again to bring salvation to mankind, and we servants of the Lord can give everything for the Lord, so by all means, we must bring the Son back to the Holy See. Peter XVI's tone was full of firmness. As if he had guessed Peter XVI's decision long ago, the man just chuckled and said, I know, so I have a proposal for the best of both worlds, you can consider it. Chapter 62 4 dishes that Yuen Lushan made. Everyone in Jixing-Liu tried their best to show their strength, trying to break through Yuen Lushan's taste blockade. But obviously everyone was wiped out. Looking at a group of unwilling people, Yuen Lushan said helplessly, next time, continue to work hard, I will cheer for you. Sakeki Ryoko gathered up the courage to walk in front of Yuen Lushan and said to Yuen Lushan, this is the dish I made, I hope you can taste it. Okay. Yuen Lushan took the dishes calmly and began to taste them, but it was obvious that Sakeki Ryoko's dishes could not break through Yuen Lushan's taste blockade. Sakeki Ryoko makes fermented eggs. The difference from the sugar-sweetened eggs made by Yuen Lushan is that the fermented eggs made by Sakeki Ryoko will add sake lees. Sakeki Ryoko looked at Yuen Lushan expectantly and asked Yuen Lushan, "How is it? So much sweeter than other dishes?" Seeing Yuen Lushan's expression, Sakeki Ryoko sighed suddenly. Obviously, Ryoko Sakeki has already seen that Yuen Lushan actually doesn't make any distinction between his own cooking and other people's cooking. "I'll keep trying. Work hard to convey your thoughts to your target through cooking." Others in Jixing Liu could see Sakeki Ryoko's thoughts, but everyone also felt that Yuen Lushan didn't seem to have that idea. Although everyone understood it, they didn't say anything. It is better to let them handle the matter between Yuen Lushan and Sakeki Ryoko. If these outsiders intervene, they may cause some trouble. Tiansuo watched silently on the side, with some envy in his eyes. The original Tiansuo only planned to hide his thoughts after knowing Sakeki Ryoko's thoughts, but now Tiansuo has a kind of thought in his heart: since Ryoko can do it, so can himself. Yuen Lushan didn't seem to know the thoughts of these girls in Jixing Liu. On the contrary, other people who were bystanders saw it a little bit clearly. However, as bystanders, all they can do is watch, and occasionally remind you that they are not good at doing other things. Looking at this source of life, Yi Shui's heart couldn't help but sigh secretly. The girl Ryoko Sakeki wants to be with Yuen Lushan, so the first obstacle is Ji's Higuo Ningning, and Ji's Higuo Ningning is a young tame dai that Izui grew up with. It doesn't matter which side Ishiki is helping, she can only watch as a bystander. A group of people went up to rest until it was almost 12 o'clock. After all, there was a class tomorrow, and Yuen Lushan was watching the stars in the sky from the balcony. Hearing footsteps, Lu Sheng turned his head. Yuen Lushan, who turned his head, saw Yishui. "Senior Ishiki, do you have anything to say?" Yishui nodded, then looked at Yuen Lushan and said, "You noticed it?" Yuen Lushan smiled slightly. "Senior Ishiki, you really like to worry. Sakeki-san is a good girl, as a senior, so I don't want her to be hurt. I already said it before, probably I will never find any girl to fall in love with in my life, so you don't have to worry about it. As long as I don't respond to Ryoko, Ryoko will probably understand me." Meaning? Yuen Lushan's words are a bit cruel, meaning that Yuen Lushan will not make any response to Sakeki Ryoko. "Lu Sheng, have you considered accepting Ryoko's wishes? This is not really there." Yuen Lushan shook his head. Yuen Lushan hadn't really considered this. Yuen Lushan was not an idiot, so he could naturally sense that Sakeki Ryoko was really overly enthusiastic about him, and he could probably sense that Sakeki Ryoko was too enthusiastic. It is precisely because of this that Yuen Lushan does not intend to make any response. As long as she doesn't respond, it's assumed that she doesn't know, and over time, Ryoko Sakeki will just give up naturally. "It was only at this time that I felt that you were really cruel. Perhaps, then I have some things to do first." Yuen Lushan has another dish to give to Sakeki Ryoko. Before Yuen Lushan promised Sakeki Ryoko a special dish, and now Yuen Lushan is going to fulfill his promise. Flowers 0. However, neither Yuen Lushan nor Ishui knew that a figure quietly disappeared around the corner. Dong dong dong. Ryoko Sakeki heard the knock on the door outside, and immediately ran to open the door. Then Sakeki Ryoko really saw Yuen Lushan outside the door. "I didn't see me at the banquet before and knew that you would bring it to me at this time." Looking at Yuen Lushan holding a bowl on his head with eggs in sugar water, Ryoko Sakeki laughed. "Eat early, and go to school tomorrow after eating and sleeping." Yuen Lushan handed the bowl in his hand to Ryoko Sakeki. 0. "You go to bed early too." He took the bowl of Sakeki Ryoko from Yuen Lushan and said to Yuen Lushan. After closing the door, Sakeki Ryoko came to the desk with a bowl in hand. Ryoko Sakeki smiled when she looked at the eggs in sugar water in the bowl. Then the spoon scooped up the soup and took a sip. There was no feeling what was proposed, which made Sakeki Ryoko a little strange, and Sakeki Ryoko didn't feel the existence of any intention. Strange. Although it was a bit strange, Ryoko Sakeki still finished eating the eggs in sugar water, and then lay back on the bed ready to fall asleep. However, not long after Sakeki Ryoko fell asleep, Sakeki Ryoko found herself dreaming. On the other side, Yuen Lushan felt a weakness in his body. He couldn't help but smiled and said, "It seems that it should be effective. Light is a bond that can connect different people," and Yuen Lushan passed the bowl of sugar water eggs and passed the light to Sakeki Ryoko. Although Yuen Lushan didn't know what that thing was, Yuen Lushan could be sure that it was very important to a chef, so Yuen Lushan passed, and the bowl of sugar water eggs tried to pass the light to Sakeki Ryoko. He put the evolution thruster under the pillow from his arms. "Good night." After saying a word, Yuen Lushan lay on the pillow and fell into a deep sleep. This time, the light was passed to Sakeki Ryoko, but Yuen Lushan felt weak for a while. Force. Chapter 63 _ Woke up the next morning, Sakeki Ryoko felt that something was different in herself, but Sakeki Ryoko couldn't remember what was different in her body. "It's weird." Sakeki Ryoko murmured to herself, and then Sakeki Ryoko began to wash, but soon Sakeki Ryoko found out, looking at herself in the mirror, Sakeki Ryoko finally understood what was different about herself. Sakeki Ryoko has an extra temperament that Sakeki Ryoko himself can't explain, and it is this temperament that makes Sakeki Ryoko feel that she has changed. Sakeki Ryoko thought of something for a moment, and looked at the empty bowl on the desk. Is it because of that bowl of eggs in sugar water? Yuen Lushan said that he has a special dish, but what does it feel like to eat raw duck before? No. Now Ryoko Sakeki finally understands that that dish is very special, so special that it is likely to be very precious. Is Lushan expressing his intentions to me? Sakeki Ryoko's face couldn't help but blushed, but soon Sakeki Ryoko suppressed this charming thought, and Sakeki Ryoko knew that she was just thinking too much. "I will try my best to convey my thoughts to you." After Ryoko Sakeki walked downstairs, the others were already eating breakfast. "Liangzi, why is it so late today?" Yoshino Yuki said to Ryoko Sakeki, who came downstairs. "It's nothing, I overslept a bit. By the way, why haven't I seen Lushan?" Hearing Sakeki Ryoko's question, Yoshino Yuki and the others froze for a moment and then said, "Lushan hasn't come downstairs yet, so he hasn't woken up yet." Sakeki Ryoko froze for a moment and said, "Then I'll call Lushan." "Then you go." Sakeki Ryoko walked upstairs again to the door of Yuen Lushan's room and knocked on the door. Not long after the door opened, Sakeki Ryoko was taken aback when he saw Yuen Lushan, who opened the door. "Lushan, are you okay? Why is your face so bad?" Yuen Lushan shook his head. "I'm fine, don't worry. It should be the sequelae from before. I'm afraid I have to take a day off today." Yuen Lushan rubbed his temple and was still a little dizzy. Yuen Lushan lied, not because of the previous sequelae, but because Yuen Lushan handed the light to Sakeki Ryoko. "It seems that this kind of thing is better to do less in the future. Then I'll bring your breakfast to you later." Looking at Yuen Lushan's appearance, Sakeki Ryoko said with some worry. "No need, let me continue to rest for a while, I will be better tomorrow, no need to worry." Sakeki Ryoko nodded when she saw Yuen Lushan say this. "Then take a rest." Sakeki Ryoko went downstairs. "Liangzi, where is Lushan?" Seeing Sakeki Ryoko returning alone, Tiansuo asked Sakeki Ryoko. "Lushan is a little weak because of the French vegetable jelly before, so he needs to ask for leave today. Are you alright?" Xin Pingchuang was really surprised. Yesterday's Yuen Lushan seemed to be fine, but now something happened again. Ise Hui glanced at Sakeki Ryoko. Ise Hui can be quite sure that Yuen Lushan was fine yesterday, but now Yuen Lushan has undergone some changes. I am afraid that after separating from himself, UN Lushan will do it again. What other things happened, so this is what caused this kind of result. However, Ise Hui is not good to say anything. Then you go to class, I'll take care of Lu Sheng. Ise Hui looked at the others and said that Ise Hui rarely went to class. As a top 10, the teachers in Yuanyu school could bring almost no help to the 10 heroes. Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina couldn't help frowning when they didn't see Yuan Lushan coming until class. That guy Lu Sheng didn't come. Taking out her mobile phone, Nakari Erina made a call, and then hung up after asking a few questions. Erina, why didn't Lu Sheng come? Nakari Alice asked Nakari Erina. Do you think I have any reason to tell you? Looking at Nakari Alice in front of her, Nakari Erina snorted. So Erina, you are the most annoying guy. Seeing that Erina Nakari was unwilling to tell herself the reason, Alice Nakari snorted softly. UN Lushan asked for sick leave today. Although it was said, Nakari Erina still said something to Nakari Alice. Lu is sick. Hearing that UN Lushan was ill, Nakari Alice showed a worried look on her face, but then Nakari Alice said to Nakari Erina, Erina, do you want to go to see the doctor together later? If you want to go, I won't go. Seeing Nakari Erina's appearance, Nakari Alice's face suddenly showed a conspiracy successful smile. That's what you said, you won't go, then I'll go by myself. Nakari Erina was immediately dumbfounded, and then looked at Nakari Alice in front of her, not knowing that she was being tricked by Nakari Alice. Immediately Nakari Erina looked at Nakari Alice and said with some gritted teeth, Alice. Erina, what you can't tell yourself, has nothing to do with me. Nakari Alice smiled like a little fox. Seeing Alice Nakari looking like this, Erina Nakari wanted to punch Nakari Alice in the face. Okay, just kidding, Erina, let's pass the assessment quickly and go to UN Lushan. Nakari Erina didn't speak anymore, just quickened her cooking. After 20 minutes Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice successfully got a rating and left the cooking class in a hurry. Both Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina, where UN Lushan was located, have both been here, so the two of them came to the Pole Star Liao quite well. All the other students in the Jixing Liao went to class, only the dormitory administrator, Fumio Damato, and the 10 masters, Issei Hui, who did not need to attend classes. It's just that Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice were severely hit after they came to Jixinjiao, or the three views were severely hit. Looking at the one who was wearing a loincloth and a straw hat on his head, Ishaiki, who was carrying a hoe, Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina couldn't help hugging each other, shivering in fear. Pervert. Chapter 64_. UN Lushan's face was still a little pale, looking at Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina, as well as the embarrassed Ishaiki Hui, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I said, Senior Ishaiki, it seems that you should take a good rectification, and you can't wear it like this in Jixing Liao. If there are more guests who are scared and think you are a pervert, it will be troublesome. What? Yishawai heard UN Lushan say this with a wry smile and said, I didn't expect that someone would come, and UN Lushan knew what Ishaiki wanted to say, waved his hand and said, for a normal person, any girl who sees Senior Ishaiki dressed like you will think you are actually a pervert. UN Lushan then looked at Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice and said, Senior Ishaiki just has some little hobbies that no one knows about, so don't take Senior Ishaiki as a pervert. After all, everyone has their own hobbies, right? Yishawai listened to UN Lushan's words and looked at UN Lushan a little speechless. You simply say that I'm a pervert. Nakari Erina's face turned black. 13 Thinking of what she did just now Nakari Erina feels that she was really ashamed and lost at home, so she has to look at Ishaiki in front of her. As a senior, I hope Ishiki Senior can set a good example for the younger generation. Ishaiki smiled bitterly and then nodded. At this time, UN Lushan changed the topic. Erina, Alice, what are you doing here? Nakari Erina just snorted coldly, and then said to UN Lushan, Let's see if this guy is dead. I'm really sorry that I didn't die. Yuen Lushan rolled a dead fish's eyes and said that to Nikari Eri in front of him. Nikari Alice on the side seized the opportunity to directly blacken Nikari Erina. Erina is too much. To say such a thing to a patient, Erina must not have a friend. Nikari Erina's face turned red for a while, and was pissed off by Nikari Alice. Then Nikari Erina looked at Nikari Alice. I don't have you, don't you? You don't have a friend either. Who said that? Although Liang Jun said that he is no longer my follower, but Liang Jun and I are still friends. After Nikari Alice finished speaking, she looked at Nikari Erina. Then what about you, Erina? Your little secretary is your friend. Nikari Erina's expression became a little lost. Naito Hishako has always regarded herself as a subordinate of Nikari Erina, not a friend, so Nikari Erina obviously cannot say that Naito Hishako is her friend. Seeing Nikari Erina's silent appearance, Nikari Alice was about to continue to stimulate Nikari Erina, but was stopped by Yuen Lushan on the side. Who said Erina has no friends? Am I not Erina's friend? Yuen Lushan blinked at Nikari Erina on the side. Or Erina, don't you think of me as a friend? Nikari Erina blushed slightly and then said to Yuen Lushan with a reluctant look, since you have sincerely pleaded, then Miss Ben reluctantly admits that you are Miss Ben's friend. Nikari Alice while looking at Yuen Lushan's eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Lu Sheng, you big idiot. Yuen Lushan looked at Nikari Alice, who was angrily, and said with a smile, I and you are also friends with Alice. Idiot. Nikari Alice still looked at Yuen Lushan angrily. Is Heike next to me felt a little embarrassed. Can these three flirt with me, a light bulb? But fortunately, Yuen Lushan did not forget Yishawai on one side. Senior is Heike, if you have something to do, just go and do it. I will entertain these two eldest young ladies. Yishawai breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yuen Lushan, then I'll leave it to you, Lushan. After speaking, Ishiki quickly left, and then continued to stay. Ishiki felt that she was likely to be pissed off. Do you think it is easy to be a single dog? Even if you eat dog food every day in Jixinglio, people outside Jixinglio now also come to spread dog food. After Ishiki left, Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice also relaxed a lot. Obviously, Ishike's staying here also had some influence on Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina. There is always something between the two of them that they can't let go. What's the matter with you? After Ishiki left, Nikari Erina asked what happened to Yuri Lushan. It's nothing, just overworked. Overworked. Hearing this word, Nikari Erina couldn't help frowning slightly. I support you to practice cooking, but you still have to maintain a certain degree of restraint. This time it's just an accident, this kind of thing will never happen again, don't worry. Nikari Erina nodded after receiving the assurance of Yuen Lushan. Nikari Alice glanced at Yuen Lushan then said to Yuen Lushan, otherwise, I'll move to this dormitory as well. In this way, I can not only teach you how to cook, but also supervise you well. Nikari Alice had just finished speaking, when Nikari Erina directly interrupted, no. Nikari Alice turned her head and looked at Nikari Erina angrily. It's none of your business which dorm I want to live in. In short, no, you will definitely disturb this guy's practice when you come, and your character is more than enough, so I don't allow it. Nikari Erina said that Nikari Alice was angry all of a sudden. Erina, you don't allow me to do anything, I don't care. The more you don't let me come, Erina, the more I have to move in. Nikari Erina was a little annoyed when she heard Nikari Alice say this. Alice, you can be willful about the rest, but this one thing is not allowed. Following Yuen Lushan's talent with you will only waste Yuen Lushan's talent. Nikari Alice was even more angry in her heart. What does it mean to be with her will only waste talent? Seeing that the two sisters seemed to have a big fight, Yuen Lushan reluctantly stopped the two sisters. Chapter 65 _ The two sisters Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice were finally appeased, but Yuen Lushan had no way of dispelling the idea of Alice wanting to move to Pole Star. Looking at Nikari Alice in front of him, Yuen Lushan rubbed his temples. However, Erina Nikari looked like she didn't want Alice Nikari to move to the Pole Star. Alice? Are you sure you want to move to Jixing Liao? You have to know that if you move to Jixing Liao, then it is very likely that you will see Senior Ishiki dressed like that every day. When I was in the Jixing Liao, I only wore an apron, compared to the previous one. Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice suddenly widened their eyes. Nikari Alice's heart also fluttered, and Ishiki's threat was too great. But then Nikari Alice said to Yuen Lushan, if that's the case, then you can move out and live, you stay in the Jixingdian, I'm very worried that one day you will become like that guy. When Nikari Alice said these words, Nikari Erina couldn't help shaking her heart. What if Yuen Lushan really turned into He Yi Shihui? Nikari Erina thought of Yuen Lushan wearing a loincloth, a hoe, and a straw hat. Immediately, a chilling feeling spread all over the body. In an instant, the two sisters Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice said to Yuen Lushan, no, you have to move out, otherwise, what if they become the same as that guy? Yuen Lushan's eyes jumped. Originally, I wanted to let the two leave by themselves, but I didn't expect that the current fire was burning on myself, but fortunately, Yuen Lushan had no other way, staring at Nikari Erina in front of him. And Nikari Alice, Yuen Lushan said to Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice, don't worry, if there's nothing wrong, I won't become like Senior Ishiki, and I'm just saying, there are so many people in this Jixing Liao, except for Senior Ishiki, there are other people who have lived for several years, and the situation you are worried about has not happened. Izui's hobby of Yuen Lushan is really unacceptable, but the same Yuen Lushan will never move out of Jixing Liao. It's not a matter of money, but the main thing is that Yuen Lushan can't agree to such a thing. The group of people in Jixing Liao got along very well, and Yuen Lushan did not need or want to leave Jixing Liao. Seeing Yuen Lushan's determined look, Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice were a little distressed. Although Yuen Lushan said that the things they were worried about would not happen, who could say such a thing accurately? Therefore, Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina have never been able to let Yuen Lushan leave the Pole Star. This made Nikari Erina and Nikari Alice very dissatisfied. Seeing the two of them, Yuen Lushan directly changed the subject. The two of you came to see a doctor today, so you came here empty-handed? Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina, who heard Yuen Lushan say this, immediately turned red. The two of them completely forgot to bring greetings when visiting the doctor. I'll make it up for you next time. Nikari Erina said to Yuen Lushan, and Yuen Lushan did roll his eyes, and then asked Nikari Erina instead, next time? Are you planning to make me sick again next time? Nikari Alice made up her knife on the side, that's right, Erina is really bad-hearted. Nikari Erina was at a loss for words, and then Nikari Erina looked at Nikari Alice angrily and said, you didn't bring it yourself. But I didn't curse Lu Shenjun for being sick next time to Erina. Seeing the two sisters who were about to quarrel again, Yuen Lushan said helplessly to them, did you two have any grudges in your last life? For these two girls who hurt each other when they met, Yuen Lushan didn't know what to say. Hearing the words of Yuen Lushan, Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina each gave each other a fierce look. Hate Erina. Baby Alice. Yuen Lushan's mouth twitched. I said you two, isn't it kind of bad to quarrel like this in front of my patient? Hearing Yuen Lushan say this, Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina calmed down. I'm very grateful that you two can come to see me, but if the two of you come to me to quarrel, then you should go back quickly, otherwise I'm afraid that you will make me even more sick. Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina snorted at Yuen Lushan, damn straight steel man. Nikari Alice and Nikari Erina also realized that it was indeed not good for them to be noisy in front of Yuen Lushan at this time. After all, Yuen Lushan was still a patient, and they disturbed Yuen Lu. Rest. A look of embarrassment appeared on the faces of the two of them. Then we won't disturb you, you can rest well. Nakari Erina stood up, then looked at Nakari Alice and said, Alice, don't disturb Genlisheng's rest, let's go. Although Nakari Alice was unhappy with Nakari Erina's tone of command, she also understood that at this time, it would be better not to disturb the patient, Yuen Lushan, to rest. Watching Alice and Erina leaving, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is too enthusiastic and makes Yuen Lushan a little unacceptable. Zhao Qian's. By the way, could it be that I'm actually the protagonist, and the past 10 years were just tempering me? Sakeki Ryoko's thoughts, as well as Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice, it seems that the girls gradually gathered around him. Scratching his face, Yuen Lushan had a bad feeling. In case, even Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice, although it's a bit shameless to say so, but if even they have a good opinion of him, then he will be in big trouble, rejecting a Ryoko Sakeki already. It's troublesome enough. If there is another Nakari Erina and another Nakari Alice, Yuen Lushan thinks that he probably estimates that the stable life may be gone. Hope it's just an illusion. After a long sigh, Yuen Lushan once again fell into a deep sleep, and it was too early for Yuen Lushan to pass the light to other people. Chapter 66_. After a heavy sleep, when Yuen Lushan woke up again, it was already the second day. Mrs. Wengsu, morning. Yuen Lushan, who came downstairs, saw Wengsu Damidang and said hello. Well, you boy, today's improvement looks much better, yesterday's improvement looked worse than my old woman. Hearing this sentence, an embarrassed smile appeared on Yuen Lushan's face. Yuen Lushan was completely unable to refute what Wengsu Damidang said. Passing light to others, Yuen Lushan did not expect that there would be so much damage. By the way, what about the others? Others went to class, but that kid, Yukihira, is said to be eating halberds with others today, saying it's because of something like the Rice Bowl Research Institute. Yuen Lushan was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something, then Yuen Lushan looked at Wengsu Damidang and said, understood, then Aunt Wengsu, now I'll go to Chuangzhen. Hearing Yuen Lushan's words, Domito Wengsu raised his brows, his eyes looking at Yuen Lushan's eyes were filled with questioning, as if he was questioning whether there was still a problem with Yuen Lushan's body. Don't worry, I'm fine, probably. Then pay more attention to yourself, I don't want to see Ryoko sad for you. Hearing this sentence, Yuen Lushan looked at Damidang Wengsu and said, Mrs. Wengsu, Ryoko and I are just ordinary friends. Please don't misunderstand me in the future. Looking at Yuen Lushan's serious expression, Domito Wengsu would not know where Yuen Lushan was serious. What's wrong with Ryoko? You don't want to accept Ryoko. It's not that Ryoko is bad. It's because Ryoko is so good that I don't want to delay Ryoko. Can you imagine that you fell in love with a young boy in his teens? Domidane Wengsu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yuen Lushan and said, how dare you make fun of me? I'm not making fun of you, but seriously, Mrs. Wengsu, do you think you can date a teenage boy? Of course it's impossible, but it's hard for you to be a few decades old. A teenage brat pretending to be deep. Maybe, I look young, but my heart is old, Mrs. Wengsu. After Yuen Lushan finished speaking, he waved his hand and left without saying anything. Domito Wengsu looked at Yuen Lushan with confusion in his eyes. Is this stinky brat pretending to be deep on purpose, or is it true? Suddenly, Fumio Omito reacted. Damn stinky brat, you actually pretended to be. Domidane Wengsu actually really thought about what Yuen Lushan said. How could it be that Yuen Lushan is only a few years old? However, what Omito Fumio didn't know was that everything Yuen Lushan said was true. Yuen Lu was born in 2 lifetimes, and in his last life he was in his 20s. And in this life of 16 years old, the total mental age is more than 40 years old. For teenage girls like Ryoko Sakeki, Yuen Lushan's moral concept does not allow Yuen Lushan to do such a thing. Xinping Chuangjin's halberd food venue is easy to find. Yuan Lushan just made a phone call and knew who Xinping Chuang really wanted to eat. Mito Yume. Hearing that Chiji still has a name, Yuan Lushan also gradually thought of it. Soma Yukihira and Akume Mito caused the halberd to eat. Erina Nakari wanted to abolish some gangster clubs in the school, and then let Mito Yume, who was relying on her, go to the trouble of finding those gangster clubs, but she didn't expect that Mito Yume would meet Yukihira Soma. Force. And then there was Nakari Erina, who not only failed to abolish the gangster clubs that succeeded, but even Mito Yume was kidnapped by Yukihira Soma. As expected of the protagonist, Soma. Yuan Lushan came to the halberd eating venue, and the halberd eating in this game there are quite a few people, but Yuan Lushan is also drawn out, and most of them come to see Mito Yume. Not to mention, Mito Yume's hot girl's dress is really eye-catching, man, everyone knows it, and he must have a pair of eyes that appreciate beauty. And Mito Yume is obviously the beauty that is admired. Here. Yuan Lushan just came when he heard Yoshino Yuki's shout. Then he walked over and looked at Soma Kahei who was cooking. Don't you all need to go to class? What class are you going to take? You are talking about how interesting it is to watch Lucky Hirai Shiji in class. Yuaki Yoshino's words made Yuan Lushan spit out. If this sentence is heard by lecturer Chappelle, don't try to run away one by one. Hey, how could lecturer Chappelle hear that? Don't worry, I have already helped you ask for leave for your classes. Yi Siwi's smiling expression made Yuan Lushan say, the privileges of the 10 heroes have been abused like this. I believe that if you want Lu Shen, you can become a top 10 soon. It's okay, but what happened to that thing? Come on, it's only a week in total. If you don't beat another person in a week, you will be expelled from school. If you beat one person, you can delay for a week. If you beat 2 people, you can be exempted from dropping out. Those people will definitely keep looking for opponents. Eat halberds. Soon the school will be in chaos. Then everyone has to be prepared. After all, if you encounter someone and take a risk, then it will be quite bad. The group looked at each other in dismay, and then nodded. That's true. It's hard to guarantee that these people will jump over the wall in a hurry. Suddenly, Yuan Lushan felt that there was a gaze looking at him, and he followed his gaze, and Yuan Lushan saw a reflective glass. Yuan Lushan couldn't see the person inside the glass, but the people inside the glass. People can see the origin and the land. It's Erina. Yuan Lushan thought for a while, and thought it should be Nakari Erina. Withdrawing his gaze, Yuan Lushan looked at Yukihira Soma, who was eating a halberd with Mito Yume. Senior Ishiki, what are the bets between Soma and Mito Yume Shiji? Drop out. If Chuangjin-kun loses, he will drop out, and if Mito Yume loses, then we can't continue to force the Donphan Research Club to close. That's it? Yuan Lushan nodded, then looked at Xinping Chuangzhen and said, in other words, if Chuangzhen were to capsize, then it would be miserable. Chuangjin-kun's strength is there, and he shouldn't lose to Mito Yume. Is-he-Hui still has an understanding of the true strength of Kopi. Chapter 67 _ Yuan Lushan just said it verbally. He didn't think that Yume Yukihiro would lose to Yume Mito. Although Yume Mito seemed to be quite powerful, how could it be possible for Yume to fall here as the protagonist? However, the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Fortunately, Ping created the real halberd. Lost. Fortunately, Erina-sama had already anticipated it, otherwise, maybe this time I really want to be won by you. Under the guidance of Nakari Erina, Mito Yume did not make the mistakes in the original work, but also used some small skills to successfully defeat Yukihira Soma. In the original plot, Mito Yume did not make any mistakes. It is able to match 5A level beef and rice with each other, so it was finally defeated by Kahei Soma Kopi's Cherryapin, steak Donbarai. But this time Yukihira Soma also met Mito Yume, who was hanging up. Nakiri Erina, who was in the VIP room, looked at Soma Yukihira, and a glimmer of pride flashed in her eyes. Luckily, the commoner is a commoner after all, and a random method by this lady can make this commoner look good. After knowing that Mito Yume wanted to create a real food halberd with yokai, Erina Nakiri specially called Mito Yume over, and then asked Mito Yume to cook the dishes made in the food halberd. In Nakiri Erina pointed out the inadequacies of Mito Yume cuisine. With Nakiri Erina's tongue of God, it is natural to easily comment on the shortcomings, so today's Mito Yume counterattack, and the king of medicine, Yukihira Soma, was turned over. Land. The expressions of the group of people in Jixing Liao became ugly. Xiaoping, lost. Yoshino Yuki was stupid, and Yukihira Soma actually lost, so Soma Yukihira will be expelled from school. As a member of Jixing Liao, Kahei Soma was expelled from school, which was undoubtedly a blow to Jixing Liao. I'll think of a way. This girl seems to be Erina's follower. As long as this girl is let go, Chuangzhen will still be able to stay. Yuan Lushan said helplessly. Yuan Lushan originally just said casually, who knew that the male protagonist of Scene Ping Chuangzhen actually overturned the car. Is it possible that he still has the ability to follow the law with a crow's mouth? He took out his cell phone and called Nakiri Erina. What's the matter? Nakiri Erina's proud voice came from the other end of the phone, as if he knew that Yuan Lushan would definitely call him. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and Yuan Lushan understood everything. All of this was designed by Nakiri Erina. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Kahei to lose to Mito Yume, but the result was an unexpected loss. I didn't think about the reason at first, but now Yuan Lushan thought of it. Nice work by Erina Nakiri. How can I make Chuangzhen stay? Simple, you move out of Jixing Liao, and I will arrange dormitory for you. In this way, I will let Kopi Soma continue to stay in Yuanyu, otherwise, I will drop out of school. Listening to Nakiri Erina's voice with a strong sense of pride, Yuan Lushan did not expect that Nakiri Erina deliberately pitted herself for this reason. Is this matter not discussed? There is no discussion. If you want to let Soma Kopi stay in the Far Moon, then you must agree to my conditions to move out of Jixing Liao, otherwise, Soma Kopi will drop out of school. Hearing that triumphant tone, Yuan Lushan said speechlessly, You dignified eldest lady, are you so calculating for this matter? You can't control it, you just say whether you agree to move out of Jixing Liao or not. Anyway, if you don't move, Scene Ping Chuangzhen will have to drop out of school. Yuan Lushan also has a headache. If he doesn't move out of Jixing Liao, Scene Ping Chuangzhen will be expelled from school, but Yuan Lushan is obviously not willing to let Yuan Lushan move out of Jixing Liao. It looks like this, since Chuangzhen Shiji lost to Mito Yume, then let me and Mito Yume Shiji, if I win, then let Chuangzhen continue to stay in Totsuki, if I lose, I will move out of Jixing Liao, and of course Chuangzhen will stay in Yuanyu. Listening to Yuan Lushan's request, Nakiri Erina said angrily, You are asking for so much. Who made me weak? I only learned how to cook for a few days. Yes, but I also have a request, that is, you can't use your mind. Flowers 0. I can't control this. After all, I don't know how to use my mind. You. Anyway, if you use your mind, you will lose. Hearing Nakiri Erina's words, Yuan Lushan was speechless. Why did you cheat first? Without you, Mito Yume would definitely not be able to win Chuangzhen, and Chuangzhen would not lose to Mito Yume. If you win or lose, if you lose, you lose, and Mito won Kahei Soma in an upright halberd, so what else do you have to say now? I can only guarantee that I don't use my mind as much as possible, but if it is really used, then I can't say that I cheated. Good. Erina Nakiri thought about it and agreed. 0. Yuan Lushan hung up the phone, made an OK gesture to the others, and then said, It's done, Mito Yume Shiji and I. If we win, I will stay at Chuangzhen, and if we lose, I will move out of Jixing Liao, Chuangzheng. Really stay and make a steady profit. Lu Sheng, are you sure you will win? And why did Miss Erina have to move you out of Jixing Liao? Hearing this question, Yuan Lushan's eyes turned to Yaisui. I have to ask Is Heike Senpai about this. Yesterday, Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice came to visit the doctor, and it was obvious that Nakari Erina and Nakari Alice were greatly affected by the later Is Heike Senpai. I was frightened, so that's why Nakari Erina wanted me to move out of Jixing Liu. By the way, today's Chuangzhen will lose, and Senior Yishi will also take the blame. Yishui's mouth twitched suddenly. It turns out that it's all your good deeds, Senior Is Heike. Sakeki Ryoko smiled, but that smile was dangerous no matter what. Ahaha, that what? In the future, please pay attention to Is Heike Senpai. Yuan Lushan teased Yisui. To be honest, Izui is good in everything, but this hobby is really unacceptable to normal people. Anyone who sees Izui in that dress will feel that Izui is a pervert. Well, I'll pay attention later. Ishikui said with a bitter face. Force. Chapter 68 _ Yuki Hirosoma came back, and after hearing the agreement between Yuan Lushan and Nakari Erina, he said to Yuan Lushan, thank you. By the way, do you know where you lost today? Even if the opponent uses 5A beef, it stands to reason that you will not lose. Yuan Lushan asked Xin Ping Chuangzhen. Is it food ingredients? Yuan Lushan asked curiously how Xin Ping Chuangzhen lost. No. Is Heike on one side rejected Yuan Lushan's question. Obviously, this time it wasn't because Yukihiro lost to Mito Yume in terms of creating real ingredients. Then Is Heike Senpai, why did Yukihiro lose to Mito Yume? It can't be because Mito Yume is stronger than Yume. Yoshino Yuki looked at Is Heike and asked, obviously Yoshino Yuki did not. He thought that Yukihira's true strength would lose to the one in front of him, Mito Akume, who didn't seem to know how to behave. Have you found out before that Mito Yume is carefully observing the ingredients that Chuangzhen is holding? Mito Yume should be sure that what Chuangzhen wants to do is cherry open steak bowl, and then the other party chooses the ingredients are used to make dishes, and the selected ingredients are targeted. Being reminded like this reminded everyone of the ingredients that Mito Yume had chosen before. Mito Yume should be pointed by someone behind the scenes, so the ingredients Mito Yume chose are all targeted, and the other party will prepare the cooking earlier than you, but he just waits for you to go first. Serve, right. Everyone at this time immediately understood that Mito Yume was using somakahe to make the shiraipan steak donbari as an appetizer, and then use it to enhance the taste of his cooking. I'm afraid all of this is at the behest of that one. Is Hiwi's eyes looked towards the VIP room. This woman is too despicable. Yoshino Yuki growled. Strictly speaking, this can't be said to be despicable. On the contrary, it should be a tactic. I didn't realize it myself. Yuki Hirosoma, instead, excuses Mito Yume. Yoshino Yuki suddenly roared, Yukihira, have you fallen in love with that unruly and fierce woman? I'm not, I don't talk nonsense. Yuki Hirosoma hurriedly denied it. Yuan Lushan on one side just interrupted the two people and said to the others in Jixing Liao, now it's my turn to eat the halberd. I guess it may be difficult to win. Yuan Lushan still has some understanding of his own strength. If he does not rely on his heart, it is basically impossible for Yuan Lushan to win Mito Yume. How many days did Yuan Lushan learn? Even if the talent is outstanding, Yuan Lushan is still just a newbie. Sakeki Ryoko has the intention to let Yuan Lushan give up eating halberd, but he can't say such a thing. As a member of Jixing Liao, it is naturally impossible for Sakeki Ryoko to watch Yuki Hirosoma get expelled from school, especially you can still do without being expelled. Then what should we do? Lu Shen, do you really want to move out of Jixing Liao? Sakaki Ryoko looked at Yuan Lushan, a little worried. I'll try my best. Yuan Lushan touched his nose, although Yuan Lushan took the initiative to ask for the halberd, but at that time Yuan Lushan had no other way, so he could only retreat to the next best thing to fight for himself. If it really didn't work, then you can only move out of Jixing Liao. The good thing is that you don't have to drop out. Even if you move out of Jixing Liao, you can still meet in school at that time. There is another sentence Yuan Lushan didn't say, that is, even if Yuan Lushan lost, but after moving out of Jixing Liao, he did not say that he could not move back again. Although it's a bit rude, Yuan Lushan doesn't care about it, and things for adults are not like children. Even black and white words can find loopholes, let alone simple promises. In short, it's like this. I'll go and eat with Mito Yume first, and I'll talk about the next thing later. Mito Yume looked at Jen Lisheng, who came to the stage, and there was a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. Is this guy the one who asked Erina-sama to take care of himself? It gave people a very comfortable feeling, but for Nikari Erina, Mito Yume decided to defeat Mubai. Mito Yume looked at Yuan Lushan's eyes full of fighting spirit. Defeat Yuan Lushan and prove to Erina-sama, let Erina trust him. Master Erina said that the theme of eating halberds this time is to cook their own best dishes. Master Erina said that you should be convinced of your defeat, so as not to wait for you to make excuses when you have time. It's really Erina's character, so let's start quickly. You can tell me what ingredients you need, Erina-sama ordered me. No, as for the ingredients, someone on my side has already prepared them for me. Without any intentions, the winner this time is basically a Kyume Mito. But if he uses his mind, Yuan Lushan can easily crush Mito Yume. There are two levels of chefs who do not understand their minds and chefs who understand their minds. In that case, let's start now. I can't wait to defeat you and get the favor of Erina Gate. Mito-san, you seem to admire Erina very much, but there is one thing I want to tell you, worship is the most distant feeling from understanding, because you worship Erina, so you can only look up at Erina from behind Erina forever. Rina, I can't be friends with Erina like this. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Mito Yume shouted to Yuan Lushan, what do you know, as long as you can follow behind Erina-sama, as long as you can become Erina-sama's follower, this enough. Hearing this sentence, Yuan Lushan shook his head. Then you've considered that Erina actually wants friends more than followers. How could I be qualified to be Erina-sama's friend? Seeing Mito Yume's appearance, Yuan Lushan shook his head and said nothing more. Then let's start cooking. What Yuan Lushan is going to make is meipo tofu, but it is not an ordinary meipo tofu. So Yuan Lushan remembered a dish in Zonghua Ichiban that he had seen before when he was a child. It was a dish that once originated from the Sichuan fairy Abe. Although Yuan Lushan had never tried it before, he had to take a risk if he wanted to win. Chapter 69_. At this moment, several judges walked into the venue, causing a commotion. Nikari Erina, the 10th seat of the top 10, Ning Ning, the 6th seat of the top 10, and Nikari Sentimon, the commander-in-chief of Totsuki. This lineup of judges is luxurious. Although I don't know why even Commander Yuanyu was alarmed, Yuan Lushan no longer had the heart to care about the judges, and now Yuan Lushan just wanted to recall the dish in his memory as much as possible. Magical meipo tofu. Although this recipe is only a combination of 6 flavors, which is not comparable to the full 8 flavors of the current meipo tofu, but Yuan Lushan wants to win the victory of the halberd, he can only find another way. The only thing Yuan Lushan can think of is the recipe that just appeared in his head, magic meipo tofu. Above the audience. Senior Yishi, you just called to inform Senior Ning Ning of Ji's Higuo. Sakaki Ryoko asked his Heiki Hui. Well, I informed Ji's Higuo that if she was there, maybe Lu Shenjun would have a 13-point chance of winning, but I didn't expect that even the commander-in-chief would be disturbed. Ishigami sighed. The original is Heike Hui wanted to blow the black whistle through Ning Ning of the Kingdom of Ji, but the result did not expect that not only Ning Ning of the country of the 10th would come, but also Erina Nakiri and the headmaster of the school, Nakiri Sentimon. Both came. This time, even if Ji's Higuo Ning Ning was blowing the black whistle alone, it was useless. It is necessary to obtain the approval of one of Nakiri Erina and Nakiri Sentimon. But in this way, there is no difference between Ning Ning of the Kingdom of Ji and Ning Ning of the Kingdom without Ji. Yuen Lushan looked at Nakiri Erina while preparing the materials. You won't blow the black whistle, will you? Those suspicious eyes stabbed Erina Nakiri deeply. Who do you think I am? Don't embarrass me, and if you talk nonsense, let the commoner Yuki Hirasoma drop out of school now. Nakiri Erina said that she was angry, and this guy Yuen Lushan actually thought she would blow the black whistle? And without using the mind, it is impossible for Yuen Lushan to win Mito Yume. What Yuen Lushan did in the far moon could not be hidden from the old man Nakiri Sentimon. It's just that Nakiri Sentimon did not intervene in Yuen Lushan's growth. Yuen Lushan's growth is related to whether the tongue of God can be redeemed. Nakiri Sentimon is worried that if he intervenes at will, it is likely to make Yuen Lushan's talent has gone astray, and at the same time, it may also have an impact on Yuen Lushan. So Nakiri Sentimon has been just watching without any intervention. And this time I came here just to see what kind of growth Yuen Lushan has grown to. Previously, Roland Chappelle and Nakiri Sentimon talked about Yuen Lushan, but what Roland Chappelle said was not as good as his own experience. Therefore, he was able to become a judge this time when he was able to eat halberds in Yuen Lu for the first time. Ji's Higuo Ning Ning pushed his glasses and looked at Nakiri Sentimon and said, "Is the commander-in-chief planning to intervene in his affairs?" As for Ji's Higuo Ning Ning's question, Nakiri Zianzamon naturally shook his head in denial. "Of course not, I just want to see how far he has grown." Nakiri Erina looked at her grandfather and Ji's Higuo Ning Ning, and wondered in her heart. Ji's Higuo Ning Ning seemed to have something planned with her grandfather. Not knowing the interaction of several people on the jury's seat, Yuen Lushan is constantly trying to reproduce this dish according to his memory of the magic Mapo tofu. However, Yuen Lushan was a little surprised that he was actually able to reproduce that magical Mapo tofu in his mind. In other words, Yuen Lushan has directly constructed the cooking process of Mapo tofu in his mind. Although Yuen Lushan didn't know what was going on, Yuen Lushan had a feeling that as long as he made it according to the cooking process that appeared in his mind, he could completely reproduce the magical Mapo tofu. Mito Akume's side naturally chose dishes that he was familiar with. Mito Yume chooses to make Brazilian barbecue. According to her ability, Mito Yume can accurately control the temperature of the barbecue, so that the meat can have the most perfect taste. Yuen Lushan smelled the fragrance and looked at Mito Yume. I have to say that the barbecue that Mito Yume came out with was really good, and Yuen Lushan had an appetite. Just smelling some of the aroma, the ingredients and process of Mito Yume's cooking emerged in Yuen Lushan's mind. Ginger, garlic, onion juice 250 grams, star anise, cinnamon, cumin, clove, grass fruit, sunay, fragrant fruit, cumin spice powder 5 grams, cooking wine 5 grams, salt 8 grams, monosodium glutamate 5 grams, pepper 5 grams, 50 grams of chili water, 10 grams of bee sugar, and 5 grams of peppercorns. Through this scent, Yuen Lushan actually came up with the seasonings that Mito Yume matched in his mind. When did I have this ability? After muttering in his heart, Yuen Lushan concentrated on making his own dishes. Sourceland: before I was born, I made Mapo tofu in the classroom because the skill of flipping the pot was immature, so a lot of tofu was crushed. The cube-shaped Mapo tofu has no signs of being broken at all. I'm done. Mito Yume glanced at Yuen Lushan, a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes, and then Mito Yume took his own dishes to the judges' table. The complexion of Yi Shui in the audience changed slightly. Mito Yume really can't be underestimated. What's wrong with Senior One? Hearing Is say Hui, the people from Jixing Liao couldn't help asking. Mito Yume played a careful game here. The Brazilian barbecue tastes salty and spicy, which overlaps with the taste of mapo tofu, which will affect the taste of mapo tofu. Through Yuan Lushan's selection of ingredients, the people at Jixing Liao already understood what kind of food Yuan Lushan wanted to make. And the beef in mapo tofu and the beef of Brazilian barbecue is also a collision. Lushan uses ordinary beef, while Brazilian barbecue uses 5A level beef. The collision between Lu Shenjun and Mito Yume meat is the winner. I'm afraid it will be Mito Yume. Chapter 70 _ Hearing Is Highway's words, the rest of the Jixing Liao couldn't help but worry. So, isn't Lu Sheng a loser? Aoki Daigo looked at Is Heike and asked. According to the current situation, it seems that yes, Lu Sheng's background is poor, and he has only studied for a week. If there is a mind, then Lu Sheng will definitely win, but Lu Sheng can't use his mind now, so it can be said that it is very difficult for Lu Sheng to win this time. Yi Shui was also a little helpless. Yuan Lushan's future will definitely be strong, as long as Yuan Lushan's foundation is laid well, and then relying on Yuan Lushan's talent, it is easy to surpass ordinary cooks like them. But thinking that the current Yuan Lushan is like the tower in the sky, if there is no support from the mind, the tower in the sky will crash immediately. In the face of such a situation, Yi Shui really couldn't think of how Yuan Lushan would win. One can only expect a miracle to happen. However, Yuan Lushan on the arena completely ignored Issei Hui's guesses. Yuan Lushan is very happy now. It is as if a student who loves to learn is swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Yuan Lushan is also swimming in the ocean at this time. Yuan Lushan's mind emerged, no, it should be more accurate to say that he deduced the recipe, and then Yuan Lushan's body instinctively started cooking according to the recipe in his mind. Not long after Yume served in Mito, Yuan Lushan also made his own magic mapo tofu. Follow the 6-flavor 1-in-1, without adding fresh and lively, but purely according to the 6-flavor 1-in-1 magic mapo tofu recipe deduced in your mind. Put the mapo tofu on a plate, and then Yuan Lushan put the lid on the plate. It's just that Yuan Lushan suddenly felt a sense of loss after finishing everything. Before Yuan Lushan was swimming in the ocean of cooking, he felt as if he was omnipotent, but the sudden feeling of loss now makes Yuan Lushan a little unacceptable. Are you coming? Mito Yume's cuisine, Nikiri Erina, Nikiri Sentimon, and Ning Ning of Jishigyo are all just tastes. Although for a student, Mito Yume's Brazilian meat is really excellent, but the 3 judges have no expectations for Mito Yume, and the taste of Brazil meat cannot arouse the 3 of them. Appetite, after just one bunch, the Brano one is moving. Putting the plate on the judge's table, Yuan Lushan put 3 spoons and bowls in place. Please use it, I don't know how the mapo tofu tastes, but I have tried my best to do it, I hope you won't be disappointed. Nikiri Zianzaman and Ji's Higyo Ning Ning Yuan Lushen guessed that they were here for themselves. Seeing that they didn't have any expectations for Mito Yume, Yuan Lushen knew what the 2 were thinking. He glanced at Mito Yume, who looked a little down. I have used all my strength, but I haven't been able to get the results I want. Mito-san, if you don't mind, I'll fill up my stomach with some Brazilian meat. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Whatever you want, anyway. Mito Yume looked at the Brazil that the 3 judges barely moved, and was full of unwillingness. That, give it to you, we will exchange it, you won't suffer in this way. Yuan Lushan ran back to the processing station and took another bowl and handed it to Mito Yume. You can also try my mapo tofu. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he looked at the 3 judges and said, if you don't eat it anyway, then I'm welcome. To be honest, Yuan Lushan is really hungry. He slept all day yesterday and woke up early this morning. As a result, a large number of people came to see Xinping Chuang Zhenshiji, where can Yuan Lushan eat? Now there are free ones that can't be let go, And it's still 5A beef. Although it's estimated that you won't be able to taste it, the taste is definitely different from the beef you've eaten before. Please use. Jees Higuo Ning Ning pushed the plate of Brazilian kebabs in front of him to Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan looked at Jees Higuo Ning Ning, who was no longer tying his blue hair into a braid, and his glasses were replaced by square frames. You really remember what you said last time, you look much prettier this way. Jees Higuo Ning Ning nodded slightly and said nothing. Nakiri Sentimon looked at Jees Higuo Ning Ning, then glanced at Nakiri Erina, and then said, "Then let's take a look at the mapo tofu you made." Saying that, he put his hand on the lid of the plate. Kindness. Nakiri Sentimon slightly lifted the lid of the plate, and the next moment his eyes widened, the gap in the lid was revealed. Is it? Seemingly thinking of something, Nakiri Sentimon directly lifted the lid of the dinner plate, and the next moment, a golden light shot directly into the sky from the dinner plate. Hair, glowing. In the audience, everyone is stupid. Jees Higuo Ning Ning watched the scene with a dull look in his eyes. The same is true for Nakiri Erina, only Nakiri Sentimon woke up everyone with a cheerful laugh after being stunned for 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Everyone looked at Nakiri Sentimon. Very good, the old man is looking forward to the taste of this mapo tofu. Yuan Lushan himself is a little stupid. Did I just put a fluorescent agent on? Lu Shen, the source of cooking light, knew, but Yuan Lu Shen never thought that cooking in reality would still shine. Senior Ishiki, the mapo tofu that Lu Shen made just now glowed. Ibuzaki Jun looked at Ishiki, his eyes seemed to be asking if he just hadn't woken up, so he was wrong. No, you read it right, just as you thought, the mapo, zhaoqianhao, tofu made by Lu Shen just now really shines. Ishiki calmed herself down, and then answered Ibuzaki Jun's question. But how can cooking be able to shine? Sato Shoji asked stupidly. There are luminous dishes, but there are only a handful of people in the world who can make luminous dishes. Most of them are world-class cooks. There is also some sluggishness in Ishiki's expression. Nani? The people in Jixing-Liu suddenly screamed out. On the field, Nakiri Erina looked at Yuan Lushan, and his eyes seemed to eat Yuan Lushan's whole person. You guy, have you really never learned cooking? Nakiri Erina gritted her teeth and asked. Don't ask me, I just don't know, I swear I don't put fluorescent agents in my cooking. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, the 3 judges' eyes jumped. Chapter 71 Looking at Yuan Lushan's appearance, Nakiri Erina glared at Yuan Lushan fiercely, and then said, "Idiot." However, the envy, jealousy and hatred in his voice were not concealed at all. To be honest, when I just made this mapo tofu, I was in a strange state, and I couldn't tell the truth. If you asked me to copy the cooking process just now, I really couldn't copy it. Out. Yuan Lushan didn't know what was going on in the previous state of Yuan Lushan. In that state, Yuan Lushan felt like he was omnipotent, but to let Yuan Lushan enter that state again, Yuan Lushan said he really can't get in. Don't force something, it should be yours, it's yours, even if it doesn't appear now, it will definitely appear in the future. Nakiri Sentimon said something to Yuan Lushan, and then picked up the bowl and began to taste the mapo tofu made by Yuan Lushan. To be honest, Nakiri Sentimon is a little impatient now. I want to try this glowing mapo tofu. By the way, does this mapo tofu have a name? Yes, 6 flavors in one magic mapo tofu. Yuan Lushan said without thinking. Anyway, it is impossible for Zonghua Yuhan and the world of the spirit of eating halbird to be linked, so the little boss can't jump out and say I stole his recipe, right? Nakiri Sentimon raised his brows when he heard the name. However, he didn't say much. He scooped up the bright red mapo tofu with a spoon, and filled a bowl full of himself. Nakiri Sentimon alone pulled about a third of the mapo tofu. Seeing this scene, Jizhiguo Ningning and Nakiri Erina were not stupid, and each prepared to divide up the remaining 2/3. As a result, before the two of them acted, Yuan Lushan had already grabbed 2/3 of the first 3. Here you are. Yuan Lushan gave the mapo tofu he grabbed to Mito Yume, who was still standing stupidly. Ah! Seeing the bowl Yuan Lushan stuffed into his hand and the mapo tofu in the bowl, Mito Yume was stunned. You eat my tofu, and I eat your barbecue. This way, the two are clear. After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he picked up the Brazilian barbecue and started to eat. Although it felt normal, it was more important to fill the stomach. Mito Yume looked at the mapo tofu in the bowl and swallowed subconsciously. Saliva. Nakiri Erina and Jizhiguo Ningning didn't say anything, they each divided up the remaining 2/3 and 2/3 of the mapo tofu. Above the audience. Damn, I want to eat it too, but Lu Sheng didn't bring me. Lu Sheng, I want to eat too. Yoshino Yuki grabbed the railing and shouted at Yuan Lushan. Jen Lu Sheng, who was eating Brazilian meat, was stunned for a moment, then looked at the Brazilian meat of Nakiri Sentimon and Nakiri Erina and said, You don't want to eat it, this is for me. After he finished speaking, he picked up the plate and ran directly towards Jixing Liu. The mapo tofu is gone, let's have some Brazilian barbecue. After placing the kebabs on the 2 plates and handing them to the group of Jixing Liu on the guard rail, Yuan Lushan ran back, came to Jizhiguo Ningning, and ate Brazilian barbecue. Mito Yume looked at Yuan Lushan, and then at the mapo tofu in his bowl. Mito Yume swallowed his saliva, then picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu into his mouth. Woo! Mito Yume suddenly burst into tears. Yuan Lushan looked at Mito Yume who was crying while eating mapo tofu, and Emoda ate Brazilian barbecue with an expression like a melon eater. And Nakiri Sentimon's clothes suddenly burst. At the same time, Yuan Lushan felt that there was something strange, as if he wanted to burst a pair of his own, but fortunately, this feeling disappeared in just a moment. But tear. With the sound of clothes being torn, countless screams sounded throughout the arena. As the initiator, Nakiri Sentimon didn't care, and devoured mapo tofu. A whole bowl of mapo tofu entered Nakiri Sentimon's stomach like this. Yuan Lushan looked at Jizhiguo Ningning and Nakiri Erina. You two didn't have your clothes exploded, something is wrong with this situation. Then he glanced at Mito Yume, who happened to be standing behind him just now. It seemed that he was spared because he was under his cover. But others. Yuan Lushan looked at the fruit boy and the cute girl in the whole field, and looked at the contempt in Nakiri Sentimon's eyes. Then he glanced at the audience, and found that Ryoko Sakeki and the others were fine, and he was relieved a little, but Hui Ishaiki and the others were exploded. Dirty, what are you looking at? Nakiri Erina looked at Yuan Lushan angrily. Hey, I'm just the people who eat melons. Do you know who caused this situation? Yuan Lushan withdrew his gaze, looked at Nakiri Erina and said. Nakiri Erina ignored Yuan Lushan, and looked at the bowl of mapo tofu in front of him and didn't dare to eat it. Nakiri Erina knew very well that if she ate it herself, it was estimated that the place would collapse again. The first time I ate a poached egg, I was unprepared and was attacked by Yuan Lushan, a teenage comrade who didn't talk about martial arts. This time, Yuan Lushan could not succeed. I'll go first. Nakiri Erina said, picking up the bowl and leaving. Hey, Erina, you're leaving now, what about the outcome? You fool, you won. Despising Yuan Lushan fiercely, Erina Nakiri trotted away with the bowl. Jizhiguo Ningning tasted it in small sips, closing her eyes and savoring it carefully. Bang! With Nakiri Sentimon putting the bowl on the table, the old man who looked old and strong suddenly stood up. Hey, hot eyes. Yuan Lushan hurriedly covered Jizhiguo Ningning's eyes in front of him and Mito Yume's eyes behind him. Immediately from the corridor, countless men in black appeared, and then pulled up the cover to change clothes for Nakiri Sentimon, and a group of people in the audience were distributing clothes to the audience. Yuan Lushan looked at Nakiri Sentimon. You haven't been arrested and locked up. It is estimated that Yuan Yu is rich and powerful. Otherwise, how can you be such an upright hooligan? Chapter 72 _ Nakiri Sentimon put on his clothes, coughed dryly, and ignored Yuan Lushan's words. You are very good, you are really good, I know you will surprise me, but what I didn't expect is that you will give me such a big surprise. To tell the truth, Nakiri Sentimon was really frightened. Yuan Lushan's 6-flavored magic mapo tofu completely surpassed Nakiri Sentimon's cognition of Yuan Lushan. Although Yuan Lushan said that he would not be able to cook it even if he cooked it, but Nakiri Zion saw it, and Yuan Lushan's future is probably not what he can predict. Mito Yume used some little tricks to win you, but these tricks are useless to you at all. Although Mito Yume knew that she had lost, she still didn't understand what Nakiri Sentimon said. Mito Yume uses 5A level beef and intends to dilute the taste of the beef in your mapo tofu, but unfortunately you don't use beef at all. Mito Akume looked at Nakiri Sentimon in astonishment. Impossible, I just ate beef in the mapo tofu from Yuan Lu, how could it be possible that I didn't use beef? That's not beef. Jeez Higuo Ningning looked at Mito Yume lightly. What? Mito Yume looked at Yuan Lushan in disbelief. Well, it's not beef, it's soybeans, because I know very well that it's impossible for ordinary mapo tofu to beat you, so I took a different approach and used soybeans to replace the ground meat in mapo tofu, because I know that ground meat made from regular beef is definitely not as good as your 5A beef. Hearing Yuan Lushan's admission, Mito Yume was stunned. Yuan Lushan, I look forward to how high your future will be. After Nakiri Sentimon finished speaking, he left. So, who is the victor? Yuan Lushan looked at Jeez Higuo Ningning. Nakiri Erina had already voted for Yuan Lushan before, so now the one vote is his own, and the old hooligan Nakiri Zion will eat it. Run, Yuan Lushan can't do anything about him, but Jeez Higuo Ningning can't follow him and run after eating. Jeez Higuo Ningning noticed Yuan Lushan's gaze. You won. With the affirmation of Jeez Higuo Ningning, Yuan Lushan said to Mito Yume, I won, like this, Chuangzhen doesn't have to drop out of school, and I don't have to move out of Jixing Liao, you should vote for the judges. Opinion. Mito Yume looked at Yuan Lushan with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, but finally nodded to Yuan Lushan, I lost. Even if Mito Yume was unwilling, Mito Yume couldn't help it. After eating Yuan Lushan's tofu, Mito Yume already knew how big the gap between him and Yuan Lushan was. Then that's it, goodbye. Yuan Lushan waved to Mito Yume, and then said goodbye and left. Jeez Higuo Ningning looked at Yuan Lushan who was leaving, and helped his glasses. 6 flavors in 1 magic mapo tofu. Luminous dishes? Forget it, let's leave it to Mrs. to deal with the headache. After speaking, Jeez Higuo Ningning stood up and also got up and left. Jixing Liao was already waiting in the player aisle. Seeing Yuan Lushan coming back, Yoshino Yuki rushed forward immediately. Lu Sheng, why didn't you bring mapo tofu back? We didn't eat it? You actually gave it to the exposed woman Mito Yume. Did you fall in love with that woman? Looking at Yoshino Yuki who was roaring at him, Yuan Lushan smiled and waved his hand and said, how is it possible? Don't talk nonsense Yuki, we made a good profit for a plate of mapo tofu for so much 5A beef. Earn a hammer. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that mapo tofu is more delicious. No, you have to make it for us again after you go back. Yoshino Yuki was persistent. Forgive me, I don't know how I just made the magic mapo tofu with 6 flavors in 1, let me make it again, although I can make magic mapo tofu, I can't beat that. Degree of mapo tofu. Yuan Lushan said helplessly. In the state just now, Yuan Lushan really didn't understand it. If he could understand it, Yuan Lusheng felt that the cooking just now should be similar to the feeling of inviting God to the upper body. Flowers 0. Never mind, we're going to eat mapo tofu today anyway. Okay, I'll make it for you when I go back. On the other side, Erina Nikari, who returned to her small villa with a small bowl, was about to taste the magic mapo tofu, but she saw Alice Nikari. Alice, why are you here with me? Humph, I saw it, Lu Shenjun's halberd, and Lu Shenjun's mapo tofu, Erina gave me half. Why do you share half of it? Like a kitten protecting her food, Erina Nikari suddenly became furious and looked at Alice Nikari vigilantly. Really? If you don't give it to me, then I will tell Lu Shenjun that Erina, you still wet the bed when you are 3 years old. Nikari Erina's expression stiffened. Alice. Erina, decide, give me half, or let me tell Lu Shenjun the embarrassing thing about you still wet the bed when you were 3. If Yuan Lushan knew about this, Nikari Erina would be ashamed to death on the spot. Looking at Nikari Alice, there was a trace of anger in Nikari Erina's eyes. Damn Alice, I'll give you half, but you can't threaten me with this thing in the future. Nikari Erina looked at Nikari Alice with itchy teeth and said. Okay Erina, no problem Erina. Nikari Alice smiled proudly. Soon a bowl of mapo tofu was shared by Erina Nikari and Alice Nikari. Woo! The flushed faces of Erina Nikari and Alice Nikari felt as if they were running a hot spring. It's like being back in my mother's arms. Nikari Alice subconsciously expressed her feelings. And Nikari Erina is also like this, it feels like she is back in the arms of her mother when she was a child. Mom. Erina Nikari couldn't help thinking of the mother who ran away from home. Nikari is really naggy. Ugo today. Force. Chapter 73_. After finally dismissing a group of foodies in Jixing Liao, Yuan Lushan returned to his room. Holding the evolution truster in his hand, Yuan Lushan looked at the evolution trustee. Did I win today because of your help? Yuan Lushan asked the evolution trustee, but got no results. The evolutionary trustee didn't respond. Shaking his head, he put the evolution truster under the pillow, and Yuan Lushan fell into his sleep. It was only when Yuan Lushan entered the dream that the evolution truster began to emit a slightly soft light, and the light quickly wrapped Yuan Lushan's whole person. Yuan Lushan's head touched the pillow, and he suddenly fell asleep. Just in front of the flower, Yuan Lushan found himself in the temple again, where the stone wings were erected. It made a sound like the beating of a heart. At the same time, the stone wings glowed and absorbed Yuan Lushan into the stone wings. It's still that pure white space? Here again. Yuan Lushan remembered that he seemed to see Noah here last time. Is it Noah again this time? Yuan Lushan, who was thinking secretly in his heart, quickly overturned the idea he had just thought. Because in front of Yuan Lushan, there was a woman with a blue skirt and silver hair. That round face inexplicably caused Yuan Lushan to have a trace of memory. Hello, this generation's inheritor of light. The other party opened his mouth to Yuan Lushan, with a familiar feeling on his face, or in other words, the smile on the other party's face reminded Yuan Lushan of his unassuming mother. This smile is full of motherhood. You are. I am Abe, the inheritor of the light of the previous generation. Hearing the other party's admission, Yuan Lushan's eyes suddenly widened. No, no, no. Yuan Lushan said that he was shocked, it was really Abe. Could it be the fairy who came downstairs with Chrysanthemum? Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, Abe chuckled lightly and said, if it's the state-run restaurant where Ju has come downstairs, then I think it should be me. Really hammered, the woman in front of you is really a little boss. Looking at Yuan Lushan's appearance, Master Abe said with a smile, we are very destined, so is the inheritor of light, and so is the 6-flavored magic mapo tofu. Wait, the 6-flavored magic mapo tofu I made today should be. Well, yes, to help you a little bit, I will give you my cooking experience about the 6-flavored magic mapo tofu. I see. Yuan Lushan said that he understood everything. It turned out that everything was done by the woman in front of him. It's no wonder that homemade mapo tofu glows. And many more. Suddenly Yuan Lushan thought of another thing. You said that you are the inheritor of the light of the previous generation, so that means you are actually a person from this world. Of course. Fairy Bei looked at Yuan Lushan and smiled, but Yuan Lushan felt that Fairy Bei's smile, how to say it, seemed to say, yes, that's right, that's what you think. Isn't that the Chinese drama? As you think, Subaru was also in this world 100 years ago, and the plots of the two worlds of Zonghua Ichiban and the spirit of eating halbird are linked. Yuan Lushan's eyes jumped. Why do you know this? Because I am also light. Fairy Bei's answer left Yuan Lushan speechless. I am just a memory here, the real Abe is dead, I am just Abe formed by Abe's life experience left in the wings of stone. A terrible thought appeared in Yuan Lushan's mind. If Fairy Bei exists, is there any other? Here lies the life experience of the inheritors of light in the past, and the reason why I am awakened is because your 6-flavored magic mapo tofu awakened me. Yuan Lushan was a little embarrassed. He used to pirate and thought that there was no such thing as a Chinese story in this world, but now he was a pirated copy and was directly caught by someone else's genuine copy. Hee, don't worry, I don't care about these, and the real purpose of my appearance this time is to tell you one thing, the darkness has begun to surge, and the light must bloom again. Autumn bean sacks. Yuan Lushan's whole person was suddenly bad, and the next crisis should not be a crisis of destroying the world, and then he would have to save the world by himself. It's what you think. As the inheritors of Noah, we have inherited Noah's light, so we are called the inheritors of light. But in the same way, this world also has this darkness. Dark God fried chicken, oh no, it's Zaki, you've all made me crooked. Fairy Bei glanced at Yuan Lushan reproachfully. Zaki, the god of darkness, also has an inheritor of darkness. Our mission is to defeat the inheritor of darkness and protect the light of the cooking world. Yuan Lushan looked at Fairy Bei expressionlessly. Can I say no? Okay, but your parents are trying to resist the darkness. Yuan Lushan's pupils shrank. What do you mean? Literally, your parents have been resisting the darkness, don't you want to fight alongside them? No, how do you know what's going on outside? Because I am the light, where there is light there is nothing to hide from us. Fairy Bei suddenly blinked at Yuan Lushan and said, of course, this ability can only be possessed after we die, and the life we experience will once again form a U in stone wings, in other words we have actually become the light. Fairy Bei looked at Yuan Lushan's frightened look, and said comfortingly, don't worry, I understand your situation, so I will help you. In this space, I can cook my own kitchen. The art is handed over to you, and the learning progress will be much faster in this space, and your body outside is equivalent to entering a deep sleep. In this way, you will have double the learning speed. Sure enough, the law that the traveler is the protagonist has also come true in me. I didn't have to choose right. Yes, you can give up too. Yuan Lushan was stunned by Fairy Bei's words. Light will not force anyone to do things they don't want to do, but you who are chosen by light, I believe you will face it bravely. Chapter 74 If I don't go, I just don't have the courage. The Bei Fairy in front of her is not a good person, but she actually choked Yuan Lushan with her words. Friendship, family, can you give up? Don't lie, because I can see the true thoughts in your heart. What about my privacy? Is it completely gone? Looking sideways at Fairy Bei, Yuan Lushan was speechless. But fortunately, Fairy Bei is now a memory, in the words of today, it is artificial AI, so Yuan Lushan doesn't care too much. Well, you're right, although I haven't seen the face of my father, but at least I can't let go of my mother, so I don't have a choice, right? Come on, we will give you all the experience to ensure that you can defeat the inheritor of darkness. Heir of darkness, what will happen if I don't care? I don't know, but the inheritor of Zaki, the god of darkness, do you think the other party will be a good person? Yuan Lushan was speechless. 13 Obviously, the other party can never be a good person. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's learn cooking now. I will teach you all the skills that belong to Abe, our successor. Putting away the smile on her face, Fairy Bay said to Yuan Lushan. Under the infection of the other party's serious expression, Yuan Lushan also became serious. Then, please, teacher. Well, teacher. I am your disciple. Looking at Yuan Lushan, Fairy Bay smiled. Gifted children are always likable, and Yuan Lushan is undoubtedly the gifted child. Of course, Yuan Lushan probably didn't know his talent yet. When Yuan Lushan woke up, it was already the next morning. It is clear that I have studied cooking for so long in the space of Stone Wing, but the result is that I don't feel tired at all. I spent a whole night learning cooking in the space of Stone Wing, but I didn't feel any discomfort after waking up. This is so comfortable. In the future, there will be double the time to learn cooking, and there are chefs at the level of Fairy Pay to be their teachers. Yuan Lushan does not believe that his strength cannot be improved in a short period of time. Super Chef. Set a small goal first and become a super chef within a year. With an old grandmother who looks like Fairy Bay, if Yuan Lushan can't become a super chef in a short time, then Yuan Lushan can directly find a tree with a crooked neck and hang it. Even a pig can definitely become a super chef under the guidance of a chef at the level of Fairy Pay. Try it. Speaking of which, Yuan Lushan took a long time to learn how to cook porridge. Wash up, then go downstairs. Then start cooking the porridge. There are still many people who can't even tell the difference between porridge and porridge. In fact, porridge is not the same as porridge. Porridge is rice with water, adding less water is dry rice, adding more water is porridge. But porridge is different. There are a lot of things to pay attention to when cooking porridge. Time, heat, all need attention. The taste of the cooked porridge is also different, and the porridge has more patterns, such as preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 8 treasure porridge, and so on. Yuan Lushan didn't plan to do anything complicated, just make some clear porridge. The rest of Jixing Liu also came downstairs one after another, but the people of Jixing Liu shouted to Yuan Lushan after seeing Yuan Lushan in the kitchen, "Lushan, what are you cooking?" "I'm cooking porridge, you wait a moment, you can eat it later." After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he felt it and determined that the time and heat were just right, and turned off the flame. Well, the time is just right. If you want to eat, serve it yourself. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, a group of people couldn't wait to enter the kitchen. It didn't take long for a group of people to widen their eyes one by one. How is it possible? Drinking porridge, one by one feels a little incredible. Obviously there is no intention, but it gives a warm feeling. Lushan, you. What's wrong? Looking at Marui Zenji, Yuan Lushan raised his head and asked after drinking a mouthful of porridge. It's nothing, it's just that Lushan, you feel like your cooking skills have improved a lot. It is indeed a great improvement. I met a fairy in my dream who was teaching me how to cook. Hearing Yuan Lushan's words, a row of question marks appeared above everyone's heads, but soon, this group of people reacted, it was a joke. Yuan Lushan is joking. You guy. Staring at Yuan Lushan fiercely, Xin Ping Chuang really said without anger. Ha, do you still want to eat porridge? If you don't eat it, it's probably gone. Eat, although I have no intentions, but this porridge is definitely not ordinary. Nakiri Erina rushed out of the kitchen with dark circles under her eyes, and there were mapo tofu everywhere in the kitchen. Damn, why doesn't it contain intentions, but the mapo tofu I made is actually not as good as that guy from Yuan Lushan. After eating Yuan Lushan's mapo tofu yesterday, Nakiri Erina has been trying to make the same mapo tofu as Yuan Lushan's, but the result is of course nothing. The number of failed products in Nakari Erina's kitchen shows how much Nakari Erina failed. Damn. Is his strength actually not as good as UN Lushan? This makes Nakari Erina bearable. This allows the future Nakari Erina to establish majesty in front of UN Lushan, and Nakari Erina, who is a good teacher, does not make UN Lushan delicious, and there is no face to guide UN Lushan. In the past, if UN Lushan had new intentions, it would be fine, but the mapo tofu made by UN Lushan now has no intention at all, but what he does this way is not as good as the other party, which makes Nakari Erina. How can it be accepted? Erina, you look really ugly like this. Nakari Alice looked at Nakari Erina's current appearance and said with a smirk. Shut up. Nakari Erina glared at Nakari Alice. Humph, I saw it right at a glance. Erina, you are angry now because you, from UN Lushan, know that the mapo tofu you make is not as delicious as Lu Shenjun's. The happy day of the two sisters begins with a quarrel. Chapter 75_. Among the top 10 heroes of UNU, most of them are not interested in school affairs, nor do they form gangs, but there is such an exception in UNU. Eizan's Eizan, the 9th seat of the 10 masters of UNU. The other party's cooking philosophy is that everything is for money, and learning cooking by yourself is just to get more money. And for this purpose, after becoming the 9th seat of the Totsuki top 10 heroes, Eizan also formed a gang in Totsuki Academy. With Eizan's Eizan, the 9th member of the 10 masters of the Far Moon as the center, a huge force formed by forming a gang, and the peak of this force is naturally Eizan's Eizan. Find out who did what happened this time. Eizan also asked a student. It's a first-year transfer student, and the other party's name is Soma Sinping. That Soma Sinping made a lot of rhetoric at the entrance ceremony, so a group of people were dissatisfied, so those people beat Soma Sinping, but they didn't expect Sinping. Chuangzhen would actually use this method to retaliate. Eizan also pushed up his glasses. Now that the specific things have been clarified, now I want to know when you will be able to solve this time. Master Eshin, since the other party uses the halberd, then I can also use the halberd. As long as I defeat the opponent on the halberd, then all the problems can be solved. Now that you know, why don't you act? Yes. After answering, he rushed away. Eizan also didn't take this matter to heart at all. Eizan also held a letter in his hand. The name of the letter was Nakamura Thistle. Is it finally coming? To be a top 10 is to wait until this day. Eizan Tetsuya's heart was full of fire. The reason why Eizan also entered Tajetsu Academy was arranged by the other party. The blueprint that the man gave to Eizan when he was a child is now finally starting to take the first step. Belong to my money empire. Eizan also had anticipation in his eyes. At Jixing Liao, Yoshino Yuki shook Marui Zenji's neck. Marui, you dare to eat all the porridge cooked by Lu Sheng, I will kill you. The rest of the people looked at Marui Zenji, who was already foaming at the mouth, and wanted to say in their hearts that they were going to be killed by you now. Okay, Yuki, let go of Marui, or else Marui will really die. While UN Lushan was talking, suddenly the phone rang. Looking at the number without caller ID, UN Lushan answered the call. Hello, who to look for please? It's me. On the other end of the phone came the voice of Kazuma Jayakashiu. UN Lushan hung up the phone directly. But the next moment the phone rang again. UN Lushan frowned and hung up, then pulled the phone number to the blacklist. But the next moment, the phone rang again, this time with another phone number. UN Lushan frowned. He really wanted to hang up and continue to block, but he thought that even if he blocked himself, it is estimated that the other party would continue to change the phone. Can only answer the phone again. Don't hang up, I have something to say. We don't have any relationship anymore, so I hope you don't bother me. UN Lushan said to Zayas Hikiyoshiu on the other end of the phone. I hope to be able to meet you, I have something to tell you, please. Yuan Lushan wanted to refuse, but Xiu of the Hill of Xia said to Yuan Lushan, please, I really have something very important to tell you. Yuan Lushan frowned. Please, give me a chance to explain. Kazumajayaka Xiu's tone contained a hint of prayer. Yuan Lushan glanced at the person in front of him, and then said helplessly, you are really interesting, you clearly proposed to end the relationship, but now you are looking for me. Please. Kazumajayaka Xiu on the other end of the phone pleaded again. Time, place. Yuan Lushan did not refuse in the end, but said to Xiu of Xia's Haikyuu. It's at the same cafe last time, can I do it in 2 hours? Got it? After Yuan Lushan finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and then Yuan Lushan found that the group of people in Jixing Liu were staring at Yuan Lushan. Lu Shenjun, was that your girlfriend just now? Sakaki Ryoko asked casually. No. Yuan Lushan answered casually. Sakaki Ryoko breathed a sigh of relief. Then who called you just now? A tool person, I worked with people before, I provided ideas, the other party gave me ghost writing, and then we partnered to make money, but the previous partner kicked me away, but now they find me, I don't know what's the matter. Yuan Lushan's words made the people in Jixing Liu completely relieved, but they were disgusted with that person in their hearts. Why are you going to see each other like this, Lu Sheng? Yuan Lushan didn't say much, just said lightly, go and see what the other party wants to do, Senior Yishi, please use your privilege to ask me for a leave. The previous one has given you 3 days off, and there is 1 more day today. Yuan Lushan didn't expect Yoshi Hui's answer, but he still expressed his gratitude to Yis Hui. Then I'll go see what the other party wants to do first. Okay, Lu Sheng, let's go. After Yuan Lushan left, Sakaki Ryoko looked at Ishaiki and said, Senior Ishaiki, Zhaoqi and Zhao, please help me take a leave as well. Anyone want to take leave? Ishaiki nodded, then looked at the others and asked. Okay, of course we have to go with this kind of thing. Xinping Chuangzhen showed a gossip expression, and so did the rest of the people, showing the same gossip expression. Hey. Then let's go together. Ishigaki said with a smile. Obviously, they are very curious about the person Yuan Lushan said. Yuan Lushan obviously didn't know that he would meet a group of people from Jixing Liu to follow him, or that Yuan Lushan would never have thought that these people would be so boring and come to follow him. On the tram, Yuan Lushan was reading the news with his mobile phone, but suddenly saw a news. Newcomer Xia Shi's light novel Love Metronome is hot selling. Chapter 76 _ Looking at the news on the mobile phone, Yuan Lushan had some guesses. Could it be that Xiu of Xia's Haikyuu deliberately stimulated him after his novel was sold out? If this is the case, should I slap Xia's Haikyuu Xiu in the face, even if I don't want to bother with these little girls, but if Xia's Haikyuu Xiu is really doing it like this, I absolutely must a lesson for Xiu of Kazumajayaka. After a half-hour tram ride, Yuan Lushan arrived at the place agreed with Xiu of Kazumajayaka. Came more than an hour early, but Yuan Lushan didn't care, ordered a cup of coffee, and then started to look at his phone. On the other side, a group of people not far from the coffee shop were watching carefully and secretly observing Yuan Lushan. Lu Sheng is only one person. It seems that the woman has not come yet. If the woman who is waiting for her comes, shall we go up and slap that woman hard? Yoshino Yuki waved his hand fiercely and suggested. Yuki, hitting someone is not good. Tianchuo was taken aback. What, that guy actually dares to kick Lu Sheng away after using Lu Sheng? This kind of guy is simply a scumbag. Yoshino Yuki's words made the others nodded in agreement. Having said that, it's better for us not to interfere in this matter. It's Lu Sheng's personal affairs. If we intervene, would it be reasonable? Ishiwi still knew that it was okay for them to watch this matter, but if they wanted to intervene in this matter, then they would not do it. In the cafe, Yuan Lushan swiped the news on his mobile phone. Most of them are lace news, but from these news, Yuan Lushan found some more useful news. The head of the Shinomiya Chable, Shinomiya Canon, announced that a food planning area will be established in Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo, and will hire a super chef to serve as the executive chef of the food planning area. Food planning area, executive chef with super chef? At that time, if it really works, then you can try it out. Can the cuisine of a super chef break through the blockade of your own taste? The profit of Hub Foods has been declining year after year. The current CEO Kyanbiao Zayaya, known as the Queen of Curry, claims that the company's profit will be reversed within this year, and this year's profit will be 3 percentage points higher than last year. Yuan Lushan, who was swiping his mobile phone, suddenly heard someone shouting at him beside him. Guest. Yuan Lushan came back to his senses. She raised her head and looked at the girl standing beside her. Is something wrong? This one has flax-colored soft long straight broken hair, slanted straight bangs on the left, a side ponytail on the right side, a bright green bow hairband, amber pupils, a beautiful natural cute face that makes people look comfortable, and a beautiful figure. A slender girl with a warm and sunny smile on her face, wearing a black and white maid outfit. Very beautiful. Yuan Lushan was a little surprised when he saw the other party's first glance, but Yuan Lushan returned to normal in just a moment. It's like this, guest, are you waiting for someone? Is there a problem? It's like this, there is an event in the store, I invite a customer to take a photo with me, and then put the photo in the store as an advertisement. Of course, it is not free. The customer, your consumption today will be free, and the all future purchases in the store will be 50% off. Yuan Lushan shook his head directly after listening. Sorry, I'm not interested, you can find someone else. Hearing Yuan Lushan's refusal, the girl's face showed a look of regret. So disturbing. The girl left, but after looking at her phone, Yuan Lushan found that less than an hour had passed in total. There is still 1 hour until Shiu of Kazuma Jayaka arrives. I just ate a small bowl of the porridge I cooked before, and the rest was eaten up. Those people in Jixing Liu were divided, and now my stomach is a little hungry. Order. Yuan Lushan raised his hand. Yes, guest. The girl from before came over again. Bring me this one. Yuan Lushan pointed to an omelette on the menu. Okay, guest, please wait a moment. After a while, the omelette was brought up, and the girl put the omelette in front of Yuan Lushan. Guest, do you want to put love magic on your omelette? Yuan Lushan blinked, but he didn't understand what the other party said. The magic of love? Good. Yuan Lushan nodded, but wanted to see what the other party said about the magic of love. But soon Yuan Lushan was embarrassed about to deduct 3 rooms and 1 hall on the ground. The maid read Yuan Lushan's lines, which sounded like an animated magical girl, and then drew a heart on the omelette with the ketchup in her hand. Awkward. The uncle, who is already in his 40s in his heart, ended up encountering such a thing, which is really embarrassing. However, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Yuan Lushan looked at the girl expressionlessly. After the girl finished applying the magic, she immediately became embarrassed. It's cute. Since he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed, but after all, it is a girl. Yuan Lushan still took the initiative to help the other party to clear the siege. Well, isn't the guest an otaku? Am I like a nerd? Was a hesitant look on the girl's face before she replied, the boys who come here are all otakus, so. That's really a pity, I'm not, it's just that someone asked me to meet here. That's it, I see. Then the girl said to Yuan Lushan, I'm very sorry, I misunderstood. It doesn't matter. Yuan Lushan nodded, and did not intend to continue talking. Although she was a very cute and beautiful girl, Yuan Lushan was not cheap. Then please take your time, guest. Yuan Lushan didn't know at all his actions were seen by others. Damn, that guy Lu Sheng's relationship with women is really good enough, and that maid is really beautiful. Aoki Daigo and Sato Shoji are so envious they cry. You two idiots, do you think everyone is the same as you? Don't you care about that maid without seeing Lu Sheng? Yoshino Yuki despised. But then again, I'm so hungry, I blame you, Marui, for drinking so much porridge cooked by Lu Sheng. Marui Zenji. Chapter 77 _. To be honest, the omuris in this shop tastes worse than what Yuan Lushan usually eats in Jixing Liu, but you can't force it, right? The person who made this omelette is estimated to be at the level of a housewife, and it is only edible, and it is impossible to make it delicious. But Yuan Lushan himself doesn't mind, but some people are very mindful of this kind of behavior, or use this excuse to achieve certain goals. Clang. As the plate was thrown to the ground, there was also a bald middle-aged man scolding. Yuan Lushan raised his eyebrows and glanced at each other. The greasy old man in the Mediterranean is criticizing the maid, servant from the past. The other party's voice was loud, which made Yuan Lushan a little annoyed. This kind of noise in public places affects other people. It's just that Yuan Lushan didn't intend to pay attention to this kind of thing. Although the middle-aged man was very rude, Yuan Lushan didn't intend to interfere in this matter. The store's problems are solved by themselves. The previous character made Yuan Lushan develop a character of less involvement in things that have nothing to do with him. In other words, in this country, most people are relatively indifferent. The kind of people who are eager to help each other in the anime may be because they don't exist in reality, so that's why I want to create such a person in the anime. Exist. Yuan Lushan lowered his head and continued to eat omuris. But in the face of the maid's apology, the middle-aged man became more and more arrogant. You are so embarrassed to take out the food in your store. I'm going to complain to you. I'm going to WGO to complain to you, so that your store can't continue to open. Yuan Lushan listened to these words and secretly thought that he would not be so bloody, but he was still unmoved. I'm really sorry, sir, if you don't like it, can I change it for you again? The maid apologized to the middle-aged man in front of her. If an apology is useful, what do you want the police to do? Yuan Lushan noticed that there were a few young people who seemed to want to step forward, but they were stared at by the middle-aged man, and then bowed their heads timidly. In this country, the system of seniors and seniors is very strict. Yes, the middle-aged man used his senior status to intimidate those young people. Seeing this, Lu Sheng sneered, and then silently took out his mobile phone and started shooting. However, if you are willing to spend time alone with me, I can consider letting you go this time. Looking at the expression on the face of the bald middle-aged man, Yuan Lushan thought of a word, what to say. This middle-aged man is purely here to find fault. It is estimated that he is jealous and wants to use this method to threaten the other party. Yuan Lushan still did not intervene. From Yuan Lushanju, the people in the store should solve this matter by themselves. After all, it should be normal for such a store to encounter such a situation. But beyond Yuan Lushan's expectations, the maid looked very flustered. I'm really sorry, can I change it for you? Please don't complain to us. If this is replaced by Yuan Lushan, seeing a maid like this, it must be an inch. Yuan Lushan couldn't help it, this maid seemed to have no experience at all. Forget it, it's not good to see this guy, so I did a good deed that day. Yuan Lushan stood up and walked towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't notice Yuan Lushan's arrival, instead he looked at the maid in front of him, and threatened the maid, if you refuse, then I will call Ogo's complaint number now, and then the time will come. If the people from Ogo come, then I will see if you can still drive here when the time comes. Saying this, the middle-aged man grabbed the maid with his hand. The maid was obviously scared, but she didn't dare to hide. Just as that hand was about to touch the maid, One hand grabbed the other's wrist. I said, men can be lecherous, but they can't be cheap. Yuan Lushan looked at the middle-aged man indifferently and said, "What are you doing? Let me go." The middle-aged man tried to intimidate Yuan Lushan, but Yuan Lushan remained indifferent. "If you don't want me to call the police, then you'd better leave now, otherwise, I think you might be going to eat pork chops." Yuan Lushan said that he played the scene just now to the middle-aged man with his mobile phone in his other hand. "This is not a restaurant. If you want to eat delicious food, I suggest you go to those specialized restaurants. This is not the case." Flowers 0. Seeing Yuan Lushan standing in front of him, the maid, who was so scared that she was about to cry, suddenly seemed to have found something to protect her from the wind and rain, and quickly hid behind Yuan Lushan. He was about to use his senior identity to intimidate Mu Bai, but without waiting for the other party to speak, Mu Bai continued, "Don't think that you will act in anger. Now you leave, then this matter can be regarded as nothing has happened, but if you do it now, it won't be the case." Hearing this sentence, the other party's face showed a clear look of fear. Originally, he was just an old man, but this time he just saw the beauty of the maid, so he gave birth to a lustful heart. "Also, I want to remind you that the WGO is responsible for rating restaurants, not a government agency, so it can't control this place, and it's just a coffee shop at best, understand?" Immediately, the face of the other party turned into a pig liver color. Seeing the expression on the other's face, Yuan Lushan chuckled lightly and said, "Okay, you can choose to leave now, or you can do it here, and then the police will intervene, and then you are afraid to leave if you want. No, this restaurant can completely sue you for blackmail and wanting to molest you. Pork chop rice will be unavoidable at that time, and the internet is so developed, once it is exposed, you will be dead." Hearing this sentence, the middle-aged bald man's face suddenly showed a color of panic. Obviously, the other party did not expect Yuan Lushan to be so articulate. He originally wanted to occupy his identity as an elder to force Yuan Lu Sheng left, but now his heart is full of fear. He is just an old man. If he really enters the police station, and if it is exposed, it will really be a social death. After Yuan Lushan let go of his grasping hand, he didn't even dare to say a word, and ran away directly. Seeing the other party leave, Yuan Lushan also returned to his position and continued to hold the mobile phone and start reading the news. It's just that the maid came to Yuan Lushan's side after a while. Looking at Yuan Lushan's eyes filled with gratitude. Force. Chapter 78 _ Hello, my name is Nan Kinlai. I just really thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I don't even know what to do. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yuan Lushan nodded and didn't speak. Yuan Lushan thought that the other party would leave like this, but who knew? Nan Kinlai seemed to be very fond of Yuan Lushan for the hero who saved the beauty before Yuan Lushan, and talked to Yuan Lushan about the reason why she came here to be a maid. "Because I don't know how to get along with people, I want to be a maid here, so as to change myself and make myself able to get along with others skillfully. I just didn't expect to meet such a person." Yuan Lushan's expression did not change in any way, he just ate omelette and brushed his phone, looking straight at him. They didn't even look at each other, but the other party seemed to be unaware, still talking about what happened to him. And a bunch of people outside the coffee shop are crazy chalemons. Damn, that guy on the road is actually a hero to save beauty. That girl must have fallen in love with Lu Sheng because of this. Sato Shoji said with envy and hatred, while Aoki Daigo also had an envious expression on his face. Xin Ping Chuangzhen looked at the two of them and said helplessly, "What are you all thinking? Didn't you see Lu Sheng and didn't pay attention to that girl at all?" Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the source Lu Sheng is obviously not interested in that girl. Just now it seemed that the man wanted to do something to the maid, and then Lu Sheng went to stop it. I thought Lu Sheng would stand by and watch. Iwazaki Jun said that during the period of time they were with Yuan Lushan, they had a little understanding of Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. If you don't get Yuan Lushan's approval, then no matter how miserable the other party is, as long as Yuan Lushan is not in the mood, Yuan Lushan will not lend a helping hand. But if you get Yuan Lushan's approval, then Yuan Lushan will treat you like a brother and sister. Although Jixing Liu and the others have not been regarded as brothers by Yuan Lushan, they have also been regarded as friends by Yuan Lushan. If it wasn't for Yuan Lushan to be regarded as a friend, the last time Yukihira Soma was almost dropped out of school, Yuan Lushan would not have come forward. The previous Yuan Lushan didn't show up. After a long time, the person was not over yet. Lu Sheng stood up now. I think it was the other person who made Yuan Lushan angry. You don't need to care about this. Now, it's almost time, the person Lu Sheng said should be coming soon, everyone pay attention. After Yishawai reminded everyone, they were no longer entangled in that middle-aged Mediterranean. In the coffee shop, Nan Kinlai came over for a while, only to realize that Yuan Lushan wasn't listening to what he was saying at all, and immediately flushed. Sorry for bothering you, I accidentally said so many useless things to you. Yuan Lushan put down his phone, looked at the girl in front of him and said, it doesn't matter, the person I'm waiting for should be here soon. When Nan Kinlai heard Yuan Lushan's words, she immediately understood that Yuan Lushan was letting her leave. Then I won't bother you. I'm really grateful for today's matter. As a thank you, let me treat you today. Yes. Yuan Lushan nodded and agreed, if the other party treats the guests, then Yuan Lushan will be clear with the other party. Nan Kinlai bowed slightly to Yuan Lushan again, and then turned to leave. After Nan Kinlai left, Yuan Lushan waited for a while, and there was a jingle sound as the door of the cafe was pushed open. Then, accompanied by a fragrant wind, Yuan Lushan looked at Shio of Xia's Haikyuu, who was sitting in front of him. He was wearing an aqua blue jacket with a short white one-piece skirt, and his legs were wrapped in black pants as before. Socks, plump without looking fat. It has to be said that Shio of Kazuma Jayaka really fits the male mate selection criteria. However, Yuan Lushan just looked at Xia's Haikyuu Shio indifferently and said, come on, let's talk about what's going on, and don't contact me in the future. Outside the cafe, a group of people in Jixing Liu looked at Shio of Kazuma Jayaka. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to be a scumbag. After using Lu Sheng, he kicked Lu Sheng away. Daigo Aoki said with a regretful expression. But Ryoko Sakeki on the side didn't intend to pay any attention, and looked straight at Shio Kazuma Jayaka in the cafe. This woman is the enemy. Even though Ryoko Sakeki is very confident in her own conditions, she still has some pressure when facing Shio of Kazuma Jayaka. If a man were to choose between Ryoko Sakeki and Shio Kazuma Jayaka, most men would choose Shio Kazuma Jayaka. Sakeki Ryoko is beautiful and has a good personality. But when facing Shio of the Hill of Xiaxia, there is no comparison. Xia's Haikyuu Shio will give men a desire to conquer even more. So after knowing that the tool person before Yuan Lushan was such a beauty, Sakeki Ryoko was already looking at Shio of Kazuma Jayaka like a great enemy. This woman, I hope the other party really has no other thoughts. Sakeki Ryoko felt a sense of crisis in his heart. In the restaurant, Shio of Kazuma Jayaka showed a wry smile after hearing Yuan Lushan's words. The previous one was blocked by Yuan Lushan's mobile phone number, and Shio of Xia's Haikyuu knew about Yuan Lushan's mobile phone number. Lu Sheng must have misunderstood himself. I hope you can listen to my explanation before I get down to business. Yuan Lushan looked at Shio of Xia's Haikyuu dully. There is nothing to explain. You and I are just mutual use. I use your ghost writing to earn royalties for me, and you use my creativity to write novels to earn royalties. No, I hope you'll give me a chance to hear me explain, please. Look at this Shio of the Hill of Xia. Yuan Lushan said to this Hill of Xia Shio, okay, since you want to say it, I will listen to it. Thank you for being willing to listen to my explanation. Zayas Hikyoshio breathed a sigh of relief. Yuen Lushan was still willing to listen to his explanation, which showed that he still had a chance. Chapter 79 _ The reason why I ended the ghostwriting relationship with you is not because I want to go out and do it alone, but because I want to convey my heart to you through the novel I wrote. Kazuma Jayakishio took out the love metronome he wrote. This is the love metronome I wrote, please take a serious look. Zayas Hikyoshio said that he held a book in both hands and handed it to Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan looked at Shio of the Hill of Xia and frowned slightly. But since he decided to listen to Shio's reasons for Xia's Haikyuu, Yuen Lushan naturally would not refuse. After taking the novel of Zayas Hikyoshio, Yuen Lushan began to read it. The memory of Yuen Lu, who became Noah's agent, has undoubtedly become much stronger. 1 eye and 10 lines, Yuen Lushan spent more than 20 minutes to read this volume of Love Metronome. It's just that Yuen Lushan's expression became a little weird after reading it. Rather than saying that this love beat is a light novel, it is better to say that this love beat is actually a letter of confession, which makes Yuen Lushan feel a little too sweet. It's not so much a book as it is a letter of confession. Yuen Lushan's words made Zayas Hikyoshi 13U smile. Looking at Yuen Lushan in front of him, Zayas Hikyoshi said to Yuen Lushan, please associate with me, I like you. The first time I was confessed by a girl, I felt a little complicated. Yuen Lushan looked at Zayas Hikyoshi in front of him and said, give me a reason and a reason to like me. The relationship between me and you is just a ghostwriting relationship. I don't understand why you like me. Maybe it's just a very ordinary thing for you, but you saved my dream, and your wild ideas make me very admire. You don't know how I felt when the original submission failed. I went to submit it with high expectations, but it turned out to be worthless by the shit-like editor, even the shit-like at that time. The editor also said that I have no talent for writing novels at all. At that time, I was completely plunged into darkness, and you were the light that rescued me from the darkness. Perhaps you didn't notice it yourself, but in fact, every time I wrote the novels that I wrote for you, the male protagonist of each novel was based on you, and the female protagonist of each novel was based on you. It's based on me. Yuen Lushan hadn't really paid attention to those novels written by Shio of Zayas Haikyuu, or Yuen Lushan had never read those novels written by Shio of Zayas Haikyuu at all. Yuen Lushan's mood became a little complicated when he saw Shio of the Hill of Xia in front of him, but it was impossible for Yuen Lushan to accept Shio of the Hill of Xia. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend, so sorry. After Yuen Lushan finished speaking, he was ready to get up and leave. Wait a minute. Xia's Hikyoshi looked at Yuen Lushan and shouted. Yuen Lushan stopped and looked at Xia's Hikyoshi. Is there anything else? You can't lie to me, you don't have a girlfriend. Although it is true that Yuen Lushan does not have a girlfriend, but when Shio of Zayas Haikyuu said this, why did Yuen Lushan feel that Shio of Zayas Haikyuu was so inexperienced that he had no girlfriend to eat your rice? Whatever you think is fine. Shio of Zayas Haikyuu really said to Yuen Lushan, you don't have to lie because normally girlfriends will give their boyfriends some gifts with unique logos, in order to tell other women that this boy is already their girlfriend, but I haven't seen a single thing from you, so this can only mean one thing: you are lying to me and you don't have a girlfriend. Yuen Lushan's eyes twitched. Is this something wrong? Is there something wrong with this? What happened to all these girls now? I don't think about studying hard all day long and I think about these useless things every day. But although it is said to be exposed, it doesn't matter as long as Yuen Lushan does not admit it, and Yuen Lushan does not admit Zayas Hikyoshi. However, being able to let you reject my confession for the same reason that you have a girlfriend looks like you really don't like me. Shio of the Hill of Xia was a little disappointed and also a little bitter. Shio has been preparing for this confession today for a long time. In order to be able to write a letter of confession like Yuen Lushan, Shio spent 2 years polishing the love metronome and wanted to use this book to confess to Yuen Lushan. However, the result was Yuen Lushan's rejection, and Shio of Haikyuu was in a very complicated mood now. "Can you tell me why you rejected me?" Haikyuu Shio asked Yuen Lushan. "We're not a good fit." "Then you must at least tell me where we are not suitable, and I will change it." Haikyuu Shio's attitude was a little humble, but Yuen Lushan shook his head. "You are young and beautiful, you can find a better person, and I am just a passerby in your life, even if I have given you some small and insignificant help, but it is not worth it. You like my reasoning depend on." To be honest, Yuen Lushan was also very helpless in his heart. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this in the end? Haikyuu Shio is young and beautiful. It is estimated that there are not 1,000 or 800 who want to chase Haikyuu Shio. Even Haikyuu Shio really likes Yuen Lushan for such absurd reasons, but how long can this kind of love last? Yuen Lushan believes that the so-called like and love can only be proved after the precipitation of time. Otherwise, it is just a momentary impulse. In Yuen Lushan's view, Shio's current actions are just a momentary impulse, and he will definitely regret it in the future. Yuen Lushan can't be romantic, can't coax girls, and has no time to accompany Shio of Haikyuu. And Yuen Lushan's mental age is a middle-aged uncle. In terms of mental age, it's okay to be Haikyuu Shio's father. Is it appropriate for you to let Yuen Lushan and Haikyuu fall in love? Therefore, Yuen Lushan rejected Shio of the Hill of Xia without any hesitation. "But I just like you." Haikyuu Shio grabbed Yuen Lushan's arm. "Yuen Lushan has some headaches. How can these little girls become so paranoid when it comes to family love? You confessed, but I rejected it. Isn't it good to get together like this?" Chapter 80 _ "But I just love you." Kazuma Jayaka Shio said these words very loudly, and everyone in the cafe was attracted by the words of Kazuma Jayaka Shio. Yuen Lushan has some headaches, so many people watching make Yuen Lushan a little uncomfortable. In fact, only Yuen Lushan doesn't like the feeling of being watched by many people. Maybe some people will enjoy the high-profile attention. That kind of feeling, but Yuen Lushan is not in this ranks. "As I said, I already have a girlfriend, so I'm sorry, thank you for your liking, but I can't accept it. You are a good girl, I believe there are many boys waiting for you to choose." Yuen Lushan took Shio of Haikyuu by his hand and took it away, and then wanted to leave, but the next moment Yuen Lushan was attacked by Shio of Haikyuu from behind. Haikyuu Shio suddenly pulled Yuen Lushan, causing Yuen Lushan to stumble and turn around and almost fall, but Haikyuu Shio hugged Yuen Lushan. "Fuck." One of the night people in the coffee shop immediately called out when they saw the scene where Shio of Kazuma Jayaka kissed Yuen Lushan forcibly. Fortunately, Haikyuu Shio's sneak attack was not successful. Yuen Lushan's reaction speed was to separate himself and Haikyuu Shio with the palm of his hand when Haikyuu Shio came up, and Haikyuu Shio kissed Yuen Lushan's on the back of the hand. Fuck, this dude is simply not a human being. A beautiful girl like this is still willing to refuse, and, if this is replaced by me, I'm afraid it won't be the wolfberry for food in the future. A Nit tribe on the side said with envy and hatred. Yuen Lushan frowned slightly when he looked at Shio of the Hill of Xia in front of him. "The way you look now, you're a little out of shape." After pushing Shio of Haikyuu away, Yuen Lushan said to Haikyuu Shio. Outside the coffee shop, a group of people in Jixinglio watched the scene and everyone was fried. That scumbag actually wants to kiss Lu Sheng. Yoshino Yuki was stunned for a moment, and then her hair suddenly exploded. "Liangzi, let's rush in now, and then one person will slap that scumbag," Yoshino Yuki said and waved his palm in the air. Sakaki Ryoko hesitated. "Stop fooling around." Issei Hui's expression became serious. "If we show up now, it will only make things more complicated, and Lu Sheng is obviously not interested in that girl, so you don't have to worry. Ishikike looked at Yoshino Yuki meaningfully. I didn't expect it. The original Ishiki thought that Sakeki Ryoko and Tianchuoi in the Jixing Liao liked Yuan Lushan, but he didn't expect that even the carefree Yoshino Yuki fell in love with Yuan Lushan, and the depth that is still hidden. If it weren't for the impulsive behavior of Yoshino Yuki just now, Ishikike would not have noticed it. The carefree Yoshino Yuki has become the person who can hide her emotions the most. In the cafe, Yuan Lushan looked at Shio of Zayas Haikyuu and said, "Treasure yourself, don't let people think you are cheap, love should not be the product of impulse." Yuan Lushan's words are a warning to Zayas Haikyuu Shio not to make any act of regret on the spur of the moment. Zayas Haikyuu Shio looked at Yuan Lushan, "I like you, it's not an impulse. If I didn't really like you, I wouldn't spend 2 years writing this love letter. If it was an impulse, I should have been calm and rational in 2 years." Yuan Lushan looked at Shio of the Hill of Xia and had to admit that Yuan Lushan was moved by Shio of the Hill of Xia. It took 2 years to write a love letter of hundreds of thousands of words. If you don't really like it, how can you do such a thing? However, although Yuan Lushan said he was moved, he was unable to respond to Shio of Zayas Haikyuu. Yuan Lushan has always been unable to pass the test in his heart. A person who is mentally old enough to be the father of Zayas Haikyuu Shio falls in love with Zayas Haikyuu Shio. KTV, bars, and game towns that young people like to go to. These Yuan Lusheng have no interest at all. Sorry, I really can't accept you. Reason, at least tell me the real reason for rejecting me, don't lie to me with the lie that you have a girlfriend. Zayas Haikyuu Shio's jewel-like eyes stared at Yuan Lushan, and the seriousness in his eyes made Yuan Lushan a little afraid to look at him. This is not the place to talk, let's change it. Now the people in the cafe are all ears and want to eavesdrop. Yuan Lushan can't explain it, he can only say this to Shio of Xia's Haikyuu. Okay, let's go to the hotel. No, just find a quiet place. Forget it, let's communicate through the line on the phone. Good. Yuan Lushan and Zayas Haikyuu Shio both sat down again. When those people saw that there was no melon to eat, their faces suddenly showed regret. Yuan Lushan and Xia's Haikyuu Shio started to communicate through the line. Yuan Lushan, the reason why I rejected you, you may not believe it, because my mental age is older than you realize. You can think that my mental age is more than 40 years old, and in this way, it's impossible to date a girl who is 17 or 18 years old enough to be my daughter. Kazumi Hill Shio. Zayas Haikyuu Shio, if it was someone else, I would definitely think you were talking nonsense, but I believe in you. Yuan Lushan, so, can you understand what I mean now? I can't pass the level in my heart, dating a girl the same age as my daughter, that's why I reject you. Xia, Zhao Qian Zhao, Haikyuu Shio, so am I beautiful? Yuan Lushan, pretty paper. Zayas Haikyuu Shio, if you don't have the age in your heart, would you refuse to date me? Yuan Lushan, there is no if. Zayas Haikyuu Shio, I ask you, if you don't have the mental age, would you refuse to date me? Yuan Lushan. Zayas Haikyuu Shio looked up and looked away from the phone, looking at Yuan Lushan, I know the result. Even if the current Yuan Lushan does not answer this question, Shio of Zayas Haikyuu already understands the result. If Yuan Lushan wasn't for that inexplicable reason, then Yuan Lushan would choose to accept his confession. Xia's Haikyuu Shio, I think we can try it. If we don't try it, how do you know that you can't overcome that inexplicable psychological age barrier? Chapter 81 Looking at the news sent by Shio of the Hill of Xia, how could Yuan Lushan not know what Shio of the Hill of Xia was thinking? Yuan Lushan, this is the end, Shio of Zayas Haikyuu. Yuan Lushan, I will not accept your confession, your conditions are very good, some boys like it, but I am not the boy who belongs to you. If you look back, maybe you will find that there is someone who loves you. The boy is waiting for you. Xia's Haikyuu Shio, you can dislike me, but you can't stop me from liking you. Seo's Haikyoshiu, no matter what, I understand one thing today, that is, if there is no age barrier in your heart, then you will accept my confession. Seo's Haikyoshiu, so from this point, you can be sure that you actually have a good impression of me. Zayas Haikyoshiu, I won't give up, Yuen Lushan, I like you, I won't give up on you. Seo's Haikyoshiu, even if you reject me, I will not give up, even if you have a girlfriend, I will not give up, even if you are married, I will not give up. Seo's Haikyoshiu, girlfriends can break up, get married, or leave marriage, anyway, I just like you. Yuen Lushan looked at the series of news sent by Shiu of Zayas Haikyuu, and couldn't help falling into silence. Why is this girl's brain circuit different from normal people? Maybe it's the wrong gesture of rejecting the other party? If the previous self left directly, wouldn't Seo's Haikyoshiu die to himself? Yuen Lushan, I have a fiancé, and it was arranged at home before I was born, so your waiting is doomed to be impossible. You will be happy if you find a boy who likes you or a boy you like. Yuen Lushan, I've already said what I need to say, don't keep in touch in the future, it's impossible between me and you. After Yuen Lushan finished speaking, he wanted to delete his friends, but Seo's Haikyoshiu looked at Yuen Lushan and said directly, if you delete my friends and block me, I will commit suicide. Seo's Haikyoshiu's words stopped Yuen Lushan's actions to press OK to delete his friend. Do you know what you're talking about? Are you worthy of the parents who raised you? Originating some anger. In Yuen Lushan's view, the behavior of Shiu of Zayas Haikyuu is simply beyond stupid. For the so-called love, is it worthy of the parents who raised her to do it like this? Her parents raised her with hard work, just to make her seek death after being rejected by a man? You can refuse my confession, but at least I hope we can still communicate normally, even if it starts as a friend. Even if you can't be a boyfriend and girlfriend, you won't even want to be a friend, right? Kazuma Jayakashiu decided to use detour tactics. Since it can't be done in one step, then use roundabout tactics, first become Yuen Lushan's friend, and then step by step into Yuen Lushan's heart. Why, you can't even satisfy a request like this, or are you saying that I'm really that bad? Seo's Haikyoshiu said to Yuen Lushan. Well, but only for friends. With a sigh, Yuen Lushan said to Zayas Haikyoshiu, then I'll go first, and you should also think calmly and rationally, we are not suitable, I can't be romantic, I can't coax girls, and I can't be timeless. I can't wait to be a warm man by your side all the time. It doesn't matter, you have already given me the romance I need, and I don't need you to coax me, let alone stick to me all the time. Speechless, shaking his head. Forget it, I'll go first. Yuen Lushan felt that he and Zayas Haikyoshiu were continuing to talk, and he would probably be depressed to death. Wait a minute. What else is there? Give me a poem. 2 years ago, you gave me a poem that I will always remember. Darkness gave me black eyes, but I use them to find light. It is this poem that constantly inspires me to pursue your light. Now you have rejected what I spent 2 years preparing for. Confession, will you send me a poem then? With a wry smile, Yuen Lushan did not expect that the generation he inspired Shiu of Zayas Haikyuu 2 years ago would actually become the reason why Shiu of Zayas Haikyuu fell in love with him. Okay. Yuen Lushan thought about it for a while, and read it. From tomorrow onwards, be a happy person. Feed horses, chop wood, travel the world. From tomorrow, take care of food and vegetables. I have a house, facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. From tomorrow onwards, communicate with every loved one. Tell them about my happiness. That happy lightning told me. I will tell everyone. Give every river and every mountain a warm name. Stranger, I also bless you. May you have a bright future. May your lover be married forever. May you find happiness in this world. I just want to face the sea and the spring flowers bloom. Yuen Lushan chose to face the sea, and the spring flowers bloomed for Shiu of Zaya's Haikyuu. I hope that Shiu of Zaya's Haikyuu would not always be entangled in himself, and I hope that Shiu of Zaya's Haikyuu can also let go of everything and be a happy person. Then, just like this, I'm leaving. After Yuen Lushan finished speaking, he waved at Shiu of the Hill of Xia, and then left. But Yuen Lushan didn't know what the poem he read brought him. Xia's Haikyuu. Shiu looked at Yuen Lushan who was leaving, and a happy smile hung on the corner of his lips. This is the romance I want, idiot. Do you want to be a happy person? I will be happy only with you. Don't try to run away, I must catch the boy Shiu of Zaya's Haikyuu likes, just wait, next time I will prepare a more fiery confession, I must let you accept my confession and associate with me. Xia's Haikyuu. Shiu said to the waiter on the side and shouted, check out. Nan Kinlai was recalled to God by Shiu's shout from Zaya's Haikyuu, and then stepped forward and said with a smile, no need, that gentleman helped the shop solve some troubles before, so the manager gave that gentleman a free order. Nan Kinlai couldn't help but think of the sense of security she felt when she was behind Yuen Lushan. If you were that boy's girlfriend, you would feel very secure. Glancing at Shiu of Zaya's Haikyuu, Nan Kinlai suddenly felt a little jealous in her heart. Chapter 82 After separating from Shiu of Xia's Haikyuu, Yuen Lushan planned to return directly to Yuanyu Academy, but for some unknown reason, Yuen Lushan had a feeling in his heart, as if he was pulling Yuen Lushan to let Yuen Lushan come to a place. Looking at a lit shop at the end of this alley, Yuen Lushan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Why does that shop feel a little gloomy to me? Don't be a black shop. Yuen Lushan murmured in his heart, but then his footsteps moved towards that store. A lantern hangs by the door, and the lantern emits a dim candle light. The door was also an old-fashioned sliding door. Yuen Lushan stepped forward and opened the door. Then Yuen Lushan looked at a person inside the door in astonishment. To be precise, there was a group of people inside the door, but they didn't. There is a person Yuen Lushan knows, the commander-in-chief of Totsuki Nakiri Sentimon. Commander, you are here too. Nakiri Zaman also looked at Yuen Lushan in astonishment, and did not expect Yuen Lushan to appear here. Lu Shen, why are you here? Nakiri Sentimon's face also showed a stunned look. I originally had something to do, but when I went back, I suddenly felt as if something was attracting me, and then I had to follow it and came here. I didn't expect to see you here, the commander-in-chief. Hearing Yuen Lushan's words, Nakiri Zaman's eyes became even more admirable when he looked at Yuen Lushan. Being here means you are yours, so come and sit down. Although Yuen Lushan said that he was full of doubts, he came to Nakiri Sentimon's side and sat down after Nakiri Sentimon's reminder. This is a small cafeteria that looks like a late-night cafeteria. There is a person in it. Yuen Lushan just glanced at it and found that these individuals seem to be not simple at all, and each of them seems to be in a high position. And if Yuen Lushan remembers correctly, there is a person Yuen Lushan had just read about each other on the news before, the head of the Si Gong Chabal, Si Gong Yanan. Commander, I would like to ask what is going on here. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Seeing Yuen Lushan asking, Nakiri Zaman waved his hand to Yuen Lushan and said, although Yuen Lushan said that he still had doubts in his heart, but after seeing Nakiri Zaman, he did not want to answer this question. He didn't ask any more questions, but he was still very suspicious. But suddenly, with the sound of a gong, Yuen Lushan clearly felt the change in the atmosphere. Then the banquet begins. Yuen Lushan stared at the person who came out of the kitchen. No, it can't be said to be a human, because although the other party has a human body, the head is a dog's head. Fairies? Monsters? Yuen Lushan subconsciously asked, and after the being with the dog's head heard Yuen Lushan's words, the dog's head showed a humanized smile. I am the dog god, remember the kid. After he finished speaking, he ignored Yuan Lushan and started to prepare the dishes at hand. Although he was full of doubts, Yuan Lushan still sat honestly and decided to ask Nakiri Sentimon after leaving here to see what was going on. Not long after, the other party brought the dishes, each one of a grilled sari, and a small bottle of sake. Nakiri Sentimon picked up the chopsticks directly after the sari came up, tore off a piece of meat from the sari and put it in his mouth and closed his eyes to chew. Seeing this scene, Yuan Lushan simply followed suit, and also tore off a piece of meat from the sari and put it in his mouth to chew. It's just that Yuan Lushan's eyes widened slightly in the next moment. The sari is delicious. In other words, Yuan Lushan has never felt this kind of delicious food, and it can't be said that there is nothing wrong with it, but it is a little bit more flavorful than what Yuan Lushan usually eats. And this sari seems to contain a special kind of intention. It seems that he wants to lead Mubai into the food fantasy, but unfortunately this intention seems to be too weak, and he has not been able to successfully lead Mubai into the food fantasy, but even so, it still makes Mubai shake a little. Then Yuan Lushan hesitated and looked at the sake on his hand, poured a small glass and took a sip. There is no special feeling, as if it is just an ordinary side dish, and nothing changes. Flowers 0. Yuan Lushan just took a sip and put the wine glass back without doing anything. Yuan Lushan put down his chopsticks after silently eating the sari without any minced meat left. The individuals around Yuan Lushan were contemplating the closing one by one, as if they were reminiscing the taste of the sari just now. However, Mubai understood that those people should have entered the food fantasy created by sari. The dog god on the side turned his head to take a look, and found that Yuan Lushan didn't fall into the food fantasy. It seemed surprising that Yuan Lushan was actually able to stay awake. Soon the other party's second dish was served. The other party didn't seem to serve the dishes in the order of the appetizers, as the banquet, but served whatever dishes to the guests here. 0. First dish of the other party was a grilled sari, and the second dish was fried shrimp tempura. Before, the first course of grilled sari gave Yuan Lushan the feeling that it was very tender, but it was very chewy, giving a strong sense of contrast, and then the second course of fried shrimp tempura was given to Yuan Lushan. It feels fresh, very fresh. The deep-fried golden and crispy dough is wrapped with river prawns, and the prawn meat is Q-bomb, and it is very fresh. Yuan Lushan paid attention to the other guests, and they all seemed to want to swallow their tongues together, which made Yuan Lushan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Although it is true that it tastes good, it is not a bit too exaggerated. That dog god once again saw Yuan Lushan's eyes still clear and couldn't help but snorted. The dog's head that followed showed an expression that could be understood by the origin and land life, which was interesting. Yuan Lushan smiled awkwardly and avoided the other party's gaze. It seems that it is not a good thing to be stared at by the other party. Then the other party continued to serve Yuan Lushan and the others. Every dish seemed to be an ordinary home-cooked dish, but every dish Yuan Lushan felt that these dishes were definitely very high-end dishes, at least they were also super-class. Cooking, if it weren't for this, it would be impossible for Yuan Lushan to have such a momentary sway. It's just that Yuan Lushan was not able to indulge in the food mood of cooking like other people. These dishes can only make Yuan Lushan feel delicious, but they cannot make Yuan Lushan intoxicated. Force. Chapter 83 _ 7 dishes were served along with each other's dishes. The only thing Yuan Lushan felt after eating was delicious. Other than that, he didn't have any other feeling, but looking at the intoxicated appearance of others, Yuan Lui was a little envious, and I couldn't be like these people, indulging in the illusion of food. After a while, a group of people gradually regained consciousness, but after seeing Yuan Lushan who was awake next to Nakiri Sentimon, there was a flash of surprise in their eyes. Then this is the end of today's banquet. Inu God said to the guests present. These guests took out the same strange items and put them on the table, which should be considered as a reward, but Yuan Lushan was empty-handed, and suddenly Yun Lushan looked at Nakarizayan with some dumbfoundedness. You don't have to pay Kim, if my cooking doesn't satisfy you, then you don't have to pay. Yun Lushan was a little embarrassed. Is this not a good thing, or I will pay next time? Nakari Sentimon patted Yun Lushan on the shoulder and said, since he has already said that you don't need to pay, then there is no need to pay, and we should go now. Yun Lushan nodded and left the store with Nakari Sentimon. Sitting in the car of Nakari Sentimon and returning to Totsuki, Yun Lushan finally had no way to suppress all kinds of curiosity in his heart. What the hell was that one, the commander-in-chief just now? Have you heard of yokai? At last you mean that it's actually a monster, right? Nakari Sentimon folded his hands inside his sleeves and nodded. That's the yokai Inu god. Yun Lushan's eyes jumped. Well, not only the savior of light and the god of dark destruction, but even the monsters have come out. Are you going to get all the gods and Buddhas to come out in a few days? Don't worry, today's world belongs to humans. Monsters can only stay in a corner, and monsters can only rely on human cooking to continue to live in this world, relying on absorbing the ingredients contained in cooking the intention to continue his own life. And most of the monsters now have reached cooperation with humans, relying on the ability of those monsters to find some special ingredients for humans. These will gradually begin to come into contact with you when you become a super chef, and I will tell you now, too much is useless. Well, it's a super chef again. Yun Lushan said that he has nothing to say, and it seems that he has to quickly achieve his small goal. In other words, I set a small goal for myself to become a super chef within a year. Now I have changed the small goal and strive to become a super chef within half a year. Nakarizayan Zaman Kaiwan Lushan sent it to the gate of Jixing Liu and then left. After Yun Lushan got off the Nakarizayan Zaman car, the group of people who discovered Jixing Liu appeared in front of him after they found themselves back, and they were looking at him at this moment. What are you doing? Yun Lushan looked at the group of Jixing Liu's roommates. His eyes were full of weirdness. Lu Shen, how did you deal with it today? Did you slap that guy? Yoshino Yuki asked Yun Lushan, as if they were not following Yun Lushan. That's not the case. To be honest, what happened today is really weirder than I imagined. You can't imagine what happened to me. The first is to meet Kazuma Jayakashiu, and then he was confessed by Kazuma Jayakashiu. On the way back, he was suddenly attracted by the monster's shop and entered the monster's shop. Yun Lushan felt that his day-to-day experience was quite fantastic, and it was estimated that other people would not encounter such a situation. Then we are a little curious about what happened to you today. Sakeki Ryoko narrowed his eyes, a smile on his face. But for some unknown reason, Yun Lushan always felt that Sakeki Ryoko's smile was a little weird. It's complicated to say, don't say it. Yun Lushan shook his head and still didn't say what happened today, whether it was Shiu of Sia's Haikyuu or Inu God. Yun Lushan didn't plan to say anything. I'm super curious, Lu Shen, just tell me, how did you treat the person who kicked you away today? Don't be so curious. Yun Lushan glanced at Yoshino Yuji. Yoshino Yuki wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Sakeki Ryoko on the side. Okay, then we won't ask, you'll be fine. I'll go upstairs to have a rest first. There's a lot of things happening. I have to take a good look today. Then I'll call you at dinner time. Sakeki Ryoko was still smiling softly. Good. It turns out that there are so many things in the world that I don't know. Yun Lushan was lying on the bed, holding the evolution thruster in his hand. Then slowly entered the dreamland. Wings of Stone Space. Yun Lushan met Master Abe again. Teacher. Yun Lushan greeted him, while Master Abe saw Yun Lushan chuckle and said, it seems that what happened today caught you a little off guard. Indeed, it doesn't matter if someone confessed or something, but as a result, even monsters appeared, and some of the 3 views were broken. There are many secrets in the world, and there are still many things you don't know. It may be good for you to slowly learn to accept those new things like this. I think so too. Yuan Lushan replied and then asked Master Abe, then the dog god made today Zo's cooking, can you tell what level of chef that Inu god is? Above premium. Yuan Lushan was suddenly dumbfounded. Originally, Yuan Lushan thought that the one with the most canine gods was the super chef, but he didn't expect that Master Abe would actually say that the other party was above the super. If the other party is above the super class, doesn't it mean that the super chef can't break through my taste block at all? Master Abe winked playfully at Yuan Lushan. That's right, just as you think, your mother is a 10-point powerful chef, and the taste blockade she has built for you for 16 years is not so easy to break. So what kind of mother is this? Chapter 84 Walking out of the airport, Joan ignored the eyes of those around her who were looking at her secretly. Joan was accustomed to the obscene eyes of those men. Looking around, Joan of Arc then found the pickup staff sent by Yuanyu. This time, Joan of Arc came to Yuanyu as an exchange student from the French Academy of Saint-Tess. The high-level games of Joan of Arc did not participate, but in general, Joan of Arc knew the French Academy of Saint-Tess, the Holy See, Yuanyu. Yuan Lushan's parents formed an alliance, and the key person who served as the link of the alliance was Yuan Lushan. If there is no Yuan Lushan, then it is absolutely impossible for them to form this alliance. The Académie de France and the Holy See cannot lose the Son of God, the land-born. The Totsuki Academy side also regarded Yuan Lushan as the savior of the tongue of God, and naturally he could not lose it. And Yuan Lushan's parents couldn't possibly lose the son of Yuan Lushan, so the three parties had only one choice, and that was to unite. 13 With Yuan Lushan as a link, the three parties are condensed into a force, and their purpose is only one, that is to make Yuan Lushan stronger. Among the three parties, Yuan Lushan's parents just want their children to have a good life, and the rest don't care, while Yuanyu is on the side hoping that Yuan Lushan can become stronger and save the tongue of God. The French Saint-Tess College and the Holy See are the same hope that the source will grow stronger, and then walk on the earth as the agent of God and proclaim the glory of God. Therefore, it is much simpler for three parties with the same purpose to form an alliance naturally. After getting on the special car sent by Yuanyu, Joan of Arc asked the person in the car who looked like a female secretary, "Are you all ready?" "Please rest assured, Miss Jean, the student has already prepared all the procedures for Miss Jean. Miss Jean will enter Yuanyu as a guest lecturer, and she has already arranged for Miss Jean to enter the place where Lord Yuan Lushan is located. Jixing Liao, as long as you can pass the accommodation assessment of Jixing Liao, you can directly stay in Jixing Liao." Hearing this, Joan nodded with satisfaction. "Then close your eyes and rest." At this moment, Joan of Arc has not yet thought about what kind of attitude should be used to treat His Royal Highness the first meeting between himself and His Highness. If it is too respectful, it will scare His Highness, but if it is too rude, it will blaspheme His Highness, so Joan of Arc now has a headache. Mainland China. Among the courtyard houses in Siju City. Yuan Yaxiang looked at her husband and asked, "It's really no problem to come to see your father this time. Your father is very worried about you and me." "Don't worry, although my father is worried about what happened between you and me, he is no worse than you and me for Lu Sheng, and even my father already knew about Lu Sheng." Yuan Yaxiang breathed a sigh of relief, and then talked about another matter. "Now that I want to come to the Holy See, Joan of Arc should also arrive at Yuanyu Academy. I'm really curious about how Lu Sheng will behave after seeing Joan of Arc." Looking at his wife's black belly. "Lu Sheng must be very hard, with a mother like you." "What's wrong with a mother like me? I give Lu Sheng the best of everything, and I don't care about Lu Sheng's 3 wives and 4 concubines. If you dare to find a mistress outside, I will discount your 3rd leg." Listening to his wife's words, the man smiled bitterly and said nothing. "How long do you think our kid will be a super chef?" "Normally, It takes 10 years for a person with the talent of a super chef to become a super chef, but if the genius is a genius, the time can be cut in half, and if the genius is a demon, it will take almost 3 years. When Yuan Yaxiang said this, a confident smile appeared on her face, and my Lushan, at most, only needs 1 year to become a super chef. A smile appeared on the man's face. If it was the original, then I would agree, but don't forget, after comprehending the heart of light, our child doesn't need a year, let alone the foundation you laid for him. Suddenly, an email was sent to Yuan Yaxiang's mobile phone. After reading the email, Yuan Yaxiang's expression became a little weird. What's wrong? It's nothing, I just didn't expect our child to be quite feminine. Yuan Yaxiang gave the phone to the man, and the man was a little surprised after reading it and said, "Our child is quite popular, this girl is very beautiful, but why is our child so elm-brained?" After reading it, the man said with some regret, "The important thing is that you look at the information below." The person I arranged copied the chat messages between the girl and Lu Sheng. Is Lu Sheng a little too mature? The man looks at his wife, and then looks like you think it's everyone's fault. It's not that you are out of tune, otherwise, how could our child be like this? Think about the kid who started making money because you were out of touch 2 years ago, just in case. Yuan Yaxiang showed an embarrassed expression on the man's reproach, but then Yuan Yaxiang still said to the man, "Can you blame me? If it wasn't to protect Lu Sheng, or if he was worried that Lu Sheng would become one of those people, how could I hide this matter of Lu Sheng from the rich second generation who eats and waits to die?" Although Yuan Yaxiang explained it like this, in fact, there is indeed some guilty conscience in her heart. Could it be that her child has become so mature because of her own reasons? If Lu Sheng's psychological barrier doesn't change, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to be a grandma in the future. Yuan Yaxiang took a deep breath. Have you any good idea? Yuan Yaxiang thought that her son could refuse even a beautiful and sexy woman like Kazuma Jayakashiu. Does it mean that she wants to hug her grandson is already a long way off? That's pretty cool. Then what should we do? According to the current situation, won't Lu Sheng die alone in the future? Chapter 85 _ In the next few days, Yuan Lushan took classes during the day, and at night he went to Noah's space to study with Master Abe. Master Abe deserves to be able to teach the existence of a chef, Lu Subaru. Under the guidance of Master Abe, Yuan Lushan's strength was a leap forward. The most important thing is that under the guidance of Master Abe, Yuan Lushan has gradually mastered his own mind. Yuan Lushan can add his own mind to the cooking according to his own needs, or not. In the words of Master Abe, cooking brings happiness to people, and the heart of every cook is all the good wishes in every cook's heart. And Yuan Lushan's rapid progress also made the group of Jixing Liu feel a huge pressure. A group of people in Jixing Liu almost feel that the origin of life is different every day. Yuan Lusheng's strength will improve every day. Shivi should be impressed for 3 days, but this sentence is completely unsuitable for Yuan Lushan. Yuan Lushan did not see his strength skyrocket overnight. The group of people in Jixing Liu have now begun to doubt whether Yuan Lushan is a human being. How can a normal human be like a native of the land, and he doesn't speak science at all? After another day of class, Yuan Lushan and the others returned to Jixing Liu. When Yuan Lushan came back, he saw a familiar figure in Jixing Liu. After thinking for a while, Yuan Lushan remembered who this familiar person was. "Why are you here?" Yuan Lushan was a little curious and had some doubts. Isn't the other party from the French Saintes College? How could it appear in the far moon? Seeing Yuan Lushan come back, Joan of Arc said to Yuan Lushan with a slight smile, "I came to UNU as an exchange student, and by the way, I have already passed the accommodation assessment. It's a roommate, please give me more advice. Why do I feel like you didn't come as an exchange student? You are already a super chef. Is it necessary to be an exchange student?" Yuan Lushan is not a fool. The previous Nakari Erina had already told Yuen Lushan that the girl in front of him was a monster-level girl. She was only 23 years old and was already a super chef. And you're already 23 years old now, so you can't be considered a student. Of course I'm not a student anymore, I'm a guest lecturer of Totsuki as an exchange student. Yuen Lushan said that if he believed you, then I would be a pig, but Yuen Lushan didn't say much. Since you didn't say anything, why should he worry instead of you? Although it is a guest lecturer, you and I will also be roommates in the future. This sentence of yours gives me reason to suspect that you are actually coming for me. Yuen Lushan complained, but still reached out and shook Joan of Arc. Then Yuen Lushan asked a doubt in his heart, are you really called Joan of Arc? Or is Joan of Arc equivalent to a title? The name is Joan of Arc, the surname is Dalk, the full name is Joan of Arc Dalk, the same name as the saint. Yuen Lushan nodded, then looked at Jean and said, then I hope we can get along well in the future. Of course. Jean said happily. And when the rest of the Jixing Liao returned in the evening, after hearing that Joan of Arc was a super chef, their eyes suddenly turned round. However, after seeing a sumptuous dinner prepared by Joan, they all expressed their acceptance of Joan as a member of Jixing Liao, but after being asked about the real purpose of Joan's coming to Yuanyu, the atmosphere changed. I came to Yuanyu for the sake of Lu Sheng. The atmosphere of Jixing Liao suddenly became complicated and strange. Sakeki Ryoko watched Joan of Arc feel a huge pressure hit. There is a Kazuma Jayakashiu who is already Alexander as an enemy, and Nakari Alice and Nakari Erina in the Far Moon, and now there is still a Joan of Arc, and let no one live. I can't explain it to you concretely. The purpose of my coming here is to guide Lu Sheng and let Lu Sheng grow up as soon as possible. After hearing this reason, Ryoko Sakeki and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That means you didn't transfer here because you like Lu Sheng. Hearing Yuen Lushan here, he couldn't help but complain. What are you talking about? Joan and I only met once. Jean glanced at Yuen Lushan with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. If Lu Sheng wants to associate with me, I'm also very happy. Yuen Lushan. Ryoko Sakeki. What the hell? Both the Academy and the Holy See have the idea of letting Joan of Arc use the beauty trick on Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan's parents couldn't help the Holy See, but the Holy See and the Academy must be stronger than UNU. So if Yuen Lushan is interested in Joan of Arc, then natural is the best, even if there is no meaning in that aspect. Joan of Arc herself should take the initiative to win Yuen Lushan over. Joan of Arc knew exactly what the upper echelons of the Holy See and the Academy meant, but Joan of Arc still couldn't let go of her face. Joan of Arc, who has never had close contact with men since she was a child, was asked to seduce men. Wouldn't your conscience hurt, Zhao, if you let a pure saint do this kind of thing? However, those at the upper levels of the Academy and the upper levels of the Holy See put the burden on Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc also understands the importance of the Holy Son of Light to the Holy See, so even if Joan of Arc does not know at all, she must find a way. Fight for Yuen Lushan. Being watched by a group of people in Jixing Liao like this, Joan of Arc's face gradually turned red, like a cooked crab. Okay, don't discuss these things, I have no idea of having a girlfriend. Yuen Lushan saw that the situation was gradually becoming wrong, and immediately interrupted with a sentence. If he continued talking, Yuen Lushan always felt that things might get worse. Isashiwi sighed secretly in her heart, this Lu Sheng's female predestined sleep is a little too good. Why did this Joan of Arc come? What secrets does Lu Sheng hide? Chapter 86_. Within a grade, he left the classroom directly, but when he was walking through a corridor, Yuen Lushan heard someone whispering something. Has the transfer student been taken away? Transfer student? As the only two transfer students, Yuen Lushan is obviously very sensitive to this word, so after hearing the word transfer student, Yuen Lushan immediately slowed down and listened carefully. Not long after, Yuan Lushan saw a few sneaky figures saying something. Dare to offend Master Ruishan, the impatient of this transition life is getting impatient. Eizan-sama. Eizan also? Yuan Lushan immediately thought of who the Lord Eshin they were talking about was. Eizan's Haijin Ye, the 9th seat of the 10 masters of Yuanyu, is known as an alchemist. Just offending Eizan Etjin? Yuan Lushan doesn't remember any festivals between himself and the other party. It seems that he is not himself, so the only possibility is copying Soma. It seems that Kahei Soma is going to be targeted by Eizan Ajin as well. Yuan Lushan hid in the corner and listened to their conversation, and finally figured out what was going on. It turned out to be the thing that Yuan Lushan did before. Among those people, there are people from Eizan's Haijinya, and Soma Kahei just happened to be unlucky to pick a subordinate of Eshin's Haijinya. This kind of situation led to Soma Kahei and the other party forged a relationship. Should I say that I really deserve to be the protagonist? I can stab a small boss-level character like Yuan Yushija by just hitting a small monster. Yuan Lushan secretly sighed in his heart that the protagonist of Xinping Chuangzhen was treated. Yuan Lushan did not continue to listen to the discussions of those people, but picked up the phone and called copying Soma after leaving. It's just that Xinping Chuangzhen's phone call was not answered, which made Yuan Lushan frown a little. Sure enough, has it been taken away? Yuan Lushan called the other people in Jixing Liao again, but in the end they didn't get through. Yuan Lushan's heart throbbed at this moment. Could it be that the entire Jixing Liao was targeted? If that's the case, that's bad. But it seems that they did not come to their own troubles. Are they just inconvenient to answer the phone? Yuan Lushan picked up his mobile phone and called Yaisui again. This time, Yuan Lushan got through the phone and immediately told Yaisui what he had heard. Just a second later, Ise Hui said to Yuan Lushan, "Let me handle this matter, and I will figure out the current situation of everyone in Jixing Liao as soon as possible." Ise Hui in Jixing Liao hung up the phone and immediately called another person. Ji's Higuo Ningning was a little displeased when she received a call from Yaisui. "Is Heike, I don't remember being so good with you that you came to me when you had any trouble." "Ahaha, there is no way. Who made you supernatural in the academy, and this time it was Lu Sheng who called me, so you are not helping me but Lu Sheng." Although Ji's Higuo Ningning knew that Yi Siwi was using Yuan Lushan as an excuse, she snorted coldly and said nothing. Since the matter was about Yuan Lushan, it was natural to take it seriously. Soon Ji's Higuo Ningning found out what happened to the people in Jixing Liao. Looking at the report in his hand, Ji's Higuo's Ningning's expression was also a little unsightly. The subordinates of Eizan Ejinya actually attacked the people in Jixing Liao. That's okay, the other party even planned to target Yuan Lushan together. Picking up the phone and calling Yaisui, she told Yaisui what she had learned. Yi Shiwi's face suddenly became serious. "Please go and bring everyone from Jixing Liao back. I'll pick up Lu Sheng. I think it's necessary for us to have a good talk about how to treat this 9th place of 10 heroes." Ji's Higuo Ningning was silent and did not speak. Ise Shiwi continued to say, "Lu Sheng's strength has improved rapidly. As long as Lu Sheng is given some more time, I think Lu Sheng can become the 9th seat of the new 10 heroes." Yais Hui is giving her own conditions again, showing that she is willing to support Yuan Lucheng to become the 9th seat of the new 10 heroes. Ji's Higuo Ningning did not refuse. Good. After answering, he hung up the phone. Standing up, Ji's Higuo Ningning understood one thing from the news that Yi Siwi had just revealed, that is, Yuan Lushan's strength is improving by leaps and bounds. Otherwise Yi Shiwi would not be able to say it and let Yuan Lushan compete for the top 10. The position of the 9th seed. If that's the case, then let me push you again, and let the whole moon see the light you bloom. You shouldn't be nameless, you should let those mediocre people look up to you. A group of people from Jixing Liao were forcibly brought together. You only have two choices now, that is, take the initiative to eat the halberd with me, or be beaten by us, and then agree to eat the halberd. Now you can make a decision and look at these individuals here. A man with dyed yellow hair surrounded the people in Jixing with more than 30 students. When they were forcibly brought over, the mobile phone was already taken away by them. Several people in Jixing looked a little angry at this scene. What these individuals have done is beyond the tolerance and understanding of the Jixing group. Aren't you afraid that we will tell the school about this if you act like this? Ibuzaki-jun looked at these individuals present and asked. A threat was revealed in his words. He, behind us is the 9th seat of the 10 heroes, Lord Ruishin. With Lord Ruishin there, even if you tell the school about this, so what? Really? A cold voice sounded, and then Ji's Higuo Ningning arrived with UNU's guards. Ji's Higuo Ningning, as a top 10, is responsible for controlling the entire UNU's morals. Naturally, there is no one under his control. Therefore, if he is well informed in the school, no one can surpass Ji's Higuo Ningning. It was precisely because of this reason that Ji's Higuo Ningning was able to come so quickly. Chapter 87_. When Huang Mao saw Ji's Higuo Ningning's arrival, his face showed a panicked look. He didn't seem to have thought that Ji's Higuo Ningning would come here. Ji's Higuo, I'm just... Shut up. Ji's Higuo Ningning looked at the other party indifferently, and Huang Mao's body froze immediately. He didn't dare to speak. When facing Ji's Higuo Ningning's gaze, Huang Mao had only one feeling, that he was too much, he would be torn apart if he said a word. Ji's Higuo's Ningning felt too terrifying for Huang Mao. You have been expelled from school, and I have already notified the police to handle it. You are suspected of illegally imprisoning others and restricting their personal freedom, so if you have time, you can choose a lawyer for yourself. Ningning of Ji's Higuo couldn't show any interest in these little shrimps, and then looked at the group of people in Jixing and said, you guys go with me. Ji's Higuo, I am doing something for Lord Eizan, you are doing this to offend Lord Eizan. Hearing that Ji's Higuo Ningning actually called the police, Huang Mao panicked immediately, because he was working under Eizan's Haijin's hands, so he was usually arrogant, but he was facing the same 10 heroes as Eizan's Haijin. Even Ningning of Ji's Higuo, whose seat is higher than Eizan's Haijin, he can only admit it. Ruishin, if he has the guts, come to me, he will make revenge against me for a waste like you. You think too much of yourself, and even if there is something wrong with him, let him talk to me with the halberd. Ji's Higuo Ningning turned his head, his entire figure was infinitely magnified in Huang Mao's eyes. Huang Mao felt that he seemed incomparably small in front of the other party. The last Huang Mao's legs softened, and he fell to his knees on the ground. His eyes turned to the group of people in Jixing. Follow me. After that, I don't care about the people in Jixing. Wait a minute, our cell phone was stolen by them. Sakeki Ryoko said to Ji's Higuo Ningning. Take it back and follow me. On the other side, Yuan Lushan also encountered trouble. Watching 5 or 6 people surround him, Yuan Lushan thought he was being missed before, but he was blocked by others, and this group of people were the ones who were discussing things just now. Yuan Lusheng felt that if he really did it, these people should not be his opponents. Although Yuan Lushan has not learned fighting skills or the like, but Yuan Lushan, as the inheritor of light, although his skills are crooked, his body is still strengthened to a certain extent, so it should not be a problem to fight a few ordinary people. You guys, what do you want to do? Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice sounded. Yuan Lushan followed the voice and looked over, not knowing when Joan of Arc appeared not far away. Seeing 5 or 6 people surrounding Yuan Lushan, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Up. I don't know if it's dazzling, but Yuan Lushan felt that the golden hair of Joan of Arc seemed to have turned silver, and there seemed to be a roaring black dragon behind Joan of Arc. Ah! There was a scream, and then the 5 or 6 people who surrounded Yuan Lushan all ran away. Yuan Lushan subconsciously looked at those who ran away, and then turned to look at Joan of Arc. It was found that Joan of Arc's hair color was still pure gold, and there was no roaring black dragon behind her. Rubbing his eyes, Yuen Lushan muttered, "Am I blinded?" However, Yuen Lushan didn't think much, glanced at Jean, and then asked Jean, "Why are you here?" "I was passing by, and I happened to see those people surrounding you. They seem to want to harm you." "Who are they?" "Just a bunch of jumping clowns." Yuen Lushan replied, and then asked Joan of Arc, "How did I just find out that your hair color seems to have changed, and there is a black western dragon roaring behind you? Am I dazzled?" You'll know this when you become a super chef, and I can't tell you before that." Yuen Lushan. "Another super chef?" "Well, super chef, right, let me show you how to become a super chef in half a year." Yuen Lushan thought fiercely. "Lu Sheng." Issei Hui's voice came over. "Flowers 0. Senior is Heike." Yuen Lushan looked at Yi Siwi and said hello. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, how are the others in Jixing Liu?" "It's okay, I've already sent people over to bring everyone back." Yuen Lushan breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was provoked by Yuen Lushan. If the people in Jixing Liu really took the risk for themselves, Yuen Lushan would feel bad about it. "Senior is Heike, let's hurry back and see if the rest of the Jixing Liu have any accidents." "Good." Yuen Lushan turned his head to look at Joan of Arc again, "Then I will thank you for this time, Lecturer Joan of Arc, then I still have things to do first, and I will thank you well later." 0. After Yuen Lushan finished speaking, he left with Yi Shihui. When Yuen Lushan left and could not see his back, a trace of anger flashed in Joan's eyes. "How dare you attack the Holy Sun, none of these people want to run away." Taking out her phone, Jean immediately contacted Nakiri Sentimon. "Recount what just happened." "Arc, Commander Nakiri, you must give me a satisfactory answer to this matter. If you can't do it, then I will contact the Academy and the Holy See, and I will choose to take the Holy Sun away. I can't believe that this kind of thing happened in the far moon, and the personal safety of the Holy Sun was almost threatened." Nakiri Sentimon's face was as gloomy as water. In the past, Kahei was really beaten, and Siakiro has already had a lot of opinions, and now Yuen Lushan was almost beaten, which made Nakiri Zianzuo Iman is also angry. Totsuki School is a cooking school. When did the students in the school solve their struggles not by eating halberds, but by fists? Nakiri Sentimon, please rest assured, Miss Jean, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. Arc, then I will wait for your results, and give me the relevant information of those people. Nakiri Sentimon was silent for a while and then replied, "Okay." Chapter 88 When Yuen Lushan and Izui returned to Jixing Liu, the rest of Jixing Liu had already returned under the leadership of Jis Higuo Ningning. Yuen Lushan glanced at Jis Higuo and Ningning immediately understood in his heart that Yi Siwi must have asked Jis Higuo Ningning to bring back the rest of Jixing Liu. With a hint of gratitude, this time, I would like to thank senior sister Jis Higuo for bringing back the rest of Jixing Liu. Jis Higuo Ningning nodded, looked at Yuen Lushan and said, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Sakaki Ryoko glanced at Jis Higuo and Ningning's eyes flickered slightly. From a woman's intuition, Sakaki Ryoko felt that Jis Higuo Ningning seemed to have an unusual sense of Yuen Lushan. After confirming that Yuen Lushan was fine, Ningning of Jis Higuo looked at him. Issei Hui to the side. Yishiwai knew that Jis Higuo Ningning was letting herself speak, and this was a condition for Jis Higuo Ningning to take action. "Lu Sheng, do you have the confidence to beat Eshin's Hyjin in halberd eating? If you do, Jis Higuo and I will try to force Ruishin's Hyjin to also eat halberd with you, as long as you can. If you win the 9th seat of the opponent's top 10 heroes, then the opponent will have no threat." Yuen Lushan looked at Yi Siwi with a little surprise, and couldn't help but said, "Senior Yi Shi, you actually have such confidence in me." "Lu Sheng, your strength has been the same every day. I naturally have confidence in you, but we still need to confirm a little, so Lu Sheng can ask you to come up with a dish with all your strength for me and Ji's Higuo. Confirm your strength. I'm afraid I won't be able to face the 10 heroes now. It will take me a while, but after the accommodation training is over, there should be no problem. Yuan Lushan pondered for a while and said. But I felt as if you were almost the same as me before. Yi Siwei looked at Yuan Lushan a little hesitantly. The strength shown by the previous Yuan Lushan, Yi Siwei clearly noticed that now Yuan Lushan should be almost the same as himself, but the current Yuan Lushan actually said that he was still worse. To be honest, I'm not too sure what my strength is, after all, I haven't been specifically confirmed. Yuan Lushan was also a little embarrassed. Although it is said that Tian Tian and Master Abe study in Noah's space, and Noah's space can improve the speed of Yuan Lushan's learning, but Master Abe said that now Yuan Lushan's most powerful is the senior chef, which is far from the super class. There is still a long way to go for the chef. At least Yuan Lushan still needs to study hard for 2 or 3 months before he has the opportunity to sprint as a super chef, and it is only a sprint, not to be able to become a super chef. This is because Yuan Lushan already has a heart. Otherwise, it will take at least a year for Yuan Lushan to sprint as a super chef. But even in this way, Yuan Lushan still lacks control over his mind and experience in cooking. However, these Abe masters can be handed over to Yuan Lushan. So what Yuan Lushan lacks now is only time and water grinding. In this case, you can go to UGO to apply for a chef assessment. UGO has a professional chef evaluation system that can easily analyze what level of chef you are. Is it like this? It's okay, I also want to know what my current strength is after more than a month of study. I'll make arrangements for you, and we'll go now. Hearing Ji's Higuo Ningning's words, Lu Sheng opened his mouth and said, is this a bit too fast? Isashiwi smiled and smoothed it out, there is no need to take this little thing to heart. Before I mentioned it, I wanted Lu Sheng to go to UGO to verify your chef rank results, but I forgot all the time. I just came back and seemed to hear that you guys are going to the UGO certified chef level. Joan of Arc, who came back from the outside, looked at the large group of people in the Jixing Liao and walked over with a smile. Don't mind letting me go too. Naturally I don't mind. Mu Bai said with a smile. Ji's Higuo Ningning looked at Joan of Arc in front of him and pushed his glasses, and then said to Joan of Arc, what is the purpose of your coming here, Saint Joan of Arc of the French Saintesse College? The purpose, for Lu Sheng, in order to cultivate Lu Sheng into an excellent chef, I am also very interested in you. We will have time to talk privately in the future. Now, I would also like to know that Lu Sheng has achieved. What kind of strength do you have? First go to UGO to verify the strength level of Lu Sheng. Ji's Higuo Ningning looked at Jean and nodded. What is the situation of the UGO strength certification you are talking about? Although Yuan Lushan said that he has gradually accepted some of the settings of this world, there are still some that he has not been able to understand. WGO, the full name of World Gourmet Organization, is an organization that gives the highest 3 stars to the deliciousness of all gourmet restaurants in the world as a gourmet evaluation. The salesperson who evaluates is called an executive officer. There are 4 levels, first, second, third and special. The highest level is special. At the same time, it will also provide grade evaluation for chefs. UGO certified chef grades are all over the world recognized. After hearing the explanation, Yuan Lushan immediately understood that this organization is equivalent to a public trust organization. The previous restaurant of Kato Zakitaki seemed to be selecting a 1-star restaurant, but Keiku Zakitaki wanted to be rated as a 1-star restaurant because of his strength. The 1-star restaurant also lacks a super chef. Yuan Lushan also cooked twice for Keiku Zakitaki this month and received a reward of 1 million. It's just that Kato Zakitaki's situation is not very good, and he can't understand the cooking process at all. The intention contained in it, but because Kato Zakitaki is getting more and more anxious now, there is no way for Keiku Sakitaki to calm down and comprehend his intentions. However, these have nothing to do with Yuen Lushan. Yuen Lushan only needs to cook for the other party once a week according to the contract he signed with the other party, and the rest has nothing to do with Yuen Lushan. So, Lecturer Joan, your super chef is also certified by Ugo. Of course, you can directly call me Joan of Arc. You don't need to call me Joan of Arc lecturer. Just treat it as a reward for the help I gave you before. Yuen Lushan was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Okay, but you helped me with this one thing before, we will still remember it in our hearts. Chapter 89 _ Ugo's branch in Neon is in Tokyo. Originally, Yuen Lushan and a group of them had to come over, but in the end, they thought that the influence was not very good, so in the end, only Yuen Lushan himself, Joan of Arc and Jizi came over. Guo Ningning and Sakeki Ryoko are 4 people. The other people in Jixing Liao waited in Jixing Liao, and at the same time Ishaiki stayed behind to provide protection for those individuals in Jixing Liao, lest Eizan's Hyjin would bring those little ones with him. The gangsters come looking for trouble. I have arranged for a special commissioner to conduct an assessment. The other party is a first-class executive officer and 2 second-class executive officers to conduct a professional assessment on you and make an accurate assessment of your strength. In order to be able to figure out Yuen Lushan's current strength as quickly as possible, Joan of Arc directly used his privilege as a super chef to let Ugo arrange Yuen Lushan's review, but he didn't expect that it would be a first-class executive and a second-class. The executive officer serves as Yuen Lushan's review team. Joan of Arc and Yuen Lushan arrived at the Ugo branch. Members of Ugo also received news to come out to meet Joan of Arc. After all, he is a super chef and deserves attention. I am Ugo branch manager Sugisaki Kenya, welcome to the Holy Lady. 13. When Sugisaki Ki was talking, he glanced at Yuen Lushan next to Jean, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. And Yuen Lushan also saw the other party, and there was also a flash of surprise in his eyes. This person Yuen Lushan has seen, isn't this Sugisaki Ki one of the ones I saw in the store of Inajin before? Sugisaki was also very surprised to see Yuen Lushan. For Yuen Lushan, Sugisaki still has a deep image. In the previous Inajin Izakaya, Sugisaki was also very impressed with Yuen Lushan. The only one who could. It is very interesting for people who are not indulged in the food fantasy of Inu God. Unexpectedly, now I see Yuen Lushan again. Minister Sugisaki, I have already explained the purpose of this visit. Now I can hope that you will arrange for a first-class executive officer and 2 second-class executive officers to conduct a strength review on this friend of mine as soon as possible. Joan of Arc nodded and then directly stated her intentions. It's ready and can be promoted to review at any time. Looking at Joan of Arc in front of him, Sugisaki Kiya had a smile on his face, but looked at Yuen Lushan's eyes and asked Joan of Arc, is this the boy who is going to be judged? Is it just necessary for the other party to be so solemn? Does Sugisaki also mean that it is necessary for you, the super chef, to come out and say hello in person? He has this strength, then Minister Sugisaki, please lead the way. Joan of Arc is mostly cold to people other than Yuen Lushan. Sakeki Ryoko glanced at Joan of Arc, and then realized what kind of status a super chef has. Ji's Higuo Ningning glanced at Joan of Arc silently, with a trace of thought in her eyes. Joan of Arc came for the sake of origin. Do I need to vent with my wife? No, Madam should already know. Under the leadership of Sugisaki Kenya, the 4 Yuen Lushan came to a kitchen. Then please start your cooking. Cooking? What about the test questions? In the case of exam questions, banquet. Banquet. Yuen Lushan raised his brows. This topic is quite difficult. Compared with a single dish, a banquet is composed of several dishes. Western banquets are probably appetizers, soups, fish, meat, main dishes, salads, desserts, and drinks. In the East, most of the banquets are cold dishes, followed by soup, followed by hot dishes, dessert, followed by soup, and finally fruit. Generally speaking, there are 12 dishes. But whether it is an Eastern banquet or a Western banquet, if the topic is a banquet, then Yuan Lushan needs to consider more things. Jin and Ji's Higuo Ningning raised their brows. Sakeki Ryoko also realized that the other party asked this question, is it a little difficult? Joan of Arc looked at Sugisaki Kiya, her eyes turning slightly cold. However, Sugisaki Ki also didn't explain anything, looked at Yuan Lushan and said, how? If you can't do it, I can also come up with a question. Although Yuan Lushan knew that the other party was provocative, he did not refuse. Alright, I want to try it too. Although he didn't know why the other party was embarrassing him, Yuan Lushan also realized that this appearance was the best way to recognize his own strength. Give me some time, I need to think about the dishes, I think it should be fine. 3 hours, you only have 3 hours, after 3 hours we hope to see your cooking in front of us. Sugisaki also held up 3 fingers at Yuan Lushan. A trace of anger flashed in Jin's eyes. It took 3 hours to come up with the recipe for the banquet, and then to cook, the other party was clearly trying to make things difficult. 3 hours? Good. Yuan Lushan didn't say much, and began to think about the recipe. Jin wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ji's Higuo Ningning. Since he has agreed, then there is a certain degree of certainty. Let's not disturb him now. Ji's Higuo Ningning said, turning his eyes to look at Sugisaki Kenya. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The other party deliberately embarrassed Lu Sheng, and Ji's Higuo Ning would rather not be able to pretend that he did not see it. Yuan Lushan is on the side. Yuan Lushan, who started thinking quickly, has already thought about the dishes needed for the banquet. Generally speaking, only 8 dishes are enough for a Western banquet, including appetizer, soup, fish, meat, main course, salad, dessert, and drink. But Yuan Lushan doesn't plan to cook Western cuisine, and Yuan Lushan's knowledge has not yet covered Western cuisine. Most of what Yuan Lushan has learned now is Chinese food, so Yuan Lushan chose Chinese food and 12 dishes as a banquet. Opening his eyes, Yuan Lushan looked at Sugisaki and said, where are the ingredients? Just ask for any ingredients you need, and they will be delivered here in 10 minutes. Yuan Lushan glanced at Sugisaki Kiya, and then said the ingredients he needed. After finishing speaking, Sugisaki also said to Yuan Lushan, the ingredients will be delivered within 10 minutes. Yuan Lushan nodded and did not speak, but closed his eyes and began to adjust his state. Sakeki Ryoko asked Joan of Arc a little worriedly, Lecturer Joan of Arc, is Lu Sheng okay? Jin could not answer this question. But Ji's Higuo Ningning said with certainty, there is no problem, because he is born in the land. He is Yuan Lushan, the son of Yuan Yaxiang, the first chef of Nian, and the fiancé of her country of Ji Ningning. He must do it. Chapter 90 _ Soon, 10 minutes have passed. Yuan Lushan opened his eyes and looked at the ingredients that were sent. Yuan Lushan let out a sigh of relief, and the energy of Yuan Lushan was raised to the limit in the next instant. For a while, everyone felt that Yuan Lusheng seemed to have changed. Joan of Arc looked at Yuan Lushan with excitement in her eyes, and said something softly in her mouth. The first cold dish. Cold fungus. The reason why I chose 2½ fungus is because the first cold dish cannot steal the limelight of the following dishes, but it has to bear the relationship between the previous and the next. The cold fungus is a vegetarian dish with a light taste, but the fungus has the reputation of being the meat in the vegetarian, so Yuan Lushan chose this cold dish as the beginning. The second dish, Yuan Lushan chooses bouncing turtle soup. That's right, it's the dish made by Tang Sanja in Zonghua Ichiban. Since becoming Noah's agent, Yuan Lushan found that he had gradually forgotten things that he had gradually forgotten, and Yuan Lushan also remembered the recipe of bouncing turtle soup in Zonghua Ichiban. This bouncing turtle soup is steamed in a cantaloupe, and seasoned with salted plums. After cooling, the gelatin of the turtle condenses the soup into fish jelly, and you can start eating it. The characteristics of soup are light and elegant, which can most stimulate people's appetite. It is the best choice as the head soup of a banquet. The third dish, as the starter, Yuan Lushan chose the abalone feast, which was abalone with sauce. The fourth dish, beggar chicken. The fifth course, white fungus soup with spring rolls. The sixth course, white cut chicken. The seventh course, steamed sea bass. The eighth course, braised steak. The ninth course, stir-fried vegetables. The 10th course, dessert 8 treasures rice. The 11th dish, the tail soup, chose a soup from the Zonghua Ichiban as the ending, the sea dragon pot. The 12th course, seasonal fruit platter. In 3 hours, Yuan Lushan had to make 11 dishes, which was obviously not easy. However, Yuan Lushan still relied on his strengthened physical strength and mobility to complete a whole table of acting alone. Of course, this is also because Yuan Lushan chose some easy-to-make dishes. For example, beggar chicken, steamed sea bass, 8 treasure rice, stir-fried vegetables, and white-cut chicken are all simple and do not take too much time. The 2 dishes that really took the time to live in the source land were the sea dragon pot and the bouncing turtle soup. These 2 dishes can almost be said to be the essence of the banquet. 3 hours later, Yuan Lushan looked at the 12 dishes on the table, covered with lids, and said to Sugisaki-jian, "The banquet is ready, so please come to the jury." Soon he was accompanied by Sugisaki Kenya. 3 people came in. This is the executive officer from the WGO headquarters, the first-class executive and the second-class executive Chalm and Inst Vol. Headquarters Executive Officer. The executive officer of the headquarters of UGO is 1 level higher than the executive officer of the branch. It is like saying that the second-class executive of the headquarters can basically be regarded as the first class when placed in the branch. The executive has come to use it. A coincidence. Ark looked at the 3 executive officers of the WGO headquarters, and a thought flashed in her eyes. Yuan Lushan didn't think about it so much, and said directly to the few people present, "Okay, you can join the table." And first-class executive from the headquarters glanced at Yuan Lushan and said, "I'm looking forward to your performance, Mr. Yuan. By the way, this time the banquet was specially proposed by me." An's words made Yuan Lushan frown slightly. "Why?" Yuan Lushan asked An. "For the reason, I can't tell you for the time being, but if you can pass my assessment after waiting, then I can tell you." After An finished speaking, he walked to the table with the other 2 executive officers. "Looking at the number of dishes, is it Chinese food?" "That's right," Yuan Lushan said and opened the first cover. "This is the first dish, cold fungus, please use it." And picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of fungus. "Is the fungus known as the meat in the prime?" "Then I'll try it." "Crispy and smooth." "Great. And it has a light sweet taste in the mouth. It brings out the taste of the fungus itself very well. I can give you a 3-star chef rating for this dish." The chef certification is graded from 1 to 9 stars below, and Yuan Lushan's cold fungus has received 3 stars from An's evaluation. That is to say, even if the subsequent dishes cannot be approved by An, Yuan Lushan can get at least 3 stars. The chef's evaluation, but banquet cuisine does not mean that the highest star chef of which dish is rated is a few-star chef, but it must be considered comprehensive, with a lower limit, but no upper limit. The second course of bouncing turtle soup. Yuan Lushan lifted a lid, just. "Mr. Yuan, did you take the wrong cover?" Looking at the 3 cantaloupes on the dinner plate, and asked Yuan Lushan. "No, that's right, you guys take a closer look." Following Yuan Lushan's words, An and Chalm and Inst Vol soon found out. It turned out to be a container made of honeydew melon. It's an interesting idea, but aren't you afraid of the soup spilling? Yuen Lushan, who heard the words, looked at An. Just take a bite and see. Charm glanced at Yuen Lushan and said, it looks like you are very confident, so I'll try it out. Zhaonyo is good. Charm picked up a cantaloupe, but when the cantaloupe started, Charm noticed something. Well. Open the lid of the cantaloupe. This is. Looking at the brown fish jelly, Charm couldn't help being stunned. Bounce turtle soup. That's how I play. Inst Vol understood immediately. A fish jelly that forms after the turtle has cooled. Yes, this is the soup to eat. Yuen Lushan handed the spoon to the other party. Then I'm welcome. The other party scooped up a swept fish jelly and put it into his mouth. Ha! A sound like a moan came out of Instevel's mouth. Yuen Lushan has an embarrassed expression on his face. I said you are a black brother. Is your voice a little too careless about your image? Do you look like a big sword when you eat soup?